The angry roar came from an elderly woman. She was dressed in a dignified purple and red fur jacket, and it was clear that she was a respected member of a tribe. Both men and women in the Iron Hammer Federation needed to participate in mining activities. Thus, many women's hands were also covered in calluses. The elderly woman's hands were slightly wrinkled but otherwise soft. There were no calluses on the surface at all. This meant that she had not worked a day of hard labor in her life. The elderly lady was so enraged that her eyes had turned red. Her roar lacked any sort of deportment. The elderly woman had been conversing with the other 5 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. This meant that she was also a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters could use their spiritual energy and soul power to concoct spirit fluids. They possessed much more spiritual power and soul power than regular people. The more spiritual energy and soul power one possessed, the greater control one would have over one's emotions. The elderly woman was not the only one filled with bitter resentment, but the other 5 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters also could not help but scream in a fury. I always felt that there was something off about the previous king's death, ever since Luo Kai took the throne. He hasn't held a single formal imperial meeting, nor has he worn the crown to greet the snow beast. He even issued an order that forces all the tribes to walk to their deaths. He's despicable. If you ask me, he doesn't even have the crown. The angry scream from the middle-aged man wearing black armor was immediately rebuked by the elderly woman. Hejan, all of us were opposed in some manner to Luo Kai's order. You're the one who went against us and supported him. How can you say something like this now? If not for you, I would have asked Luo Kai what the meaning behind his order is. Hejan's jaw fell open, and he was at a loss for words for a few moments. He had his own motive for helping Luo Kai and going against the other Black Gold tribes. Hejan was from the Giant Peak tribe, which was considered one of the weaker tribes of the 7 Black Gold tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation. It was inevitable that there would be fights over resources amongst the Federation's top factions. The Giant Peak tribe always drew the shortest sticks during such fights. But the Guard Mountain tribe had supported Luo Kai early on and provided him with significant aid. Thus, he immediately raised their status when he became ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation. This allowed the Guard Mountain tribe to surpass the other 6 Black Gold tribes. As a result, Hejan also had the idea of currying favor with the Iron Hammer Federation's king. But now, Hejan saw this idea as ridiculous. In order for the Giant Peak tribe to rise in rank in the Iron Hammer Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation first needed to improve and develop. But now, Luo Kai did not care at all about the Iron Hammer Federation's benefits and gave such a ridiculous order. Just the thought of it caused Hejan to boil with rage. If Hejan could stand in front of Luo Kai now, he might not be able to hold himself back from reaching out and cutting down Luo Kai's head. Hejan never liked to be reprimanded. But now, he had nothing to say against the elderly woman's admonishments. The longer Hejan looked at the 5 people around him, the guiltier he felt. He bowed deeply to each of them. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't think things through. If we're ever able to escape from the Sea of Flowers, I am willing to lay down the entire Giant Peak tribe to compensate all of you. Hejan's words caused the other 5 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters' expressions to become less sour. None of them continued to reprimand him. A man holding a large axe patted Hejan's shoulder. We Black Gold tribes should stick together. Now you've cleared the air with us. If we're able to escape, we 6 Black Gold tribes will still be brothers. However, the Gilt Iron tribe will never forgive the Guard Mountain tribe. The elderly woman wearing the purple and red fur jacket looked at the axe-holding man and said, The Guard Mountain tribe is now Luo Kai's claws. They helped Luo Kai to reassign the experts in the tribe and did a purging of Imperial Guards. All the Imperial Guards who weren't obedient to Luo Kai were killed. I'm sure all of you know this. The elderly woman paused before she continued. I heard that the Guard Mountain tribe has been leading the Imperial Guards in helping Luo Kai to hunt down Princess Luolan. I was always suspicious of whether the previous king truly passed down the throne to Luo Kai. The previous king was an immortal expert, and he was in the pink of health during the Imperial meeting 2 months ago. The elderly woman sighed. When she first heard the news, she had believed in this possibility. However, she did not want to act before the other black gold tribes did. It was well known that no good could come from sticking one's head out. But if she had known that they were going to befall the fate they were experiencing today, she would have led her tribe in sticking their head out. Every black gold tribe in the Iron Hammer Federation occupied a piece of fertile land in the Iron Hammer Federation. Every black gold tribe would build a city with their tribe at the center. In order to ensure that every tribe had access to sufficient resources and attained sufficient expansion, the black gold tribes were very far from each other and the royal capital. As a result, much of the information from the royal capital did not make it to the black gold tribes. The tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation spent their days fighting, mining resources, and gathering food. Thus, they did not wage as much psychological warfare on each other like the factions of the Divine Wood Federation did. Nonetheless, Luo Kai's actions had been too impactful. Besides the elderly woman, several others had also heard of this rumor, and just like her, none of them had wanted to stick their heads out first. But now that the elderly woman had mentioned the matter and all of their collective displeasure with Luo Kai, all of them were dying to kill Luo Kai. The axe-wielding man picked up where the elderly woman left off and said, "Luo Kai is mediocre, and the previous king was only nurturing him to be a guard captain. All his hopes had been in Princess Luo Lan. Regardless, he shouldn't have passed on the throne to Luo Kai." He Zhan could not help but nod instinctively when he heard what Ling Chenxiong said. Luo Kai had been nurtured by the previous king, and the leaders of all the black gold tribes had seen him often. It was not just the leaders of black gold tribes, but even the leaders of the platinum tribes agreed that Luo Kai did not possess any distinctive talent. He had been nurtured by the previous king because his father was the cousin of the previous king, meaning that they were blood relatives. Luo Kai's father had died whilst trying to stop a carcinoma Fey disaster. Thus, the previous king felt indebted to Luo Kai. Additionally, the previous king was probably planning for Luo Kai to assist Luo Lan when she ascended to the throne. But never would the good and wise previous king have expected that Luo Kai would end up betraying him. He Zhan never understood how Luo Kai had been able to ascend to the throne, given his capabilities. The Truth Association had been hiding in the shadows. Thus, the leaders of the Black Gold tribes, who rarely came to Cold Frost City, were completely unaware of the existence of the Truth Association. The 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters who were present all preferred Luo Lan to take the throne over Luo Kai. The elderly man who stood off to the side silently looked into the distance and sighed. "We might have spirit chi professionals who can produce food, but they can only feed 60,000 people. Furthermore, they will only be able to do so for a short period. If they do so for a prolonged period of time, their roots will be affected. We have already given the order that cannibalism is forbidden even if they end up starving to death. However, as time drags on, even we won't be able to hold down the fort. With more and more tribe members being rounded up by the Sea of Flowers, it's likely that the border area is already in a mess. The future of the Iron Hammer Federation will be destroyed at the hands of this Sea of Flowers." At that moment, all the tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation felt the ground below them start to shake. It was as though something large was traveling underground. All of them were instantly filled with panic and fear. This sudden occurrence caused hysteria to break out among the previously relatively calm members of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe. Normally, it would be very easy for Lin Yuan to transport Luo Lan to the center of the area where the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were trapped. The Source Sand's aura could not be hidden from the 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters, but it could be hidden from most Emperor-class experts. Lin Yuan had instructed the Source Sand to cause such a commotion because he wanted to challenge Luo Lan and stimulate her growth, as well as test to see if the Iron Hammer Federation had an attitude that was worth nurturing. Besides the underground tremors, Lin Yuan had already created a shocking scene from which Luo Lan could appear. The endless sea of flowers was terrifying, and unknown life forms were hidden within it. The life form that could cause such serious tremors had to be strong. The Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters even commanded the experts in their tribes to attack the ground. But at that moment, the aura of danger suddenly appeared. It contained endless deadliness that seemed to target everyone present. The 9 immortal experts narrowed their eyes. They could sense that the life form releasing its aura around them also had immortal power. The aura from this life form was full of deadliness but lacked carnage. It seemed to be a warning and suppression. From this life form's aura, the 9 immortal experts knew that the life form would not attack them as long as they did not attack it. As such, the immortal experts immediately halted the experts who had not reached immortal to stop. At the same time, they became even more fearful of this sea of flowers. The immortal experts had accepted Shadow's warning after receiving it, because they were unable to locate Shadow despite being able to sense it. An invisible enemy was all the more terrifying. If they angered this life form, carnage would be added to its aura, and there would be no way for them to stop it based on the direction it was coming from. At that time, these tribe members would be killed by the life form before they had the chance to starve to death. As the spirits of the experts fell, a pool of quicksand appeared and started swirling in the hard earth. The pool of quicksand started to widen. Since the quicksand had appeared at the center of the 6 black gold tribes, the experts hurriedly ordered their comrades to move. The black gold tribes had very large egos. As all the tribes moved together, it was easy to reach the center. However, it would be difficult to move away from the center. Luckily, the pool of quicksand had stopped expanding once it reached a certain size. Otherwise, many members of the black gold tribes would have fallen into the quicksand. The members of black gold tribes were usually very haughty when they encountered members of platinum tribes, much fewer members from yellow gold and white silver tribes. But now that the entire Iron Hammer Federation was in crisis, the members of the black gold tribes retracted all of their arrogance. There was no bloodshed even as they pushed the other tribe members to move. Lin Yuan had noticed this. As the source sand's power increased, its intelligence grew. Since Lin Yuan's spiritual energy was attached to the source sand, he could sense the environment around the source sand. This sight gave rise to a good impression of the Iron Hammer Federation in Lin Yuan. There was no way that such a sight could be seen in the Divine Wood Federation. The members of the black gold tribes were staring unblinkingly at the quicksand. This was when they saw something solid rising from within the quicksand. At first, the members of the black gold tribes, including the 6 pinnacle class 4 creation masters, could not tell what the emerging item was. But slowly, as more of the item was revealed, the black gold tribe members recognized the item that was now around 12 centimeters tall to be a forehead. As more of the forehead emerged from the quicksand, the leaders of the black gold tribe and the pinnacle class 4 creation masters let out gasps of astonishment. Luolan might be the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, but she was not haughty. From a young age, she had been traveling around the tribes providing medical aid as a means of training. After more than a decade of training as a healing-type spirit chi professional, she had saved at least tens of thousands of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. Each day she worked, she only stopped when she was completely exhausted of spiritual power. Luolan's actions made her a known face amongst the tribes. The head that had emerged from the sand was around 50 to 60 centimeters, and there was no way that all of the almost 10 million tribe members who had been captured could see it. But those who could see it immediately recognized the head as belonging to Luolan. With the source sand's current power and the exquisite composition of the sand granules, the patterns on the granules were also extremely clear. The 6 pinnacle class 4 creation masters who stood at the front of the group exchanged looks of shock. A sand carving of Luolan had appeared at the center of the sea of flowers at such a time. This was astonishing and even a little thrilling. But since it was Luolan, the 6 pinnacle class 4 creation masters felt relaxed, and a flame of hope sparked to life within them. However, this was just a statue of Luolan's head and not actually her. The experts from the Black Gold tribe went on full alert. After all, there was still a terrifying life form hiding and watching from the shadows. As the sand continued to move, the appearance of the head was just the beginning. It was followed by a neck and upper body until a 500-meter-tall statue rose into the sky. The statue of Luolan was depicted to be wearing a silk dress, with her head slightly hung and her hands held in Buddha's mudra. It was as though she was expressing pity for all the creatures of the world. With the 500-meter-tall statue rising into the sky, even the Black Iron tribe members at the periphery of the group could make out its image. Almost all, if not all those still alive in the sea of flowers, could see the statue. The voice of Luolan reverberated through the crowd, and some granules of sand fell from the statue's hands. The radium boards had been combined with the falling granules, and Luolan, dressed lavishly and wearing the Iron Hammer Federation's crown, appeared on the statue's hands. She opened her eyes to see that she was up in the air and immediately realized why Lin Yuan had asked her if she was afraid of heights. If someone who was afraid of heights found themselves more than 500 meters in the air, they would immediately lose all strength in their legs, as well as their ability to speak. There were many high-class spirit chi professionals who were afraid of heights. There were numerous king-class experts who only levitated 1 or 2 meters off the ground despite being able to circulate their spirit chi to fly. In actuality, Luolan was slightly afraid of heights. When she looked back at the statue behind her, she immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. He wanted to turn her into the faith of the Iron Hammer Federation. This was not the time for her to be showing her weak side. It was now absolutely imperative that she ensured the survival of as many people as possible and efficiently distributed rations. Luolan knew that Lin Yuan had sent an expert to accompany her. This was for her safety and to carry out any orders she had to control the situation. Luolan hoped that she would not have to use the strength, as it would mean that more of the Ironwood Federation's citizens' lives would be lost. Luolan calmed herself down and took a deep breath before she called down with a steady voice. I am Luolan. I'm sure all of you know me. My father was the king of the Iron Hammer Federation until he was killed by Luo Kai, who has conspired with a faction from the Great Lush Federation. Luo Kai has also been secretly trying to hunt me down and kill me. Luolan circulated her spiritual power while she spoke. She was an A-rank spirit chi professional and could project her voice thousands of meters away by channeling her spiritual power. As a result, at least 100,000 people around the statue heard what she said. Luolan's words caused a stir among the crowd. The leaders of the Black Gold tribes and the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters had only made guesses about the matter. But Luolan's words shone a light on the current Iron Hammer Federation Imperial Court's biggest secret. As a result, the new king now appeared to be an ingrate who committed regicide. He had even turned his back on the Iron Hammer Federation to collude with another federation. Given that Luolan had been groomed from young to take over the throne, she knew what the impact of saying such words to people who hated would have on Luo Kai. He not only did not have a claim to the throne, but even if he did, Luolan's words would have shaken its legitimacy. As the experts gazed at Luolan, they saw that she was wearing the crown that represented the leadership of the Iron Hammer Federation. All of the Black Gold tribe leaders and Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters instantly believed what she said. This was partly due to Luolan's image in the Iron Hammer Federation. The previous king of the Iron Hammer Federation had made it clear that he wanted Luolan to replace him. Furthermore, the crown of the Iron Hammer Federation could only be passed on to someone it had acknowledged with blood. The previous holder of the crown had to let his blood drip onto the crown to remove the imprint in order for it to be contracted by a new contractor. When the previous king died, the only person who had been around was Luo Kai. He had assumed the throne immediately after declaring that the previous king was dead. Luolan had not had any time to enter the imperial court to take the crown. This meant that the previous king had given Luolan the crown long ago. Luo Kai had fully earned the ire of the public. Many people had died as a result of his order, and he was carrying many sins. Although only 100,000 people heard what Luolan said, the contents of her speech quickly traveled to every corner of the crowd. The crowd was now completely riled up. Luolan was not only the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation but had also saved many tribes. Her appearance had pulled the fraying crowd together. The leaders of the Black Gold tribe and Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters planned on asking Luolan detailed questions about what was going on. This was when Luolan said sternly, "Now is not the time to talk about such things. I have something more important to say." What could be more important at such a time? From Luolan's perspective, she would benefit more if she attacked Luo Kai now. Now, all the tribe members were stuck in the sea of flowers while Luo Kai was seated firmly in the imperial court. Luolan had to ruin Luo Kai's image and expose his sins in order to take back the throne. While everyone was guessing what Luolan was thinking, what she said next stunned them all. I have rations that will sate your hunger. Pay attention. Do your best to continue surviving before I get to you. She started to call out the names of the Black Gold and Platinum Tribes leaders' names. Once she had called out almost 100 names, she said in a woeful voice, Your lives are the most precious things to the Iron Hammer Federation. The people who I just called out are the leaders of the Black Gold and Platinum Tribes. I hope that you will disseminate the rations as quickly as possible during this time of suffering. The leaders whose names had been called out by Luolan looked touched. She had made it clear that the lives of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were more important to her than getting her revenge on Luokai. At that moment, she lived up to exactly the image they had formed of her in the past. When all of them were helpless, she had appeared like a goddess and promised to give them enough rations to ensure all their survival. Her words had given all of them renewed hope, and many of their dimmed eyes lit up in an instant. In order for them to be the leaders of Black Gold and Platinum Tribes, they had to have reached King Class at least, and it was easy for them to fly at low altitudes. The leaders of the Black Gold and Platinum Tribes flew up to Luolan and bowed to her. Luolan did not give them a chance to offer pleasantries and started handing out the item-storing walnuts filled with the soldier ration radishes. You can pluck off a leaf to taste for yourselves. Each person only needs to be given one leaf, and they'll be full of energy for the next week. Once everyone is full, I'll take you out of the sea of flowers. I am giving you these item-storing walnuts because I trust you. What you do with them will determine the future of the Iron Hammer Federation. Form pairs and ensure that the leaves are quickly handed out to the tribe members. I'm sure you know that if you hand them out slowly or if any tribe procures too many leaves, the consequences will be calamitous. You can deal as you see fit with any tribe member who tries to selfishly hog the leaves and refuses to pass them down. Time is of the essence. Go now. Ever since Luolan received the item-storing walnuts containing the soldier ration radishes from Lin Yuan, she had been trying to come up with the best way to distribute the resources. After mulling over the issue, she decided that the fastest way would be to trust the Black Gold and Platinum Tribes to distribute the rations. If she could not even trust her own people at such a time, there would be no future for the Iron Hammer Federation. She had also set up a failsafe by asking them to form pairs. This would allow them to keep each other in check and prevent any one person from occupying too many of the soldier ration radishes. Frankly, she should not have told the crowd that she could solve their hunger because this would immediately cause a commotion to flare up. However, she truly hoped that these people who had already given up would be able to endure and find the courage to continue surviving. When one was in a desperate situation, their willpower could carry them far and enable them to find the strength to keep living. This was not a joke, as Luolan herself had experienced it. When she had been floating down the river, feeling the iciness of the water penetrating her starving body, she would have eventually become a corpse floating on the surface of the river. However, she had managed to enter the meeting amongst the constellations. With the astronomical parliament as her hope, she managed to boost her spirits enough to carry on. Luolan did not say how she wanted to disseminate the rations. Thus, the people at the edges were trying their best to squeeze toward the center. Luolan looked at the seemingly endless ocean of people and knew that it would be a colossal task to give out the soldier ration radishes. At the very least, it would take close to a day. Normal people could not even stand going hungry for a day, and much less, people from the tribes who had already gone hungry for an unimaginable amount of time. The current arrangement was the best one that Luolan could have made. She did not have any better ideas. Faced with a lack of manpower and people dropping like flies at the edges, all Luolan could do was watch and feel helpless. The leaders of the Black Gold and Platinum Tribes Luolan had called out first thought that the item-storing walnuts contained the usnia, just like she did when she saw the vines. However, she did not appear to be joking. Each of the leaders of the Black Gold and Platinum Tribes pulled out a branch and plucked out a leaf. At the instant that the leaves entered their mouths, they started to tremble with excitement. Luolan's miraculous discovery had indeed brought new hope to the Iron Hammer Federation. The leaders of the tribes chattered excitedly. "First Princess, we definitely won't let your efforts go to waste." After bowing to Luolan, the leaders of the tribes immediately returned to their own tribes and started distributing the soldier ration radishes vines. They ensured that each of their tribes received 10 vines before handing down the rest of the leaves. In an instant, a green light spread out from the 500-meter-tall statue. Every area that could be reached by the green light was suddenly brimming with life. The least concrete thing in the world was human nature. The green light would definitely be stopped at some point. Nonetheless, the experts from the Black, Gold, and Platinum tribes kept their promise to Luolan. If there was even a hint of bloodshed or congestion, they would be removed to make way for the green light. Before, Luolan did not rejoice at the appearance of the green light or grieve for those who had to be put down because she knew that she had more important things to do. The most important matter at hand was to stabilize the conditions of the almost 10 million people present. Luckily, while the soldier ration radishes were being distributed, those who could sense it knew that they would be able to benefit soon. Otherwise, the crowd would have already descended into chaos. Luolan remembered Lin Yuan saying that she could give commands to the powerful being hiding in the shadows. She did not instruct Shadow to deal with the tribe members who had caused trouble, but left the job to the Black, Gold, and Platinum tribes instead. But now, she needed to trouble Shadow to do something. She hoped that Shadow could help her to project her voice further. If her voice could not reach far enough to be heard by the Black Iron tribes at the edges, it should at least be heard by the Light Bronze and White Silver tribes. Luolan knew that her saying such things at such a time would be able to calm the hearts of the crowd. It was what she needed to do as the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. Shadow was a dimensional life form and could not understand Luolan's actions at all. Could not figure out why a ruler like Luolan needed to pity these weaklings. In the abyssal world, only the strong were respected, while the weak did not even have the right to live. Nonetheless, Shadow still followed Lin Yuan's order and cooperated with Luolan the best it could. Shadow released its aura. As an apostle, it could help to carry Luolan's voice further when it released its source-type power and faith power. Luolan did not understand this immortal expert's power, but it was much more effective to use source-type power and faith power to project one's voice than spirit chi. This allowed the spirit chi professionals at the edge of the area to hear Luolan's voice clearly. Luolan encouraged the starving tribe members, while she made them sincere promises and mapped out a glorious future that was awaiting them. The promises that she made to them were the same as the ones that Lin Yuan had made to her. There was no better encouragement than these promises. But it went without saying that once she voiced the promises, she would be held accountable to them. However, Luolan did not fear this. Even if she could not fulfill these promises and was hounded by them, she was still willing to save as many lives as she could now. Furthermore, Luolan came to trust Lin Yuan after she got to know him. She believed that he would make good on his promises, just like how he was giving her the chance to save these tribe members. Luolan's passionate speech, full of hope and sincerity, had indeed been extremely effective. Lin Yuan had been watching everything from the underground palace. He could not help but marvel at her benevolence and decision-making power, as well as the unselfishness of the Black, Gold, and Platinum tribes. Lin Yuan felt that it would be much more worth it to nurture the Iron Hammer Federation than the Divine Wood Federation. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan confirmed his decision. He planned on helping Luolan and the Iron Hammer Federation even more. In the midst of her passionate speech, Luolan suddenly noticed that the sand beside her had turned into a pool of quicksand. The figure of a young man dressed in white robes appeared next to her. Lin Yuan did not immediately speak to Luolan but gave an order to the source sand instead. The source sand had been creating sand continuously ever since it was at the underground palace. With so much sand, it would be easy to create as large of a scale of commotion as he wanted. It was akin to treating the source sand like an animal. The movement of the sand was just like an animal rolling over, and it did not take up too much spiritual power. Once Lin Yuan was done communicating with the source sand, a quicksand that contained all of the Iron Hammer Federation's members appeared. Lin Yuan tossed out 50 diamond item-storing walnuts. The item-storing walnuts were squeezed by the source sand and released the soldier ration radishes that were within. The quicksand became the best vehicle for transport that helped to deliver the soldier ration radishes. The grains of sand flicked the leaves down from the soldier ration radishes and pried the leaves into the mouths of the tribe members who had collapsed from hunger. It was inevitable that they would end up feeding sand to the collapsed tribe members as well, but they would still be alive nonetheless. After the quicksand that encompassed the 10 million people appeared, everyone cast their gazes at Luolan. This was because she had also appeared out of a pool of quicksand. The experts who looked at her, as well as the nearby tribe members, all saw Lin Yuan next to Luolan. They also saw him instructing the pool of quicksand to deliver the soldier ration radishes. Uncontrollable tears welled up in Luolan's eyes when she saw what Lin Yuan did. The tears were a sign of her deepest sincerity, as well as her gratitude to Lin Yuan on behalf of Lin Yuan. Luolan did not forget her duty because of Lin Yuan. With her voice magnified by shadow, Luolan told the people who had the soldier ration radishes not to forget to hand out the vines to the others after they ate a leaf. Everything was progressing nicely, and more citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation were being saved. Suddenly, something strange occurred. A man dressed in a dark red half-armor appeared in the air not far from Luolan and Lin Yuan. His hair was slightly white, which meant that he did not have much of his lifespan left despite having a middle-aged appearance. The middle-aged man could clearly sense Shadow's aura but was not concerned. He glanced at Lin Yuan before focusing on Luolan. His gaze was complex as he looked at Luolan. Lin Yuan and Luolan both noticed this expert who had suddenly appeared. When the man dressed in dark red half-armor entered the Sea of Flowers, Lin Yuan received a warning from Silver Corona. Silver Corona calculated that it was no match for this expert and so had not tried to stop him. Lin Yuan knew that this man in dark red half-armor was either a local expert from the Iron Hammer Federation or a member of the Truth Association. All the members that Lin Yuan had seen or heard of from Jin Chenchuan wore red-gray cloaks. This man in dark red half-armor did not try to hide. It was more likely that he was an expert from the Iron Hammer Federation. Regardless of where he was from, he had to be an enemy from the way he had appeared without warning in the Sea of Flowers. As Lin Yuan grew, he became increasingly merciless to his enemies. However, Lin Yuan was not in a rush to kill this expert wearing dark red half-armor. This expert was indeed more powerful than Shadow, but not by much. The advanced immortal power could indeed exert pressure on Shadow. Thus, it was to be expected that the expert wearing dark red half-armor would be unbothered by Shadow's presence. If this expert was from the Iron Hammer Federation, his power was top class in the Iron Hammer Federation, and he could be called an expert that guarded his federation. Lin Yuan was curious why such an expert had not stopped Luo Kai's moronic order but instead came to see Luolan. Could he be here to kill Luolan? Lin Yuan was not making wild guesses. He had been observing the mood in the man's eyes, and that was what sealed Lin Yuan's guess. It was likely that this man dressed in dark red armor was familiar with Luolan. Luolan had appeared on the statue without warning and had used the fastest method to disseminate the soldier ration radishes that also had not caused a stir among the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. This sight allowed Lin Yuan to see how the Iron Hammer Federation came together during crises, as well as Luolan's ruling and decision-making abilities. There was no question that Luolan had grown from this incident. This expert's intent to kill could be a gift to Luolan to allow her to grow even faster. This expert dressed in dark red half-armor could be unbothered by Shadow because he was indeed stronger than Shadow. Lin Yuan could also be unbothered by this expert because he had Begin Lady. All experts who had not awakened their birth horoscopes were nothing more than ants to experts who had set their spirit fires alight. The experts who had reached Eternal were considered at the peak of the main world, but were only slightly stronger ants to experts who had set their spirit fires alight. Luolan looked at the man wearing dark red half-armor and called out, "Fong Ku, you," the moment she called out to him. She was stopped by her rationality. Her father's death had to be linked to Fong Ku. He was her father's personal guard, yet he was still alive after her father had died. Moreover, if her father had been murdered, Fong Ku should have sought revenge against Luo Kai. Why was he allowing Luo Kai to hunt her despite being alive? Furthermore, Luo Kai had seen the killing intent in Fong Ku's eyes that was the same as that in the eyes of the men who were hunting. They were all equally bone-chilling. Luolan smiled bitterly and said, "Are you here to kill me?" Luolan knew that many people had died while trying to help her flee from the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, her heart had not fully hardened. However, Fong Ke's killing intent was the final straw that fully stonified her heart. As she looked at Fong Ke now, there was no panic in her eyes, only coldness. It was the gaze of a ruler placing judgment on one of her subjects who had plotted against her. Fong Ke felt a twinge of panic when he saw Luolan's gaze shift. Fong Ke had been loyal to her father, but the hand pulling the strings behind the Iron Hammer Federation was too powerful. There was no way for anyone to even think of resisting. Eventually, Fong Ke made the selfish decision of choosing to live while becoming the claws for this hand. Although Luolan was currently in the midst of saving the Iron Hammer Federation, Fong Ke still decided to kill her. Luolan's eyes had been the same as her father's. These eyes had been haunting Fong Ke's dreams. Fong Ke frowned when he saw her gaze. In his mind, he would be able to kill Luolan with a slight twitch of his hand. Thus, he was not going to let his guard down when he spoke. He went on to reply honestly, "You're right. I'm here to kill you. Rather than you leading these people back to their deaths in the Iron Hammer Federation, they might be able to survive once you're dead." Luolan snorted and stared down Fong Ke as she said in a low voice, "If I didn't appear and hand out the vines, these millions of Iron Hammer Federation citizens would have died of starvation. Did you think about how you're going to find a way for them to survive then? Why didn't you stop Luo Kai when he made such a stupid decision? If you only betrayed my father, I can see you as just a traitor to the Freezing Hammer tribe. But by not stopping Luo Kai, you have turned your back on all the tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation. I want to know if the present you is fit to say something so contradictory." Luolan's words rendered Fong Ke speechless. Fong Ke knew that he was on the losing side when it came to a battle of logic, and Luolan had just exposed his sins in front of millions of citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation. The last of his pride crumbled. He felt both guilty and furious. He seemed to want to stand up for himself and said, "Rather than being killed, smart people would choose another way to continue surviving." Luolan could not help but smirk with amusement. Both smart and dumb people have their dignity. Regardless of whether the Iron Hammer Federation is strong or weak, they have their dignity. For the past century, you have enjoyed life in the Iron Hammer Federation. I'm sure you're able to understand such simple logic. Luolan's words cut deep into Fong Ke, and he attacked her in a fit of guilty rage. He did not summon any phase. As a sovereign expert, he could still produce significant effects when he used his phase abilities without summoning them. Fong Ke had carefully aimed this attack at an area that Shadow could not block. He intended to end it all with this one attack. Fong Ke was even more powerful than the leaders of Black Gold tribes and Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. The leaders of Black Gold tribes and Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters were weaker than Shadow. However, Fong Ke had not expected the experts on the ground to leap into the air toward Luolan just as he was about to attack her. The experts with defense-type phase applied their shields onto Luolan. It was clear that by helping Luolan at this moment, they were making it clear that they were siding with her. For the sake of Luolan, these people attacked Fong Ke despite knowing that they were no match for him. This was proof of what Luolan had just declared to him. Apparently, these people were the dumb people with dignity, while he was the smart person without dignity. This immediately caused Fong Ke to seethe, and he bellowed, "Charge ahead! Blood Claw charging wolf!" With Fong Ke's roar, a man with long hair the color of blood appeared next to him. This man's face was strangely vile and emanated cruelty. He looked at everyone as though they were delicious meals. Fays were only obedient to their masters. Fong Ke had been around Luolan often when she was young. As such, the blood claw charging wolf was very familiar with her. But now that Fong Ke's will had changed, the blood claw charging wolf's attitude toward her and the other experts from the tribes had also changed. The blood claw charging wolf raised its claw-tipped hand and let out a fearsome howl. Soon, the image of blood-red wolves appeared in the sky. The wolves started charging wildly about in the sky, kicking up a blood-colored gust that was tinged with the metallic flavor of blood. As was his habit, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the blood claw charging wolf. This was when he saw that the blood claw charging wolf was one of the rare fays that had 4 types: blood type, dark type, gold type, and wind type. Apparently, the blood claw charging wolf had already gone through 3 elemental mutations. Elemental mutations were the rarest type of mutation. The floating island whale was distinct from the island whale because it had gone through an elemental mutation. Although the blood claw charging wolf's elemental mutations were clearly not as complete as that of Universe, it was considered a historical miracle for it to have gone through 4 slight elemental mutations. Lin Yuan was fully capable of using another method to obtain fays with such strong potential. The acid corrosion queen bee had been an obedient puppy recently while it worked on increasing its power. Currently, it had already reached Diamond X/Legend and was about to reach Fantasy Breed. The acid corrosion queen bee lived off of red thorn, but was not restricted by Lin Yuan's spirit chi professional rank. Once the acid corrosion queen bee evolved to Fantasy Breed, Lin Yuan could use his resources to continue increasing its power. The acid corpse poison bee could be hosted within other phase, and the blood claw charging wolf was the best potential host. The acid corrosion queen bee's control over life forms that the acid corpse poison bee had hosted was not restricted by the freshness of the target. It would not face any resistance from the target's spiritual energy and soul power when it was hosted in corpses. Thus, the acid corrosion queen bee was fully capable of taking control of powerful lifeforms through the acid corpse poison bee. The acid corrosion queen bee could produce around 6 of the acid corpse poison bee. By calculations, the acid corrosion queen bee could produce another acid corpse poison bee each time it evolved by a significant extent. Even when it reached Immortal, it would only be able to produce 9 of the acid corpse poison bee at most. Thus, Lin Yuan wanted to prioritize quality and carefully pick each fey that the acid corpse poison bee hosted. At that moment, Fang Ku was clearly intent on killing Luolan and the tribe members who were protecting her. He wanted to use his power to catch all his prey in one net. Although the tribe members had hesitation in their eyes as they faced the blood claw charging wolf, they eventually decided against retreating and chose to stick by Luolan. In the midst of a crisis, Luolan had appeared to save all of them. Thus, there was no reason for them to abandon her in her time of need. All the tribes who were present already saw Luolan as the true ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation. Luolan looked relieved and glad when she saw the tribe members shielding her. Ever since Fang Ku appeared, Luolan had not expressed any fear of him. This was because Lin Yuan had placed an expert by her side to protect her and because he was right next to her as well. As the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, Luolan was well aware of what kind of power the leader of the Yang family had possessed when he was ruling the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan was capable of completely transforming the Divine Wood Federation with ease. How could Fang Ku, who had not even reached pinnacle Immortal, be of any concern to him? Although Fang Ku had summoned the Sovereign/Immortal 8 Blood Claw charging wolf, Luolan was not afraid. Lin Yuan was touched by the willingness of the Iron Hammer Federation's experts to protect Luolan when she was threatened. Now was the time to settle this sudden commotion. Lin Yuan watched as Fang Ku's fei swiped a dark red claw at Luolan and the tribe experts, and he reached out a finger to point at it. The pink gem at the corner of Lin Yuan's eye turned into a stream of water. The stream of water swirled around Lin Yuan's finger before shooting over to Fang Ku. The stream of water's attack on Fang Ku appeared weak, but at the moment it made contact with his attack, it released an explosion of power that completely negated his attack. The stream of water turned into sprays of water that rained down, each moving toward the blood claw charging wolf's claws. Once the water negated the blood claw charging wolf's attack, it gathered back together and shot through Fang Ku's temple, dragging out a fountain of blood with it as it emerged from the other side of his head. None of the blood stained the stream of water. The large net trapped the blood claw charging wolf and was soon alight with the faint glow of flames. The glow of flames locked away the blood claw charging wolf's power and prevented it from activating its immortal body. This sudden occurrence shocked not only the experts who had been willing to lay down their lives to protect Luolan, but even Luolan, who already knew that Lin Yuan was capable of solving the problem. Luolan had not expected it to be so effortless for Lin Yuan to solve the issue. At that moment, Luolan suddenly felt that becoming a member of the Astronomical Parliament was an even luckier opportunity than being born as the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan did not stay after solving the issue but returned to the underground palace instead. However, he did not know that he had just cemented himself as a legend in the Iron Hammer Federation. The legend would say that after the Iron Hammer Federation's goddess saved the citizens, a godly being even more powerful than the goddess had wrapped himself in moonlight in the middle of the blazing day and used sand and vines to save the entire Iron Hammer Federation. When the goddess was later threatened by a traitor, the godly being had used a stream of water to protect her. The Iron Hammer Federation had always worshipped the snow beast on the snowy mountain. But ever since this event, a statue of a god shrouded in moonlight and wielding a stream of water and sand appeared in the snow beast's temple. This statue represented rich fertility. There was a statue of the goddess next to the godly being, who was only one head shorter than the godly being. The shrine in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul started to change. He had not had a chance to investigate the changed shrine yet, but the faith power continued to accumulate. Lin Yuan believed that it would be better to possess as much faith power as possible. Thus, he also yearned to accumulate it. He was always thinking of ways to gather as much faith power as possible. Lin Yuan did not think about faith power with this appearance. But once he returned to the underground palace, he noticed that there were many more dots of light in the shrine in his soul. He realized that the tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation were good sources of faith power. Lin Yuan intended to give Luolan some instructions once she returned. Now that he had made good on his promise to her, he had the right to request anything of her. With help from Luolan, who was currently the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation but was soon going to be its ruler, Lin Yuan would eventually be able to attain the faith of every tribe member from the Iron Hammer Federation. But it went without saying that these were all just hypothetical plans at this stage. The most important thing that Lin Yuan needed to do now was come up with a way to combat fifth-page truth. Luolan had appeared and used her own means to control the situation. The tribe members who had traveled all the way here and had managed to keep from starving to death while being held captive by the Sea of Flowers were the most elite combat power that the tribes could offer. With these people loyal to Luolan, she would be able to take back the throne from Luo Kai as long as the Truth Association did not step in to help him. With the crown on her head, Luolan had a much more legitimate claim to the throne than Luo Kai. Although Luolan had been shocked by Lin Yuan's methods, she was not shocked when he left. Rather, she turned to the experts around her who had wanted to shield her and said, "Go and continue handing out the vines. Once everyone has eaten a leaf, each of them can keep 2 leaves and 1 vine for themselves. After eating 1 leaf, they won't have to eat again for the next 5 to 10 days. With the vines, they won't have to worry about food for the next month." Luolan jumped down from the statue made of sand and started to heal the injured tribe members just like she did before. Not all the tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation had arrived at the border at the same time. Thus, there were still more who were entering the Sea of Flowers under orders of the Imperial Guards. Silver Corona gathered them within the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers, and the members of the Black Gold tribes immediately handed the soldier ration radishes to them to save those who were on the brink of starvation. Lin Yuan knew that he had ruined the Truth Association's plan for the Iron Hammer Federation to start a war, and that news of this would soon reach fifth-page Truth and Luo Kai. At that time, both parties would jump into action. What Lin Yuan needed to do next was wait. For the next 2 days, Lin Yuan's life was abnormally quiet. But he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Luolan had already returned to the underground palace. She had not had a single night of good rest ever since she found out that her father was dead and she had to flee from the Iron Hammer Federation. She had just been working non-stop for 2 days. But when she returned to the underground palace, she looked extremely excited. Lin Yuan could see gratitude brimming in her eyes. He did not give her the chance to thank him and said, "You should have done all you needed to do in the past 2 days. You've done well. Much better than I imagined. What are you planning on doing next with the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members?" Luolan was silent for a moment before she said, "Lord Lin Yuan, none of the experts from the Iron Hammer Federation need to keep their heads low out of hunger anymore. I want to bring some of them with me to take back the Imperial Court. I know that you are almighty. I can't deal with the Truth Association, so please provide your protection. However, Luokai killed my father and ruined the future of the entire Iron Hammer Federation. It will take more than 20 years for the population of the Iron Hammer Federation to recover. I want to personally lead these tribe members who are lucky enough to survive into the imperial court to seek revenge against Luo Chao. Lin Yuan looked at Luo Lan with surprise. He had not expected her to be so hot-blooded. Luo Lan wanted to lead the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members back to the Iron Hammer Federation. With the soldier ration radishes, they did not have to fear going hungry. However, things were not as simple as Luo Lan thought. Lin Yuan did not know what fifth-page truth was capable of. His goal was to reduce the entire Startling Lines continent into a mayhem of bloodshed until all the citizens from the three federations lost their lives to war. Lin Yuan had saved these tribe members who had been slated to be collected by the Grim Reaper. It was likely that fifth-page truth would still find a way to claim their lives. Thus, it was a very dangerous decision for Luo Lan to lead the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members back to the imperial court at such a time. Ta Lei City was still in the process of being built. Although there was help from the land imps, there were not enough spirit craftsmen or manpower to start carving into the scaffolding that the land imps had set up. Ever since the construction of Ta Lei City began, Lin Yuan saw it as the core of the entire Startling Lines continent, as well as the largest customer for Sky City's resources. Hence, the size and scale of the city were comparable to that of Sacred Forest City. In fact, it was even larger than Sacred Forest City. This was why construction was still not done despite having help from so many land imps. It was Ta Lei City to take in more than 100 million people. It would be a good decision for Luo Lan to lead the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members to Ta Lei City and help to set it up. With so many helpers, Ta Lei City would likely be done in a few weeks. It would not be too late for Luo Lan to lead the tribe members back to the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court after the dust had settled. Luo Lan, I understand you want to get your revenge, but this clearly isn't the right time. I'm sure you know about how Seventh Page War conquered the 7 states of darkness and caused all the lifeforms there to be in utter misery. Fifth Page Truth is also one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon, so he definitely won't be more merciful than Seventh Page War. If you take the tribe members back now, you might be stopped by Fifth Page War before you even make it halfway back. You've seen Ta Lei and been to the city he's building. You should settle the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members back in Ta Lei City for now and help him with the construction of the city. Don't worry. Once everything is settled, I will leave the handling of Luo Kai to you. When Luo Lan heard what Lin Yuan said, she knew that she had been overzealous about revenge. She had heard about Tower Cannon from Su Irin. But when the time came for her to seek revenge, she forgot about Tower Cannon's terrifying might. If she could not take the tribe members back to the Iron Hammer Federation, she would have an issue with finding a place for them to settle down. Although the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes were united, they also fought frequently. Once they were all full but were still stuck in the Sea of Flowers, Luo Lan could not guarantee that they would not stop fighting amongst themselves. Luckily, Lin Yuan had already come up with a place they could stay. Ta Lei had joined the Astronomical Parliament earlier than her. He might just be a member from one of the Iron Hammer Federation's Black Iron tribes while she was the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, but she dared not underestimate him. This was because she had heard Ta Lei call Lin Yuan master more than once. Lin Yuan had not agreed to being addressed in such a way, but he had not stopped Ta Lei either. If these tribes with growing populations settled down in Ta Lei City and helped him to build it, the tribe members would gain a better-than-average safe haven as well as be doing a favor for him. Luo Lan bowed to Lin Yuan before she said, Lord Lin Yuan, I won't express my gratitude in words. From now on, use me as you please. Luo Lan suddenly felt as though there were 2 pairs of eyes on her. She turned and saw that the gazes were coming from the silver armor-wearing young man who was always by Lin Yuan's side and Wen Yu, who also occupied a golden throne in the Astronomical Parliament. Both Wen Yu and Lu Jie were looking at Luo Lan with slightly flustered eyes. Luo Lan also noticed that her words were slightly inappropriate and quickly explained, Lord Lin Yuan, what I mean is that I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, These are all the deals we have already made. You don't need to thank me. But since you already did, keep the bracelet. There are hundreds of the diamond item-storing walnuts inside the bracelet. You don't just eat to fill your stomach. There isn't much taste to the soldier ration radish. The bracelet is spatial equipment. When you wear it, you can control it using your spiritual energy. There are various ingredients inside the diamond item-storing walnuts. Once you reach Tale City, you can distribute the ingredients and give everyone a few feasts. The soldier ration radish's leaves and vines that you've already given out can act as an emergency food supply. The soldier ration radish's leaves and vines contain an immense amount of vitality. On top of that, they don't go bad for a long time, so you don't have to worry when storing them. The food inside the diamond item-storing walnuts were obtained from a chamber of commerce in the Divine Wood Federation. When the two federations start to exchange resources in the future, the Iron Hammer Federation won't have to worry about the risk of starvation during winter. With this, I've fulfilled my promise to you. Luo Lan bowed deeply to Lin Yuan again. She had not known him for long, but her impression of him was slowly deepening. Since she was a member of the Astronomical Parliament, she was technically Lin Yuan's subordinate. Normally, a superior would not make promises to a subordinate. However, Lin Yuan did not take his promise to her lightly. Rather, he had fulfilled it in a short span of time. Moreover, Lin Yuan was a very gentle person and was more than willing to spare a thought for her and the tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation. An example of this was when he used the source sand to deliver the soldier ration radishes to the tribes at the periphery. If the soldier ration radish had been planted in the Iron Hammer Federation, the tribe members would not have been bothered by hunger during winter. Lin Yuan had given her such a large amount of the soldier ration radishes without hesitation. It was difficult to gauge the value of the soldier ration radish. To a federation, such a large amount of the soldier ration radish could stabilize a faction when it was in danger. Every leaf of the soldier ration radish could save a life. Even without the soldier ration radishes, the over 600 diamond item-storing walnuts that Lin Yuan had given her were valued at over 10 million great lush dollars apart from Lin Yuan. Su Irin was also very kind to her. Tale, Bei Su, and the rest were also very friendly to her. She did not feel awkward when she communicated with them through the thoughts letter paper. Luo Lan's heart warmed as she looked at Lin Yuan. She ignored Wen Yu and Lu Jie, who were looking at her, and went up to Lin Yuan to wrap her arms around him. It was not a strong hug, and Luo Lan drifted out of the underground palace like a light breeze once the hug was over to organize the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched after Luo Lan hugged him. He did not think much of the hug and attributed it to her being overly happy. However, Lin Yuan felt he had been hugged too many times in the past 6 months. In the next few days, the tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation were gathered under the flag of Luo Lan, as she led all of them into Tale's city. Tale had long become the pride of the Horseshoe tribe. Despite being the city lord, Tale personally ushered Luo Lan and the other leaders of tribes and creation masters into the city. A few months ago, Tale had only been a young boy in a faction. Although he had become a creation master after joining the Astronomical Parliament, his heart was just as pure as it had always been. His pure-heartedness was reserved for the Astronomical Parliament. But in a way, he had already become a black-hearted maggot that was sufficiently merciless. This was all due to Su Irin. If Tale's city was small, it would be fine. However, his was a metropolis that was even larger than Sacred Forest City. If he did not grow quickly into his role as the city lord, he would eventually be replaced. Su Irin had seen how stiff competition was amongst the Astronomical Parliament's members. However, this was not intentional but was because the members were individually too outstanding. If she did not work hard to improve himself, she would eventually lose her presence among the ever-increasing members. Su Irin could clearly feel that she had not improved as much when she had been a dark envoy as during the few months since she had joined Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan not only had members of the Astronomical Parliament beside him. People like Lu Jie and Listen were shining in their own way. Her heart had not been set when she first arrived at the underground palace. Tale was the one who had spent the longest time by her side. Su Irin did not want him to end up replaced. Luolan dared not think lightly of Ta Lei, but ever since she found out about his background, she understood why the experts from the Black Gold and Platinum tribes had not thought much of him. Ta Lei experienced such an attitude against him when a member of a Platinum tribe provoked him. At that time, he sent out the expert Lin Yuan had assigned to him to kill that expert from the Platinum tribe. Through this, he had demonstrated his prowess as a city lord. He planned out the residences for the tribe members in Luolan's stead. At first, Ta Lei did not feel a sense of belonging to the Iron Hammer Federation. Luolan had helped many tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation, but the Horseshoe tribe had not been one of them. Rather, the Horseshoe tribe had almost been killed by a tribe with a Class 2 creation master. If he had not encountered Lin Yuan, his entire family would be dead. Thus, Ta Lei was not afraid in the slightest of these legendary large factions, as well as the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. Ta Lei and Su Iren had maintained contact through the Thoughts letter paper, and she had given him a lot of advice. Through this, Ta Lei found out that Lin Yuan was the one who had saved these tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation. Ta Lei knew that Lin Yuan would not permit any of these tribe members to lay a hand on him. Ta Lei's attitude took Luolan by surprise. Luolan first thought that Ta Lei would act friendly and respectful when he found out who she was. Nonetheless, she suppressed this sense of inappropriateness. This enormous city belonged to Ta Lei. It was still somewhat acceptable for him to make arrangements in her stead. When many tribe members did not move after hearing about Ta Lei's arrangements, Luolan immediately rebuked the tribe leaders. She had just saved the lives of all the tribe members, and all of them now saw her as a goddess. Thus, no matter how indignant the tribe members felt, they started moving according to Ta Lei's arranged residences. Ta Lei knew that these tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation had come to his incomplete city to help with construction. It was reasonable for him to assign jobs to them as the city lord of this giant city. However, he did not do so. Ta Lei was aware of how these tribe leaders saw him. He had decided on the residences in Luolan's stead because he wanted to maintain his pride and duty as the city lord. If he could not keep up his pride or carry out his duty, he would be sending Lin Yuan a sign that he was incapable. After he did this, he could take a back seat to other matters and leave them to Luolan. Ta Lei did not have to worry about how much effort the tribe members put into helping out in the city. He could just send out assessors and inform Luolan of the results. If anyone slacked off and did not put effort into building the city, Luolan would take care of them. Ta Lei knew how important the city's construction was to Lin Yuan. In the past, Ta Lei had been a clueless young boy from a small tribe, but after his time with Su Iren, Ta Lei understood what kind of position he held as the core of the three federations. It was clear that Lin Yuan intended to use the city to nurture his affiliated factions. All the people who had benefited from Lin Yuan would move into the city. Besides carrying out his duty as the city lord, Ta Lei needed to invest more of his effort into increasing his power. Everything was calm over the next few days. But deep in the palace of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court, a young man with hard features and sly eyes currently had his brow deeply furrowed as he listened to the anxious report from the elderly man standing below him. His fist made grinding noises as he squeezed it tighter and tighter. All of a sudden, the young man's patience ran out, and he slammed a hand down on the armrest of his seat and yelled, "Useless! You're all useless! Why hasn't Fang Ku returned?" The elderly man started trembling when Luo Kai slammed his hand down on the armrest. When Luo Kai had been by the previous king's side, he had always appeared formal and professional. Apart from his mediocrity, no one could find any issues with him. But ever since he became the king of the Iron Hammer Federation and had numerous powerful experts at his beck and call, he started acting unreasonably and recklessly. The elderly man was an emperor-class expert and a butler within the imperial court who was in charge of delivering information. He was afraid that Luo Kai would vent his ire on him. There was already another butler who Luo Kai had killed while he was delivering information. That butler had died an unnecessary death. Luo Kai had been the one who requested to receive the reports, but he lost his temper when the content of the reports did not meet his satisfaction, threatening the lives of everyone in the imperial court. However, Luo Kai had asked him a question, and he could not leave him hanging. Your Majesty, Lord Feng Ku hasn't returned. Luo Kai picked up something and tossed it at the elderly man. At that moment, an almost negligible aura emerged from the depths of the palace. Luo Kai's entire demeanor changed when he sensed this aura. You're dismissed. If Feng Ku returns, send him to my room immediately. The elderly man was an emperor-class expert and had also sensed the aura from the depths of the imperial court. He knew that the person this aura belonged to had saved him. Yet, he did not feel a shred of happiness. The elderly man noticed a few times while he was giving his report that there had been a person wearing a red-gray robe standing next to Luo Kai. Luo Kai's gaze would flicker toward this person before he gave any order, as though he was seeking this person's opinion. This told the elderly man that an unknown faction was controlling Luo Kai. The elderly man was extremely sorrowful, but there was nothing he could do with the power he had. He could tell that many servants in the imperial court had lost their respect for Luo Kai, despite many of them having been promoted to their positions by him. Most of the servants within the imperial court came from yellow gold tribes. Luo Kai had dispatched all of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes in the middle of winter, with rampant food scarcity. The reason for invading the Divine Wood Federation in order to obtain food to tide them over this crisis was not convincing. He had even sent all of the weak women and elderly to the Divine Wood Federation as well. Luo Kai had met with immediate opposition after giving out this order. However, all those who had opposed him had disappeared in the night and were never to be seen again. As such, no one else dared to stand against him. Even if these people's disappearance was not related to Luo Kai, it had to be caused by the faction controlling him. Luo Kai had to be aware of this. The more the elderly man thought about it, the sadder he became. He wondered how many of his family members in the tribe were still alive. After the elderly man left, a figure dressed in a gray-red robe walked out from within the palace. Luo Kai jumped to his feet when he saw this figure leave his seat empty as he said respectfully, "My lord, please take a seat." The figure dressed in the gray-red robe did not stand on ceremony and planted himself on the throne that was supposed to be reserved for the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation. Luo Kai bowed and asked tentatively, "Lord, when will I be able to officially join the Truth Association?" The moment the last word left Luo Kai's lips, a withered hand reached out from underneath the robe and closed its fingers around his neck before lifting him up from the ground. Luo Kai had also done the same to other servants when he lost his temper. He had not expected being choked and struggling to breathe would bring with it such discomfort and misery. Luo Kai knew that the possibility of him being killed by this person was very high, just like how he had helped him kill his uncle. Luo Kai's brain was so lacking in oxygen that he was already feeling dizzy. But he never stopped struggling. The withered hand forcefully tossed him away a moment later, and he crashed to the ground below the platform. Although he was an A-rank spirit chi professional, this fall had broken most of his bones, and all of his internal organs were in pain. At that moment, a hoarse voice said, "Didn't you say nothing would go wrong with the plan? Your plan has ruined Lord Truth's plan. Do you think I should let you live? After messing up everything, you dare to ask to join the Truth Association." Luo Kai was not clear on what was happening, but it was obvious that the Truth Association knew more than him. He said in a low voice, "Lord, please tell me straight. If I've done anything wrong, I will do my best to make up for it." The figure vanished from the throne, and in the next moment, Luo Kai felt himself being kicked to the stone pillar at the center of the hall. A low voice was accompanied by the sound of Luo Kai spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Make up for it? Your cousin Luolan has already gathered all of the tribe members you sent out. There is a way for you to make up for it. The leaders of the tribes pleaded with you and managed to leave 20% of each of their tribe's members at home to upkeep the tribe. Go and deal with them." Luo Kai had been coughing violently while lying in a crumpled heap on the ground. His eyes filled with blood when he heard what the figure said, and he replied anxiously while coughing, "Lord." It was agreed that these people, before he could finish speaking, the hoarse voice interrupted him. "When I promised to let these people live, it was because you assured me that nothing would go wrong with the plan. Now that your plan is riddled with issues and affected Lord Truth's plan, The deaths of these people is just a small way of compensating Lord Truth. Luo Kai, you know what Lord Truth's plan is. You were willing to send out 80% of the tribe members. Why are you trembling in fear now? If Lord Envoy hears of this, he will definitely be enraged. If he's angry, you will not continue to live on this earth. The figure wearing red-gray robes walked over to Luo Kai and grabbed his short hair, lifting him off the ground. The words that came next were all enunciated slowly. If you don't do this properly, I'll get someone to take your place. Don't forget how you managed to become king of the Iron Hammer Federation. The Truth Association can place you in this seat and just as easily give it to someone else instead. I'm sure your replacement will be able to do this well. A deep resentment floated to the surface of Luo Kai's gaze. He knew that if he shook his head, his life would immediately come to an end. He did not have a rightful claim to the Iron Hammer Federation's throne. The Freezing Hammer tribe had always been the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation. Although Luolan was the only direct descendant of the Freezing Hammer tribe, it had many collateral descendants, such as Luo Kai. All of his brothers and sisters were equally as ambitious as him. If any of them saw the opportunity to replace him, they would be more than willing to do so. The only thing he could do was nod and agree. He had already sinned against the Iron Hammer Federation. As long as he had the support of the Iron Hammer Federation, the matter could be attributed to an early error as the king of the Federation. But if he laid a hand on the remaining 20% of tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation, he would never be able to wash his sins away, even with the support of the Truth Association. He sensed that the hand grabbing his hair had increased in force. He screamed as though he was in extreme grief. Lord, give me a chance to make reparations. I will definitely perform well. But can I ask what else I'll have to do after this matter is over? The moment Luo Kai was done speaking, the withered hand let go and dropped him. The figure wearing red-gray robes said mockingly, "Once you're done with this matter, you won't need to do anything else. The Truth Association will leave the Iron Hammer Federation tomorrow. I want to see the person who dared to ruin Lord Truth's plan. Once we leave the Truth Association, best of luck to you." The figure dressed in red-gray robes walked back into the depths of the palace. In the expansive hall, Luo Kai struggled to climb to his feet. He used the sleeve of his lavish clothes to wipe the blood from his chin. He used to have a group of servants in the imperial court who were loyal to only him. They were sufficient to protect him. But if he attacked the remaining tribe members on the Truth Association's order, would those servants still remain loyal to him? All of these previously loyal servants knew that there was a powerful force behind him. At that time, even if the people from the Truth Association left the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court, he would have to pretend they were still present in order to use scare tactics to protect himself. The people from the Truth Association rarely showed themselves, and it would be possible for him to keep up the lie. Luo Kai only hoped that the Truth Association could handle the matter cleanly and for none of the dispatched tribe members to return one day. Otherwise, he would truly have to experience being hunted. There was a wide room with numerous well-crafted shelves. The material that the shelves were made from had been soaked in spirit chi. Although they had not become fully jade-textured, it was jade-textured to a significant extent. In a place like the Startling Lines continent where there had been no Class 5 creation masters, the shelves were representative of one's elite status. A man wearing plain robes was sitting at a table and holding a thick volume. There were many pieces of paper sandwiched between the pages of the book, and the pieces of paper were covered with markings. Clearly, the book's owner had flipped through it countless times. Currently, the book's owner was in serious thought and not concentrating on the book at all. Ever since Jin Chenxuan attended his first Truth Association meeting, he had attended them more frequently on a basis of every 2 to 3 days. Each time he would relay the information he received from the meeting to Su Iran and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had provided Jin Chenxuan with enough motivation for him to be willing to do such things. Jin Chenxuan knew that he could not rely on his first brother for information. He was not the type to be hung up on such things. He would immediately attract suspicion if he suddenly became interested in them. Since he could not obtain information from home, he went out and participated in many social events despite usually disliking such gatherings. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Great Lush Federation was full of scholars. The stronger the faction, the more they would push their younger generation to garner more knowledge. Knowledge could be passed on, and an ocean of information had been recorded in bound volumes. Only true successors could read these books. Thus, gatherings meant to discuss and research academia almost only consisted of the Great Lush Federation's elite. Jin Qianxuan dared not stand out too much. As such, he had only attended for such gatherings. He learned that the other elites had the same guesses as he and his second brother. A few of them had been too hasty and went to feedback the matter to the heads of their families. As a result, they had been tamped down to different extents. There was a rumor that the youngest young master of the Shang family, who had been beloved by his family, had even lost his life because of this. This confirmed Jin Qianxuan's guess. There was currently only one topic being addressed during the Truth Association's meetings, which was that all the families of the Great Lush Federation were to lead their members to the border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation tomorrow. The faction members found out from the Truth Association about how the Iron Hammer Federation had invaded the Divine Wood Federation. But because of his link to Lin Yuan, Jin Qianxuan knew that the Iron Hammer Federation's invasion of the Divine Wood Federation had not been successful. The Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members had suffered heavy losses on the long journey but were eventually saved by Lin Yuan. Given the Truth Association's impressive means, there was no way they were unaware of this. Yet, they were hiding the truth from the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families, who were the main sources of power in the Great Lush Federation. What could be the goal of instructing the families to lead their members in an all-out attack? Jin Qianxuan could not make an accurate prediction. However, his prediction was inconsequential. All he needed to do was relay all the information he received to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan received the information from Jin Qianxuan through the Thoughts letter paper. In the past few days, many Immortal experts had entered the Flower Sea. Once it was confirmed that these experts were loyal to the Truth Association, Purple Love had killed all of them. Although Lin Yuan already had his own prediction after reading the information he received from Jin Qianxuan, he still felt it necessary to hold a small meeting to discuss the matter. When Yu and Lu Jie had remained by Lin Yuan's side for the past few days. Although Lin Yuan had agreed to help Su Iran reclaim the Dark Continent and fight it out with Seventh Page War after settling the situation in the Startling Lines continent, the construction of the harbor in the Great Lush Federation had to come first. The marine route between the Great Lush Federation and Dark Continent that would be opened by Waluan leading a fleet from the Violent Wind Federation could be started at a later date. There was no rush for it. After all, the ethereal jellyfish only had 3 opportunities to build the space tunnel. Although Lin Yuan possessed a large number of the item-storing walnuts and thus did not have to worry about lacking spatial energy to use the space tunnel, it was still necessary to use them judiciously. Once the space tunnel was built, any person could only travel inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad that Lin Yuan possessed. It was a huge drain on resources, and Lin Yuan had already decided where the next space tunnel would be built. Lin Yuan intended to construct a space tunnel between the Return from Faraway Mansion and Universe once it took to the air. This would allow the people on Universe to return to the Return from Faraway Mansion in an instant. No matter how many external factions and territories Lin Yuan set up, his home was the Return from Faraway Mansion. Once the matters in the Startling Lines continent were settled, Universe would have been nourished by sufficient pure water elemental energy and pure spirit chi for it to evolve to fantasy breed and myth breed. Once Universe evolved to myth breed, Lin Yuan could start building Sky City on its back. After Universe evolved to Diamond/Legend, it had no obstacles blocking its comprehension of willpower runes. Now was the time for Universe to comprehend a willpower rune. Almost all of the white-clothed followers who Lin Yuan had nurtured first already had 2 Fays who were stuck at Diamond X/Fantasy V. These Fays were the high-quality bronze Fays that Lin Yuan had gifted them for becoming white-clothed followers. It would not be long before Lin Yuan would be able to obtain a large amount of spirit chi crystals from the white-clothed followers. Before the spirit chi crystals were used to increase the power of the perfect touch wisteria, they could be used to evolve Universe to myth breed. Lin Yuan had been waiting for a long time to start building Sky City on Universe's back. Universe's exclusive skill floating island's secret realm would not only enable it to build a special space on its back after consuming wind elemental energy, but would also allow its flesh to have powerful fusion ability. Any life form, dead or alive, could be planted in Universe's fat and become its nourishment. Both the space created and the fusion ability were related to the purity of the elemental energy. With the element well, Lin Yuan could create maximum space on Universe's back and increase the fusion ability to the greatest extent. With Floating Island's secret realm, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to build Sky City on Universe's back. Lin Yuan had a clear plan for what he was going to do next. Wen Yu and Lu Jie were aware of his intentions. As such, both of them had been helping with matters in the Startling Lines continent for the past few days to take some of the load off Su Iren's back. Lin Yuan did not invite many people to attend his war meeting. He only invited Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Su Iren, Purple Love, and the Mother of Bloodbath. When Purple Love was not killing the members of the Truth Association who had entered the Sea of Flowers, she was spending time with the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath was Jade Sundial's child, and its name Bloodlove was a derivative of Purple Love's own. Purple Love felt that she owed the Mother of Bloodbath far too much after all the years of abandonment it had to endure. But now, Purple Love finally had a chance to spend an extended period with the Mother of Bloodbath. Thus, she could not lather enough love on the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath had gone with Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation to train. Besides not being aware of the astronomical parliament, it knew almost everything that Lin Yuan did. The Mother of Bloodbath did not have a shred of talent when it came to strategic planning, but it had a unique way of seeing things. Listen was one of the main members of Sky City. The impending fight with the Truth Association would involve the future of the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan had not invited Listen and Luo Lan to attend because Listen's talents lay in networking and business management. He was preparing to build a new system of commerce in the Startling Lines continent with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce at the center. For this, he had contracted a vitality sloth and was so busy every day that he had not even had time to sleep. At this time, Luo Lan needed to settle the tribe members who had just moved into Ta Lei City. People did not feel many other emotions when they were starving. But once they were fed and free, they would be bombarded by emotions anew. By Luo Lan's calculations, more than 400 million tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation had managed to survive. However, almost all of them had lost at least one loved one to the havoc. Grief permeated the air in Ta Lei's territory. The sorrow would only deflate after enough time had passed. Luo Lan was doing all she could to soothe these tribe members as well as tend to the spirit chi professionals who were injured. At the start of the meeting, Lin Yuan explained the entire situation. After listening to what Lin Yuan said, both Wen Yu and Su Iren fell into deep thought. Purple Love was flummoxed. As a heavenly family fae, Purple Love had never participated in the squabbles between humans. If not because of Lin Yuan, she would never have allowed the Heavenly Family Cottage to form an alliance with the human-led Radiance Federation. Nonetheless, she could tell that something was wrong from the content of Lin Yuan's explanation. Fifth Page Truth's goal was likely to gather all of the humans in the Startling Lines continent and force the three federations to go to war with each other. There was no way that the Great Lush Federation would emerge as the victor of the war. Could it be that Fifth Page Truth's motive was not to gain something from the result of the war but just to ensure that the war took place? At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath, who had not spoken since the meeting began, said with a twinge of fear, "I'm sure all of you have heard of the fae called the Offering which Dappled Spider. I encountered one once when I was still maturing. If it had not been caught by the spirit guards, both Sister Summer and I would have lost our lives." Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Purple Love, and Su Iren's eyes widened. The Offering which Dappled Spider was far too famous for its own good. Firstly, the Offering which Dappled Spider had one of the most elite spider species fae bloodlines. The carcinoma faes were fearsome in their destruction of the environment and faes around it. They had low intelligence and only acted on instinct. Hence, they were never described as evil. However, the Offering which Dappled Spider was always described as evil. It was blood dash, dark dash, and poison type. It was skilled at using blood dash, dark dash, and poison-type energy. After the offering which dappled spider laid its eggs, it would hide them in the stone cracks under fallen leaves. The offering which dappled spider's maternal duties were done the moment it laid its eggs. There was even a high chance that it would eat its own eggs. The offering which dappled spider's eggs had concentrated blood dash, dark dash, and poison-type energy. Thus, they were very nourishing for the offering which dappled spider. Because of this, it was very rare for an egg to hatch successfully. Even if the eggs were not eaten by their mothers and managed to hatch, they would immediately launch into a bloody fight with each other after hatching. The young offering which dappled spiders killed their siblings in order to consume their flesh and strengthen their feeble newly hatched selves. Only one of the offering which dappled spiders would be able to leave alive. It would do its best to flee as far from its birthplace as possible. There was a predisposition in the offering which dappled spider's genes for it to flee from its birthplace in order to hide from its mother. Once the offering which dappled spider had fled far enough away, it would dig up or rob the nest of a spider species Fae and begin weaving its cocoon there. Then it would fall into a decade-long slumber. While it was sleeping, it was very vulnerable, making it ideal food for many underground lifeforms. But if the offering which dappled spider was able to make it through its child stage, it would start to leave a horrible bloody trail behind it. The offering which dappled spider would use one of the 3 types of energy in its body to concoct a special venom. When the venom was injected into a target, the target would go mad with hunger and attack any and all lifeforms that were near it. There was a high chance that the lifeforms attacked by the starving target would end up poisoned by the venom as well. The spirit guards had decided to capture the offering which dappled spider because it killed all the lifeforms in a 1,000-meter radius wherever it went. The offering which dappled spider poisoned so many lives so it could activate the venom in their bodies when it was no longer able to evolve itself. It would then sacrifice the vitality in the poisoned lifeforms to earn a breakthrough for itself. Although the mother of Bloodbath had not made its prediction clear, it could only have brought up the offering which dappled spider to compare it to 5th page truth. During their discussion, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie had not considered it from this perspective. It was blasphemy to nature to sacrifice all the life forms in a continent for oneself. Not even those who were devoid of conscience would do so. However, from the example of what had happened to the Dark Continent, it showed that Tower Cannon was only ever self-serving. Thus, it was actually conceivable for 5th page truth to do such a thing. Purple Love was silent for a moment before she said, I have also been wondering what 5th page truth's reason could be for pushing the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members on such a long journey that resulted in the death and injury of so many. After hearing what Little Love said, I was reminded of something. The Heavenly Family Cottage has interacted with Tower Cannon before. 5th page truth is much more unhinged than 7th page war. 7th page war had the courage to attack the Dark Continent but would never dare to lay a hand on the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Yet, 5th page truth did so and has been trying to cover this deed up ever since. He is not afraid of the Heavenly Family Cottage hunting him down at all. As such, it's absolutely likely for him to sacrifice the entire Startling Lines continent for his own benefit. The more she spoke, the deeper she furrowed her brow, and the more difficult it became for her to hide her look of utter loathing. Although the Heavenly Family Cottage was a faction that was meant for Heavenly Family Fays to lie low, they had always done what they could to protect Fays and maintain the balance between Fays and humans. The Heavenly Family Cottage had played a big role in the signing of the agreement between the various federations and the Sea Clans. Purple Love always saw her grudge against 5th page truth as personal. However, if 5th page truth was really aiming for such a thing, he would be doing harm to the entire main world. For the sake of the entire main world, 5th page truth had to die. Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and Lin Yuan shared a look when they heard what Purple Love said before casting their gazes at Su Iran. When Su Iran saw Lin Yuan looking at her, she bit her lip and was silent for a few moments before she said, My urgency to seek revenge on 7th page war did not just come from my desire to avenge my grandmother, but also because she saw all the life forms in the Dark Continent as weeds after taking over. Everyone in the Imperial Court who was linked to the 7 states of darkness was killed. I'm sure the Radiance Federation also wants to nurture its young experts and provide them with resources. The 7 states of darkness had become one body but were still 7 different entities. Every entity wanted to nurture its outstanding young experts. But the young elites were also killed by 7th Page War because they had been nurtured by the Imperial Court. This was why I so badly wanted to kill 7th Page War and put an end to all this. But now that I think back to it, it was too childish of me to put my life on the line just because my absolute love poppy is special. 7th Page War might be human, but with the gap between our powers, I won't even be able to influence her thoughts, much less take control of her. Su Iran fixed her resolute eyes on Lin Yuan before she continued. Given what 7th Page War did, nothing 5th Page Truth does will be surprising. But I think what we need to find out now is how 5th Page Truth will benefit by using such a method. Lin Yuan rarely held such small meetings. Everyone present was smart and only brought up important points. Lin Yuan felt that he could hold more such small meetings to discuss matters in the future. Su Iran had made an important point, but it was not going to be easy to dig up any information about 5th Page Truth. Even until now, Jin Chenxuan had not even seen what 5th Page War looked like, much less be able to find out information about him. This was despite his position as a main member of a secret aristocratic family. Lin Yuan only found out the Truth Association's existence from the Truth Association's envoy in the Divine Wood Federation. If the situation was truly as the Mother of Bloodbath guessed, there was no way they could continue waiting for 5th Page War to come to them because they felt secure in having Purple Love and Begin Lady on their side. One could only imagine what 5th Page Truth would do in order to achieve this goal. Lin Yuan looked at Purple Love and asked, "Auntie Purple, since the Heavenly Family Cottage had interacted with Tower Cannon, you must know a fair amount about 5th Page Truth. Did you guess something? Which is why you became so certain after Blood Love spoke of the offering which dappled Spider. The inheritance that the Heavenly Family Cottage had been passing down for a millennium was their wealth. But the most precious of their treasures were the secrets they knew about experts. If the question had come from anyone else, Purple Love would absolutely not have answered. However, she saw Lin Yuan as one of her own. Purple Love started to reveal everything she knew about 5th Page Truth. More than 2 centuries have passed since I last crossed paths with 5th Page Truth. During our last encounter, he had just started walking down Heaven's path and had not awakened his birth horoscope yet. It is very likely that he has now. I can be certain that he is not human, but I am not sure what he actually is. All I know is that he spends all his free time hidden in a ball of flesh. The ball of flesh seems to be an entity of its own and not a precious instrument. My guess is that it is either a sacred source lifeform or linked to 5th Page Truth's main body. I only know of one of 5th Page Truth's sacred source lifeforms. I don't know its name, but it can control laws. The entire world was composed of laws. 5th Page Truth can strip laws using this sacred source lifeform. Once he does this, lifeforms with the same type of laws that are within the sacred source lifeform's range won't be able to use them. 5th Page Truth managed to touch Jade Sundial because she was in labor and her weak body was unprepared. Another reason was that 5th Page Truth's sacred source lifeform had taken control of many fire and light-type laws. After stripping those laws, Jade Sundial became severely restrained and would have been even if she possessed other types of laws. She was the Heavenly Family Fae that controlled the sun. Thus, her roots had been affected. I can only wonder what level of power 5th Page Truth's sacred source lifeform has reached. I might be a Heavenly Family Fae and thus cannot be considered in the same way as regular Faes, but I am also fearful of 5th Page Truth. This sacred source lifeform can manipulate laws, which are connected to souls and willpowers. 5th Page Truth has definitely contracted more than one sacred source lifeform. If 5th Page Truth intends to sacrifice the startling line's continent's lifeforms as ingredients, there is a high chance that it is related to a sacred source lifeform I'm unfamiliar with. Purple Love paused before continuing. I am certain of what Blood Love said because 5th Page Truth's methods are similar to the offering which dappled Spider in some ways. The offering which dappled Spider will first prepare its nest before it poisons other Faes with its venom. If 5th Page Truth is really behind the Truth Association, the Truth Association's appearance has stunted the entire Great Lush Federation's development. This must mean that he has already started scheming centuries ago. Lin Yuan, I remember hearing a conversation between when you and Luolan where Luolan mentioned that there were some tribe members who had been left at home because they were far too unsuitable for the long journey. They must be part of the firewood that fifth-page truth prepared for his flames. If our guess is correct, he will definitely make a move on those people. Lin Yuan's chest tightened, and he immediately said, Su Irin, go and contact Luolan and tell her to inform all the tribes to contact their members who were left at home. I want to receive reports immediately. If everything is fine, Lin Yuan froze at this moment, and a heavy sense of powerlessness overcame him. He had already silently agreed with the guess that the group had landed on. The tribe members who had been left at home had to be harboring heart-wrenching sadness as they waited for their family's safe return. Lin Yuan badly wanted to save them. Alas, the Iron Hammer Federation was too large. The Iron Hammer Federation was in the middle of winter. While the tribe members who had relocated to Tale's city had been fed, those who had been left at home still had to grapple with hunger. The tribes had given away most of their rations to those who left on the journey. Hence, expecting these people to head to the border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation was unrealistic. Even if Lin Yuan asked them to do so, they would never make it. In order to ensure their survival, they had to be fetched one by one. Even if Begin Lady, who had awakened its spirit fire, went to carry out this task, it would take far too long. When it reached the tribes, it also needed time to distribute the food. However, he still hoped there was a chance to save them, and thus immediately instructed Luolan to contact them. If fifth-page truth truly tried to make a move on them, he would want to gather them together. That would be the best time to flee. As long as the tribe members found a way to flee or hide, the imperial court would be momentarily incapacitated. Luo Kai had promised that nothing would go wrong with killing the remaining tribe members because he wanted to fulfill fifth-page truth's goal. There were 2 imperial guards assigned to every yellow gold and above tribe. There were probably no imperial guards left to spare in the imperial court. Thank you, readers. The servants who were left could not search the entire area because of a lack of manpower. But as long as they made enough noise, fifth-page truth would still come to them. To fifth-page truth, the tens of millions of tribe members in Tale's territory were no different from a delicious piece of meat. From what Purple Love said, Su Irin knew that the situation was critical. The experience in the Dark Continent had been harrowing, and Su Irin had watched it all unfold. Although Su Irin had no attachment to the Startling Lines continent, she did not want to see it crumble like the Dark Continent had. Moreover, ever since she joined Lin Yuan, this was the first time that she was seeing him give her instructions in such an anxious manner. Luolan and Su Irin were used to communicating through the thoughts letter paper. In order to relay the information as quickly as possible, Su Irin did not communicate through the thoughts letter paper, which was the most secure method. Instead, she chose to call, which was the quickest method. Luolan had been leading a team of 500 healing-type spirit chi professionals from the tribes and went around healing the tribe members. Luolan had maintained a good relationship with the leaders of the tribes. Not long ago, she heard from many tribe members that the king had given the order for all the tribe members to gather at the Freezing Hammer tribe. Those who could not reach the Freezing Hammer tribe should gather at the larger tribes nearby. Luo Kai had already lost all of his authoritative aura. Almost every tribe member saw him as a traitor of the Iron Hammer Federation. When they received the order from Luo Kai, they complained about him while wondering what he was trying to achieve. However, none of the tribe leaders disobeyed Luo Kai's order. The people left in the tribes who had been unable to fight huddled together so they could better keep warm. But when she heard what Su Irin said in the call, Luolan immediately became frantic. Su Irin did not lie to Luolan. Since she was a member of the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan had said that Luolan was trustworthy. Luolan could manage the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members perfectly and calmly. But now she was in full panic mode. But Luolan knew that under no circumstances could she tell the tribe leaders about this. If they found out, chaos would ensue. This was because the people who had remained were their loved ones. Since she could not mention it, She had to find another way to convince the tribe leaders to call their members who had been left at home to pack up quickly and come over. Although some of them might lose their lives to the harsh winter weather during the journey, it would be better than all of them being slaughtered. The people who had lived in the Iron Hammer Federation for decades had experience enduring the winter there. These people had the intelligence to help others who were not as experienced to survive. In spite of her lack of rest, Luolan sprang into action. The small meeting that Lin Yuan called came to an end. Lin Yuan thought back to how there had been almost no law crystals from Myth Breed phase in the Yi family's treasure vault. Even the treasure vault of the Yang family, who presided over the imperial court, was greatly lacking in law crystals. Lin Yuan learned from Yi Huailong that the Yang family had a great appetite for law crystals and world crystals. Yet, they had almost none in their treasure vault. This meant that the Yang family had given all of the world crystals and law crystals they had collected to the Truth Association. Purple Love had mentioned that Fifth Page Truth had a sacred source lifeform that could manipulate laws. It was likely that all of the law crystals and world crystals had gone to it. This made Lin Yuan see similarities between Fifth Page Truth's sacred source lifeform and the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen could also absorb world crystals and law crystals continuously. However, Lin Yuan did not use his sacred source lifeform to limit others from using their laws. Instead, the sacred sword-wielding queen used the laws it absorbed to protect him. Lin Yuan remembered Morbius saying that if they encountered sacred source lifeforms that were similar to the sacred sword-wielding queen in the future, Morbius could use some of its root power to fuse that sacred source lifeform with the sacred sword-wielding queen and increase the sacred sword-wielding queen stars. If this was in the past when Morbius' root power had been weak, Lin Yuan would not have wanted Morbius to help to raise the sacred sword-wielding queen stars and cause it to fall asleep. But now, for some reason, Morbius had a much larger store of root power. Morbius was the Fae that had Lin Yuan's heart, and increasing his power would also be beneficial for Morbius. Lin Yuan had been discussing with Morbius how its root power should be used. Lin Yuan could easily contract a second sacred source lifeform now. However, it was not easy for him to pick one. Since he knew how sacred source lifeforms were created, he could guess what abilities the sacred source lifeform would have from the apostle's abilities. Now, Lin Yuan needed to carefully consider his next choice of sacred source lifeform. But rather than thinking about what his second sacred source lifeform should be, it was more important to Lin Yuan to increase the sacred sword-wielding queen stars. The sacred sword-wielding queen was currently 4 stars. A few months had passed, and it had not improved by much, even after all the law crystals and world crystals it had absorbed. The abilities gained by both of the sacred sword-wielding queen's forms had impressed Lin Yuan. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Yuan had used all of his secret weapons in the fight against Chen Yu. But in actuality, he had not used the new ability that the sacred sword-wielding queen had gained when it reached 4 stars. This new ability had always been Lin Yuan's secret weapon. He understood what the strong points of the sacred sword-wielding queen's 2 forms were. Lin Yuan was looking forward to the new ability that the sacred sword-wielding queen would gain when it reached 7 stars. The sacred sword-wielding queen's improvement was not as astounding as Lin Yuan's own amongst the younger generation. When Lin Yuan attended the major Federation meeting, he would be in the same generation as Chen Yu. Even if Chen Yu's 7 stars sacred source lifeform was disregarded, even Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform had reached 6 stars. 2 years later, Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform would definitely have reached 7 stars. It could be said that increasing the stars of the sacred sword-wielding queen had become the most pressing task Lin Yuan needed to accomplish on the road to increasing his power. Thank you, readers. The giant city built on Ta Lei's territory had been named Thick Soil City by Lin Yuan. The soil had to be solid in order for Sky City to float securely in the sky. For the past day, Luolan had done all she could to urge the tribe leaders discreetly. The tribes were immediately thrown into an entanglement of sorrow and fury. From the moment they stepped foot into Thick Soil City, the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members started missing home. The people of the Iron Hammer Federation were very simple and honest. After any tribe was established, the members were always together, even if the entire tribe needed to move. although there were also collateral and direct descendant bloodlines amongst the Platinum tribes, and the direct descendant bloodlines were more elite than the collateral bloodlines, the gap in status was not as large as in the Divinewood Federation. The direct and collateral disciples of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes all lived together and had close relationships. The tribe members who managed to survive had just experienced the pain of having to leave their families. But now they were about to experience the pain of their families dying. How could these people who were already in the depths of despair hold on? When a person's emotions were about to bubble over, they needed a way to vent. The heart-wrenching wails of desperation could be heard all over the Iron Hammer Federation. However, venting did not do the tribe members any good. Not even the leaders and Class 4 creation masters from the Black Gold tribes had any way of preventing all of this from happening. The only thing they could do was tell their tribe members who had remained at home to do their best to hide. The tribe leaders knew what kind of people had been left at home. It was unknown if these people would be able to flee successfully in the middle of winter. It was not only the humans who had to go hungry but the Fays as well. The young, old, and weak with no combat abilities not only had to survive the cold weather in order to survive in the wild, but so did their starving Fays. There was no need for Luolan to do anything, and every tribe member in Thick Soil City now hated Luokai with every fiber of their being. While Lin Yuan was talking to Luolan, he had clearly told her that he needed faith power. Lin Yuan had saved the Iron Hammer Federation and rescued the lives of the tens of millions of tribe members who were now living in Thick Soil City. Luolan could not repay the debt she owed Lin Yuan. Thus, she had advertised what Lin Yuan needed throughout Thick Soil City. In the moment of crisis, Lin Yuan had given Luolan the soldier ration radishes and saved the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. This was because he wanted to make the Iron Hammer Federation see Luolan as a goddess. He had been successful in doing so. However, the image of the goddess was still a rung lower than the god that Lin Yuan was seen as. Thus, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the dots of light in the shrine were increasing with every second. The moment one dot of light appeared, it would start to grow rapidly. Each of these dots of light was already larger than those that Lin Yuan had collected in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan's shrine looked different after it had been burned by the spirit fire. The amount of faith power in the shrine increased continuously and was about to fully occupy the space. Lin Yuan had a feeling that his shrine was about to undergo another transformation. He had been confused about the situation within the shrine, but he had a slightly clearer idea about it ever since the last transformation. Each new glowing dot of light that became stronger and represented an even larger amount of faith power was because Lin Yuan had instructed Begin Lady to transform into a stream of water and killed the Blood Claw charging wolf. The Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members saw Feng Ku as virtually undefeatable. All regular people without power and those who only possessed a small amount of it admired the strong. However, they could not even begin to fathom the power of this expert who had saved them. To them, he was no different from a god. Lin Yuan sensed the changes within the shrine as he prepared to face the final battle in the Startling Lines continent. According to the information from Jin Qianxuan, many of the secret aristocratic families from the Great Lush Federation had already led their experts out in full strength. The Truth Association had far greater control over the Great Lush Federation than they had over Luokai and the Iron Hammer Federation. If Jin Qianxuan had never met Lin Yuan, he would have immediately gone to his brother to contest such a ludicrous decision. But now, Jin Qianxuan saw himself as a bystander. After all, Lin Yuan had promised to let him take over as the head of the Jin family and for the Jin family to replace the Truth Association as the rulers of the Great Lush Federation. As such, everything that was happening now was just temporary pain that the Jin family had to endure. No matter how many members of the Jin family lost their lives, Jin Qianxuan did not mind as long as it led to a bright future. Jin Qianxuan understood the situation, but his two brothers were completely left in the dark. Jin Qianxing had become much more subdued after he was slapped by Jin Qianding and dared not act as recklessly as he did before. But when Jin Qianding gave the order for all to set off, Jin Qianxing had attacked him in order to safeguard the Jin family's future. In the end, Jin Qianding ordered his Fae to kill Jin Qianxing. This was not just happening in the Jin family. Any member of a secret aristocratic family who had spoken in opposition to the decision, ended up killed. Killing one as an example to send out a warning to the rest was a tried and tested method. After they were killed, there were no longer any voices of opposition within the secret aristocratic families. Jin Qianxuan never stopped sending reports to Lin Yuan as he followed Great Lush Federation's team out. If the scheme unfolding in the Startling Lines continent was truly related to helping Fifth Page Truth increase his power, it was likely that Fifth Page Truth would seek Lin Yuan out personally. Yesterday, Lin Yuan had already instructed Listen, Li Wan, and the rest to flee to the underground palace for safety. Lin Yuan did not want his subordinates to fall into any harm. Besides people like Lin Yuan and Li Wan, who worked hard directly under him, Lin Yuan also sent word through the Thoughts letter paper to Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong. Thank you, readers. Yi Huailong was now the joystick that Lin Yuan manipulated to control the Divine Wood Federation. As long as Yi Huailong was around, Lin Yuan could just let him know of any resources that he needed. Yi Huailong would never turn down any of Lin Yuan's requests. Hence, Yi Huailong was just as important to Lin Yuan as Luolan was. Yi Huailu, who was Sky City's first living Class 5 creation master, was even more important. When Lin Yuan started building Sky City atop the floating island whale, he intended to assign all jobs that could only be accomplished by Class 5 creation master to Yi Huailu. From a strategic significance standpoint, Yi Huailu was more important than all the resources that the Startling Lines continent could offer. Before Lin Yuan left, he had left enough of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles with Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong. With the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu could transport themselves all the way to the underground palace. Currently, the ethereal jellyfish had reached Diamond X. As such, each one of its tentacles could transport targets by around a distance of 700 kilometers between two nodes. Lin Yuan had left hundreds of the tentacles, which was more than enough for Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu to reach the underground palace. Lin Yuan did not understand Fifth Page Truth's methods. Although Begin Lady had set its spirit fire alight, it still could not travel thousands of kilometers to reach the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Although Little Peach could summon Begin Lady using its bloodline power, the most important thing when facing experts on Fifth Page Wars level was strategy. Hence, the situation would only be considered safe when Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong arrived at the underground palace. The two of them had sought refuge in the hollowed Tamarix tree castle before. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was providing shelter for them. The construction of the underground palace was not complete yet. However, with help from Hu Tian, who had the Scary Claw Rock Bear, and the hundreds of spirit craftsmen from Heavenly Craft Pavilion, the construction had entered its final phase. Hu Quan had already broken through past Class 5 spirit craftsmen. If the floating carvings on the walls were preserved, people from centuries and millennia in the future would assume that the underground palace was actually the sacred palace of a god. Hu Quan had thought too much about the patterns he carved on the walls, as there had not been many options for him as a Class 5 spirit craftsman. But everything was different once he became a Class 6 creation master. Although Class 6 creation masters could not give souls to their carvings, they could inject emotions. Because of his abilities as a Class 6 spirit craftsman, Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu could see the growth, warmth, and unity of Sky City from the moment they laid eyes on the wall. Besides the carvings on the wall, Hu Quan had also dug out 4 large lotus ponds in the 4 corners of the underground palace. There was one of the Sunlight King lotus planted in each lotus pond. Hu Quan asked for Lin Yuan's help to nurture a large number of the platinum spirit siphon goldfish. The army of 100 Questions beasts had tired themselves out nurturing the platinum spirit siphon goldfish. However, with their help, they managed to hand over 200 of the spirit siphon goldfish to Hu Quan. Hu Quan had asked Lin Yuan to nurture so many of the platinum spirit siphon goldfish because he had embedded various jade-textured wood in the walls. When the spirit siphon goldfish released spirit chi, the jade-textured wood would start to glow. The light from the jade-textured wood was very warm. When it was matched with the light produced by the Sunlight King lotuses, it would seem as though it was daytime in the underground palace all day. As the leader of one of the Divine Wood Federation's veteran elite families, Yi Huailong felt that he had his fair share of experience. But once he arrived at the underground palace and saw all the furnishings that had been made with jade-textured wood, Yi Huailong felt as though he had actually been a country bumpkin all this while. After all, these were not regular jade-textured pieces of wood but treasures that almost had 100% purity. Yi Huailong had only seen such treasures in Sky Creation's Tree Castle, where there had been a few pieces of furniture made of jade-textured wood. The furniture made of jade-textured wood was what removed all suspicion from Yi Huailong and the other disciples of veteran elite families who came to the Tree Castle to trade with Lin Yuan. At the time, Yi Huailong assumed that it was just as difficult for Lin Yuan to come across furniture made of jade-textured wood. Lin Yuan looked at Yi Huailong and said, "If you're interested in the jade-textured wood, I can give you 10 tons of them. The situation in the imperial court should have been settled before you came over, right?" Yi Huailong was delighted when he heard the first part of what Lin Yuan said, but the second half caused his heart to sink. "Lord Lin Yuan, I have settled everything in the imperial court. I instructed the Yi family's younger generation to open a new shelter within the imperial court. As for the members of the veteran elite families, I instructed all of them to stay at home and not go out under any circumstances. If there's any danger, the safest place for them will be at home where they have the shelters that they built in advance." Lin Yuan nodded. Yi Huailong's arrangement was the right one. Given the circumstances, this was the best arrangement that could be made. Lin Yuan was about to speak with Yi Huailu when several masses of powerful aura shot out from the sea of flowers. Silver Corona was instantly overcome by a sense of helplessness, and it immediately alerted Lin Yuan. Frankly, there was no need for Silver Corona to alert Lin Yuan as the latter and the rest had already sensed the uncontrolled auras. The experts had not released their auras in order to locate their enemies, as they could have done so by releasing their spiritual energy. There was no need for them to use such an excessive method. The incoming experts had done so in order to declare war. They were standing out in the open and announcing that they had arrived. They were also trying to scream at their enemy to come out of hiding and fight it out. Thank you, readers. Lin Yuan was both surprised and happy with the attitude of the Truth Association's experts. Lin Yuan was never afraid of an enemy being open. It was said that an arrow shot from the dark was the hardest to dodge. Lin Yuan was most afraid of enemies who stood in the shadows and carried out their schemes. If the people from the Truth Association went directly to slaughtering the people in Thick Soil City without even announcing themselves, there was nothing that Lin Yuan could do about it. Purple Love sensed the auras before she said softly, "3 of the experts have reached Eternal, and 1 of them has reached Advanced Eternal. There shouldn't be experts of such caliber in the Startling Lines continent. It looks like there's no doubt that they are from the Truth Association." Fifth Page War's methods are always bizarre and dominant. He had attacked Jade Sundial with a scheme because he had not been certain if he was her match. He had been afraid that she would give up on giving birth and using her eternal heart to die alongside him. Clearly, he doesn't see us as a real threat. This is good. I will launch a sneak attack on him today just like he did to Jade Sundial. Lin Yuan bit his lip lightly. He could hear the hatred punctuated in each of the words that Purple Love spoke. Could be said that Purple Love resented Fifth Page War to the core. Otherwise, she would not have to launch a sneak attack on experts who were only eternal when she had clearly already surpassed eternal. Since it was time to fight, Lin Yuan did not intend to hide. With Purple Love and Begin Lady around, he was confident that he would be able to kill Fifth Page Truth. Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress and Purple Love mentioning that the 8 pages of Tower Cannon were not ranked according to their power. Since they were both part of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon, the gap in power between First Page Fate and Fifth Page Truth should not be large. Before Purple Love had awoken her birth horoscope, she had been able to kill First Page Fate while sustaining serious injuries herself. Now that they had Begin Lady, which had set its spirit fire alight, there would be no issues in eliminating Fifth Page Truth. Lin Yuan walked out of the underground palace. Lin Yuan had mentioned that he only needed Purple Love with him to take on the experts from the Truth Association. But when Lin Yuan started walking out of the underground palace, Wen Yu and Lu Jie did not hesitate to follow him. To Lu Jie and Wen Yu, it was only natural for them to follow Lin Yuan at such a dangerous moment. This was why Lu Jie had not hesitated to take the attack on Lin Yuan's behalf in the evolving Waterworld dimensional rift. Lu Jie was just as prepared this time. When Yu was ready to use the dragon pearl embryo that Mystic Moon had given her if the situation seemed to be leaning toward the enemy. After she absorbed the dragon pearl embryo that Mystic Moon had produced, there was now a fraction of Mystic Moon's bloodline in her body. She could activate the weak bloodline and sacrifice the dragon pearl embryo in order to channel the energy within to attack an enemy or for defense. The dragon pearl embryo could not only increase when used power but also act as a life preserver. When Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie were standing at the entrance of the underground palace, Lin Yuan could sense through silver corona that the four figures in the sky were 50 meters diagonally above him. Clearly, the fog produced by the sea of bone lotus flowers could not block the sight of these four experts from the Truth Association. The four experts had already arrived at the entrance of the underground palace and were waiting for the people within to show themselves. Lin Yuan instructed Silver Corona to clear the fog above the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu looked up to meet four gazes of mocking. The four experts were of various sizes but were all wearing gray-red robes. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was seeing experts wearing gray-red robes. The people that Yang Hanxian had called out to for help in Sacred Forest City had also been dressed in the same attire. But it was evident that these four experts were stronger than the people who had come to save Yang Hanxian. Apparently, these people were nearer to the core of the Truth Association. While the four experts from the Truth Association were looking at them mockingly, Lin Yuan was also observing them. He did not feel pressured in the slightest by the expressions exhibited by these four experts. This was unsurprising. By common knowledge, it was already shocking enough for there to be a beginner eternal expert in the Startling Lines continent. One of the four experts from the Truth Association was Advanced Eternal, and there was no way he was bothered in the slightest by the beginner eternal experts. However, he had already killed one of the Truth Association's envoys in Sacred Forest City and obtained the pilgrimage corpse bird as a result. It allowed him to become aware of the existence of a sixth-dimensional world. The four experts from the Truth Association should be acting cautiously at this moment. Could it be that they did not know what had happened? At that moment, one of the experts with feet-length hair said with amusement, "Your fairy that can create the sea of bone flowers isn't bad. If you dissolve your contract with the fairy and give it to me, I can allow one of the two people next to you to live." There was no point in sparring tongues with this expert from the Truth Association. Even if all of them were about to die, there was no way they would reveal the existence of fifth-page truth or provide any more information about him. Although Lin Yuan had genius and could use connected tales to learn what another lifeform was thinking and learn what they knew, genius was only at diamond/fantasy at the moment. Lin Yuan could instruct genius to use connected tales to forcefully link up with an Emperor-class target to look through their memories and knowledge. However, even if Thearch-class and above experts were comatose, genius would experience resistance from the target's soul if it tried to use connected tales to steal their memories and knowledge. There was no way that genius could survive the resistance put up by a soul of an expert that was Thearch-class and above. Lin Yuan not only saw genius as his fae but also as a member of his family. Under no circumstances would he risk genius' safety. Thank you, readers. When Lu Jie and Wen Yu heard what this female expert said, they both looked enraged. The cruelest thing that a spirit chi professional could do to another spirit chi professional was not to threaten them but to forcefully break their contract with their fae. Spirit chi professionals would experience backlash when they cut their contracts with their faes. The impact from this was even more serious than if the enemy killed their faes. Furthermore, when a spirit chi professional dissolved a contract with their fae, it was essentially breaking an important relationship link. The female expert from the Truth Association not only wanted to steal the fairy that Lin Yuan had contracted, but was also trying to hold two of them hostage. If not for the fact that they knew that they would not be able to defeat this enemy, Wen Yu and Lu Jie would have already attacked. It would not be suitable for Purple Love to immediately kill the first wave of enemies. This would prevent the Truth Association from sending out more experts in the future. After he summoned Whitespeak, Lin Yuan would boost Whitespeak using faith power and instruct it to fight as hard as it could against the four experts from the Truth Association. This was the right decision to make. But before Lin Yuan could summon Whitespeak, the entire space was immediately filled with rolling waves. Gold and red colors started spreading throughout the water. The water elemental energy was so expansive that Lin Yuan thought for a moment that Begin Lady had acted without his permission and attacked. However, Begin Lady was clearly still attached to his face and had not moved in the slightest. So, where had the water elemental energy come from then? Could it have come from the Truth Association's experts? Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct Begin Lady to attack, he felt a familiar aura from the water elemental energy. It was the aura of a pure Mermaid King bloodline. Lin Yuan had only felt Mermaid King bloodline power from Chen Yu and the Goddess of Mercy. However, the Mermaid King bloodline from Chen Yu had not been this concentrated. Furthermore, he had already been killed by Lin Yuan. If the person who came was the one Lin Yuan was familiar with, it had to be the Goddess of Mercy. Lin Yuan did not understand why the Goddess of Mercy had come, but she was definitely more of a foe than a friend in his eyes. The Goddess of Mercy did not have ties to any of the 8 pages of Tower Canon. As such, it was likely that she had come to see him. Lin Yuan could not be certain what she was plotting, but she had to have a motive for treating him so well. Just as he guessed, a woman with a gold and red fishtail appeared in the sky. The woman was holding an umbrella, and a light rain was falling within the umbrella. The woman's long red hair was charming, and the spots on her tail looked extremely dignified. The weaved skirt hung around the fishtail. Lin Yuan remembered that the Goddess of Mercy liked to expose her perfect figure with whatever she wore. Yet, her outfit today wrapped her figure up completely. Once the Goddess of Mercy appeared, she fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan. She had come to see him. When she last saw him in the Divine Wood Federation, she had left a mark on his body, so she would be able to find him no matter where he was. Although she already knew that she was about to see him, she could not help but let her mind wander and indulge when she finally did lay eyes on him. The Mirror God had used his spirit fire to leave 2 scars on the Goddess of Mercy's body. They were permanent blemishes on the body. She had been proud of the Mirror God's insult caused the Goddess of Mercy's heart to become as dark as the depths of the sea. When she looked at Lin Yuan now, the Goddess of Mercy felt as though all her troubles had melted away. But soon, she noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Yuan's situation. This change was not due to a change in the purity of the Mermaid Emperor bloodline power. The purity of his Mermaid Emperor bloodline power had clearly increased from the last time she saw him. The only reason for his bloodline power to be weakened was that the roots had been injured. The Goddess of Mercy was most afraid of something happening to Lin Yuan. She had been disappointed countless times before she met him. Could be said that he was her only hope. But now that she was in front of Lin Yuan and his Mermaid Emperor bloodline power, she felt an immense attraction to him. The 4 experts next to her were clearly at odds with Lin Yuan. 3 of them had reached Beginner Immortal while 1 had reached Advanced Immortal. There was no way that a young man like Lin Yuan could have the power to take on experts of that level. No matter how outstanding Lin Yuan was, he was still a young man of not even 20 years old. The Goddess of Mercy was very glad that she came before the battle broke out. If the 4 of them attacked Lin Yuan together, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Goddess of Mercy thought that Lin Yuan was the apple of the Moon Empress' eye. But now she no longer thought so. If the Moon Empress did treasure Lin Yuan that much, why would she allow him to take on such a powerful enemy? The Goddess of Mercy did not think of what could have happened for Lin Yuan to end up taking on such a powerful enemy, but immediately started blaming the Moon Empress. The 4 experts from the Truth Association had not expected such a mighty expert to arrive. The Goddess of Mercy was at the height of her fury and did not try to cover her aura at all. The female expert who had threatened Lin Yuan said to the Goddess of Mercy gingerly, "Are you the Goddess of Mercy from the Freedom Federation? We are members of the Truth Association, a native faction of the Startling Lines continent. We belong to Tower Canon and are under 5th Page War. We are here on a task from 5th Page War to kill the faction that has been ruining 5th Page War's plans in the Startling Lines continent." The female expert from the Truth Association spoke to the Goddess of Mercy in a completely different tone than she had taken with Lin Yuan. It was clear that she had recognized the Goddess of Mercy. The Goddess of Mercy was one of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty, and the Truth Association could not afford to get on the wrong side of the Freedom Federation. Not even 5th Page Truth dared to make an enemy of the entire Freedom Federation. Furthermore, the goddess of mercy's bad temper was famous far and wide. It was unlikely that fifth-page truth would make an enemy out of her, even if she ended up killing all of them there and now. So, if they died at that moment, their deaths would be in vain. Thank you, readers. The female expert from the Truth Association had introduced them because she hoped that the goddess of mercy would decide not to cause trouble for them on account of Tower Canon and fifth-page truth. Fifth-page truth did not want to make an enemy out of the goddess of mercy, and it was likely that the feeling was mutual. The stronger the expert, the less willing they would be to enrage a powerful enemy, lest they bring about undesirable consequences on themselves. However, the female expert did not expect her words to not only fail to achieve her desired effect but to even have the opposite effect. The goddess of mercy was the most afraid of something happening to Lin Yuan. However, the female expert said that she wanted to kill Lin Yuan. The goddess of mercy was relieved that she had arrived in time. If she had been slightly later, he would have been killed by these experts who fifth-page truth had sent. Others might be afraid of fifth-page truth, but the goddess of mercy was not. The Freedom Federation had deep ties with Tower Canon. The goddess of mercy was well aware of the capabilities of the 8 pages of Tower Canon. She had also interacted with fifth-page truth before. The impression she had was that fifth-page truth was no match for her. Even if fifth-page truth was stronger than her, she would still fly into a rage and attack him if he killed Lin Yuan. The goddess of mercy not only wanted to kill these 4 experts but wanted to claim fifth-page truth's life as well. Since fifth-page truth wanted to lay a hand on Lin Yuan, her appearance must have ruined his plan. In the future, he would continue coming after Lin Yuan. The only sustainable solution was to kill fifth-page truth. The goddess of mercy had decided that she would use the lives of these pathetic 4 experts to force fifth-page truth out. Once he appeared, she would kill him even if it meant she ended up with injured roots. She could recuperate and recover her roots. Thus, that was preferable to Lin Yuan forever being under threat from fifth-page truth. The goddess of mercy waved her hand, and a girl with long horns and long light green hair that resembled kelp appeared in front of her. The goddess of mercy swished her fishtail, and water elements formed a towering wave in the sky. Blue sail, eliminate the 3 weaklings. I will handle the stronger one myself. Fays and their contractors could influence each other's feelings. With an owner like the goddess of mercy, her fays were all brutal and ferocious. The goddess of mercy rarely used blue sail. Blue sail flipped her kelp-like hair and let out a peal of laughter that resembled twinkling bells. The long horns on her head gleamed uncannily, and the color deepened continuously. Blue sail did not move immediately after receiving the order from the goddess of mercy. Instead, it released its aura to give the 4 members of the Truth Association time to prepare. The goddess of mercy did not use blue sail often. As a Class 5 creation master, the goddess of mercy had still provided blue sail with the best nurturing. Lin Yuan did not expect the goddess of mercy to attack the 4 Truth Association members immediately upon arrival. Purple Love was a heavenly family fae and could hide within the constellations. If Purple Love did not do anything to affect the situation, it would be difficult for the goddess of mercy to notice her presence. The goddess of mercy had no idea that Lin Yuan had come prepared. Begin Lady sensed the goddess of mercy and the light green-haired girl she had summoned before it immediately communicated with Lin Yuan through its soul to tell him about the girl. He could not use true data to sense. This allowed him to find out that it was a pinnacle eternal fae. The 4 experts from the Truth Association had not expected the goddess of mercy to attack them without hesitation after she found out who they were. 4 of them summoned all of their faes. The weakest of their faes had reached creation breed while the strongest had reached eternal. All of them were considered magnificent treasures in the startling Lines continent and could turn the tide of a federation. But now, even if they were eternal faes that had activated their eternal hearts, they were no match for the long light green-haired girl. This allowed Lin Yuan to learn of the huge gaps in power between the 12 sublevels of eternal. The goddess of mercy was a Class 5 creation master and had her pick of the best faes. It was likely that her faes could roll grades, which was why it was able to cause such a stir with one attack. While the sailfish shadow was moving back and forth, it let out a loud wail. The whale was as deep as an ocean. Right after the whale, silver scales appeared all over the sailfish's shadow. The silver scales were not just for show. There was no way that the creation breed and immortal breed phase could evade the attack from the sailfish shadow. However, the three beginner eternal phase that had activated their eternal hearts were able to avoid being pierced through by the sailfish shadow. The silver scales on the sailfish shadow were like files. If the beginner eternal phase made contact with it, they would end up bloody and scratched up. The silver scales could not only cause physical damage but also had cursing effects. The wounds would become infected and start to smell and cause the entire body to slow down. The experts from the Truth Association did not have any time to react before the sailfish shadow flipped over and pierced through the three eternal phase that had been cursed. The three eternal phase were immediately split into two. The blood from the three phase rained down on the sea of bone lotus flowers. This was a big gift to Silver Corona. Silver Corona raised its small head and looked longingly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was about to turn Silver Corona down but eventually nodded vexedly. Thank you, readers. Normally, the eternal phase should belong to the goddess of mercy after she had killed them. If Silver Corona was at gold or silver grade, it would not be able to take in such an opportunity. But if Silver Corona could absorb the flesh and souls of eternal phase, it had a high chance of being able to evolve to myth breed. More importantly, there was also a high chance it would enable Silver Corona's fairy bloodline to break through. Evolving their bloodline was very important to any fairy. The relationship between Lin Yuan and the goddess of mercy was special. After all, Lin Yuan would not instruct Silver Corona to touch the eternal phase eternal hearts. Silver Corona saw Lin Yuan nodding and excitedly nudged his face. It was so riled up with excitement that the entire sea of bone lotus flowers started to shake. Soon, Silver Corona lay down calmly in Lin Yuan's arms and fell asleep. High-grade phase usually experienced a bloodline breakthrough when they were at their weakest. Thus, they always found a safe environment before they let their guard down. Silver Corona felt that there was no place safer than in Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan silently held Silver Corona and waited for the moment it opened its eyes. If Silver Corona could gain its fourth pair of wings before it evolved to myth breed, it would become a legend in the history of fairies, just like Red Thorn was. After the girl with long light green hair that the goddess of mercy had summoned killed the creation breed, immortal breed, and three beginner eternal phase as well as their contractors, it returned to stand dutifully by the goddess of mercy's side. Its gaze landed on Lin Yuan. As a fae that the goddess of mercy had contracted, the girl with long light green hair could sense the intense emotions the goddess of mercy felt for him. When a contractor had many fays, the fays would compete amongst themselves for favor from the contractor. This was because the favored fays always received more resources than the others. The girl with light green hair thought darkly. Anyone who can help the goddess of mercy obtain Lin Yuan will definitely become the goddess of mercy's most beloved fae. The last expert from the Truth Association who was left looked at the goddess of mercy with uncontrollable fury and bellowed, "Goddess of mercy, can't you leave some of fifth page truth's pride intact?" The goddess of mercy's anger had been lessened slightly after the three experts from the Truth Association were killed. But when she heard the question from the last expert, her rage exploded again. She forcefully waved her hand in the direction of the expert, and the water elemental energy formed a palm that sailed toward the expert. The expert wanted to dodge the slap, but his body had been frozen by the goddess of mercy. The palm made of water elemental energy hit the expert from the Truth Association's face and left him in utter pieces. The expert with an advanced eternal fae was very respected in the Truth Association. There was no way he could take such humiliation lying down. The goddess of mercy's anger had not decreased in the slightest after the slap. Soon, another palm formed from water elemental energy appeared in the sky. It sailed towards the expert from the Truth Association like a hurricane. While she attacked, she sneered, "What pride does fifth page truth have with me around? Anyone who touches one of my people deserves to die." The goddess of mercy's eyes flashed, and she looked at the place behind the expert from the Truth Association. It saw that a throne made of bones had suddenly appeared. A large ball of flesh was pulsating on the throne made of bones. It looked as though a living fetus was growing within it. Goddess of Mercy, who is one of your people? Can it be that you're referring to the young man below you? This is so interesting. I heard from Second Page Revival that you have been urgently collecting the mermaid bloodline for the past few years. Because of this, you even got in a conflict with the god of fools and the mirror god. Aren't you interested in this young man and calling him one of your people because of the mermaid bloodline within him? But is the young man aware of this? Fifth Page Truth had been guessing Lin Yuan's identity and the faction he came from. Fifth Page Truth had spent the past few decades trying to evolve his sacred source life form, the Divine Order Evil Fetus, to 11 stars. As such, he was unaware of events that took place in the outside world and had not interacted much with the other 8 pages of Tower Canon either. Although there were at least 4 of the 8 pages who knew of Lin Yuan's background, Fifth Page Truth had been completely left out of the loop. With the Goddess of Mercy's support, it was no wonder that this young man had the confidence to act as he pleased and stir up as much trouble as he wanted in the startling Lines continent. Fifth Page Truth's words caused the Goddess of Mercy's expression to change in an instant. He had revealed her secret. There was sure to be trouble if the other members of royalty from the Freedom Federation found out about this. Both the Mirror God and the God of Fools were trying to get in her way. Once they found out, it was likely that they would try to kill Lin Yuan. In the past, the Goddess of Mercy had not been afraid of the Mirror God. But now that the Mirror God had set his spirit fire alight, the Goddess of Mercy no longer had the capabilities to stand up to him. Rather than this matter spreading far and wide, the Goddess of Mercy was only afraid of Lin Yuan finding out. Even if she could not stop the God of Fools and Mirror God from laying a hand on Lin Yuan, he should be safe as long as he remained in the Radiance Federation where that old man was. But once Lin Yuan found out her motive, not only would she be unable to gain his affection, but the negative emotions he felt towards her might increase. The Goddess of Mercy, who was in the middle of a standoff with Fifth Page Truth, felt her imposing aura weaken. Her eyes naturally drifted to Lin Yuan. He had actually guessed long ago that the Goddess of Mercy had a motive involving him and that her intentions were likely related to the mermaid bloodline. Fifth Page Truth's words and the Goddess of Mercy's reaction had only confirmed these. When the Goddess of Mercy's loftiness diminished, a crack appeared on the ball of flesh on the throne of bones. A young boy with chestnut-colored hair stepped out from the crack. He was holding a staff made of bones. Thank you, readers. At the center of the staff was a crystal ball the size of an infant's fist, and within the crystal ball were the auras of various laws. Once Fifth Page Truth appeared, he raised the staff and shook it gently at the sky, saying in a chillingly sonorous voice, "It's time for the Coronation Law Church." There were tens of thousands of torches in the sky, each of them emanating the aura of a law. 6 statues formed in the territory, each the image of a nun that was dressed in long robes. The statues assembled the laws within the torches and affected the entire territory. After he activated his sacred source life form, the Law Staff's ability Law Church, a wicked smile appeared on Fifth Page Truth's face. The wicked smile on such an innocent boyish face looked extremely creepy. Goddess of Mercy, the devil and fae you contracted are related to the elements. My sacred source life form is the most capable of countering people like you. The person you're interested in ruined my plan. Because of him, I won't be able to achieve my goal even if I forcefully carry on with the plan. But if I'm able to refine you, I will not only be able to achieve my goal, but will also allow my collection of laws to become enriched. Goddess of Mercy, don't assume that you're the only one who has awakened your birth horoscope. Fifth Page Truth's words caused the Goddess of Mercy's expression to turn solemn. The Goddess of Mercy was not afraid of Fifth Page Truth. Fifth Page Truth only had a rough understanding of her power. This was just like how the Goddess of Mercy only knew that Fifth Page Truth's sacred source lifeform could control laws. They would not find out about each other's secret weapons unless they crossed swords. Fifth Page Truth's sacred source lifeform's ability had astonished the Goddess of Mercy. However, the Goddess of Mercy was not helpless like Fifth Page Truth had said. The Goddess of Mercy was now worried about Lin Yuan's safety. Regardless of what Lin Yuan thought of her after hearing what Fifth Page Truth said, she would save him no matter what. Fifth Page Truth was very despicable. When Fifth Page Truth dealt with her, he would try to distract her and use a sneak attack to try and kill Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Mercy could fight on par with Fifth Page Truth. But with Lin Yuan present, she would be at a disadvantage when having to protect him at the same time. This might even allow Fifth Page Truth to catch the opportunity to deal her a deadly hand. The Goddess of Mercy did not intend to bother with what Fifth Page Truth said. She was going to use her most vicious attacks against Fifth Page Truth. She could only occupy Fifth Page Truth if she released an endless barrage of fierce attacks, thereby protecting Lin Yuan. Crimson red devil tattoos appeared all over the Goddess of Mercy's beautiful face, as 4 curved horns curled out from her red hair. 2 of the 4 horns intertwined at the back of her head, while the other 2 stretched toward the sky. The gold and red patterns made it appear as though the black horns were stained with blood. The nails on the Goddess of Mercy's hands also started to grow longer, and they were so red that it made it seem as though the world had lost all of its colors. The red of the Goddess of Mercy's nails suppressed even the brilliance from various laws. Her fishtail also started growing until it looked more like a snake's tail. The already large tail started to grow wider and red spikes grew out from the 2 sides of the fishtail. When the Goddess of Mercy swished her tail, she resembled a poisonous snake flicking its tongue. After the Goddess of Mercy transformed, she pointed at Fifth Page Truth and activated her higher devil. A black and red silhouette appeared behind the Goddess of Mercy. The silhouette seemed to be hiding an extremely evil life form, but the envious eyes of a femme fatale could be seen in the silhouette. Black blood dripped out from the black eyes. It was as though an innocent young girl had seen something which caused envy to bloom within her and was instantly turning into a monster. Fifth Page Truth noticed that the Law Staff's ability Law Church was still in effect. Yet, once the crying silhouette appeared behind the Goddess of Mercy, Fifth Page War immediately lost his connection to the Law Staff. Fifth Page Truth was now no longer able to take on the Goddess of Mercy. When Fifth Page Truth appeared, the Goddess of Mercy had recalled the young girl with light green hair that she had used to kill the experts from the Truth Association. This was because a pinnacle Eternal Fae would be far from enough to take on an opponent like Fifth Page Truth. The Goddess of Mercy did not want a Fae she had put a lot of effort into nurturing to die, even if it was not one of her main Faes, as it would still result in her spiritual energy experiencing backlash. This could give Fifth Page Truth the chance to trip her up. When she fused with her devil and used her devil abilities, she had summoned the 2 Faes that had surpassed Eternal. The 2 main Faes who the Goddess of Mercy had summoned had maintained human form and had similar appearances. Both had long black hair that reached their waists and red eyes. They were also wearing purple-red leather armor and holding long spears made of dark red water. When Faes were in human form, their features would not stand out as much as when they were Faes, but it was still clear that they were different from the human form. Given the similar appearances of these 2 Faes, it was likely that they were the same type of Fae and that they had undergone the same type of mutation during their nurturing process. Lin Yuan was not afraid at all of Fifth Page Truth, who was determined to kill him. Lin Yuan was more focused on the 2 main Faes that the Goddess of Mercy had summoned. Normally, a spirit chi professional would not nurture 2 of the same type of Fae unless they had complementary abilities. An example was Lu Pinru, who had nurtured numerous of the glowing silkworm weavers. Thank you, readers. It was likely that these 2 similar Faes were able to work very well in tandem. From the moment the 2 Faes appeared, they used their long spears to attack Fifth Page Truth. The Goddess of Mercy's nails scratched at Fifth Page Truth's face. With such ferocious oncoming attacks, Fifth Page Truth hurriedly retreated back into the ball of flesh. As a result, the Goddess of Mercy's nails made contact with the pulsating ball of flesh instead. 5 bloody streaks were left on the surface of the ball of flesh. The Goddess of Mercy's 2 Faes raised the spears they were holding and plunged them into the ball of flesh. The 2 long spears started to twist within the ball of flesh, letting out the sounds of tendons and bones being sliced through. The Goddess of Mercy did not stop her attacks there and continued to slash violently at the surface of the ball of flesh. It also used its snake-like tail to inject poison into the ball of flesh. The ball of flesh was left battered and injured all over. There were even some holes in parts of it, revealing Fifth Page Truth within. Fifth Page Truth had not expected the Goddess of Mercy to launch such a barrage of attacks on him, nor had he expected her to be able to lock his sacred source lifeform by fusing with her devil. Luckily, he was sufficiently strong. Otherwise, he would have sustained serious injuries from the Goddess of Mercy's full-powered attacks. Currently, it seemed as though Fifth Page Truth had no way of countering the Goddess of Mercy's attacks. But the longer she attacked Fifth Page Truth, the grimmer her expression became. Fifth Page Truth's defensive abilities surpassed the Goddess of Mercy's expectations. The Goddess of Mercy was certain that Fifth Page Truth was unaware of what her devil ability after fusing with her higher devil was. Because of this, she was able to take him by surprise. However, her attacks had only resulted in him sustaining light injuries. It was clear that Fifth Page Truth had acclimated to her attacks. As her phase continued to attack him, she sensed that the surface of the ball of flesh had released a large amount of absorption power that had consumed a portion of her energy to recover itself. A minute had passed since she started leading her phase in the attack. When she fused with her higher devil and used the higher devil ability, her sacred source lifeform would only be able to use its ability for almost 6 minutes. Thus, there was a high chance that she would fail to break through Fifth Page Truth's defenses. At that time, she would be restrained by Fifth Page Truth's law staff. With this thought, the Goddess of Mercy's heart sank, and she yelled, "Mad leaving and mad return. Inject your birth horoscope into the eternal heart and activate it. Sacrifice some things to use constellation decree." The two spear-holding girls released a tsunami of aura toward Fifth Page Truth and changed into their Fey forms. When Lin Yuan saw their Fey forms, he immediately knew what their types were. Both of them now had long and slender fishtails. From the moment they transformed, they summoned all of the water elemental energy around them. The inflated blood aura was proof that these two Fays were blood ritual fishes which were rarer than mermaids. There was a rumor that the Goddess of Mercy had gotten her hands on the blood ritual fish. Lin Yuan had not expected the Goddess of Mercy to have nurtured the two blood ritual fishes to such an extent. Both had already unlocked their birth horoscopes. Lin Yuan had given Bei Su the blood ritual fish to contract. He was aware that the blood ritual fish was full of potential but had not expected its potential to be so outstanding. The blood ritual fish needed to absorb its contractor's blood to grow. The jasmine lily had used the mountain jade imprint on Bei Su. Thus, it could now recover Bei Su's vitality even if they were thousands of miles apart. This allowed blood ritual fish to have endless blood energy to supply the blood ritual fish to grow quickly. Now that Bupa had become a reserve disciple of the Spirit Mother, he had clearly left Bei Su in the dust. But with the blood ritual fish, it was possible for Bei Su to one day surpass Bupa. When the Goddess of Mercy's two blood ritual fishes turned back into Fey form and summoned their eternal hearts, Fifth Page Truth bellowed from within the ball of flesh, "Goddess of Mercy, you're crazy. You actually instructed your Fays to use constellation decree? Don't you know that injecting the birth horoscope into the eternal heart will cause unimaginable damage to a Fey?" The Goddess of Mercy did not react at all to what Fifth Page Truth said. She did not do as he said to stop the two blood ritual fishes from injecting their birth horoscopes into their eternal hearts. "Fifth Page Truth, you haven't summoned a Fey yet. It must be true that you aren't human. A Fey will indeed sustain damage when it injects its birth horoscope into its eternal heart, but the injury can be healed with time. The damage won't be irreparable. Spending time to heal my Fays is a very worthy price in exchange for killing you." The two blood ritual fishes could clearly be seen thrashing rapidly within the two eternal hearts. Suddenly, the lustrous energy within the two blood ritual fishes emerged from their heads. Two dice-shaped objects the color of blood, and with the image of the blood ritual fish carved on each of them shot out from the blood ritual fish's foreheads and into the eternal hearts. The eternal hearts melted into fluids that were absorbed by the dice-shaped objects. At that instant, the two blood ritual fishes seemed to be connected. Purple Love looked at the Goddess of Mercy in shock before glancing back at Lin Yuan. She was very surprised to see the Goddess of Mercy step in to help Lin Yuan. Purple Love knew how tenuous the relationship between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation was. However, She had not expected the goddess of mercy to go so far for Lin Yuan, to the point that she was willing to let two of her fays inject their birth horoscopes into their eternal hearts to produce the spirit-harming constellation decree. Thank you, readers. Fays that used constellation decree could heal after recuperation. But if their spirits were damaged, they would not be able to set their spirit fires alight again in the future. Purple Love saw Lin Yuan as her junior and was also grateful to him. Given Lin Yuan's current level, there was no way he knew the cost of using constellation decree. By doing something so monumental, Lin Yuan now owed the goddess of mercy a big favor. However, this might not be a good thing for Lin Yuan. If Purple Love joined forces with the goddess of mercy, it would not be difficult to take down Fifth Page Truth. There was no need to pay such a large price. Purple Love did not say anything to Lin Yuan in advance. If she tried to communicate with him now, it would definitely catch the attention of Fifth Page Truth. This would prevent her from launching a sneak attack on Fifth Page Truth. Presently, both of the Goddess of Mercy's fays had injected their birth horoscopes into their eternal hearts, but they had not triggered the constellations with their spirit to unleash constellation decree. There was still hope to turn back. When the Goddess of Mercy saw her, she would know that the situation was advantageous. Then, she would not allow her two fays to sacrifice their futures to continue on to unleash constellation decree. Purple Love used her ability as a heavenly family fae to call out to the constellations. Although it was still daytime, the constellations illuminated the sky with a faint glow. As a result, the constellations now shared the same sky as the sun. Purple Love was always skilled at making use of spatial energy. She appeared behind Fifth Page Truth's ball of flesh, and 12 tails sprouted from behind her. They slammed onto the ball of flesh like they were nails hammering into a wall. The attack from the tails left clear marks on the ball of flesh. Although the ball of flesh had terrifying recovery abilities, it could not immediately recover the parts that had been damaged by the tails. Next, the tails went on to pierce the ball of flesh. Under the constant attack from the tails, the ball of flesh was sundered, revealing Fifth Page War who was hiding within. Purple Love glared at Fifth Page Truth with furious hatred as all the constellation power gathered on her body. This was when she released a meteor of foxfire. Long ago, Purple Love had used this method to claim First Page Fate's life. Fifth Page Truth had not sensed Purple Love's existence. Purple Love was a heavenly family fae, a life form most affiliated with nature in the world. If Purple Love wanted to hide, Fifth Page Truth would have to plow through the area using his spiritual energy to search for her. Otherwise, there was no way he would detect her presence. When Fifth Page Truth attacked Jade Sundial, he was most afraid of bringing about retribution from the Heavenly Family Cottage. This was why he had been hiding for all these years. Purple Love's attack allowed Fifth Page Truth to know that he would have to give up the Divine Order Evil Fetus as a shield if he wanted to survive. After the Goddess of Mercy appeared, she shot a look at Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Mercy had heard that Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation had formed an alliance and knew there was a blood grudge between Heavenly Family Cottage and Fifth Page Truth. The Goddess of Mercy saw Lin Yuan as a talented and capable young man. A person like him should not be exposed to danger. It seemed that Lin Yuan dared to take on Fifth Page Truth because he had Purple Love protecting him from the shadows. The Goddess of Mercy had instructed the two blood ritual witch fishes to inject their blood horoscopes into the eternal heart and to use constellation decree in order to protect Lin Yuan and prevent Fifth Page Truth from attacking him. With this thought, the Goddess of Mercy stopped the two blood ritual witch fishes from using constellation decree. Instead, she ordered them to attack Fifth Page Truth at the same time that Purple Love did. The blood ritual witch fishes looked at Purple Love with relief as happiness engulfed them. They could not disobey the Goddess of Mercy's orders because they were her fays. But frankly, they were against the order. If the Goddess of Mercy was in danger, the two of them would not mind using constellation decree. But the Goddess of Mercy was trying to save a young lad who she had not even had much interaction with. Any fae that had awakened its birth horoscope wanted to use its spirit to set its spirit fire alight and enter a new world. But thankfully, the Goddess of Mercy did not use her sacred source lifeform when instructing the two blood ritual witch fishes to attack. The Goddess of Mercy's sacred source lifeform was defense type and could not boost her combat abilities. When she had the advantage in the fight against fifth page Truth, there was no need for her to use her sacred source lifeform. The Goddess of Mercy used her second higher devil ability against fifth page Truth, Envy Deepening, on the ball of flesh. When a target was afflicted by envy deepening, the damage sustained by the lifeforms around the target would also increase. The Goddess of Mercy was afraid that fifth page Truth was not dead yet and triggered a violent explosion in the sky. The Goddess of Mercy intentionally blocked the sea of bone lotus flowers from the explosion in order to get on Lin Yuan's good side and prevent him from getting a negative impression of her because of what fifth page Truth had said. She also instructed her two main fays to block the energy ripples in the direction of Thick Soil City. If the ripples of a battle between experts that were beyond Immortal reached Thick Soil City, half of the city would crumble no matter how strongly it was fortified. If that happened, countless of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members would die in Thick Soil City. Both Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy thought that this attack would be enough to put an end to fifth page Truth. But it did not take long for them to realize that something was wrong. This was because the effects of the Law Staff's ability Law Church had not dissipated yet. Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy hurriedly looked towards where fifth page Truth had been. This was when they saw fifth page Truth clutching his head with both hands as though he was in a wild fit. Fifth page Truth's surroundings were filled with the sounds of pieces of flesh falling to the ground. It was clear that the pieces of flesh did not come from the ball of flesh around fifth page Truth. Fifth page Truth endured his violent fit and agony as he started to laugh. His laughter seemed to be mixed with an inexplicable creepiness. You not only ruined my plan to evolve the Divine Order Evil Fetus, but even destroyed the Divine Order Evil Fetus itself. That young man must be very important to the two of you. Thank you, readers. Fifth page Truth's creepy voice paused and suddenly turned ear-piercingly shrill. Watch as how I destroy two of you for breaking my sacred source life form. While he spoke, fifth page Truth raised the Law Staff and activated the ability it had gained when it reached 10 stars, ruling settlement. Neither Purple Love nor the Goddess of Mercy had expected fifth page Truth to not only survive their combined attack but also emerge unscathed. Fifth page Truth's defensive abilities had exceeded both of their expectations. But when they sensed the aura of the falling fragments around fifth page Truth, both of them realized that fifth page Truth had sacrificed a pinnacle 10 stars sacred source lifeform to block the attack. He had essentially cut off his wrist to save his arm. As a result, fifth page Truth's soul and potential had both taken excruciating hits. After a spirit chi professional's Fae died, they might have the chance to recover their spiritual energy and contract another Fae. They would not be seriously affected. However, a sacred source lifeform was linked to the contractor's soul. Once they died, a part of the contractor's soul would leave with it, and there was no way of making up for the loss. At this moment, fifth page Truth's expression could only be described as fiercely sinister. Fifth page Truth had swapped out the Divine Order Evil Fetus for the Law Staff as his main sacred source lifeform a few decades ago. The Divine Order Evil Fetus allowed fifth page Truth to find a way to live forever using flesh. In order to evolve the Divine Order Evil Fetus to 11 stars, fifth page Truth had begun plotting a few decades ago. He had even built the Truth Association and taken control of the Startling Lines continent for this. Yet today, the plan that had been in the works for decades had been ruined, and the Divine Order Evil Fetus had been destroyed. From the moment that the Divine Order Evil Fetus was destroyed, fifth page Truth knew that he would lose his position as the fifth page of Tower Canon. His power had not been outstanding amongst the 8 pages to start with. Now, he had also lost a pinnacle 10 stars sacred source lifeform. If the other pages found out, the first to take a dig at him would be third page Eternal Sin. Fifth page Truth placed all the blame and object of his fury on Lin Yuan. This was because he was no match for Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy. If fifth page Truth was facing either Purple Love or the Goddess of Mercy alone, he would have been able to grievously injure them by using the special abilities of the Law Staff. The victor would not have been as clear as it was now. But now that Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy were ganging up on him, they would surely help out one another if any was in trouble. Given the circumstances, he stood no chance of victory. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was the cause of this entire incident. He was the one who had come to the startling Lines continent and started targeting the Truth Association. He was the reason that Fifth Page War was in the predicament that he was facing now. Otherwise, he could have remained safely hidden, and there was no way that Purple Love would have been able to find him. By tracing the cause back to Lin Yuan, Fifth Page Truth found his target to vent on. Weren't both the Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love very concerned about Lin Yuan? Fifth Page Truth had just experienced loss in the destruction of the Divine Order evil fetus. If the Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love watched Lin Yuan die and could not do anything to stop it, they would feel the same way that Fifth Page Truth was feeling at that moment. When Fifth Page Truth instructed the law staff to use ruling settlement, the fire that was produced by setting alight all the laws shot into the sky, creating pillars of fire. Tens of thousands of colored pillars of fire speared the sky. All the laws had been triggered to their maximum extent. The nuns continuously plucked strings of laws from the flaming pillars and swiftly weaved them into a world comprised of laws. The weaved world of laws encapsulated Lin Yuan and Fifth Page Truth within. The Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love's expressions changed when they saw what had happened. Neither of them had expected the law staff to have such an ability. Now that the small world had closed around Lin Yuan and Fifth Page Truth, it meant that Lin Yuan now had to take Fifth Page Truth on by himself. Both of them could try to break in, but the attacks might affect the interior of the world and hit not just Fifth Page Truth but Lin Yuan as well. Unless Lin Yuan was able to kill Fifth Page Truth within the miniature world, Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy could not even attempt to break it. Lu Jie and Wen Yu's expressions had changed at the same time that Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercies did. They knew that Lin Yuan had protection with him in the form of Begin Lady. Although they did not know the exact extent of Begin Lady's power, they had heard about it from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was going to have to take Fifth Page Truth on by himself now. Both of them knew that Lin Yuan was not the type to boast, but no one was more important than Lin Yuan to them. They could not help but be filled with worry for him. While the two of them knew that Lin Yuan had a secret weapon with him when he took on Fifth Page Truth, the Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love were completely unaware. The two experts who had already awakened their birth horoscopes were so worried that they faltered in their demeanors. The Goddess of Mercy had even betrayed Lin Yuan for the sake of the Freedom Federation. At first, her reasons had been purely selfish. If Lin Yuan did not possess the Mermaid Emperor bloodline and allowed the Goddess of Mercy to see an opportunity to boost her power, she might not even have spared Lin Yuan a second thought, even if he was an elite from the Radiance Federation. But now, the Goddess of Mercy did not notice that when Lin Yuan fell into danger, she was not worried that she had lost the opportunity to increase her power, but was concerned for his actual safety. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself dazed. She did not understand why her thinking had changed. Purple Love felt exceedingly ashamed. She had allowed him to fall into danger while by his side. Not only would she have no way of answering to the Moon Empress, but she had also let down Blood Love, Blood New Moon, and Jade Sundial. Purple Love had never been the type to hesitate. Once she was sure that there was nothing she could do against Fifth Page Truth or break the small world built from laws, Purple Love took a deep breath and asked the Goddess of Mercy, "Goddess of Mercy, do you have any way of sealing off Fifth Page Truth's Sacred Source Lifeform's ability without harming Lin Yuan who's inside?" "Thank you, readers." The Goddess of Mercy shook her head and slapped the sky with her fishtail to express her worry and impending sense of loss. It was just like how people like to pace when they were thinking. When Purple Love realized that there was also nothing that the Goddess of Mercy could do, she flashed over and scooped up the sleeping Silver Corona into her arms. The law staff's ability ruling settlement placed the mark on the aura of Lin Yuan's vitality. Thus, Silver Corona had not been pulled into the mini-world but was left outside. Purple Love had picked up Silver Corona because it was a fey that Lin Yuan had contracted. Silver Corona was currently in the midst of transforming its bloodline. There could only be two reasons for it to have fallen asleep. The first was that it was successful in increasing its power to become an 8-winged fairy. The other possibility was that Lin Yuan had died, and his contract with Silver Corona had been broken. If Silver Corona was forcefully awakened, Purple Love would not be able to get an exact sense of Lin Yuan's condition, but she would at least be able to tell if he was alive. Purple Love knew who the Goddess of Mercy was. Purple Love did not want to interact with someone like the Goddess of Mercy, who was evil and always acted in the most extreme manner. The Moon Empress treasures her disciple greatly. He has to have a secret weapon that the Moon Empress prepared for him. The Moon Empress has also awakened her birth horoscope. The secret weapon from her might allow him to break out from the world that fifth-page truth's sacred source lifeform created using laws. Even if the secret weapon isn't able to break the world, it should allow Lin Yuan to fend off fifth-page truth for a few more minutes. 5 minutes later, the ability ruling settlement will lose effect. The Goddess of Mercy was annoyed when she heard what Purple Love said, but she also felt slightly relieved. She had seen for herself how important Lin Yuan was to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress would definitely have given him a safety net. He just needed to use it, and fifth-page truth would definitely have a harder time trying to take Lin Yuan down. The Moon Empress had to be worried that Na would come after Lin Yuan after he stole the young disaster world faceless beast. With how much trouble Lin Yuan was prone to, the Moon Empress had to have prepared an impressive safety net in order to set herself at ease. The Goddess of Mercy forced herself to calm down and wait out the agonizingly long 5 minutes. Lu Jie and Wen Yu were worried about Lin Yuan and balled their fists up. Not even Purple Love or the Goddess of Mercy could do anything to help Lin Yuan out of this danger. It went without saying that Lu Jie and Wen Yu were helpless as well. Lu Jie and Wen Yu detested feeling helpless. But this was not the first time that they were feeling this way. The two of them shared a look and prayed that Lin Yuan's secret weapon would be effective against fifth-page truth. Both of them resolved to become stronger. In the past, they wanted to become stronger so they could keep up with Lin Yuan's pace and not be left behind. But at this moment, they did not just want to be able to keep up with Lin Yuan. They hoped that the next time Lin Yuan was in danger, they would be able to do more than stand off to the side like useless blocks of wood. Time passed terrifyingly slowly. Lin Yuan, who was within the small world, could sense that he had lost his connection to most of his elemental energy. If he had a fae that was beyond fantasy breed with him at the moment, he would notice that they could not tap into their laws. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen's main diet consisted of law source crystals, it had also consumed a significant amount of law crystals and world crystals. He could sense that the laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt were clashing against the small world that fifth-page truth's sacred source lifeform had created. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen's laws were currently at a disadvantage, Lin Yuan could still make use of them, albeit their power would be far from their original capabilities. If Lin Yuan used the sacred sword-wielding queen's sword skills now, it would only produce 10% of its usual power. But in spite of the treacherous situation, Lin Yuan was not panicked in the slightest but was calmly staring at fifth-page truth. Fifth-page truth was overcome with fury, and his mind was completely twisted and blurred over. Yet, Lin Yuan's expression turned out to be one as calm as a snow-covered landscape. This only added fuel to the fire of fifth-page truth's fury. Fifth-page truth smiled sinisterly. "What's wrong? Have you been scared stupid? You shouldn't have come to the startling lines continent to cause trouble. Today, you will die here, and I'll use your bones to decorate the throne of bones below me." Fifth-page truth intended to use this terrifying method to see the fear blossom on Lin Yuan's face. Yet, he was met with a clear and composed voice. "The throne of bones below you didn't come with you into the small world made of bones. By now, the Goddess of Mercy should have taken your throne of bones apart. I don't think you'll have the chance to use my bones to decorate it. Rather than me thinking about whether my life will come to an end here, you should think about how you'll be able to handle being surrounded by Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy once we're back out there." At first, fifth-page truth had fully underestimated Lin Yuan. But now, Lin Yuan could say such things to him without a hint of fear. Even an idiot could tell that Lin Yuan was prepared. Fifth-page truth did not believe that a young man could be so calm in the face of death. However, Lin Yuan's words had hit a nerve with fifth-page truth. It was true that fifth-page truth still did not know how he could take on the Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love. He knew the Goddess of Mercy was trying so hard because of the bloodline in Lin Yuan's body. Meanwhile, Purple Love had a grudge against him for killing the Sky Sundial Jade Spider. Purple Love had killed First Page Fate and ended up with her roots injured. This meant that she was ready to do the same with Fifth Page Truth today. Fifth Page Truth knew what was waiting for him once he left the small world. If he had to face either Purple Love or the Goddess of Mercy alone and the Divine Order Evil Fetus had not been destroyed, Fifth Page Truth would have some confidence in finding a way out. But now that the Divine Order Evil Fetus was gone, it would be difficult for him to escape with just the Law Staff. Fifth Page Truth had not been willing to admit that his life could possibly come to an end here. But after what Lin Yuan said, Fifth Page Truth had no choice but to face the music. Thank you, readers. Fifth Page Truth scoffed. How I'm going to take on Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy is a problem for the future. You don't have to worry about it. What you need to worry about now is how you will take me on. Fifth Page Truth had not expected to hear a cold chuckle after he was done speaking. You see me as prey and are so certain that I cannot escape this small world you've created. But have you heard that the smartest hunters always present themselves as prey? You're only so angry and bent on killing me because you lose a Pinnacle 10 Stars Sacred Source lifeform to the Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love's attacks. I'm very glad that the Sacred Source lifeform you lost isn't the one who can control laws. I will think it a pity if the Sacred Source lifeform that controls laws had died. Fifth Page Truth inhaled sharply when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Fifth Page Truth almost burst out into laughter. What are you saying? Can it be that an ant like you has the audacity to eye my law staff? How arrogant and daring. Fifth Page Truth felt that Lin Yuan was unbelievably presumptuous at this moment. But before he could say something, Lin Yuan went on to say, "There's something you said that was wrong. You and I are not the only ones in this world. Begin, lady. Put an end to him. Then capture the law staff. Try not to hurt the law staff with your attacks." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, Fifth Page Truth watched as the pink and gold mole at the corner of Lin Yuan's eye fell to the ground and turned into a slim girl with black hair. She was wearing a pink and gold shawl that billowed around her. However, Fifth Page Truth could not sense even a hint of any aura from the girl Lin Yuan had called Begin Lady. Fifth Page Truth should be the ruler of this world of laws created by his Sacred Source lifeform. He should be able to sense the girl, even if she was a regular person. There could only be one possibility for her to have escaped his detection, which was that she was more powerful than him and that her capabilities had reached a level that was beyond his understanding. Fifth Page Truth's back broke out in cold sweat with this thought. At first, Fifth Page Truth had been wondering if he should kill Lin Yuan or just kidnap him. He might be able to flee if he had held Lin Yuan hostage. Yet, it turned out that the one who threatened his life was not the Goddess of Mercy or Purple Love, but this young man he had pulled into the small world. Lin Yuan said that the smartest hunters always presented themselves as prey. Fifth Page Truth thought Lin Yuan was arrogant and egotistical at that time. But now, he knew that this young man who appeared harmless was a highly intelligent hunter. After Fifth Page Truth appeared, the young man did not immediately send out the girl wearing the pink and gold shawl. Instead, he allowed Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy to handle him. This was likely because he did not want to reveal his secret weapon. It could be that he had done exactly what this young man wanted by instructing the law staff to use ruling settlement to create this small world. The young man could now use his secret weapon however he pleased. Fifth Page Truth did not know how many young men had never experienced this feeling of their life at risk of coming to an end. A selfish expert who only knew how to think about himself would be obsessed with increasing his power and afraid of dying. When the law staff used ruling settlement, it would only pull the life form whose vitality it had marked into the small world. It was clear that this girl was beyond the law staff's reach and was not concerned by the law staff's power at all. This meant that the girl had definitely set her spirit fire alight. A Sacred Source lifeform's ability could only affect an expert who had set his spirit fire alight if the Sacred Source lifeform had reached 11 stars. If his plan had not been ruined and the Divine Order Evil Fetus had evolved to 11 stars, he would not be as helpless as he currently was. But not only had his plan been ruined, but the Divine Order Evil Fetus had also been killed by the Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love. Even if he had the pinnacle 10 stars law staff and used all of his other secret weapons, he stood no chance of survival in front of the girl who had set her spirit fire alight. Birth horoscopes appeared to be invincible, but if they were lightly exposed to spirit fire, they would immediately be burnt to ashes. All that would be left would be the power within them. With this thought, Fifth Page Truth hurriedly said, I have accumulated substantial wealth these past few years. You can have all of them. See if there's anything that you want. If you want me to be your protector, I can swear on my birth horoscope to serve you for 100 years. Lin Yuan looked amused when he heard what Fifth Page Truth said. Not long ago, Fifth Page Truth said that he wanted to kill Lin Yuan. He had even been ready to grind all his bones to dust. But once Begin Lady appeared, Fifth Page Truth realized that he was no match for the enemy and decided to try the weak approach. He was now even willing to give up his freedom in exchange for his life. Clearly, Fifth Page Truth was not one to be stubborn for the sake of it. Once one swore on one's birth horoscope, there was no way of backing out. It could be said that once Lin Yuan nodded his head, he would gain a top expert who had awakened his birth horoscope in his arsenal. The expression indicated that the young man was not interested in his offer. Fifth Page Truth hurriedly said, all of the 8 pages of Tower Canon are Class 5 Creation Masters. I might not have outstanding Creation Master talent, but I'm definitely more capable than Yi Huailu. Fifth Page Truth released a bit of his might. He felt that by revealing his status as a Class 5 Creation Master, Lin Yuan would set aside their differences and keep him alive for the sake of the value he represented. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard what Fifth Page Truth said. It seemed that Fifth Page Truth had a good grasp of the situation in the Divine Wood Federation. He even knew that Yi Huailu had become a Class 5 Creation Master. It was likely that someone in the Divine Wood Federation still had ties to the Truth Association. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to have a chat with Yi Huailong to ensure that the entire Divine Wood Federation had been properly purged of any traces of the Truth Association. Lin Yuan had not expected every single one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon to be a Class 5 Creation Master. Thank you, readers. That meant that there had to be at least 8 Class 5 Creation Masters in Tower Canon. This was the combined number of Class 5 Creation Masters that the 3 major federations had. Furthermore, Tower Canon had never been idle. Whale Ocean Commerce, which used to be one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation, had been ruined by one of the pages. As a result, Di Wanmi went down a path of no return. Tower Canon not only possessed Class 5 Creation Masters of their own, but even recruited other experts who had the potential to become Class 5 Creation Masters as well. This meant that it was very likely that the 8 pages had more Class 5 Creation Masters working under them or with them. This allowed Lin Yuan to understand Tower Canon's power from a new perspective. Lin Yuan did not reply to what Fifth Page Truth said. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, if every single one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon are Class 5 Creation Masters, exactly how many Class 5 Creation Masters does Tower Canon have? Tower Canon looked hesitant. He had not been spoken to in such a way for many years. But he remembered that his life was in this young man's hands, so he replied honestly, each of the 8 pages works on our own. I don't know the exact situation of the others. It'll be seen as a provocation if I try to find out about them. None of the 8 pages want to make an enemy of each other. So, I don't have an exact answer for how many Class 5 Creation Master Tower Canon has. I have about 10 Creation Masters who are Class 4 and above. One of them became a Class 5 Creation Master 30 years ago. I have placed him in the Truth Association to act as the representative of the Truth Association. After I become your protector, the Class 4 and 5 Creation Masters under me will automatically work for you as well. Fifth Page Truth's revelation of his circumstances made Lin Yuan think that Fifth Page Truth might not possess as many Creation Master resources as the 3 major federations, but the gap was not large. Lin Yuan believed that Tower Canon had many Class 5 Creation Masters under them. The Moon Empress had once mentioned to Lin Yuan that Creation Masters were not just a product of talent but also time. Chef Supreme had been stuck at Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for 50 years before he became a Class 5 Creation Master. Once an expert awoke his birth horoscope, his soul power would increase greatly, and it would be much easier for him to use his soul to concoct spirit fluids. If an expert could reach Class 4 Creation Master before he awoke his birth horoscope, he would be able to find his own unique Creation Master path in a matter of months or a few years at most. There would be no need for him to reach Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Many of the 8 pages of Tower Canon had to already have been walking the earth for a long time. Additionally, 5th Page Truth was not human. Until now, Lin Yuan could not be certain of what 5th Page Truth's true form was. But according to 5th Page Truth's aura, Lin Yuan could be certain that 5th Page Truth did not come from the 6th-dimensional world that the pilgrimage corpse bird had come from. Begin Lady looked at Lin Yuan while 5th Page Truth was speaking. Since it had consumed by Dong and Su Jian's souls, it had absorbed their combined experiences. Begin Lady now had a good grasp of the relationships of the people around him. It knew that 5th Page Truth had killed the mother of Bloodbath, who was Lin Yuan's first path protector, and thus formed a great grudge between them. Begin Lady was curious about what Lin Yuan was going to do. No one on the outside would know if 5th Page Truth submitted to Lin Yuan in the small world and was kept hidden by Lin Yuan from then on. Even if Purple Love, the mother of Bloodbath, and the others found out, it was unlikely that they would make any comment. 5th Page Truth's greatest value lay in remaining alive to act as Lin Yuan's protector and serve him for the 100 years he offered. But selfishly, Begin Lady did not want Lin Yuan to accept 5th Page Truth's loyalty. If Lin Yuan placed profits above his kinship, Begin Lady would not be able to resolve the image it had of him as a young man who had given up everything to save it with this new Lin Yuan who prioritized his profits. 5th Page Truth was already prepared to summon his birth horoscope to swear to become Lin Yuan's protector. It knew that once it became Lin Yuan's protector, he would no longer have to worry about facing Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy. If Purple Love and the Goddess of Mercy still tried to attack him, Lin Yuan would definitely protect him. Just as 5th Page Truth was about to relax, Lin Yuan looked at him seriously and said solemnly, "You should be in possession of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's Heavenly Family Crystal. Give it back to me now." Lin Yuan's solemn words sounded like an accusation to 5th Page Truth. 5th Page Truth hurriedly took out the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's Heavenly Family Crystal from his spatial equipment. 5th Page Truth had a love-hate relationship with the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's Heavenly Family Crystal. He had such a treasure in his possession but not the eternal heart that came with it, allowing it to be refined. If he forcefully tried to refine it, he would be burned by the sun power. Since Lin Yuan wanted it now, there was no harm in giving it to him. After all, once he became Lin Yuan's protector, he would no longer have the chance to attack the Heavenly Family Cottage. 5th Page Truth took out Jade Sundial's Heavenly Family Crystal. In order to express his humbleness, 5th Page Truth walked over to Lin Yuan and knelt down on one knee like his servants did as he raised the Heavenly Family Crystal high in front of Lin Yuan. 5th Page Truth had considered abruptly attacking Lin Yuan at close quarters, but he quickly dismissed the idea. If he dared to try to sneak attack Lin Yuan, there would only be 2 possible results. Firstly, Begin Lady would notice his intention and kill him before he even made contact with Lin Yuan. Alternatively, he would be successful in killing Lin Yuan. But then, he would have to take on Begin Lady himself. What was the point in attacking if both results ended in his death? At the moment that 5th Page Truth took a knee, he noticed that Begin Lady's body was covered in a layer of pink flames. Although the pink flames were licking at him, he was not burned. However, they did leave a vest-like layer on him. 5th Page Truth thought that this was Begin Lady's way of limiting him and protecting Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan received Jade Sundial's Heavenly Family Crystal from 5th Page Truth and checked that nothing was wrong with it, he said something that caused 5th Page Truth's jaw to drop but also his anger to rise again. "Begin Lady, kill him. Don't forget that I want his sacred source life form to be intact." Thank you, readers. After hearing what Lin Yuan said, a gentle smile spread across Begin Lady's face. As it nodded, 2 pink flames appeared in its eyes. The vest of fire that had appeared on 5th Page Truth started to burn more intensely the moment the flames in Begin Lady's eyes lit up. "You?" Before 5th Page Truth could finish speaking, his original form appeared beneath the flames. When Lin Yuan saw Fifth Page Truth's original form, he finally knew what Fifth Page Truth actually was. It turned out that Fifth Page Truth was actually a mouse species fae. According to the features on his body, which was the yellow fur on his abdomen, faint gold strands of hair on his long tail, and patterns of mountains on his back, it was likely that he was the descendant of the river and mountain-consuming mouse and the golden-tail greedy mouse. The river and mountain-consuming mouse could consume mountains and rivers as its food and had extremely strong defensive abilities. Meanwhile, the golden-tail greedy mouse was very similar to the offering which dappled spider in that it could consume the flesh of other lifeforms to increase its power or even the power of its companions. The golden-tail greedy mouse was ranked 21st amongst the 100 most fiercest beasts, and was considered a legendary fae. Spirit fire took the form of flames, but it was not actually a type of fire but a product of insanely concentrated spiritual power. Experts who had set their spirit fire alight could gain a unique power from their spirit. If Fifth Page Truth had not let down his guard, Begin Lady would still be able to suppress him but would not have had such an easy time at least. The vitality, soul power, and spiritual energy within Fifth Page Truth were decreasing rapidly as the spirit fire was burning them up. Begin Lady intentionally let out a stream of water to wrap around the law staff to protect it from suffering damage from the spirit flames. In the short span of a few seconds, Fifth Page Truth was burned to ashes after drowning in the spirit fire. Begin Lady had protected the law staff and Fifth Page Truth's spatial equipment. Begin Lady intended to burn up Fifth Page Truth's birth horoscope to trigger his spirit attribute. Fifth Page Truth's spirit attribute would greatly increase Begin Lady's power. But when Begin Lady's spirit fire burned Fifth Page Truth's birth horoscope into a mass of purple and brown spirit attribute, and was about to start refining the energy within the spirit attribute, the shrine in the center of Lin Yuan's soul that had been silent for some time started to react violently. It released a strong craving and started absorbing the mass of purple and brown power. The shrine's craving for spirit attribute power exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Begin Lady thought that Lin Yuan was the one who wanted Fifth Page Truth's spirit attribute power and did not fight with him, allowing him to absorb the spirit attribute power into the shrine. During this entire time, Lin Yuan was in shock. The last time the shrine had transformed due to Begin Lady's spirit fire had been part of Lin Yuan's expectations. But he had not yet had the time to properly investigate the shrine's transformation. Now that the shrine had absorbed Fifth Page Truth's purple and brown spirit attribute power, it once again transformed from the inside out. At the moment that the shrine at the center of Lin Yuan's soul was done absorbing the spirit attribute power, its interior exploded. At first, the shrine had been like a wide field of constellations. The dots of light representing the faith power from other lifeforms were spread all around the shrine. The explosion seemed to be separating out the environment within the shrine. The clean air floated above while the muddy air sank below. The large amount of faith power seemed to distinguish the sky and earth within the shrine. The remaining faith power was stored in the altar at the center of the world and transformed into a fountain of faith that continuously spewed faith power in fluid form. The changes to the shrine had used up almost 90% of the faith power in Lin Yuan's shrine. At the moment, Lin Yuan did not know what the significance of the changes were. All he knew was that everything he wanted to do within the shrine could be accomplished by using up faith power. Not long ago, he had appeared next to Luolan and saved millions of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. After Lin Yuan had plucked them out of despair, all of the tribe members offered him pure faith power. At first, the water spray from the fountain of faith at the center of the altar had only been about half a meter tall. But now it was already 3 meters tall. After the shrine absorbed the purple and brown spirit attribute power and injected it into the fountain of faith, Lin Yuan could sense that he was willing to sacrifice faith power to patch up the purple and brown faith power and create a new life form. This was a very peculiar feeling. A feeling arose in Lin Yuan when the fountain water formed from faith power made contact with the purple and brown spirit attribute power. He felt like a starving man at a buffet. Lin Yuan had not had the chance to investigate the shrine. Since the shrine's interior had changed, Lin Yuan intended to check through it properly. Lin Yuan projected his mind into the world within the shrine and immediately found himself on the altar. The world around him was empty, and it was not much different from when he was last here. Lin Yuan knew that he could expand the world's borders by using up some of the fountain water. However, he did not choose to do so. This was because he did not know if he would encounter something he could not handle in the expanded borders. Additionally, it would be better to use the faith power to begin construction in the world of the shrine rather than using it to expand the size of the world. The best way to use the faith power would be to combine it with the purple and brown spirit attribute power. With this thought, Lin Yuan decided to do so. Although the purple and brown spirit attribute power came from 5th page Truth's birth horoscope, it still retained the unique spirit attribute that 5th page Truth's birth horoscope had comprehended. However, all of 5th page Truth's spirit and soul had been burned to ruins in the spirit fire. This just meant that the purple and brown spirit attribute power that came from 5th page Truth's birth horoscope no longer had much to do with him. As Lin Yuan poured out the fountain water into the purple and brown spirit attribute, the spirit attribute started to pulse gently, as though it was a fetus with a heartbeat. Thank you, readers. The more fountain water entered the purple and brown spirit attribute, the stronger the pulsing became. Lin Yuan could hear the sounds within the fetus. As Lin Yuan continued to use faith power to hatch the fetus, Lin Yuan gained a deeper understanding of how faith power could affect this world. Lin Yuan gathered a small amount of source-type power at the bottom of the altar. A stone pillar sprouted to link the altar to the ground. Lin Yuan could sense that if he was willing to spend more faith power, he could even produce whatever carvings he wanted on the stone pillar. Lin Yuan had played video games in his previous life. He felt that the world within the shrine was like a large sandbox game. However, he did not need to strenuously gather resources on his own for this sandbox game. All he needed to do was spend faith power, and everything could be achieved. If Lin Yuan wanted, he could even use faith power to create an army within this world. However, the troop strength would depend on how much faith power he was willing to use. Faith power was the main currency in the world of the shrine. The more he investigated the world of the shrine, the more interested in it he became. Lin Yuan thought, it isn't easy to collect faith power in the main world. Collecting faith power from dimensional lifeforms in the marsh world is much easier. Lin Yuan had discussed Spirit Fire with Begin Lady in the past. Spirit Fire had created a world within Lin Yuan's shrine. Thus, the world within the shrine was definitely related to Spirit Attribute Power and Spirit Fire. Lin Yuan had asked Begin Lady about what was special about the shrine. However, Lin Yuan realized that Begin Lady was completely unaware. It also did not know what level was beyond Spirit Fire. While Lin Yuan was thinking, the fetus was done absorbing the faith power. Lin Yuan could sense that the fetus was communicating with him respectfully and expressing its wish to hatch. Lin Yuan was the ruler of the shrine world, so the fetus could not hatch naturally without his permission. If he could control the world, Lin Yuan would be like the father and god of the shrine world. After Lin Yuan agreed for the fetus to hatch, he was immediately struck by something. He could sense that he could decide how the hatched fetus looked like if he used up a small amount of faith power. 5th page Truth's spirit attribute power was a mix of evilness and filth. This was related to 5th page Truth's true form being a mouse species Fae. Although 5th page Truth looked like a young boy, there was no way that was his true appearance. When Begin Lady used the spirit fire to burn 5th page Truth's body, and his young face had burned away, it revealed a waxy yellow and flat face underneath. There were triangular eyes that were iconic of mouse species Faes on the waxy yellow and flat face. It was common for Faes to wear a facade after changing into human form. If the fetus was allowed to hatch without Lin Yuan interfering with its appearance, it would likely end up looking like 5th page Truth did. When he thought about 5th page Truth's protruding mouth, ape-like chin, and triangular eyes, Lin Yuan decided to spend some faith power to manipulate the fetus appearance. The things that Lin Yuan created using faith power in the shrine world did not come with intelligence, nor could they communicate with Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan used faith power to create a large army in the shrine, they would all be lifeless. However, this life form birthed from spirit attribute power and faith power could communicate with Lin Yuan before it hatched, meaning that it had intelligence. Given Lin Yuan's current power, obtaining an expert who had awoken his birth horoscope would be difficult. For the time being, there was no way another life form with intelligence would appear within the shrine world. Lin Yuan decided to let this life form manage the shrine world on his behalf. Although Lin Yuan did not expand the shrine world using faith power, the size of the shrine world was not small either. It was about the size of 2 buildings. The more faith power Lin Yuan provided, the more water would appear within the faith fountain. Lin Yuan did not know how the shrine world would be useful to him. However, there would be no harm in doing some construction. Because Lin Yuan was not stingy with his faith power as it manipulated the fetus appearance. Soon, a human figure about the same height as Lin Yuan appeared next to him. This figure had a face that brought about peace and prosperity and was full of holiness. The figure was dressed in long white and blue robes with cloud patterns on them. It was similar to Sky City's uniform. The newly hatched life form kneeled respectfully by Lin Yuan's feet and started to pray as though it was worshipping him. "My God, I am a holy spirit that came from you. Please gift me a name." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. God? Holy Spirit? It was clear that this newly hatched life form that had been birthed from spirit attribute power and faith power understood its background. However, Lin Yuan was clueless. At this moment, Morbius said in Lin Yuan's head, "Partner, ever since the last time when you told me about the change to the shrine's interior, I have been wondering what happened. My memory is lacking, but do you remember the Moon Empress mentioning that the Freedom Federation called all experts who had awakened their birth horoscope as gods, but they had only taken control of their lifespan? It is actually experts who have set their spirit fire alight who are closer to crossing the gate to become gods. Only the experts who have broken through past setting their spirit fire alight can be called gods. The more I think about it, the more I think the shrine world may be linked to the level beyond spirit fire. After all, the spirit fire was what caused the changes to the shrine." Lin Yuan nodded. His guess was exactly the same as what Morbius had said. Thank you, readers. This was the only guess that could explain the changes in the shrine world. Lin Yuan could not sense all the changes in the world by only using Morbius. With the Holy Spirit around, he might learn more than he already knew. "Since you're the Holy Spirit I created, your name shall be Truth." Lin Yuan mentioned this name because the Holy Spirit came partially from his faith power and partially from 5th page Truth Spirit attribute. There had to be more than one Holy Spirit in the shrine world. Thus, it would be easier to give all of them names to make it easier to differentiate and remember them. After the Holy Spirit got its name, it bowed to Lin Yuan before climbing to its feet and asking, "God, do you plan on building your divine kingdom?" Lin Yuan froze. Divine kingdom? Was this space in the shrine world called a divine kingdom? The name of the divine kingdom suggested that it was a world created by the divine spirit. It seemed that he and Morbius' guess had been right. The gears in Lin Yuan's mind started to turn. Morbius could investigate other phase and dimensional life forms. But could it check holy spirits and see their data as well? With this thought, Lin Yuan used true data to check on truth. What he saw caused his eyes to light up. He could see not only its data but also information about his divine kingdom. Divine Kingdom Grade. Grade. Present Holy Spirits. 1. Truth, a beginner Holy Spirit. It can set up the divine kingdom and manage the life forms in the divine kingdom in the ruler's stead. Divine Kingdom Role. Unconfirmed, the derivation rate of the divine kingdom has to reach 10% in order for the divine kingdom role to be confirmed. Divine Kingdom Derivation. Unactivated. To activate the saturation, the environment comfort level in the divine kingdom has to reach barren. Environment comfort level. Wasteland. From true data, Lin Yuan now had a general understanding of how he could develop this divine kingdom. Since the information on true data stated that truth could set up the divine kingdom and manage the life forms within in the ruler's stead, it should know how the environment comfort level could be changed from wasteland to barren. Lin Yuan ordered truth. "I do have the intention of building the divine kingdom up. How much faith power is needed to change the divine kingdom's environment comfort level from wasteland to barren?" Truth looked delighted. Nothing made a Holy Spirit happier than a ruler wanting to establish the divine kingdom, as its greatest wish was to be able to serve its ruler. Around 1/6 of the current amount of water in the Faith Fountain is needed to change the environment comfort level from wasteland to barren. However, there are many ways to change the environment comfort level, and each method will also affect the derivation in the divine kingdom differently. After communicating with truth, Lin Yuan now knew what the derivation of the divine kingdom meant. In plain terms, derivating the divine kingdom was like proliferating the population on Earth and causing it to go through different eras of evolution and history. The environment comfort level was a necessary requirement that had to be met before lifeforms could begin living in the divine kingdom. In his past life, Lin Yuan had been good at biology and was the biology class representative during high school. Thus, he knew how important water was during the derivation of a world. This did not mean that life forms could not be derived from other environments. After his conversation with Truth, Lin Yuan knew that as the ruler of the Shrine World, he not only had to raise the environment comfort level from wasteland to barren but also had to invest significant effort into the divine kingdom. This meant that no matter what life forms were eventually derived in the divine kingdom, they could all be considered Lin Yuan's descendants. Lin Yuan also had the mermaid bloodline in his body. The beginning of human history started from water. The same went for mermaids. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided that his main direction for the divine kingdom when changing its environment comfort level from wasteland to barren would mainly be to turn it into an ocean. However, this did not mean that there would not be a hint of land. Lin Yuan intended for 1/5 of the area to be land, and it would be situated below the altar. Once the derivation of the divine kingdom began, it would never stop unless Lin Yuan chose to change the environment comfort level to wasteland or killed all of the life forms within it. Otherwise, the derivation of the divine kingdom would march on. After a year of evolving phase, Lin Yuan understood the ins and outs of evolving life forms. He could not guess what the derivation of the shrine would end up looking like, but he had not abandoned his original plan. He respected the miracle of life, and all he could do was his best every step of the way. If the divine kingdom was what lay beyond experts who had set their spirit fire alight, was the fog on the outskirts of the divine kingdom hiding the divine kingdoms built by other experts. There were not many experts in the main world who had awakened their birth horoscopes, much less set their spirit fire alight. This meant that there could be experts not from the main world in the divine kingdoms past the fog. Lin Yuan seemed to have had his perspectives broadened. The true beginning of an expert's journey was when he started to develop his divine kingdom. After hearing Lin Yuan's instruction and communicating with him, Truth said, "I am unsure how much time is needed to change the environment comfort level from wasteland to barren. I will inform you immediately once the change is complete." Lin Yuan gave Truth the authority to use the water in the Truth Fountain before he left the Shrine World. After Lin Yuan woke up, he saw Begin Lady looking at him concernedly. Begin Lady had protected the law staff, so it was still unscathed even after 5th page Truth died. The law staff's ability ruling settlement was still in effect. Begin Lady said that the effects of ruling settlement would only last for 5 minutes. Lin Yuan's exchange with 5th page Truth had only lasted 3 minutes. The first thing that Lin Yuan did after standing up was to assure Begin Lady that he was fine. Next, he started to take note of the time until ruling settlement lost its effect. Lin Yuan noticed that he had only been in the Shrine World for about a second or two. To Lin Yuan's memory, he had spent more than 10 hours in the shrine trying to hatch the fetus. Thank you, readers. This meant that time flowed at a different pace in the Shrine World than it did in the main world. Lin Yuan intended on calculating the exact difference the next time he went into the Shrine World. Once Begin Lady saw that Lin Yuan was fine, it turned back into a pink and gold crystal and attached itself to Lin Yuan's face. Before Begin Lady fell asleep again, it gave the law staff and 5th page Truth spatial equipment to Lin Yuan. 5th page Truth was an expert who had awakened his birth horoscope and had also been one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon. Thus, there were countless resources within the spatial equipment. However, these resources that were exceptionally precious to Lin Yuan were not inviting to Begin Lady at all. What was really inviting to Begin Lady was the pure spirit chi and water element energy, and those were all in Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone. There was no place more comfortable for Begin Lady than the spirit lock spatial zone. After the law staff's ability lost effect, Lin Yuan appeared once again at the entrance of the underground palace. When Lu Jie and Wen Yu spotted Lin Yuan, their expressions of worry immediately morphed into radiant smiles. Both of them were unable to hold themselves back as they rushed forward to envelop him in a bear hug. The goddess of mercy, who had been moving her tail anxiously in the air, felt herself relax when she saw Lin Yuan. But she quickly started to carefully observe him for fear that Fifth Page War had taken hostage of him within his body. After a thorough examination, she felt certain that Lin Yuan was still himself. After all, the mermaid bloodline power in Lin Yuan's body could not be fabricated by Fifth Page Truth. The goddess of mercy knew that Lu Jie was Night-Leaning Moon's disciple, and that Wen Yu was Mystic Moon's disciple. Both of them had to have taught their disciples to be careful. But once Lin Yuan appeared, neither of them had hesitated to hug him. This showed how important he was to them. Such companionship was hard to come by, and the goddess of mercy herself had never had such relationships in her life. In the past, the goddess of mercy was never jealous of such companionship. But this was because she had never had the chance to feel and witness such ties up close. But now, because of Lu Jie, the goddess of mercy was able to see the relationship between him, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu, and it made her wish to have such companions as well. The goddess of mercy also wanted to try to be a teammate who was willing to leave her back exposed to her comrades. She had stopped worrying after she was assured of Lin Yuan's safety, but the anger within her had not been quenched in the slightest. While she spoke, the goddess of mercy looked fearful. She had not expected the Moon Empress to be this powerful, that the secret weapon she prepared for Lin Yuan to even be able to kill Fifth Page Truth. Did this mean that the Moon Empress had set their spirit fire alight? Begin Lady had not shown itself throughout, and was now hidden on Lin Yuan's body. Thus, neither Purple Love nor the goddess of mercy knew of its existence. They did not believe that a young man like Lin Yuan, who was not even 20 years old, was capable of using his own power to defeat Fifth Page Truth. Thus, they attributed his survival to the Moon Empress. At first, Purple Love wanted to go up to Lin Yuan to check on him. But after she heard what the goddess of mercy said, Purple Love turned and asked her, "Where are you going?" Although the goddess of mercy had helped Lin Yuan in the past, Fifth Page Truth's words allowed Fifth Page Truth to find out that the goddess of mercy had intentions for Lin Yuan. The Heavenly Family Cottage was on good terms with the vast sea labyrinth. Purple Love had a certain understanding of the mermaid bloodline. The pressure of more elite mermaid bloodlines on inferior bloodlines was much stronger than that of fairies. Ever since the goddess of mercy, who had the Mermaid King bloodline, set her sights on Lin Yuan, who had the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, her subconscious placed eternal shackles on her from doing anything that could harm Lin Yuan. However, this did not stop her from causing trouble. With the goddess of mercy's temper, it was likely that she had not gone over to Lin Yuan and wanted to leave because she wanted to vent her rage. The goddess of mercy believed that slaughter was the best way to vent. Was the goddess of mercy planning on killing the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members who were in Thick Soil City? All of those people had been saved by Lin Yuan. The goddess of mercy caught Purple Love's eye and immediately guessed that Purple Love was ruminating over something. She rolled her eyes at Purple Love and said, "I do want to purge the fury within me, but my targets will be the people from the Truth Association. Apologize to Lin Yuan on my behalf. I will leave after killing every member of the Truth Association." The goddess of mercy swished her tail and disappeared along with her two main fays. She badly wanted to stay with Lin Yuan, but she knew that it would not do Lin Yuan any good if her relationship with him was leaked. It would also affect her partnership with the Radiance Federation. Her reason for coming was to sneak a look at Lin Yuan. She had only stepped in to help because someone was threatening him. But now that the threat had been neutralized, there was no reason for her to stay. She hoped Lin Yuan would understand her intentions, and any bad impression that Lin Yuan had of her would be erased by her actions today. When the goddess of mercy left, Purple Love looked at Blood Love, who had rushed out from the underground palace. She let out a sigh. This young man did not have many years behind him yet. He had already collected many debts of love. Her niece still did not have the courage to express how she felt, and it was possible that she would not have the chance to make it known in the future. She wondered who Lin Yuan would eventually end up with after his eyes were finally opened. There were so many beauties hanging around him. Would some conflict arise from his choice? Purple Love shook her head. This matter was none of her business. She wondered if the Moon Empress had thought about this issue. If she had not, it meant that she had a headache waiting for her. Lu Jie and Wen Yu released Lin Yuan from the bear hug. But before he could say anything to them, the Mother of Bloodbath swooped in to wrap its arms tightly around him. The Mother of Bloodbath was the heavenly family fae that could communicate with the sun. Although it had been in the underground palace, it could sense what was happening outside the underground palace through the sun. At the moment that Lin Yuan had been captured by Fifth Page Truth's sacred source life form, the Mother of Bloodbath was so overwhelmed by worry that it forgot how to breathe. If it did not know that it was too weak to be of any help in the fight and might end up as a burden, the Mother of Bloodbath would have rushed out of the underground palace. Thank you, readers. The Mother of Bloodbath believed that it hid its feelings for Lin Yuan very well. Or rather, it had not even noticed it yet. It did not know when its feelings for Lin Yuan started to change. But when he was facing death, the Mother of Bloodbath lost control of its emotions and it finally realized the truth. This was not the first time that the Mother of Bloodbath was hugging Lin Yuan. He gently patted its back and said, "Don't worry, everything is fine." The Mother of Bloodbath squeezed Lin Yuan's hand before letting him go. It moved to stand off to the side with a conflicted and thoughtful expression. The Mother of Bloodbath was shocked by its feelings for Lin Yuan. Wen Yu had noticed all of the changes in the Mother of Bloodbath's expressions. Wen Yu was the manager of Sky City who ensured that everything ran smoothly. She was very capable of observing and picking up on how others were feeling. She could tell that the Mother of Bloodbath's feelings for Lin Yuan had been buried so deep that it had not even realized it. But it was clear that it had realized the truth. But given Wen Yu's understanding of the Mother of Bloodbath, it would continue to suppress its emotions and not express them. Purple Love had also noticed the change in the Mother of Bloodbath's emotions. She was slightly stunned. She saw that Lin Yuan had no idea what had brought about the changes to the Mother of Bloodbath's expression. Purple Love did not know if it was good news that her niece had finally realized how she truly felt. As a senior, Purple Love did not broach the topic. Purple Love remembered what the Goddess of Mercy said and said to Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Mercy left. Before she left, she said that she would take care of the Truth Association. She probably understood how you felt after she saw the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members in Thick Soil City and found out about their circumstances. So, she probably won't touch the secret aristocratic families even if they're currently under the control of the Great Lush Federation. Purple Love did not mention the Goddess of Mercy's concern. The Goddess of Mercy's concern for Lin Yuan had been written all over her face. Given her understanding of Lin Yuan, he was oblivious to matters of the heart but very sharp when it came to everything else. He must have picked up from what Fifth Page Truth said that the Goddess of Mercy had an ulterior motive. If Purple Love knew that someone had an ulterior motive for treating her well, there was no way she could be happy about it. However, Purple Love did not know that Lin Yuan had known all along that the Goddess of Mercy had intentions for him and had even guessed what they were. Fifth Page Truth's words only served as evidence for his guess. Regardless of whether her motives were pure, she had helped him today. This meant that he now owed her a favor. If not for the Goddess of Mercy, Lin Yuan's biggest secret weapon, Begin Lady, would have been exposed. Furthermore, she had been at a disadvantage in her fight against Fifth Page Truth. The Goddess of Mercy and Purple Love had to work together in order to break through Fifth Page Truth's defenses. The Goddess of Mercy had been willing to stand by him and protect him despite knowing that she was no match for Fifth Page Truth. Lin Yuan had to repay this favor. It would not be easy to purge the Truth Association after Fifth Page Truth's death. Lin Yuan had experts under him, but the only combat power he had beyond Eternal was Whitespeak when it was boosted by Faith Power. Lin Yuan could not ask Purple Love to settle the Truth Association for him. The Goddess of Mercy was doing him a huge service after protecting him. Now that Fifth Page Truth was dead, Lin Yuan's name was essentially stamped on the entire Startling Lines continent. From now on, the miscellaneous issues in the Great Lush Federation and Iron Hammer Federation could be slowly ironed out. It was inevitable that obstacles would crop up, but they would not be big ones. Lin Yuan had always been a capable person. Now that fifth page truth had been handled, the most pressing issue was to ensure the safety of the remaining tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan did not rejoice over fifth page truth's death. He did not even immediately go to check on what resources were stoned in fifth page truth's spatial equipment. Lin Yuan called Luolan and said, "Go and check that all the tribes in Thick Soil City still have the soldier ration radishes left. Once you've checked that all of them are sufficiently stocked up, you can send them back to their original tribes." Luolan had been working herself to the bone the past few days. She was not only busy but also filled with worry. Lin Yuan's call immediately caused delight to spread across her face, as it told her that everything was now fine. He had even asked if the tribes had sufficient soldier ration radishes stocked up, which showed her just how kind and noble he was. "Lord Lin Yuan, I have checked every tribe's store of soldier ration radishes. It is enough for the time being. I will go and inform the tribe leaders to lead their tribe members back home." Lin Yuan gave her a few reminders. On the way back, instruct the platinum and black gold tribes to migrate. Give their leaders more of the soldier ration radishes. If they happen to meet their weaker members who are on the run, they can hand the food out to replenish their energy. If I'm not wrong, they have their own stock of warm clothes. If you don't have enough of the soldier ration radishes, I will ask Su Iran to help to send more to you. Lin Yuan hung up the call. He did not know if the members of the Truth Association were aware of Fifth Page Truth's death. But he knew that there was no way that Fifth Page Truth would have allowed his subordinates to have a clear idea of his personal condition. If the members of the Truth Association were left in the dark, there was no way that Luo Kai would be aware of it. It was likely that Luo Kai was still sending out his men to kill the fleeing tribe members, thinking that he was carrying out Fifth Page Truth's order. With the platinum and black gold tribes leading the way, they could vent their fury to their heart's content on Luo Kai's men who they met along the way. They would also be plucking Luo Kai's claws and making it easier for Luolan to regain control of the imperial court and bring light back into the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan always placed importance on faith power and had plans to faith power from the Startling Lines continent. Thank you, readers. But now that he wanted to carry out derivation in the Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan decided that he would make it his main goal to collect as much faith power as he could from the Startling Lines continent. After the dust settled in the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan would leave this task to Yi Huailong, Luolan, and Jin Qianxuan. Lin Yuan felt that he would bring about unimaginable opportunities while developing the Divine Kingdom. The mother of Bloodbath, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie did not find anything to be strange when Lin Yuan called Luolan. The three of them were well aware of the type of person Lu Jie was. However, Purple Love, who did not know Lin Yuan as well, looked at him in shock. Her impression of Lin Yuan improved significantly. It was to be expected if Lin Yuan was willing to look out for the lives of the citizens of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan enjoyed glory both as a disciple of royalty and as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. However, he was also saddled with duty. But he did not have such a duty to the tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation. This world ruled by martial arts was a selfish one. Thus, the stronger the expert, the more he wanted to take control of his resources. In such a situation, it was indeed despicable of Fifth Page Truth to try to sacrifice all the lifeforms in the Startling Lines continent to increase the stars of his sacred source lifeform. But in a way, his motives were understandable. Fifth Page Truth was only carrying out such selfishness to the extreme. Lin Yuan allowed Purple Love to see the goodness in humans. Purple Love was the heavenly family fae that was affiliated with the stars. Thus, she possessed a certain level of divine abilities. This was not the first time Purple Love felt that Lin Yuan was capable of causing quakes to ripple all over the main world. This would definitely break the balance, and many unstabilizing factors would arise. However, Purple Love felt that if Lin Yuan was the cause behind the disruptions, his shining character would mold the changes into positive ones. Purple Love handed Silver Corona to Lin Yuan and said, "Now that your secret weapon from the Moon Empress has taken care of Fifth Page Truth, I will go and help you to collect the shattered remains of his sacred source life form, The body of a pinnacle 10 stars sacred source lifeform presents unimaginable wealth. At the very least, the Moon Empress will be able to forge a 9 stars precious instrument out of it. As for the members of the Truth Association killed by the Goddess of Mercy, their own bodies and the bodies of their fays will definitely be reduced to smithereens. I will fetch their eternal hearts, immortal bodies, and world crystals for you. This fairy can have the remnants of their flesh and blood. Lin Yuan hurriedly handed Jade Sundial's heavenly family crystal he obtained from 5th Page Truth over to Purple Love. Purple Love received the heavenly family crystal with slightly trembling hands. Her main reason for coming to the startling Lines continent was to get her revenge on 5th Page Truth and take back Jade Sundial's heavenly family crystal. By the time Lin Yuan was out of danger, 5th Page Truth had already disappeared. Purple Love could not ask him about 5th Page Truth at such a time. She had been afraid that they had lost the opportunity to retrieve Jade Sundial's heavenly family crystal. Once they failed to retrieve Jade Sundial's heavenly family crystal, it would be impossible to recover her body and truly revive her. Purple Love did not expect Lin Yuan to remember to get Jade Sundial's heavenly family crystal back from 5th Page Truth despite being in serious danger himself. Because of Lin Yuan's gesture, the entire heavenly family cottage now owed him another enormous favor. After receiving Jade Sundial's heavenly family crystal, Purple Love sincerely thanked him and left to collect the resources that would be valuable to the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers. The mother of Bloodbath felt overwhelmed by emotions and almost let slip the words that had climbed to the tip of its tongue. But when it remembered Lin Yuan's current state, the mother of Bloodbath forced the words back down. It was afraid that once it spoke those words, it would never be able to turn back into the small spider that sat contentedly on Lin Yuan's head. It had spent some time in the human world and often browsed through forums and participated in meal gatherings. Thus, it knew that once feelings were expressed, the words could never be taken back. While Lin Yuan was on the phone, Wen Yu had called Su Yiren to deliver resources to Luolan. When Wen Yu was done, she said, "Luolan doesn't need our help anymore. She has garnered considerable prestige after leading the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members in Thick Soil City. Without the support from the Truth Association, Luokai can't stand up to Luolan with just the help from the servants in the Imperial Court who are still loyal to him. We just need to wait for the good news from Luolan." About 1/5 of the soldier ration radishes that were grown in the marsh world were given to her. With so much of the soldier ration radishes, the tribes will be able to survive winter after returning home. Once most of the soldier ration radishes have been used up, it should be time for the trading route between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation to be opened. Listen started planning out the trading route 2 weeks ago. Without the robber groups, the merchant groups he recruited can travel for business without worries. Young Master, Jin Qianxuan has been continuously providing us with information. I think we should go and meet up with him to fulfill the promise to him. Lin Yuan could not help but smile when he heard what Wen Yu said. With a capable manager like her around, every task became easier. Lin Yuan knew that Listen had recruited so many merchant groups on his order. But he had started drawing out the plans for the trading route between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation 2 weeks ago because Wen Yu had asked him to do so. There was actually no need for Lin Yuan to put so much effort into the business of the Iron Hammer Federation. Jin Qianxuan had been providing him with valuable information, and Lin Yuan was very satisfied with his performance. Now that the Truth Association was no more, it was time for a reshuffle of power in the Great Lush Federation. Thank you, readers. This was the best time for Lin Yuan to help Jin Qianxuan into the Sea of Power. Su Yiren was on the way to Thick Soil City to deliver resources to Luolan. As a previous Dark Envoy, Su Yiren knew how precious resources like the soldier ration radish were because they had the potential to ensure the survival of an entire society. If a similar resource existed in the 7 States of Darkness, 7th Page War would not have been able to conquer the Dark Continent so quickly. All the correspondence with Jin Qianxuan so far had been from Su Yiren through the Thoughts letter paper. It was time for Lin Yuan to contact Jin Qianxuan directly. Purple Love quickly gathered the pieces of the Divine Order Evil Fetus's corpse. Compared to the Eternal Heart, the 4 Eternal Hearts and 6 immortal bodies were rather worthless. There was a large gap between a 9 stars sacred source lifeform and 10 stars sacred source lifeform. There was no certainty that even eternal experts possessed 9 stars sacred source lifeforms, much less 10 stars sacred source lifeforms. Purple Love placed everything she had collected in a scale and handed the glowing yellow scale to Lin Yuan. Little Yuan, I have stored everything I collected for you in the scale left by Yellow Rock. Fifth Page War's sacred source lifeform is preserved in a complete state, which is rare. After you give it to the Moon Empress, she should be able to forge a pinnacle 9 stars precious instrument out of it. If she's lucky and adds sufficient aiding ingredients, she might even be able to produce a 10 stars precious instrument. Lin Yuan looked at the yellow scale with shock. Yellowstone was a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage, and his full name was the Yellowstone Exquisite Turtle. He was a Heavenly Family Fae that was affiliated with the Earth's core. His scale was a natural spatial equipment. It was comparable to Lin Yuan's spatial ring, which had been made from one of the spatial mother shellfish's old shells. Lin Yuan received the scale with a bright smile and said, "Thank you for collecting these for me. It would have taken me forever to do so myself." Lin Yuan was not being insincerely courteous. Firstly, Silver Corona could not control the sea of flowers when it was asleep. Even if Lin Yuan used true data, the pieces of the Divine Order Evil Fetus corpse had flown too far after the explosion, and it would have taken him very long to collect all of the pieces. Begin Lady had already protected him. He was apologetic for having absorbed Fifth Page Truth Spirit Attribute Power by accident, which would also have been beneficial for Begin Lady. If he said he wanted Fifth Page Truth Spirit Attribute Power, Begin Lady would not have hesitated to give it to him. However, he had taken it from Begin Lady without first asking it. For this, he was very apologetic to Begin Lady. Begin Lady was a life form that had set its spirit fire alight and was now Lin Yuan's friend and companion. There was no way Lin Yuan would instruct Begin Lady to do such a menial job. While he spoke, Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to look inside the Yellowstone Exquisite Turtle scale. He saw that there was a large amount of gray and black flesh with flecks of red that was stored within a large iron chest. After Morbius examined the pieces, it found that only 2/3 of the Divine Order Evil Fetus body had been collected. It was not as complete as Purple Love had said. When Purple Love heard what Lin Yuan said, she hurriedly waved her hands. "Little Yuan, the last thing I want to hear is you thanking me. If you thank me for every little thing, I don't know how we're going to continue living together." Purple Love had spoken from the heart. When she saw that Lin Yuan had more to say, she quickly changed the topic. She had sensed Lin Yuan using his spiritual energy to look inside the Yellowstone Exquisite Turtle scale and noticed the expression on Lin Yuan's expression. She started to explain to him, "Little Yuan, are you thinking that not enough of the Divine Order Evil Fetus body was preserved? I can guarantee that the Azure Federation's C Divine 9-spiked halberd is a beginner 10 stars precious instrument that was made from a sacred source lifeform body that was even more incomplete than the Divine Order Evil Fetus is." Purple Love sighed before she went on to say, "When the Goddess of Mercy was fighting Fifth Page Truth, he did not see her as a threat. Thus, he had not used the Divine Order Evil Fetus abilities. When I sneak attacked him, he was in a state of sudden panic and had not reacted in time to use the Divine Order Evil Fetus as a shield. In the end, all he could do was watch as it was exploded to pieces by myself and the Goddess of Mercy. Both mine and the Goddess of Mercy's attacks had been mainly physical. If our attacks had been mainly elemental, we would be lucky to preserve even 10% of its body." Lin Yuan understood the meaning behind Purple Love's words. Fifth Page Truth had been floored by Purple Love's sneak attack. Otherwise, there was no way that a victor could emerge in a fight between experts who only used physical attacks. But there was one point that Purple Love had gotten wrong, which was that the Divine Order Evil Fetus body was not complete in the slightest. The one that was truly complete was the law staff that Begin Lady had shielded. It was also pinnacle 10 stars and had been 100% preserved. Lin Yuan had communicated with Morbius. When the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the law staff's power, it would be absorbing the law staff's willpowers and sacred source lifeform power. The sacred source power was what kept a sacred source lifeform alive. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the law staff's willpowers and sacred source power, its body would still exist. Lin Yuan wanted to turn it into a precious instrument. Lin Yuan was affiliated with a sacred source lifeform like the law staff, and a precious instrument made from it would be suitable for Lin Yuan. The Fish World Sea Trump card was only an 8 stars precious instrument. He had used Frigid's Cold Season Poisonous Fish to boost it to 10 stars. When a Class 6 Creation Master forged a precious instrument out of a fully preserved 10 stars sacred source lifeform, the results were sure to be impressive. If Lin Yuan possessed a 10 stars precious instrument that he later boosted with the Cold Season Poisonous Fish, it should be able to reach 11 stars. Even if Lin Yuan could not take on a top expert on his own with an 11 stars precious instrument, he could pick a side in a fight between 2 top experts to support them. At this moment, Lin Yuan heard Begin Lady's voice. What it said immediately caused excitement to spread across his face. Oh my god! Fairies have such an ability too? Lin Yuan, you used the blue waist accessory to help me overcome the heavens trial. If that is a precious instrument, I might be able to create the materials for precious instruments and nourish them to eventually help them become whole. Thank you, readers. Although Begin Lady spoke with hesitation, its tone was level. It was an intermediate fairy that was well aware of its own abilities. Since Begin Lady had brought the topic up to Lin Yuan, it meant that it was confident that it would be able to create precious instruments. However, it had no experience in doing so and dared not give any guarantees. While Lin Yuan was impressed by the capabilities of fairies, he also started to think. He had numerous bodies of sacred source lifeforms. First was the crimson tentacle algae which he had obtained after killing Shark On. Next were the 3 gorgons that used to belong to Yanling, Kaihua, and Yuchangjian. The last were those that came from Yang Hanxian and the Truth Association's members. All of these sacred source lifeforms' corpses could be turned into precious instruments. However, the rate at which Di Wanmi was creating precious instruments was much too slow. While Di Wanmi had been creating precious instruments, Lin Yuan had assigned a new task to her. Thus, she had not even been able to create her first precious instrument. The same went for Yi Huailu. He had only recently become a Class 5 Creation Master and did not have any advantage over Di Wanmi. Yi Huailu was in the midst of discovering his potential. Rather than asking Yi Huailu to create precious instruments, he should be focusing on building up the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, despite Sky City already having 2 Class 5 Creation Masters under its wing, Lin Yuan still needed to ask the Moon Empress for help when he wanted to forge precious instruments. There was no way that he could dump a pile of sacred source lifeform bodies on her and force her to slave away day and night for him. But now, Begin Lady could take over the burden. Nonetheless, there was no way that Lin Yuan could ask Begin Lady to create a precious instrument out of a pinnacle 10 stars sacred source lifeform's corpse right out of the gate. He could give it the bodies of some lower stars sacred source lifeforms to practice with first and see how capable it really was at this. If Begin Lady happened to be skilled at creating precious instruments, Lin Yuan would then consider giving it the law staff. If the precious instruments that Begin Lady forged fell in stars severely, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to approach the Moon Empress. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a 10 stars sacred source lifeform's corpse. Since Lin Yuan and Begin Lady had communicated through their souls, Purple Love was unaware of the conversation. When Purple Love saw Lin Yuan smile, she thought that he was happy about having obtained the complete corpse of the Divine Order Evil Fetus. She smiled as well. Little Yuan, Heavenly Family Cottage has not slacked off in our collection of resources despite having remained below the radar. We have some resources that will be suitable for the Divine Order Evil Fetus's body. I will ask Blue Lotus to bring them to you. Lin Yuan was about to thank Purple Love before he was sternly stopped by one stern look from her. He just wanted to express his gratitude to her, but Purple Love also felt indebted to him because of what he did for Heavenly Family Cottage. Lin Yuan did not want an expert of Purple Love's position to bow in thanks to him. He was never the type to expect returns from others for deeds he had done for them. However, Lin Yuan indeed needed to ask for Purple Love's help with something. She was not an outsider to him, so he spoke candidly. Auntie Purple, besides the Divine Order Evil Fetus body, I also obtained the law staff's body. The law staff is more suited for me, and I am thinking about turning it into a precious instrument. I don't have many resources on hand that are complementary with turning the law staff into a precious instrument. Does Heavenly Family Cottage have such resources in storage? If you do, I would like to trade for some with you. When Purple Love heard what Lin Yuan said, she tousled his hair and said, "We definitely have them. However, the law staff's abilities are rather special. Even Heavenly Family Cottage doesn't have many resources that are compatible with it. When I ask Blue Lotus to search for resources that are compatible with the law staff, I'll also tell her to look for resources that will aid in forging a precious instrument out of it. I'll tell her to give them all to you. If you ever need any resources from Heavenly Family Cottage, all you have to do is say the word. There's no need for any trades. If you draw a line with Heavenly Family Cottage when it comes to such matters, we will really be at a loss about how we can thank you for helping Blood Love and saving Jade Sundial." From the sincere way that Purple Love spoke, Lin Yuan could tell that she was delighted that she could be of help to him. After Purple Love participated in the small meeting, she had a general understanding of Lin Yuan's reason for coming to the Startling Lines continent. She also knew that Lin Yuan had started a faction called Sky City, and that the Mother of Bloodbath was one of the main members of the faction. "Little Yuan, if you are planning to head to the Great Lush Federation next, I will go with you. Give me a set of Sky Creations uniform and none of Fifth Page Truth's subordinates will recognize me. It would be bad if news got out that I was killing humans from the Startling Lines continent. Sky Creations mask will help to hide my identity. I can also help with any issues that require martial force to be settled." Lin Yuan could tell that Purple Love's words were full of affection. As the head of Heavenly Family Cottage, Purple Love held up the pride of the faction. Yet, she was willing to put on Sky City's uniform to help him. This meant that she had already started caring for the Mother of Bloodbath as though she were its mother. Otherwise, there was no need to go to such an extent just to repay a favor. "Auntie Love, I don't have any spare uniforms now, but I'll ask Wen Yu to make one specially for you. All of Sky Creations' uniforms are handmade by Wen Yu. Let me get in touch with Jean Chenchuan first and we'll set off a day later. It'll give me a chance to see how he performs during this extra day." The Great Lush Federation was in chaos now due to the Truth Association's order and because of Fifth Page Truth's death. Jean Chenchuan's decisions and how he positioned himself given the circumstances would allow Lin Yuan to see what kind of character he had. Regardless, Lin Yuan would fulfill his promise to Jean Chenchuan. However, Jean Chenchuan's character would determine Lin Yuan's attitude towards him in the future. Lin Yuan had placed Luolan in the middle of the Sea of Flowers to address the despairing tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation because he wanted to see what she was capable of. Thank you, readers. Now, he was going to test and observe Jean Chenchuan in the same way. He hoped that Jean Chenchuan would not end up disappointing him. On this trip to the Great Lush Federation, he would not only be boosting Jean Chenchuan to the throne of the Great Lush Federation to enable the Jean family to become the rulers of the Great Lush Federation, but he also intended on opening the harbor. His goal was to turn the harbor into the trading hub of the Startling Lines continent. Apart from these two tasks, Lin Yuan also had something more important to do, which was to find out from Fifth Page Truth subordinates if there was truly a Class 5 Creation Master among them. There had never been a Class 5 Creation Master in the history of the Startling Lines continent. Ihuailu was the first one. It could be said that the strategic significance of one Class 5 Creation Master was greater than that of the entire Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan had hesitated before he instructed Begin Lady to kill Begin Lady. He was afraid that the Class 5 Creation Master under Fifth Page Truth might have signed a contract with Fifth Page Truth that caused him to die when Fifth Page Truth did. But after his hesitation, he still decided that it was necessary to kill Fifth Page Truth. If he caused that Class 5 Creation Master to die by killing Fifth Page Truth, there was nothing that Lin Yuan could do about it. However, Lin Yuan felt that it was unlikely that a Class 5 Creation Master would willingly work under Fifth Page Truth. He had to have been forced. Thus, it was very likely that the Class 5 Creation Master was still alive. It was even possible that he had taken over control of the Truth Association after Fifth Page Truth's death. Luckily, the Goddess of Mercy had only helped him to clear the members of the Truth Association, who had been around the underground palace instead of going directly to the Truth Association's headquarters in the Great Lush Federation. Otherwise, she might have killed the Class 5 Creation Master along with the rest of them. First, when you took Purple Love's body measurements. At first, she had been nervous about making a set of uniform for an expert like Purple Love. But when she started taking Purple Love's measurements, she found herself starting to envy Purple Love. Damn! How could a fae in human form have such a great figure? My figure has not improved in the slightest even after eating stacks of rainbow fish skin every day. Did her great figure come from her true form being a fox? After she absorbed Mystic Moon's dragon pearl embryo, the bloodline in her body had been growing stronger. Could my figure improve after gaining the dragon species bloodline? I hope so. It definitely will. Purple Love's demeanor was very natural when you was taking her measurements. But soon, Purple Love was increasingly disconcerted by Wen Yu's gaze. It did not take her long to guess what was running through Wen Yu's head. Purple Love instinctively said, "Don't make the uniform too form-fitting. I don't like form-fitting clothes." Wen Yu was momentarily stunned. This was likely the pride of a senior. A building affixed with 2 towers that each had 3 opulent clocks hanging off them was emitting various fragrances. When the fragrances intermixed, different flower patterns were produced, making the towers appear even more beautiful. A lead chanter was chanting loudly outside of the tower. There were 36 chanters who were chanting earnestly alongside the lead chanter while kowtowing. The lead chanter and 36 chanters were wearing white robes that all had the word "sin" on the back, making them seem like prison uniforms. It was a routine for there to be continuous chanting day and night outside of the tower. A short-haired girl within the tower was sitting quietly by a long table. Her eyes were flashing sharply and the aura she was emanating caused her earrings to start to move. A moment later, the short-haired girl mumbled to herself. The sins that 5th page truth had been carrying have all disappeared. The brand that I left on him has also been erased. Given his capabilities, there's no way he could have discovered my brand even if his power has increased. I was wondering why all of 5th page truth sins had disappeared before he left. It looks like he's dead. At this point, the girl's sinister smile melted away and was replaced by a different expression. The 8 pages of Tower Canon sure are interesting. I wonder who will succeed the position of 5th page now that 5th page truth is dead. The expressions on the girl's face were changing continuously, and it looked as though she was going mad. At this moment, ripples appeared on the silver mirror beside her. She picked up the mirror and rubbed it gently with her pointer. Soon, the image of a man appeared. There were tattoos peppered all over the man's face. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the tattoos formed the image of a large war chariot. Judgment. Righteousness managed to survive thanks to your information. 3rd page Eternal Sin frowned when she heard the words of the tattooed man. Don't call me Judgment. I am currently on a mission with no end point in sight and have almost forgotten that codename. I prefer to be called 10th Sacred Cup. War Chariot replied placatingly. Judgment. I know you are dissatisfied with the mission that World and Restraint gave you. I'm here to tell you that Restraint changed his mind. He thinks that there's something very wrong with Tower Canon and wants you to return. 3rd page Eternal Sin started to guffaw in a deranged fit, causing War Chariot to frown at her. But he did not interrupt her. After laughing for a full 3 minutes, 3rd page Eternal Sin's voice became extremely cold. I prepared for this mission for 30 years and have been undercover in Tower Canon for 400 years. After 400 years, I can't bring myself to back out. As unwilling as I am to be part of this mission, how can I let the 430 years I've already invested into it go to waste? Tell Restraint that, in the outside world, I'm 10th Sacred Cup. In the Sacred Cup sequence, I have a hold on the Sacred Cup Queen. He doesn't have the right to order me around. I will remain in Tower Canon until I've dug out all of its secrets. After hearing what 3rd page Eternal Sin said, War Chariot lost his temper and yelled angrily, Judgment. Don't forget how Lover died. If you insist on acting as you please, you'll most likely end up with the same destination. War Chariot could no longer suppress his fury and vitriol spewed forth from him, causing the words he said to give off a bone-rattling sensation. Thank you, readers. Lover died because he was stupid. I won't let myself be afflicted by even a hint of emotion when I'm on a mission. Let me say it once more. Call me 10th Sacred Cup. We only speak once a month. I don't want to waste time discussing nonsense. First Page Fate is truly dead. But I can't find anything about First Page Crimson, who suddenly succeeded the position. Third Page Eternal Sin's icy tone quelled War Chariot's rage and silenced him. His expression turned austere and determined when he heard Third Page Eternal Sin's report on Tower Cannon. After Righteousness returned, he reported all of this information. If you can't find out anything about First Page Crimson, haven't you tried provoking him to test his skills? War Chariot had more to say but kept them to himself. There were times when power revealed more than one's background. The moment he spoke, fear flashed across the face on the other side of the mirror. This took War Chariot by surprise. To his memory, the girl in front of him had different expressions every day regardless of when she had been Judgment or even now during her time as Tower Cannon's Third Page Eternal Sin. However, none of her expressions had been fear. But aside from his shock, War Chariot also realized how serious the situation was. Given Judgment's character, her expression meant that she had already tried crossing swords with him and lost. Otherwise, such an expression would never appear on her countenance. There was a pause before Judgment went on to murmur. First Page Crimson has, at the very least, set his spirit fire alight. His appearance is what makes me think that there's a bigger secret that Tower Cannon is trying to hide. 7th Page War is no longer on the island. Before she left the island, she had a clash against First Page Crimson. Now, she can't even transform into human form. So tell Restraint not to send out anyone to test First Page Crimson's power, no matter how curious he is. At first, there was more that War Chariot wanted to say. But before he could speak, he watched as the girl on the other side of the mirror gently tapped its surface. Ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror and their connection came to an end. Third Page Eternal Sin looked down at her hands as her expression slowly turned maniacal. I hope that I can find out everything there is to know about Tower Cannon and leave before the Sleeper's revival begins. Once that plan is set into motion, everything will be over. The jade-textured wooden furniture in the underground palace glowed gently. Under this illumination, one would feel at ease. Lin Yuan was lying on the bed in his room. Having just woken up, he stretched. The small white cat beside him had long woken up. When it saw that he was awake, it gently nudged him with its body and swung its long tail happily. Lin Yuan had not had such restful sleep in a long time. Recently, he had expended a lot of effort and energy in his crusade against the Truth Association. He had already spent a considerable amount of time in the Startling Lines continent. Now, the entire Startling Lines continent finally belonged to him. Lin Yuan picked up Genius, changed clothes, and walked out of his room. When he pushed open the door of his room, he saw Su Irin standing outside holding a document. She would occasionally lift one of her feet to stand on its tips in order to divide the weight between her two legs. It seemed that she had already been standing here for some time. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "In the future, if you need to speak with me, you can just wake me up. You don't have to stand by the door and wait." Su Irin hurriedly shook her head and said, "Young master, you haven't gotten good rest recently. This matter isn't urgent. It's just information that came from Jin Qianxuan about the Great Lush Federation. In the time that I've been waiting, I've also given out orders to the 14 poppy fruits." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He did not know when it started, but Su Irin had stopped calling him by his name, but addressed him as young master instead. He did not try to correct her and just took the papers that she was holding. As one of the previous Dark Envoys, Su Irin was arrogant by nature. She had started addressing him in such a way because of the promise he had made to recover the Dark Continent. Because of it, she not only felt submissive towards him but also willing to sincerely lay down her pride. Another reason for the change was that this was how Wen Yu addressed him. After the cemented Lin Yuan's position in her heart, she subconsciously raised his importance to her. Su Irin could tell that the person Lin Yuan trusted the most was Wen Yu. Hence, Su Irin did all she could to compare herself to Wen Yu. Lin Yuan immediately caught on to all of Su Irin's intentions. He became more impressed by her abilities with each passing day. She had already raised his opinion of her all of her own. Otherwise, he would never have promised to help her recover the Dark Continent even if it benefited him. When he looked over the information from Su Iran, Lin Yuan gained deeper insight into the current situation in the Great Lush Federation. There was indeed a group of experts in the Great Lush Federation who had died, including several leaders of top-secret aristocratic families. Jin Qianxuan's oldest brother, Jin Qianding, was among them. Lin Yuan was now confused about whether the leaders of the top-secret aristocratic families had sworn their servitude to Fifth Page Truth directly or to his other subordinates. Fifth Page Truth's death had led to an immense chain reaction. The death of so many of the Great Lush Federation's top experts and leaders had thrown the entire Federation into chaos. Given the circumstances, almost everyone was in a state of discombobulation. Jin Qianxuan had ventured a guess, but he kept it to himself. He knew that he was not considered strong amongst the Great Lush Federation's experts. With the promise from Lin Yuan, there was no need for him to engage in the fight. Thus, Jin Qianxuan chose to remain independent. He did not influence any of the experts who had distinguished themselves in order to preserve his reputation when he took over the throne of the Great Lush Federation. Instead, he chose to silently wait for Lin Yuan's arrival. Di Wanmi had left a deep impression on Jin Qianxuan in Oak City. In order to instill confidence in Jin Qianxuan, Sky City had not hidden the fact that Sky City was the one that had helped the Yi family take over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court and enabled Yi Huailong to become its ruler. Thank you, readers. Given that Jin Qianxuan was one of the main members of the Jin family, which was one of the top-secret aristocratic families in the Great Lush Federation, it was to be expected that he knew of the Yi family's position in the Divine Wood Federation. Yet, Lin Yuan managed to raise such an insignificant family like the Yi family to the top of the food chain and enabled Yi Huailong to become a king. This meant that Lin Yuan could definitely do the same for the Jin family. Although Jin Qianxuan did not participate in the mess, he still did all he could to stabilize the core of the Jin family. After Lin Yuan learned of all that Jin Qianxuan did in the past few days, he came to a decision. Jin Qianxuan was able to guard but was not enterprising. He was wary and very conscious of his duty. A person like Jin Qianxuan was not very suited to be the ruler of a federation. However, a person like this was just right for Lin Yuan. He did not need Jin Qianxuan to be overly courageous and noble. All he needed to do was manage the Great Lush Federation in the same way that Yi Huailong did for the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan intended to control the trading system in the Startling Lines continent himself. Listen was going to oversee all the chambers of commerce. This would ensure that the supply of resources flowed smoothly. When the three federations were no longer fighting amongst each other, the number of bandit groups would decrease by at least half. If any more cropped up, they could be easily dealt with. When Lin Yuan did not say anything after flipping through the documents, Su Iran quipped, Jin Qianxuan isn't a talent by any means, but he is very obedient. He knew to protect the Jin family's direct descendants in such circumstances and also protected the collateral members rather well as well. This means that he is the type to value relationships. I think that after you help him to assume the throne of the Great Lush Federation, he'll be easier to control than Yi Huailong. Su Iran did not know that Yi Huailong had sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan. When Yi Huailong used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to travel to the underground palace for shelter, Su Iran gained a certain level of understanding of him. It could be said that she was not fond of him at all. This was because she could see his ambition. Although he was useful as Lin Yuan's main medium of controlling the Divine Wood Federation, ambition was the last quality that a tool needed to have. Lin Yuan nodded. Iran, come with me to the Great Lush Federation. The construction of the harbor will take precedence after we take control of the Great Lush Federation. If the construction isn't done well, not only will Waluan's fleet be unable to enter, but we will have no way of sending massive troops to the Dark Continent either. I'm sure that you'll be able to carry out this task with flying colors. Tears welled up in Su Iran's eyes. Lin Yuan had made her the promise but had not mentioned it since then. Young master, don't worry. Leave the construction of the harbor to me. I definitely won't allow any slip-ups to take place. After Su Iran left, Lin Yuan went to find Lu Jie. The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was held again yesterday. When Yu, who was the owner of the Astronomical Parliament, had pulled Lu Jie into the parliamentary meeting. Lu Jie occupied the Virgo throne when Yu was the only one who could direct people to thrones. But the final decision of which throne was picked was left up to the constellations. When Yu and Lin Yuan were both surprised that the Virgo throne had claimed Lu Jie. But it did not take long for them to see the reason behind the decision. Lu Jie was principled and organized in everything that he did. When he was cooking, he would ensure that every utensil was washed before he used the next one. He was also slightly germophobic. These were similar traits of a Virgo. Lu Jie had always been curious about the Astronomical Parliament that Lin Yuan and Wen Yu sometimes mentioned. He had never entered it before and could not understand its magical aspects. It was only after he entered the Astronomical Parliament and took a seat on the Virgo throne that he understood just how special the Astronomical Parliament was. He also realized how Lin Yuan had come to know people like Ta Lei, Su Yiren, and Yin Lin. When the Azure Federation envoy team came to spectate the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lu Jie had been confused about Yin Lin's clear-siding with Lin Yuan. But now he knew that the members of the Astronomical Parliament had all been saved by Lin Yuan at their darkest moments, just like he had done for Lu Jie. However, he was much luckier than the members of the Astronomical Parliament because he got to know Lin Yuan sooner. Although he was Lin Yuan's retainer knight and carried out that duty, he actually owed Lin Yuan far more than what he could repay by just providing Lin Yuan with his protection. Lu Jie had interacted a fair amount with Su Yiren and Luo Lan recently. As such, he was familiar with them. He had also met Ta Lei a few times. Ta Lei was very respectful of Lu Jie because he knew that Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer knight and friend. He addressed Lu Jie as uncle. Lu Jie had also met with Yin Lin. The only members of the Astronomical Parliament who were foreign to Lu Jie were Bei Su, Bu Pe, and Waluan. The members of the Astronomical Parliament usually communicated through the thoughts letter paper. Any issues that they had could be solved by contacting each other. Not much happened during the parliamentary meeting. The main purpose of the meeting was for the members who were unfamiliar with Lu Jie to get to know him. Yin Lin, Su Yiren, and Bu Pe's identities were now very different from when they first joined the Astronomical Parliament. Bei Su, Waluan, and Ta Lei were still working hard to improve themselves. In truth, all of them had wondered if they would one day be able to take up one of the 12 golden thrones after they made significant contributions to the Astronomical Parliament. Although Lin Yuan had never mentioned it, the members all thought that the thrones would be filled by those among them. Yet, this did not turn out to be the case, and Lu Jie ended up taking one of the 12 thrones. This caused many of the members to feel slightly discouraged. By occupying the golden thrones, Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and when you were able to sense the changes in emotions of the members who sat on the north-south constellation seats. Before the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting came to an end, Lin Yuan said, "From now on, there will be no abrupt occupations of the 12 golden thrones. There will also be more participants in the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings besides the 9 of us. More people will be taking up the seats around you. The people who will eventually occupy the remaining 9 golden thrones will be picked from among you. Let's all work hard together." This Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting went on for very long and drained Wen Yu of all of her spiritual energy. Thank you, readers. Lu Jie had hit it off very well with Waluan. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, they continued to talk through the thoughts letter paper. Yin Lin, Bei Su, and the rest now had clear goals to work towards, which was to grab the chance to fill the remaining 9 golden thrones and sit shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had many things to do. He had obtained an overwhelming number of opportunities recently, but he had not yet had the chance to use them to increase his power. But before he sorted through his rewards and increased his power, Lin Yuan intended on fulfilling his promise to Jin Chenshuan first. It would also give him the chance to see if there were any opportunities he could net in the Great Lush Federation, albeit the chances were very slim. Lin Yuan had obtained 5th page truth spatial equipment. It was likely that the true treasures were in there. According to White Speak, the Marsh East Palace was about to become very crowded. Apparently, The envoys of the Palace of Everything wanted to hold a banquet of everything. Although White Speak had never been to the Marsh East Palace, he had heard of many rumors about it. The Banquet of Everything was only held once every 300 years in the marsh world, and it always involved a mountain of treasures. Top-grade marsh soil would only be the bare minimum of the treasures that would be present. Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard this, but he quickly understood the reason. Top-grade marsh soil was not valued at the Banquet of Everything because marsh soil was very common in the marsh world. But anywhere else, its value would be greatly inflated. The Banquet of Everything would begin 2 months later. But before that, the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches that Lin Yuan nurtured with source-type power would have ripened. There was no question that the Banquet of Everything was a good opportunity. It might even catch the eye of Dictator Everything. Lin Yuan had never encountered a dictator in the marsh world. In the past, Lin Yuan had been afraid of meeting a dictator because it would risk exposing his facade of being a dictator. But now that he had Begin Lady with him, he would not panic even if he was exposed for being a fake dictator. He would not only be opening the market for the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch, but Lin Yuan also wanted to obtain some source-type items and sacred source lifeforms at the Banquet of Everything. After handling the trivial affairs, Lin Yuan would be able to concentrate on raising his power to a new level using the resources he had accumulated before heading to the marsh world. Lin Yuan also had the pile of spirit chi crystals from the white-clothed followers who Sky City had been carefully nurturing to look forward to. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard Begin Lady's voice. Lin Yuan, I can protect you while asleep because of the element well. It will also allow me to try to forge precious instruments at the same time. Do you have any ingredients used for creating precious instruments that I can practice with? Begin Lady had agreed to help Lin Yuan to forge precious instruments, but it was currently trying to stabilize its spirit fire, and Lin Yuan could not bring himself to ask again. But since Begin Lady had mentioned it, Lin Yuan handed the bodies of the Gorgon threads, Gorgon teeth, and Gorgon clam over to it. Normally, a main ingredient had to be chosen along with some supplementary ingredients in order to create a precious instrument from the corpse of a sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan did not have many supplementary ingredients on hand. The best supplementary ingredients for creating precious instruments were also parts of sacred source lifeform bodies. The next best would be spiritual ingredients that came from phase. Using spiritual ingredients from phase was the main reason behind forged precious instruments falling in stars. The Gorgon threads, Gorgon teeth, and Gorgon clam had abilities that could work in conjunction with each other. They had come from the Gorgon apostle, which was evolved from the Medusa. Thus, they could actually fuse with each other. If the Gorgon threads, Gorgon teeth, and Gorgon clam were above 6 stars, Lin Yuan would never have been willing to part with them as practice materials for Begin Lady. However, they had all been 4 stars and their bodies could only be made into 4 stas precious instruments at best. They would be perfect for Begin Lady to practice on. If Begin Lady could produce 4 stars precious instruments out of the Gorgon threads, Gorgon teeth, and Gorgon clam's bodies without supplementary ingredients, it would prove its skill. Lin Yuan had asked the Moon Empress before. By that time, she had already become a Class 6 creation master and could guarantee that she would be able to produce 4 stars precious instruments out of the 3 sacred source lifeform corpses. Begin Lady was always interested in new things. It had absorbed Su Jian and Baidong's souls, but it had never truly encountered the things that Su Jian and Baidong had experienced before. But still, it was not curious about them. Su Jian and Baidong had yearned for precious instruments. After being influenced by Su Jian and Baidong, Begin Lady also became very interested in precious instruments. Lin Yuan, I should be able to produce the precious instruments in 3 to 5 days. I hope the precious instruments I produce will be able to meet your needs, so I can be of more help to you in the future. While Lin Yuan and Begin Lady were speaking, Purple Afterglow's frantic voice appeared in his head. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Purple Afterglow would only be frantically asking for help if something bad had happened in the marsh world. Genius had been carried out of the marsh world by Lin Yuan last night and had not returned to teach the 100 Questions beasts. Chimey had remained in its nest in the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree to absorb Strange Flame's energy to increase its power. The only fae that Lin Yuan owned that could travel to and from the marsh world was Purple Afterglow. Purple Afterglow's favorite activity was spending time with its wife. Lin Yuan had invested significantly in the marsh world. He could not afford to lose the army of 100 questions beasts or the rare plants that were being grown in his territory. Lin Yuan immediately went into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, with Begin Lady by his side, and traveled to the marsh world through Klein Hub. To his shock, he saw more than 30 terrifying and malevolent birds flapping their wings in the sky. All of them had snake heads. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was encountering the drugged snake eagle. Thank you, readers. These drugged snake eagles were exactly like the one that Lin Yuan had encountered when he first entered the marsh world. All of them were favored believers. The drugged snake eagles had managed to get past Whitespeak and reach this place. This meant that Whitespeak was also in grave danger now. However, Lin Yuan could not communicate with his apostles through his spiritual energy and soul like he could with his fays. This group of the drugged snake eagles were led by one that was much larger than the rest. Lin Yuan was too lazy to even use true data to check on the 30 drugged snake eagles. The leader of this group was about the same size as the one that Lin Yuan had previously encountered. It was an advanced class 11-dimensional lifeform. The other drugged snake eagles were beginner class 11-dimensional lifeforms. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was currently trying to fend off the drugged snake eagles. It was clear that the drugged snake eagles assumed that they had stumbled on a windfall. No matter which apostle they served, favored believers were always very sensitive to the presence of apostles. It went without saying that favored believers did all they could to offer up their faith and serve their apostle. On the other hand, they saw other apostles as the best prey. If they encountered an apostle, they would also find that apostles favored believers. Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion had been the first to notice the drugged snake eagles, which were skilled at hiding their auras. 3 of them were now laying on the ground, heavily injured. Only the leader of the drugged snake eagles was focusing on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The others were mostly watching the injured Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion. Who would have expected that when Lord Prayer Glow ordered us to patrol the south side for resources, we would come across not just a marsh crocodile that has become an apostle but 3 other weak apostles gathered together too? I'm sure that Lord Prayer Glow will shower rewards on us when we offer up these 3 apostles. This group of drugged snake eagles had to be the trusted aides of their apostle. An apostle would not send anyone besides its trusted aides to gather resources. The drugged snake eagles had been traveling for some time gathering resources for their apostle. But this was the first time that their expected harvest was so large. There are not only 3 apostles here, but also a large amount of marsh soil buried in the ground and many rare plants and life forms. I'm sure Lord Prayer Glow will be interested in all of them. As he listened to the drugged snake eagles speaking to each other so presumptuously in the language of the marsh world, Lin Yuan was both glad and livid. He was glad that he had moved the spirit craftsmen and regular people behind the large mountain, and that the Fey breeding bases had also been constructed behind the mountain. Otherwise, the drugged snake eagles would have seen them first. The regular people had willingly left their communities and offered up their loyalty for the rest of their life. Lin Yuan had also made promises to them. Although Lin Yuan was not the one who had made the promises directly, Sun Ningxiang had only passed on Lin Yuan's word. He did not want to let them down. It would be near impossible for the regular people and Fey breeding bases to survive plundering by the drugged snake eagles. The storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches were already ripe. If the drugged snake eagles caught sight of them and robbed the entire harvest for the Prayer Glow Apostle, Lin Yuan's plan would be bust. Lin Yuan was rarely this furious, nor did he encounter such infuriating situations. It was clear that the drugged snake eagles saw his territory as a garden they could freely harvest from. They were so excited that they were close to dancing. The lead drugged snake eagle was eager to take the Kill Food Sky Butterfly on. Luckily, Lin Yuan happened to be free when Purple Afterglow came to ask him for help and could immediately head to the marsh world. Otherwise, the consequences would be calamitous. The worried Purple Afterglow flashed itself next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's appearance set Purple Afterglow at ease. It had been afraid that Lin Yuan would be too late to save its wife. Lin Yuan pulled Purple Afterglow over and gently patted its antennae to comfort it. He turned his angry gaze to the flying group of drugged snake eagles and hissed, "Begin, lady. Kill every single one of the drugged snake eagles. If it's possible, leave their hearts. I have use for them." Since the drugged snake eagles thought that Lin Yuan's territory was free for looting, let them become its fertilizer. The drugged snake eagles would be the best supplements for Wendy. The previous drugged snake eagle's heart had allowed Wendy's power to skyrocket. It had not been long since Wendy and White Pavilion became apostles. Wendy had been Class 2 while White Pavilion had been Class 3 when they became apostles. But because of the drugged snake eagle's heart, Wendy had not only surpassed White Pavilion's but now exceeded it by 2 classes. They shared the same environment. Besides the drugged snake eagle's heart, both of their standards of living were relatively equal. After Wendy consumed all the hearts of the drugged snake eagles, it would be able to surpass Rising Lizard to reach Intermediate Class 9. Once Lin Yuan appeared, Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion noticed him. The 3 of them immediately relaxed. If they were not currently laying on the ground and incapacitated by their injuries, they would have rushed over to him. Lin Yuan's appearance also caused the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to let out a big sigh of relief. Ever since the Kill Food Sky Butterfly joined Lin Yuan and found a partner in Purple Afterglow, Lin Yuan had been very generous to it. As a result, its power increased at an unprecedented rate. Nonetheless, it would be a challenge for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to handle so many of the drugged snake eagles. The weakest drugged snake eagle that was present was not much weaker than the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The drugged snake eagle that had been about to strike the Kill Food Sky Butterfly blew its top because of what Lin Yuan said. Thank you, readers. It was not because the drugged snake eagles became afraid after hearing what Lin Yuan said, but that it did not feel threatened at all by Lin Yuan's aura. A full-grown adult would not feel threatened by an infant. Before the drugged snake eagle could start to mock Lin Yuan derisively, a pink and gold stream of water silenced everything. Soon, the drugged snake eagles started falling from the sky one after the other. At the instant that Begin Lady made its move, all of the drugged snake eagles were eliminated. After eliminating the drugged snake eagles, Begin Lady hesitated. But Lin Yuan had already made his request. Thus, Begin Lady transformed into a beam of light that soared over to White Speak. But it was true that it was the only one that could save White Speak. When it underwent the Heavens Trial, Lin Yuan had sent White Speak to sustain 2 of the attacks. Although everything that White Speak did was because of Lin Yuan, Begin Lady acknowledged that it owed White Speak a favor. After it saved White Speak, it would have returned the favor. Before it left, Begin Lady left a hint of its aura on Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan truly encountered danger, the aura it left with Lin Yuan would be able to protect him. It had almost died during the Heavens Trial and never forgot the fear. It had not allowed itself to become arrogant and think that it was invincible after it absorbed Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls. Lin Yuan learned how Begin Lady felt during their conversations. This made Lin Yuan believe that Begin Lady had the potential to move forward. Once an expert became arrogant and adopted the belief that he was undefeatable, it would be very difficult for him to continue advancing. This was why the Moon Empress always emphasized to Lin Yuan that a spirit chi professional needed to remain humble. After Begin Lady left, Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily. Ever since the Endless Gem unlocked the Jasmine Lily, it became increasingly useful to Lin Yuan. Now that he had full access to the Jasmine Lily's abilities, Lin Yuan did not need to contract other healing-type phase. Out of Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion, Lin Yuan's favorite was Lin Yuan. He adored her as he would a daughter. But now, Wendy's neck had almost been pecked through fully by the drugged snake eagles. They only needed to peck a few centimeters deeper, and they would have broken Wendy's spine and killed it. But they wanted to keep Wendy alive in order to take it back to their apostle. However, Wendy was not in the worst state of the 3. White Pavilion's white scales had been rotted by the venom that the drugged snake eagles spewed and had turned grayish-green. Underneath its cracked skin should be red flesh. However, its flesh had turned purplish-gray due to the poison and were leaking brownish-green pus. Could not be in a more wretched state. After being subjected to a tornado of the drugged snake eagle's pecks, Rising Lizard now looked like a peeled carrot. His body was full of bloody holes. The longer Lin Yuan looked at their miserable states, the more his heart ached. In the time that White Pavilion, Rising Lizard, and Wendy had joined him, they never had to suffer such injuries. While the Jasmine Lily was healing Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly flew over to Lin Yuan. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly usually guarded the marsh world in its human form. Previously, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had represented Lin Yuan's top combat power. But now, it barely made the cut to be part of his arsenal. Lin Yuan had summoned Lu Yenshan out of the marsh world to fetch Lu Lan. After Lu Yenshan fetched Luo Lan, he was abandoned by Red Thorn. Lin Yuan had numerous bodies of eternal experts and had no need for immortal experts. It would be much more beneficial for the tongue of Relinquish to infest eternal experts. Ever since Lin Yuan discovered the gardener Konjak's child Ramit in Whale Ocean Commerce and gave it to Red Thorn to absorb, Red Thorn transformed from having just one tongue of Relinquish in each mouth of Relinquish to having 3. Soon, the tongue tips of those tongues of Relinquish would also be able to control bodies. At that time, Lin Yuan's subordinates would have sufficient experts to help to guard the territory in the marsh world, and the burden would not have to rest so heavily on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan would not have to push his daughter-in-law so hard. By the time the Kill Food Sky Butterfly came over to Lin Yuan, purple afterglow had flown up from Lin Yuan's palm. In a flash, it pressed a peck on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's lips. Purple afterglow's actions stunned Lin Yuan. To him, it was an inappropriate action. Lin Yuan felt certain that if Purple Afterglow and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly remained in the marsh world for a few more years, he would be able to see his grandchildren. Lin Yuan did not want to stand here and watch the couple's public display of affection, albeit he was already used to seeing it. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly's face flushed after it was kissed, and it hurriedly said to Lin Yuan, I'll go and clear some of the mess. The drugged snake eagles killed some of the Medusa snake demons. Wendy and Rising Lizard's favored believers are fine because they went to investigate the mountain at the back. However, White Pavilion's favored believers had remained close to the territory to help the spirit craftsmen. Almost all of White Pavilion's favored believers have been wiped out by the drugged snake eagles. White Pavilion has indeed suffered the most. Lin Yuan nodded seriously at the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Dangers were abound in the marsh world, and apostles were often fighting bloody battles with each other. After White Speak took over the Dark Scorpion's territory, it had killed any and all dimensional life forms that were linked to the Dark Scorpion. White Speak's actions allowed Lin Yuan to understand the culture in the dimensional worlds. After the Kill Food Sky Butterfly left, Lin Yuan focused on healing the 3 apostles. After being healed by the Jasmine Lily, Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion's vitalities were recovered and their broken bodies were healed. However, there was nothing that the Jasmine Lily could do about poison. Ever since the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the vicious poison law, Lin Yuan gained a strong resistance to poison. Hence, he had not collected many spiritual ingredients that could counter poison. The only spiritual ingredient he had that could counter poison was the nectar produced from the cinnabar sweet osmanthus petals. However, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar would not be able to cure the drugged snake eagle's venom. Luckily, apostles had body qualities that were nothing to scoff at. Their newly grown flesh and bodies could continuously counter and remove poison. However, the cost would be continuous bleeding. Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion only fully recovered after 20 minutes. Thank you, readers. After they recovered, Wendy immediately turned into a small snake and climbed up his left leg to reach his arm and started to affectionately nudge his neck. Wendy had not seen Lin Yuan in some time and missed Lin Yuan terribly. After Lin Yuan rescued it from a near-dead state, its affection for Lin Yuan became even more uncontrollable. After Rising Lizard went over to Lin Yuan, it dared not interact with him. Rising Lizard had turned into a big killing machine. Apart from the long horns on its head and spikes jutting from its tail, every protrusion on its skin was a dagger in itself that could easily slice Lin Yuan apart. Although Lin Yuan could not interact with Lin Yuan and express its affection, anyone who owned a pet dog could tell from its eyes that it was looking at Lin Yuan the same way a puppy would gaze at its owner. Although White Pavilion was White Speak's son, they had completely different personalities. White Pavilion always greeted Lin Yuan enthusiastically. But this time it did not move after it recovered and continued to stare dazedly at its feet. Ever since Lin Yuan heard the Kill Food Sky Butterflies report, he knew that White Pavilion was injured. Although it had become an apostle, it was still a young dimensional life form and its mind was not yet mature. Lin Yuan walked up to it and squatted down. He stroked White Pavilion's long snout. White Pavilion, every dimensional life form has to be able to sustain loss during battle. You might have lost a few favored believers, but the faith power in your totem hasn't decreased. You will be able to gain more favored believers very soon. All you need to do is work a little harder and you'll be able to recoup your losses. Lin Yuan had comforted White Pavilion in such a way because he knew and could tell what it was thinking. White Pavilion was an apostle and did not feel much attachment to its favored believers. What it missed was the loss in benefits. The relationship between apostles and favored believers was one where the favored believers did all they could to gain their apostles' favor. Thus, the structure of the marsh world was one that centered around the apostles' benefits. White Pavilion felt slightly better after it was comforted by Lin Yuan. But this was the first time that it had experienced such a loss and it needed time to readjust back to its normal state. Lin Yuan let out a sigh. He had neglected Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion's education because he had not been focusing on the marsh world. As a result, the three of them did not even have the courage to face failure. Lin Yuan said very seriously to the three of them, "As the three of you become stronger, you will encounter increasingly ferocious opponents. Your life has been too comfortable. You don't know how weak you truly are. The only way you'll be able to fight back in similar situations in the future is to work hard to become stronger." The three of them took in what Lin Yuan said. They fell silent and started to contemplate over his words. After the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was done noting the damages sustained, it went to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, luckily the drugged snake eagles were focused on Wendy and the rest. The losses sustained by the territory aren't significant. We only lost 4 of the Medusa snake demons who helped to water the soldier ration radishes and around 40 of the marsh crocodiles who were being used to transport resources." Lin Yuan nodded. Such losses were acceptable. The Medusa snake demons were the favorite food of the drugged snake eagles and it was impossible for the drugged snake eagles not to kill them. With Wendy's mother, Scale Concubine, around, it was easier to train more of the marsh crocodiles who were used to transport resources. All that was needed was time, and they could have many of the trained marsh crocodiles as they wanted. Lin Yuan used to think that the territory would be secure as long as Whitespeak was around to guard it. Thus, he had let his guard down. This incident was a sobering wake-up call for Lin Yuan. When Yu's Fei with the Baron bloodline and the sentient being Protective Dragon were both in the marsh world, the loss of either would result in damages to Lin Yuan's foundational power. Once such strategic class resources were lost, they could not be recovered. Lin Yuan was not appeased by the deaths of the drugged snake eagles. The drugged snake eagles had said that they were loyal to the Prayer Glow Apostle. He hoped that he would be able to quell his anger by killing the Prayer Glow Apostle and gain a decent sacred source life form at the same time. The Medusa snake demons usually liked to move on their own. But within the territory they had become a unit. This was because there was no competition in the territory, allowing friendship to be bred and deepened amongst the Medusa snake demons. Lin Yuan intended on compensating all of the Medusa snake demons in the territory by giving them some of the ripe storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Most of the daily tasks in the territory were handled by the Medusa snake demons. The 100 Questions beasts were also startled. Lin Yuan instructed Genius to comfort them. Lin Yuan prioritized Whitespeak's situation over meeting with Jin Xianxuan. At first, Lin Yuan only saw Whitespeak as a tool. But after time passed, Lin Yuan developed a relationship with Whitespeak. Whitespeak had helped Lin Yuan substantially. Without Whitespeak, both he and the mother of Bloodbath would have been killed by Shark on a cliff that was more than 1,000 meters tall. The water that fell from it could easily generate enough force to break a steel board. Due to the inconsistencies of the ground height in the marsh world, waterfalls were commonplace. However, waterfalls that were more than 1,000 meters tall were still rare. At this moment, a man wearing silver armor with a large hole in his neck was hugging his broken arm. With his face pale, He was looking at a middle-aged man with plain features and wearing green robes who was standing a distance away. The middle-aged man had long dark green hair, and a rope of vines was tied through the hole in his wrist. White Speak's broken arm was resting on this rope. White Speak did not come from prestige. Although it had mutated from the white evil marsh crocodile, it did not have much that allowed it to hold its head up high in front of other dimensional lifeforms. After a lifetime of fighting, White Speak's mind was toughened and his will was strong. At this moment, White Speak was beside himself with anxiousness. Normally, White Speak could roll grades to do battle when it was boosted by Lin Yuan's faith power. But without being boosted by Lin Yuan's faith power, White Speak struggled to match up to the power of apostles. White Speak had heard of the Prayer Glow Apostle before. Thank you, readers. Apparently, it had the support of a dictator. Although the Prayer Glow Apostle had not received the dictator's prize, it had received many other benefits. White Speak believed that it was going to lose its life to the Prayer Glow Apostle today. Before it lost an arm, it already stood no chance against the Prayer Glow Apostle. But now that it did not have an arm, the likelihood of it beating the Prayer Glow Apostle was even smaller. White Speak was partially anxious over its circumstances, but more so because the 30 drugged snake eagles sent by the Prayer Glow Apostle had broken through its defenses and flown into the territory. The drugged snake eagles were greedy robbers that plundered resources wherever they went. Before White Speak met Lin Yuan, it did not even think about setting up any territories but chose to be a freely roaming apostle instead because it was afraid of encountering robbers like the Prayer Glow Apostle. In battles for resources between apostles, the losing side either died or became bankrupt. There were no other paths. White Speak had already sworn its loyalty to Lin Yuan. The glowing dot of light in Lin Yuan's divine kingdom that represented White Speak's faith power was one of the 10 largest ones. White Speak was not afraid of dying, rather that its death would be worthless. If it died in a battle against Prayer Glow, it would have done its duty to Lin Yuan. However, it had allowed the drugged snake eagles to cause damage to Lin Yuan's territory. In this aspect, it had betrayed Lin Yuan's trust. Once dimensional lifeforms reached the level of apostle, it became important for them to pass down their bloodline. White Speak was terrified that White Pavilion would be killed by the drugged snake eagles. Glowing Prayer looked at White Speak mockingly. Not only was it stronger than White Speak, but its source sacred body could also counter White Speak's source sacred body. In a battle between the two of them, there was no question of who the winner would be. White Speak, don't put the blame on me. It's almost time for the banquet of everything. I have been preparing for this centenary event for 60 years. I hope that your territory is filled with enough goodies, so I don't end up wasting my time and energy by coming over here. To tell you the truth, I'm very curious. You're the type of apostle who trains hard and roams around. What made you willing to start managing a territory? Is it possible that there's a treasure in this territory? If so, it will soon become mine. White Speak had encountered Prayer Glow when it had still been a nomad. Prayer Glow had been very friendly and had even given it some gifts. The gifts that Prayer Glow had given it allowed Prayer Glow to tell what kind of circumstances it had. White Speak did not like to be tied down but placed great importance on kinship and ties. Thus, White Speak found Prayer Glow's actions to be very despicable. White Speak knew that it was no match for Prayer Glow and that it was likely going to be killed. Nonetheless, White Speak still spoke sarcastically. To my memory, your dictator isn't dictator everything. But you're still putting so much effort into the banquet of everything. The banquet of everything is basically an event for dictator everything to gather wealth. Won't the dictator you serve be upset by how much time you've put into preparing for the banquet of everything? Prayer Glow's expression shifted. Its heart skipped a beat. Dictators usually did not place many restraints on the apostles that served them. But once their apostles made any mistakes, they would have to face severe punishments. When Prayer Glow went to beg Dictator Return to Ruins, who it served, Dictator Return to Ruins had refused to see it. There was always stiff competition among the apostles who served the same dictator. When they oppressed other apostles, they would be able to obtain more benefits from their dictator. Prayer Glow suspected that someone had spoken ill of it to Dictator Return to Ruins. Unlike Dictator Everything, Dictator Return to Ruins had not entered the turning wheel realm and was thus not as reliable. Moreover, it could trade for resources at the banquet of everything, which would help it to increase its power. Prayer Glow had already offered up its loyalty and faith to Dictator Return to Ruins, so it could not join Dictator Everything's camp. Prayer Glow only hoped that it would not displease Dictator Everything by collecting resources for the Banquet of Everything. Its contributions to Dictator Return to Ruins had always been significant. Whitespeak's words drummed up worry within Prayer Glow, and its look of amusement changed into fury. Whitespeak, you'd better save your concern for yourself. Your arm will probably allow me to trade for useful resources at the Banquet of Everything. While it spoke, Prayer Glow decided not to waste time spouting nonsense to Whitespeak. Whitespeak had a forked tongue and knew exactly what Prayer Glow did not want to hear. Thus, if they continued speaking, Prayer Glow's anger would only grow. Prayer Glow raised its left hand and tugged at the vine tied around its wrist as it yelled, "Let's compare the quality of poison. Hang them all." Previously, Prayer Glow's aim had been Whitespeak's arm, but now it was Whitespeak's neck. Before making its move, the totem of an ancient tree with glowing flaming branches on Prayer Glow's body started to shake. The glowing flames caused the totem to appear more vibrant and beautiful. Whitespeak was not the type to be a sitting duck. Despite knowing that the likelihood of it losing was high, Whitespeak still assumed its battle stance to prepare for the final fight. At that moment, a stream of pink and gold water appeared next to Prayer Glow. The water turned into a rope that wrapped around Prayer Glow. The pink and gold flames that burned all over the rope caused Prayer Glow to lose control over its own strength. As a result, it was unable to release the attack it had intended for Whitespeak. The instant that Whitespeak saw the pink and gold stream of water, it felt a sense of relief and conclusion. Begin Lady's figure appeared next to the captured Prayer Glow. Begin Lady looked at Whitespeak and said in a monotonous voice, "I'm a little late. I was sent by Lin Yuan." Begin Lady seemed to remember something and went on to say, "Your son, White Pavilion, is fine. Although it sustained some injuries, Lin Yuan was able to heal it easily. After absorbing the souls of 2 adults, Begin Lady understood relationships and knew what Whitespeak was worried about. Thus, there was no need for it to wait for Whitespeak to pose any questions. A smile spread across Whitespeak's pale face, and it said, "You aren't late. This is the first time I'm learning how good it feels to receive help during a crisis. I should actually be thanking the idiot you captured. If it had not blathered on for so long, you wouldn't have been able to reach in time to save me. Thank you, readers." Whitespeak walked over to Prayer Glow. In the past, it has been as weak as one of Prayer Glow's subordinates. Its source sacred body was completely countered by Prayer Glow. Whitespeak could not come up with any way to take on Prayer Glow. But now the situation had changed. Prayer Glow was now a trapped fish that Whitespeak could tear away as it pleased. Whitespeak kicked Prayer Glow forcefully to vent some of its rage before it ripped its torn-off arm from Prayer Glow's vines. In the past, tearing off its arm would have had a serious impact on Whitespeak. With the loss of a limb, its combat power would be significantly discounted. However, Whitespeak had seen Lin Yuan regrow missing limbs. Lin Yuan was the dictator who Whitespeak had dedicated its life to. In its eyes, there was nothing that Lin Yuan could not do. If Lin Yuan was willing to be kind, he would help it to reattach its arm. Begin Lady's appearance meant that Lin Yuan had already settled things on the other side, and that the 30 drugged snake eagles had not caused much trouble for Lin Yuan at all. Whitespeak smirked when it saw Prayer Glow's look of astonished sadness as it was trapped within the stream of water. Dictator Return to Ruins was the most well-known dictator in the Marsh East Circle. However, his power as a dictator was not considered strong. Many dictators liked to keep clean and disliked being associated with too many apostles. But the apostles who they did end up associating with were usually gifted the dictator's prize. However, Dictator Return to Ruins did not have any preference and accepted all apostles that came its way. Otherwise, given its power, Prayer Glow would never have been able to join the camp of a dictator. If Prayer Glow knew that while gathering resources for the Banquet of Everything, it would end up encountering a dictator like Lin Yuan who had entered the Turning Wheel realm, it would not have charged in so rashly. At that moment, Prayer Glow shouted, "No matter who you are, I am an apostle under Dictator Return to Ruins. How do you lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid of facing Dictator Return to Ruins' wrath?" Whitespeak felt disgusted when it heard Prayer Glow use Dictator Return to Ruins as a desperate threat. It snapped sardonically, "It doesn't matter if Dictator Return to Ruins will come after us. A more important question is what dictator returned to ruins will do to a piece of trash like you who hasn't even received the dictator's prize when he learns that you used his name to make empty threats. Do you really think our dictator will be afraid of dictator return to ruins? Whitespeak forcefully kicked Prayer Glow a few more times. Begin Lady smiled and shook its head. Whitespeak's actions indicated that its psychological and physical state had not been greatly affected by the loss of its arm. Whitespeak, go back with me. Lin Yuan will only be put at ease when he sees you. Whitespeak was ashamed that it caused Lin Yuan to worry over it, but at the same time it was touched. In Begin Lady's eyes, Prayer Glow was no different from a corpse. When Begin Lady was sent over, it could sense how furious Lin Yuan was. If Prayer Glow did not die, the deaths of the 4 Medusa snake demons would not be compensated. While Begin Lady and Whitespeak were rushing back to Lin Yuan, Prayer Glow was frozen and dazed by what Prayer Glow said. Prayer Glow saw Whitespeak as an endless source of wealth. It had set its eyes on Whitespeak soon after they became acquainted. Moreover, from what Whitespeak said, Whitespeak's dictator did not think much of dictator return to ruins. This meant that he had to be stronger than dictator return to ruins. Oh no! Just who did I piss off? When it heard what Whitespeak and the ridiculously strong girl said, Prayer Glow had a feeling that it was about to meet the dictator who Whitespeak had sworn its loyalty to. After this thought, Prayer Glow was so frightened that it almost passed out. Prayer Glow never wondered if Whitespeak could be lying. No apostle would dare to joke or lie about such a thing. Soon, Begin Lady and Whitespeak appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion were next to him. When it spotted Whitespeak, White Pavilion immediately crawled over to its father. It slammed its tail on the ground when it saw Whitespeak's severed arm. Luckily, the ground was covered in a layer of the marsh ground sphagna. The marsh ground sphagna had reached class 11. Otherwise, White Pavilion's tail would have opened a hole in the marsh world's soft ground. White Pavilion had always been playful but was also fearful of Whitespeak. Nonetheless, White Pavilion's affection for its father was not lacking in the slightest. Before Whitespeak greeted him, Lin Yuan stood up and said, "Position your arm on the wound." Lin Yuan instructed the Jasmine Lily to release a beam of vitality that healed Whitespeak's wounds and severed arm. With severed limbs growth, Whitespeak's severed arm could have been quickly regrown. But since Whitespeak had brought its arm back, there was no need to use severed limbs growth and the Jasmine Lily's energy could be saved. It did not take Whitespeak's arm to heal and become as good as new. Lin Yuan's action had shocked Prayer Glow to the core. With the apostles Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion next to him, there was no question of Lin Yuan's status as a dictator. Prayer Glow had been traversing the marsh world for a very long time, but this was the first time it was seeing apostles of such low class. It realized that it could not get a sense of Lin Yuan's aura. It was as though Lin Yuan did not carry any hint of being a dimensional life form. This young man Whitespeak had addressed as Lord Lin Yuan, had the exact same features as a dictator who had entered the legendary Turning Wheel realm. While Prayer Glow was observing Lin Yuan, it met his eyes. His gaze was composed, but there seemed to be a steaming volcano under the calmness. When it saw Lin Yuan looking at Prayer Glow, Whitespeak hurriedly said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Prayer Glow is a devious snake." It suddenly led its favored believers over in a large group because it had started targeting me over a century ago. Its source sacred body can counter mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be as helpless as I was. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold. He did not like those who were wicked and devious. But he had no choice but to admit that such people were everywhere in a place like the marsh world where competition was so stiff. Whitespeak had started assuming some time ago that Lin Yuan was a dictator who had entered the Turning Wheel realm. Thank you, readers. Otherwise, a dictator like Lin Yuan should not have so little individual power. When dictators entered the Turning Wheel realm, they would have to start over. While Whitespeak was speaking to Prayer Glow, its words indicated that it was not concerned by dictator return to ruins. But Whitespeak was still afraid that dictator return to ruins would eventually target Lin Yuan because of Prayer Glow. Lord Lin Yuan, there is a dictator behind Apostle Prayer Glow. However, Apostle Prayer Glow hasn't received the dictator's prize. Whitespeak dared not say anything else and waited for Lin Yuan to decide on how they would handle Prayer Glow. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard that Prayer Glow was part of a dictator's camp. Until now, Lin Yuan had yet to see what a true dictator looked like or was capable of. In the past, Lin Yuan would have been envious of a dictator from the Marsh world. After all, the Marsh world was not Lin Yuan's world but a world of dimensional life forms. But now that he had begun Lady, he found it hard to believe that a dictator could be stronger than it. He could gauge from his discussions with White Speak and Shadow that dictators were about as powerful as eternal experts. Dictators who had entered the turning wheel realm were beyond eternal. However, that was not to say that there were no dictators who were beyond eternal power but had not entered the turning wheel realm. After all, not every dictator had the courage to give up everything and start fresh. Hence, Lin Yuan could confidently take on dictators with Begin Lady by his side. Compared to Dictator Return to Ruins, who had yet to show its face, Lin Yuan was more interested in seeing what abilities Prayer Glow's source sacred body had. Since Dictator Return to Ruins was the one who sent its people here to cause trouble, it is the one who owes me an explanation. White Speak, you mentioned that its source sacred body can counter yours. What abilities does it have? White Speak's chest tightened when it thought back to Prayer Glow's source sacred body's abilities. In honesty, Prayer Glow's abilities countered not only its own but also that of other apostles. Lord Dictator, Prayer Glow's true body is a rare carnivorous plant called the Firefly Poison Weeping Fig. As its power increases, it will attract more firefly species poisonous insects to live with it. Together, they will form one living body. The Firefly Poison Weeping Fig isn't venomous on its own, but as more firefly species poisonous insects gather around it, it will be affected and become more poisonous. It will then become a carnivorous plant that can kill targets with poison. Most dimensional life forms don't produce venom naturally after becoming apostles. Prayer Glow has never failed to take down any apostle using its deadly attacks. Otherwise, Prayer Glow wouldn't be able to take my arm in a physical fight no matter how hard it tried. White Speak spoke clearly and allowed Lin Yuan to immediately understand what Prayer Glow was capable of. After killing Prayer Glow, the sacred source life form that came from its body would likely come with lethal poisonous attacks. Such a sacred source life form would only be suited for contraction by life forms who possessed strong venom. It would be useless if such a sacred source life form was not used properly. If so, it might be better not to contract it. But if it could be used properly, it would be able to suppress enemies as well as Prayer Glow had been doing to White Speak. Dimensional life forms were not capable of contracting sacred source life forms. The only people in Lin Yuan's camp who could fight with poison were Qin Luan and Qin Yu, as both had contracted the extremely venomous Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpions. The Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpions were not as skilled at wielding venom as they were at Dark-type energy. There was no question that Dark-type sacred source life forms were more useful for Qin Luan and Qin Yu. Hence, after killing Prayer Glow, its only use would be increasing Lin Yuan's store of sacred source life forms. When Prayer Glow heard Lin Yuan ask White Speak about its source sacred body abilities, it was so frightened that its entire body started to tremble. There could only be one reason for a dictator to ask about an apostle's abilities. He was likely thinking about how he was going to use Prayer Glow after its death. Prayer Glow's biggest hope was that it would be able to save itself and earn the chance to continue living. A lifeform that spent its entire life scheming after others in order to secure its own profits was far more afraid of death than White Speak, who spent its entire life fighting as hard as it could. Prayer Glow asked tentatively, "Lord Dictator, Lin Yuan wanted to obtain more information from Prayer Glow. However, it was unlikely that Prayer Glow knew much about Dictator Return to Ruins. The crisis of the Marsh world was about to be fully resolved. Before White Speak met Lin Yuan, it brought White Pavilion around with it as they fought their way through life. After they met Lin Yuan, they started residing in Dark Scorpion's territory. Thus, they were not updated on the latest information in the Marsh world. Prayer Glow spent its life scheming, and the first condition it needed to fulfill in order to do so was to have sufficient information. Lin Yuan needed to possess sufficient information before he could attend the banquet of everything. Lin Yuan glanced at White Speak, and White Speak immediately knew what Lin Yuan was planning. Lin Yuan had asked it a lot about the Marsh East Circle, but there were many questions that White Speak had been unable to answer. But now, with Prayer Glow, Lin Yuan could gather more information. When Lin Yuan saw that White Speak understood what his intentions were, he immediately left the Marsh world and returned to the underground palace. White Speak readied itself for battle and walked over to Prayer Glow. It smiled menacingly and said, "You will answer everything I'm about to ask you. If anything you say is wrong, I will gently punch your head. Whether you'll be able to survive depends on how you answer." Prayer Glow's lips twitched when it heard what White Speak said. White Speak was very strong, and even a gentle punch of it would carry 500 kilograms of force. It had removed White Speak's arm and almost killed it. One could only imagine how much White Speak hated it. Was it really going to just give it a gentle punch? Lin Yuan had not said that he wanted Prayer Glow to be kept alive. Prayer Glow guessed that White Speak could not make the decision to kill it without its dictator's permission. Thus, Prayer Glow intended to respond honestly to everything that White Speak was about to ask. Nothing was more important than surviving. However, Prayer Glow did not expect to be questioned by White Speak for hours. Thank you, readers. White Speak had started out with normal questions that made Prayer Glow think that White Speak was just having fun. But once the normal questions were over, White Speak's questions became increasingly more difficult to stomach. Each time Prayer Glow hesitated, White Speak would slam its fist down on Prayer Glow's head. After multiple painful punches, bumps were now covering Prayer Glow's head. Even if White Speak asked extremely sensitive questions, Prayer Glow answered them all. But once the sensitive questions were over, White Speak started to ask increasingly senseless queries. No matter how hard Prayer Glow racked its brain, it could not come up with the answers. Even when Prayer Glow had been beaten to the point of dizziness, White Speak continued to pose its questions. Prayer Glow did not know that from the moment White Speak asked its first question, it had no intention of allowing Prayer Glow to survive. Does Dictator return to ruins have smelly feces? Prayer Glow had been about to lose consciousness, but when it heard this question, it immediately realized what White Speak's intention was. Prayer Glow wanted to start hurling insults at White Speak but did not have the strength to do so. The fist attacks were turning into arm ones. A splintering sound filled the air when White Speak slammed its forearm down on Prayer Glow's head. After killing Prayer Glow, White Speak started to absorb the Source-type power from Prayer Glow's body. The Totem and Faith power from Prayer Glow's body solidified into an amber-colored item. But before White Speak could clearly see the amber-colored item, it was enveloped in rainbow light. White Speak gave Prayer Glow's body, which had turned into a sacred source lifeform, to begin Lady. At this point, White Speak had accomplished Lin Yuan's task and was about to return to continue guarding the territory. This encounter with Prayer Glow caused White Speak to lose almost half of its favored believers. This would affect its rate of collection of faith power in the future. White Speak intended to increase its power before it went with Lin Yuan to the Marsh East Circle to attend the Banquet of Everything. Lin Yuan had been away from the underground palace for a day. Jin Qianshuan had sent many messages today, but Su Yiren had only replied to them and not answered any of Jin Qianshuan's questions because Lin Yuan was not around. Su Yiren guessed that Jin Qianshuan must be in a quagmire of complicated emotions at the moment. It was likely that he was afraid of being tossed aside by Lin Yuan. Su Yiren also had no idea what was running through Lin Yuan's mind. But given what she had learned about him, she felt that he would have been straightforward if he had no intention of fulfilling his promise to Jin Qianshuan. He would not mercilessly leave Jin Qianshuan hanging. Currently, Jin Qianshuan did not have an ounce of value. As Su Yiren waited in Lin Yuan's room, she saw that a message had come through on the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan, I'm sorry. I was held back for a day because of one of my people, which caused you to wait for so long. To make it up to you, I'll give you the chance to pick 50 of the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. Su Yiren's eyes widened when she saw the words on the Thoughts letter paper. It turned out that Jin Qianshuan did have value. Lin Yuan even allowed him to earn 50 Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. From Lin Yuan's compensation, it was clear that he intended to value the promise. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Jin Qianshuan set Su Yiren at ease. If Lin Yuan fulfilled the promise of someone as insignificant as Jin Qianshuan, it went without saying that he would do the same for someone like her who was in his inner circle. Su Yiren guessed that Jin Qianshuan would be holding onto the Thoughts letter paper tightly and anxiously as he awaited Lin Yuan's reply. The truth was just as Su Yiren guessed. After a day on edge, Jin Qianshuan forcefully suppressed his excitement after seeing Lin Yuan's response on the Thoughts letter paper. Otherwise, he would already have jumped up and started shouting in joy. Lin Yuan's compensation caused Jin Qianxuan to explode with excitement. He could pick 50 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that were all the standard of Class 5 Creation Master resources. But compared to such compensation, Jin Qianxuan was delighted that Lin Yuan had not forgotten his promise. If Lin Yuan broke the promise, there was nothing that Jin Qianxuan could do about it. Lin Yuan's message gave Jin Qianxuan the courage to consider the sight of himself sitting on the Great Lush Federation's throne. He was so excited that he replied to Lin Yuan's message with a very long response. When Lin Yuan read Jin Qianxuan's reply, he could sense how Jin Qianxuan was feeling. Lin Yuan decided not to reply to Jin Qianxuan. Rather, he led Su Yiren and Lu Jie toward where the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families were residing. Su Yiren was silent for a moment before she finally decided to speak. "Young master, I don't think Jin Qianxuan will be able to hold the fort down if he enters the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. Not only does he lack power, but more importantly, he also doesn't have the will for the job." Su Yiren had not wanted to say this. She and Jin Qianxuan had dedicated their loyalties to Lin Yuan. By saying this, she was shining the light of suspicion on him. However, she had always been the bridge of communication between Lin Yuan and Jin Qianxuan. If she did not inform Lin Yuan of the issues she had spotted, it could end up hurting Lin Yuan. She came from a federation with a Class 5 Creation Master and was also the granddaughter of that Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, she was always able to see the big picture. Jin Qianxuan's lack of power could be easily made up for. All he needed was an expert to accompany him and secure the situation. But the key point was that Jin Qianxuan did not have the will to hold down the fort. Will and power were completely different matters. This was why it was always said that rulers needed to be intimidating and resolute. Yi Huailong was not strong either, but he had the authoritative air that Jin Qianxuan lacked. Although Yi Huailu was a Class 5 Creation Master, he was too mild-mannered to control the imperial court like Yi Huailong could. Lin Yuan was also aware of this and had found a partner for Jin Qianxuan long ago. Bai Qinghuan was skilled at strategy and could not contribute much unless there was an ongoing battle. Even if Bai Qinghuan was able to see the entire world as a chess game, she was still too young. Without experience, her intelligence and resolution would be limited. Lin Yuan did not intend to send Bai Qinghuan to Jin Qianxuan so she could balance him out but so she could find a good school. Bai Qinghuan's way of looking at things would also affect Jin Qianxuan to a certain extent. Under her influence, he would handle matters with a firmer hand. Ever since Lin Yuan suggested that Lu Jie learn from Bai Qinghuan, Lu Jie had improved significantly in terms of managerial skills. With the thoughts letter paper, Lu Jie could continue to learn from Bai Qinghuan even if they were not physically together. Bai Qinghuan had sworn her loyalty to Lin Yuan, so there was no reason for him not to trust her. She still did not have the thoughts letter paper, but it was time that one was made for her. Lin Yuan could sense that Bai Qinghuan had been working hard to mix in with the other members of Sky City. All she lacked was a chance. After all, there were not many areas in which she had the opportunity to prove her wealth. Bai Qinghuan was a smart person. If he sent her to the Great Lush Federation, she would definitely understand what his plans were. Once she arrived at the Great Lush Federation, she would not feel as insecure as she was now. Lin Yuan smiled at Su Yiren. "I know what you mean. I have already made plans for Jin Qianxuan." Su Yiren realized she had been concerned for nothing. Given Lin Yuan's brain and abilities, there was no way he would not have seen through Jin Qianxuan's flaws. Lu Jie had yet to communicate directly with Jin Qianxuan, but he knew who he was. He felt that Jin Qianxuan was a lucky fellow. Technically, he should have been killed by Di Wanmi back in Oak City. Lu Jie could guess what kind of relationship existed between the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families. The disappearance of the Truth Association has also removed their hold over the Great Lush Federation. Now that the secret aristocratic families are free, all of them will make a grab for power. This will probably be the most chaotic time in the Great Lush Federation. Someone will need to step in to smoothen out the mess. Lin Yuan, I think the other families need to be cleared out before Jin Qianxuan can take the throne and the Jin family be boosted into the imperial court. Even if you place an expert by his side to bolster his might, he still won't be acknowledged by the other top secret aristocratic families. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie had indeed improved after his time with Bai Qinghuan. Normally, Lu Jie never interjected in his conversations with Su Yiren. However, Lu Jie's assessment of the situation was too simplified. Given the martial force that Lin Yuan possessed, it would not be difficult to eliminate the secret aristocratic families who were stronger than the Jin family. But if he did that, the loss of the Great Lush Federation's top combat power would be a serious blow to the Great Lush Federation. Presently, the entire Startling Lines continent was part of Lin Yuan's wealth. It would not make sense for him to get rid of the experts who were part of this wealth. Due to the death of Fifth Page Truth, there probably aren't many leaders of the secret aristocratic families left. We can choose the strongest members of the secret aristocratic families and place them as the heads of their families. Then, we'll have them swear their loyalty to Jin Qianxuan. Lu Jie was silent for a moment before he said, "Will the leaders of secret aristocratic families who are stronger than Jin Qianxuan truly be willing to swear their loyalty to him? Big brother Lu, have you heard that one's will can always be imposed on another? As long as pressure is exerted, profits will follow. The people who only just manage to become heads of their secret aristocratic families know what the right choice will be. None of them will be willing to give up the chance they struggled so hard to obtain. Every secret aristocratic family has numerous chambers of commerce under them. Lin Yuan wants to control the trade in the entire Startling Lines continent. To do this, he will need help from the secret aristocratic families," replied Su Yiren. Lu Jie clapped his forehead when he heard what Su Yiren said. He had indeed thought too little about the matter. When you, Su Yiren, and Bai Qinghuan all possessed impressive intelligence and capabilities. However, their specialties were all different. Lu Jie felt that the changes he had gone through were partly due to his focus on studying, and also because these outstanding people around him had influenced him. Lu Jie and Su Yiren were both family to Lin Yuan. Thus, he would not hide anything from them. Big brother Lu and Yiren, our main objective for going to the Great Lush Federation is to find the Class 5 Creation Master who worked under Fifth Page Truth. I don't think that the factions of the Great Lush Federation will be in too much of a mess. The Class 5 Creation Master will definitely have taken control after Fifth Page Truth died. Lu Jie and Su Yiren's eyes lit up when they heard what Lin Yuan said. Both of them realized that the situation was more perilous than expected. Su Yiren had investigated Tower Cannon and knew that every member was a Class 5 Creation Master. Su Yiren had assumed that Fifth Page Truth was behind all of the Truth Association's Class 5 Creation Master resources. She had not even imagined that there could be another Class 5 Creation Master under Fifth Page Truth. Sky City now had 2 Class 5 Creation Masters. If Lin Yuan could recruit the Class 5 Creation Master who had been under Fifth Page Truth, it would mean that Sky City would have 3 Class 5 Creation Masters. With 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in the same faction, the faction would have the same Creation Master capabilities as top federations like the Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation. Amidst her shock, a thought struck Su Yiren, and she frowned before saying to Lin Yuan urgently, "The Truth Association's Class 5 Creation Master must have heard of Fifth Page Truth's death. Will they go into hiding after finally escaping Fifth Page Truth's clutches? A Class 5 Creation Master is also a powerful expert. If they deliberately try to hide, it'll be difficult to sniff them out. Fifth Page Truth's death is a warning to the Class 5 Creation Master that the Truth Association has crossed an enemy they should have left alone." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "I don't think that Class 5 Creation Master will do so. Every Class 5 Creation Master is acutely aware of their value. Rather than hiding in the crowd and living each day filled with anxiety, it'll be better to leverage their value to obtain even more benefits." Lin Yuan had encountered his fair share of Class 5 Creation Masters and could understand where their arrogance came from. An expert who did not distinguish themselves could never lay eyes on a Class 5 Creation Master. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had met more Class 5 Creation Masters than he could count on one hand. Aside from the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch, Lin Yuan also had Di Wanmi and Yi Huailu as his subordinates. The Goddess of Mercy and Fifth Page Truth had not had their eyes on Lin Yuan. One of them had been killed by him. Lin Yuan was acquainted with enough Class 5 Creation Masters to support 7 large federations. When Lin Yuan killed Fifth Page Truth, he had thought about taking control of Fifth Page Truth's body using the tongue of relinquish. Alas, Red Thorn made it clear that it could not take control of experts who had unlocked their spirit attribute. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have instructed Begin Lady to burn Fifth Page Truth's body to ashes. But no matter how many Class 5 creation masters Lin Yuan was acquainted with, he would never be able to leverage his personal Class 5 creation master power in a critical situation like Fifth Page Truth had done. In a society where Class 5 creation masters were scarce, every Class 5 creation master could carry their own arrogance. Lin Yuan hoped that Fifth Page Truth's Class 5 creation master would not be too puffed up on arrogance. If they were too full of themselves and had not awakened their birth horoscope, Lin Yuan did not mind bestowing the same existence on the Class 5 creation master as the one that Di Wanmi was experiencing. A puppet with no potential would be more beneficial to Sky City than a recalcitrant living person. Jin Qianxuan relaxed when he received Lin Yuan's response. Now that he was at ease, Jin Qianxuan continued as his old self. He played it safe as he waited for Lin Yuan to come and help. The Jin family did not have many members, but with Jin Qianxuan's earnest protection, they had more direct and collateral members in total than the other secret aristocratic families who had participated in the scuffle for resources. Jin Qianding was dead by the time Fifth Page Truth died. Jin Qianxing had been killed by Jin Qianding when he voiced his opposition. Jin Qianxuan used his seniority and status to seat himself as the head of the Jin family with no competition. While Jin Qianxuan was playing it safe, in a tent far away, a white-haired elderly man with a hunched back was sighing over a failed crystal bottle of spirit fluid. Next to him, a young man wearing plain clothes said, "Master, you're unfocused. You taught me that it's always a struggle to successfully concoct spirit fluids when unfocused." The elderly man sighed and pushed the crystal bottle into the young man's arms. "You sure are daring now to have the courage to try and give me advice. I might not be at peace, but it's still a grade 4 spirit fluid. Store it away. When the other side arrives, offer up the spirit fluids on my behalf." The young man tugged at his hair distractedly as he reluctantly said, "Master, why are we giving away spirit fluids all of a sudden? You're a Class 5 creation master." Before the young man could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the elderly man. "After working all my life, all I want is peace. I don't want to fight anymore. How can I put on airs as a Class 5 creation master in front of someone who managed to kill Fifth Page War? Bao Chuan, I have been teaching you creation master skills. Today, let me teach you that true talent recognizes their circumstances. After I offer up my sincerity, I'm sure the other side won't disappoint me." After the last word fell from his lips, the elderly man realized that he felt slightly calmer. He took out another set of exactly the same spiritual ingredients as before and started the concoction process. Next to him, the young man looked thoughtful. He seemed to be mulling over what the elderly man had said. At the same time, he was curious about the kind of person who had managed to kill Fifth Page Truth. While the young man was ruminating, the elderly man placed the newly concocted potion into the young man's hands and said, "Look, Bao Chuan, haven't I calmed down now? Go and call over the leaders of the secret aristocratic families. I won't be able to express my sincerity by just handing out potions. We can prepare another gift before the other side arrives." The young man seemed to only partially take in what the elderly man said, but he still left to gather the leaders of the secret aristocratic families. But he did not feel a hint of embarrassment. Rather, there was a genuine sense of self-importance. Normally, the leaders of secret aristocratic families would do anything to earn an audience with his master. The young man did not understand why the leaders of the secret aristocratic families had to be called over when they offered up gifts to the conqueror. It did not take long for the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, Jin Qianxuan included, to arrive nervously at the elderly man's tent. Previously, the elderly man had been a legend in the Truth Association. Only the now-dead previous clan leaders had been able to meet with the elderly man. Given that Jin Qianxuan had only taken up his position recently, he had not had the chance to participate in such meetings before. Before he came, Jin Qianxuan sent a message to Lin Yuan. "Frankly, Jin Qianxuan did not want to come to the elderly man's tent. His hope was that everything would remain calm until Lin Yuan arrived, because even the smallest of waves would jeopardize his safety and plans. Nonetheless, Jin Qianxuan dared not ignore the elderly man's summons. The elderly man looked at the group of family heads standing in front of him and sighed. There are so few familiar faces this time. I called you over because I have something that I need you to do. The elderly man's voice was kind and friendly. Yet, his words caused anxiousness to rise within every member of his audience. All the leaders of the secret aristocratic families had guessed the reason for being called over. On the one hand, they were afraid that the elderly man would make requests that they could not fulfill yet could not turn down. The Ho family was currently the strongest secret aristocratic family and the family participating in the internal fight with the most vigor. The Ho family's bid for power had already affected the other factions. The Ho family's current leader, Ho Meng, had long aimed to enter the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. Ho Meng knew that setting an example at such a time would encourage the other family leaders to acknowledge him. Elder Wang, what do you want us to do? If it's something achievable, just say the word, and we will definitely do everything we can. The elderly man looked at Ho Meng. At his age, the elderly man had experienced almost everything that life had to offer. After such a long life, the elderly man now prioritized peace and stability. Although he never left his tent, he often sent his retainer out to gather information. When the two retainers outside the tent received any information, they would report it to the elderly man instantly. Thus, the elderly man knew what Ho Meng's aim was for being the first to speak out. Ho Meng's expression immediately changed to panic when he caught sight of the elderly man's look. However, he quickly composed himself. Nonetheless, his expression was now more pleasant and humble than it had been before. The elderly man ignored Ho Meng and stood up from the chair as he said in a calm voice, "Each of you will be in charge of a direction. You will set out in that direction and inform any tents you see to pack up. Then, return home and do a head count of all your family members. Finally, go into military formation along with your family members." The elderly man gently rapped the table thrice to signal that he was done speaking to them. All of the heads of families, including Ho Meng and Jin Qianxuan, were bewildered by what the elderly man said. But since the elderly man had knocked on the table thrice, it was clear that he no longer wanted to speak. Thus, none of them dared to ask the elderly man what he meant. All they could do was treat the elderly man's words as an imperial order that they had to carry out no matter what. All of the people present had the status and power to take up the position of the head of their families. Thus, none of them were stupid. All of them knew that one word from the elderly man would be enough to strip them of their position. Many of them, like Ho Meng, were hoping that they would be able to lead their family into the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. But in order to truly secure their seat on the throne, the elderly man's support was a necessity. It could be said that regardless of the strength of the family, it could legitimately claim the throne as long as it had the elderly man's support. Even if other families were stronger, they would not dare to utter a peep. As such, all the families did all they could to try and earn the elderly man's support. But given their statuses, it would not be easy to make contact with someone of the elderly man's level. But now that the elderly man had taken the initiative to make contact with them, many of them saw this as their chance. Regardless of whether they were afraid of the elderly man or wanted to curry favor with him, the leaders of the secret aristocratic families trampled over each other to carry out the elderly man's command despite not being certain of the reason behind it. Wang Baochuan's lip curled when he saw the family leaders scuttling off to carry out the elderly man's order. "Master, all of their intentions are written all over their faces. If fifth page truth was around, none of them would carry such expressions. He would never permit such expressions and ambitions. If the expert who killed fifth page truth is after the Great Lush Federation, there's no way they will let these people go." The elderly man shook his head gently. "Baochuan, you have been by my side all this time, but you've never truly come across someone willing to give up everything for profit and power. Do you really think none of them have guessed the reason behind fifth page truth's death? We are not the only ones who are aware of the happenings in the Divine Wood Federation. So are they. The person who killed Fifth Page Truth also placed Yi Huailong on the throne. This means that they plan to control the federations. These people are just fighting to try and decide who the leader should be. If the person who killed Fifth Page War doesn't have any strategic plans for the Great Lush Federation, they will recruit the leader who emerged from the fight. The winner of the fight will have proved their power. The young man was stunned by what the elderly man said. But he found his master's words reasonable and hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, they should indeed fight it out. At least they will be able to carve out a future for themselves. My money is on Ho Meng. He is the strongest, and it was clear from just now that he has an authoritative aura even amongst the other heads of the secret aristocratic families. If he's selected and becomes the king of the Great Lush Federation, we will have to socialize with him often in the future." The longer the elderly man listened, the more he felt that his disciple was much too innocent. He gently patted the young man's head and said, "Bao Chuan, you're too young. It looks like I'll need to push you to experience more of life apart from just teaching you creation master knowledge. If you're trying to conquer a federation, won't you try to insert your own faction within it? It's clear that that federation ruined many of the Truth Association's plans when they clashed. This is why Fifth Page Truth went to confront that faction personally. It might be a coincidence if the plan was only damaged once. But a chain of coincidences indicates that one of our own reports information to the other side." The young looked shocked and ashamed at the same time. He agreed that it was time to familiarize himself with human affairs. Otherwise, he'd just appear like a clown before his master. The young man could not help but sigh. "Master, this faction is hiding so well." The elderly man patted the young man's head with one hand as he rubbed his forehead with the other and said, "Bao Chuan, the faction that is spying for the other side won't be too weak. Look at the stronger secret aristocratic families. Which family head looks the most laid back and is more concerned with protecting his own?" The young man clearly understood the movements and circumstances of the secret aristocratic families well. After thinking for a moment, he blurted, "The Jean family. Is the Jean family the one the other side has taken in?" The elderly man nodded gently. "If someone is acting out of character, someone must be behind him. The current leader of the Jean family is Jean Qianxuan. To my knowledge, he isn't such a grounded person. Once all the secret aristocratic families are in formation, call Jean Qianxuan over. Now that he has become a mole, he must have told whoever is controlling him about the contents of the meeting I called. As long as I'm kind enough to Jean Qianxuan, the person behind him will understand my intentions." The young man asked with slight confusion, "Master, you are a Class 5 creation master. There's no need for you to put on such a display." The elderly man lifted his hand from the young man's shoulder and patted it forcefully. "You are now a Pinnacle Class 3 creation master. I am almost done teaching you all that you need to know. All I want is peace. Are you going to hole up with me forever?" Wang Keiji was well aware of what kind of personality his disciple had. Wang Keiji never had any children but had long started to care for his disciple, who he had carefully brought up as his grandson. When Wang Keiji was young, he would never have felt anything for a person with whom he did not share any blood relation. But after all his arrogance had been ground away over time, he started to see Wang Baochuan as his hope for the future. Otherwise, he would never have shared his surname. Young people needed to carve out their careers. When he first joined Fifth Page Truth, Wang Keiji seriously considered recommending Wang Baochuan to Fifth Page Truth. But the more he learned of Fifth Page Truth, the more he decided against the idea. Fifth Page Truth was not an expert who would be a reliable source of support for Wang Baochuan. If Wang Baochuan followed Fifth Page Truth, he would either lose his life or go down the path of evil. Wang Keiji had been sending his retainers to gather news on the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. From the information he received, Wang Keiji could be certain that the faction that had killed Fifth Page Truth was a fairly virtuous one. This was why Wang Keiji once again had the idea of sending Wang Baochuan out to make a name for himself. Otherwise, there was indeed no need for Wang Keiji to lower himself before Jean Qianxuan, given his status as a Class 5 creation master. Even if Jean Qianxuan became the king of the Great Lush Federation, he should be the one to try and earn Wang Keiji's favor. When Wang Baochuan heard what Wang Keiji said, he could not help but hug Wang Keiji and say passionately, "Master, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay with you." Wang Keiji rarely saw Wang Baochuan so overcome by emotion, and he could sense strong piety from this display. Wang Keiji coughed and said sternly, "Stop this inappropriate hugging. I still have some years ahead of me. You might not even outlive me. Why don't you take advantage of your youth and go out to train? Do you want to still remain as innocent as you are when all the hair on your head has turned white? With your abilities as a Class 3 creation master and your Spirit Chi professional talent, you will definitely be able to improve at a shocking rate with the right guidance." While the teacher and disciple were speaking, Jin Chenxuan reported everything that Wang Keiji had said to Lin Yuan. Since Jin Chenxuan decided to cling to Lin Yuan, he would instantly report any useful information to Lin Yuan. Thus, Su Iren, who was in charge of the correspondence between Lin Yuan and Jin Chenxuan, felt that the latter was extremely talkative. After he was done reporting his news to Lin Yuan, Jin Chenxuan took a deep breath. Jin Chenxuan felt that he was going to break if Lin Yuan did not arrive soon. Ho Meng had approached him more than once to try and force him into a decision. While Jin Chenxuan was sighing to himself, Wang Baochuan's arrival was announced by the Jin family's members, who were in formation outside of the tent. Jin Chenxuan had not expected Wang Keiji to have more to say to him, but from what Wang Baochuan said, it was clear that Wang Keiji had only extended this invitation to him. This caused Jin Chenxuan to be gripped by anxiousness. Jin Chenxuan suddenly wondered if Wang Keiji had noticed that he had sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Jin Chenxuan could not see through Wang Keiji at all. Wang Keiji used to be Fifth Page Truth's subordinate. Fifth Page Truth's death was unquestionably related to Jin Chenxuan's spilling of information to Lin Yuan. Could Wang Keiji be planning to kill me to avenge Fifth Page Truth's death? Even with this thought in his mind, Jin Chenxuan had no choice but to follow Wang Baochuan back to Wang Keiji's tent. Because he had offered up his loyalty early on, Lin Yuan had already promised a bright future to Jin Chenxuan. Thus, Jin Chenxuan did not need to seek any benefits from Wang Keiji. Yet, Wang Keiji had called him over for a solo meeting at such a junction. This would immediately raise suspicion in Ho Meng and the rest. Jin Chenxuan had a feeling that even if Wang Keiji did not have any important reason for calling him over, Ho Meng and the rest would seek him out once he left Wang Keiji's tent. But after following Wang Baochuan into Wang Keiji's tent, Jin Chenxuan was stupefied by Wang Keiji's statement. "I'm sure you've told whoever you've jumped ship to about the meeting I called. I'm very curious to know what you said about me." Wang Keiji's statement caused Jin Chenxuan to feel as though the air around him had solidified. Although Wang Keiji's voice was calm, Jin Chenxuan felt as though he was completely transparent in front of Wang Keiji. Wang Keiji's aura completely suppressed Jin Chenxuan to the point that Jin Chenxuan found it difficult to breathe. Jin Chenxuan was temporarily at a loss about how he should respond. Cold sweat started dripping down Jin Chenxuan's brow and back, soaking through his thin vest. The elderly man smiled when he saw Jin Chenxuan's expression and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. If I meant you harm, I would have investigated you when you suddenly started attending the gatherings before the tribes set off on Fifth Page War's orders. If I had done that, there's no way you would have survived to this day. I called you over because I want you to pass on a message. I also want to swear my loyalty to the person you've joined." Jin Chenxuan could not remember how he managed to leave Wang Keiji's tent. When he returned to his tent, he was still in shock. A Class 5 creation master's loyalty was monumental. Jin Chenxuan immediately gathered his thoughts and sent a message to Lin Yuan through the thoughts letter paper. The moment he sent out the message, Ho Meng and the others arrived. All of them had been wondering if Wang Keiji had called Jin Chenxuan over because he had decided to give his support to Jin Chenxuan. But from Jin Chenxuan's dazed demeanor, they erased the thought from their mind. If Jin Chenxuan had gained Wang Keiji's support, he would not be looking like this. Could it be that Jin Chenxuan had affronted Wang Keiji? This did not make sense either. If Jin Chenxuan had truly offended Wang Keiji, he would not have been able to leave Wang Keiji's tent alive. Lin Yuan was riding on Blackie's back when he received the message from Jin Chenxuan. It seemed that Fifth Page Truth's Class 5 Creation Master had finally shown himself. Lin Yuan was about to store the thoughts letter paper away when he saw another message from Jin Qianxuan. This new message caused confusion to spread across Lin Yuan's face. Oh, this was interesting. Apparently, 5th Page Truth's Class 5 Creation Master wanted to offer his loyalty to Lin Yuan now that 5th Page Truth was dead. Lin Yuan did not know what this Class 5 Creation Master's intention was, but he knew that he had to be trying to express his friendliness by contacting Lin Yuan through Jin Qianxuan before Lin Yuan arrived. This was similar to how a criminal would turn themselves in before they were arrested. Lin Yuan was willing to look kindly on a Class 5 Creation Master who was willingly offering up his loyalty. However, he wondered if this Class 5 Creation Master had conditions for offering his loyalty. Lu Jie and Su Yiren had both noticed the expression on Lin Yuan's face. They hurriedly craned their heads over to read what was written on the thoughts letter paper. After reading the message, Su Yiren and Lu Jie both smiled in surprise. Lu Jie and Su Yiren had never encountered a bigger miracle than a Class 5 Creation Master voluntarily offering his loyalty. As long as the Class 5 Creation Master was willing to offer his loyalty, they would agree to any request he had. Lin Yuan was confused about the reason behind the Class 5 Creation Master calling a meeting with the other secret aristocratic families. But now, it seemed that the Class 5 Creation Master aimed to demonstrate to Lin Yuan that he was friendly. They still had around 6 to 7 hours of travel time before they arrived at the Great Lush Federation. At first, Lin Yuan had intended on riding the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to the Great Lush Federation. But the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had just been through a bloody fight. If he had been slightly later, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would have been killed by the drugged snake eagles. Purple Afterglow and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly were comforting each other. Thus, Lin Yuan could not find the heart to summon the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Blackie had reached Diamond X and could fly extremely quickly. As a pure flood dragon species Fae, its bloodline power allowed it to manipulate the winds and clouds. Blackie was perfectly capable of meeting Lin Yuan's needs when he was rushing. Since they still had 6 to 7 hours of traveling, Lin Yuan decided to reward the Class 5 Creation Master in advance. Lin Yuan sent a message to Jin Qianxuan on the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan, tell the Class 5 Creation Master to gather all the leaders of secret aristocratic families again. I will be by your side in another 6 hours. Lin Yuan stored the thoughts letter paper away after sending the message. When Jin Qianxuan saw the message from Lin Yuan, he knew that Lin Yuan had decided to accept the Class 5 Creation Master. Otherwise, he would not have issued an order to the Class 5 Creation Master. Nonetheless, he had no choice. Jin Qianxuan went back to Wang Keiji's tent and relayed Lin Yuan's instruction. Wang Keiji started to chortle with laughter before he turned to say to Wang Baochuan, Baochuan, go and call all the leaders of the secret aristocratic families. When Wang Baochuan left to gather the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, Wang Keiji smiled and said, you have been hiding and laying low. Because of how you've been holding back, most of the members of the Jin family have survived. Now that you're in my tent, there's no need to continue hiding. When the rest of them arrive, you can stay next to me. With me around, no one will dare to lay a hand on you. It will also give you a chance to see how the other family leaders see you and allow you to make advanced preparations. Jin Qianxuan looked grateful when he heard what Jin Qianxuan said. Jin Qianxuan did not have the authoritative aura of a king but was skilled at human relations. He could immediately tell that Wang Keiji was being kind to him. Once he entered the Great Lush Federation's imperial court and became king, he would have to determine where the other secret aristocratic families stood and kill some of the family leaders to make examples out of them. Otherwise, he would have no fearsome might to speak of. It did not take long for the leaders of the secret aristocratic families to gather in Wang Keiji's tent again. All of them had been shocked when Wang Baochuan called them. They could not come up with a reason for a person like Wang Chuechi to need to see them twice. Could it be that this Class 5 Creation Master wanted to become the king of the Great Lush Federation? If this was truly what Wang Keiji was thinking, there was nothing that Ho Meng could say. Firstly, he was weaker than Wang Keiji. Secondly, all top-secret aristocratic families had benefited from Wang Keiji. If Wang Keiji became the king of the Great Lush Federation, the secret aristocratic families would be able to continue receiving Class 5 Creation Master resources from him. This would be advantageous for the entire Great Lush Federation. But when they arrived at the tent and saw Jin Qianxuan standing next to Jin Qianxuan, the expressions of all the leaders of secret aristocratic families changed. All of them would feel resigned if Wang Keiji was the one who wanted to become ruler of the Great Lush Federation. But if Jin Qianxuan became the king of the Great Lush Federation, all of them would be confused. How dare Jin Qianxuan? He did not have the right. Since Wang Keiji wanted to show Jin Qianxuan that he was a friendly force, he did not mind doing more. Wang Keiji smiled and started chatting with Jin Qianxuan in front of the other leaders of the secret aristocratic families. Wang Keiji's attitude toward Jin Qianxuan caused many of the leaders of the secret aristocratic families to erase their expressions of displeasure. If they showed a sour expression toward Jin Qianxuan while Wang Keiji was acting so amicable toward him, it would be seen as an insult to Wang Keiji. There were several levels of disappointment that a human was capable of feeling. The leaders of secret aristocratic families who never stood a chance of being able to enter the imperial court had already given up. But family leaders like Ho Meng, who had feasible aspirations to take over the imperial court, all of them were feeling uncontrollable indignation. Although Wang Keiji had called all of them over, he had not stated the reason for doing so. All he had done so far was chat idly with Jin Qianxuan. Jin Qianxuan's eyes swept across the faces of the leaders of the secret aristocratic families and noted each individual. If Wang Keiji did not state the reason for calling them over, none of them would dare to ask either. Time slowly ticked away amidst this strange aura. Suddenly, Wang Keiji's expression changed as he sensed an aura coming from a distance away. Wang Keiji rose to his feet. Since he did not know if the person behind Jin Qianxuan was willing to expose his identity to the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, Jin Qianxuan did not move to open the entrance to the tent. After Wang Keiji stood up, Jin Qianxuan and the other leaders of the secret aristocratic families followed suit. Although they all looked surprised by Wang Keiji suddenly standing up, there was no reason for them not to do the same after someone of Wang Keiji's status had done so. Wang Keiji patted Jin Qianxuan's shoulder and said, "Your luck has come." The other leaders of the secret aristocratic families did not understand what Wang Keiji meant. However, Jin Qianxuan understood perfectly. At that moment, Jin Qianxuan's body started to tremble with excitement. His delight was no longer as suppressed as it previously was. Previously, Jin Qianxuan had been afraid that the other leaders of the secret aristocratic families would cause trouble for him. Although Wang Keiji was acting in a friendly manner toward him, Jin Qianxuan found it difficult to trust Wang Keiji. After all, they had only started to become closer. But now that Lin Yuan was there, the aura that Jin Qianxuan had been suppressing was released. Wang Keiji shook his head at the change in Jin Qianxuan. Even a person who was so conforming to norms could stumble on such luck. If he did not have someone's support, Jin Qianxuan would not even have the power and capabilities to make a claim to be the second step on the imperial court staircase. While the leaders of the secret aristocratic families were confused, Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Su Yiren appeared outside Wang Keiji's tent. Wang Keiji's two retainers knew what his intentions were. They knew that their master would swear his loyalty to these three people and that they would become these three people's servants. The two retainers bowed deeply while pulling the strings of pearls at the entrance of the tent apart for Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Su Yiren to enter. If any leader of a secret aristocratic family saw this, their jaws would instantly drop in shock. Usually, the two retainers did not even have to nod in greeting or spare a glance at the leaders of the secret aristocratic families. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Su Yiren's sudden entrance into the tent caused the leaders of the secret aristocratic families to assume that they were uninvited guests. The leaders of the secret aristocratic families had never seen the three of them before. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had black hair and eyes, which fit with the features of the locals of the Great Lush Federation. Meanwhile, Su Yiren had purple hair and eyes. It was clear that she was not from the Great Lush Federation. However, Wang Keiji had to have given permission for these three people to appear here. Otherwise, they would not have gotten past the two retainers by the entrance of the tent. While the leaders of the secret aristocratic families were guessing the identities of these three people, Wang Keiji and Jin Qianxuan stepped forward toward Lin Yuan. Jin Qianxuan behaved the same way that the two retainers outside the tent had and bowed to Lin Yuan, Su Yiren, and Lu Jie. Jin Qianxuan's respectful display made his stance clear. Lin Yuan nodded at Wang Keiji before he helped Jin Qianxuan upright. By bowing, Jin Qianxuan had made it clear that he was submissive to Lin Yuan. However, such an attitude made it difficult for him to earn the acknowledgement of the other leaders of the secret aristocratic families. Nonetheless, this indicated to Lin Yuan that Jin Qianxuan intended to cling to him for the foreseeable future. Jin Qianxuan had chosen to show his respect to Lin Yuan, maintaining the intimidating might of a ruler. Sometimes, Jin Qianxuan's lack of ambition and dominance gave Lin Yuan a headache. However, he had to admit that Jin Qianxuan's personality made it easier for Lin Yuan to take control of the Great Lush Federation. He did not have to worry about Jin Qianxuan developing the courage to try and escape his control. Wang Keiji had already created a comfortable environment for him. Lin Yuan intended to help Jin Qianxuan to bolster his might. Lin Yuan was not planning on staying in the Great Lush Federation for long. The banquet of everything in the Marsh East Circle was about to start in a month or two. Lin Yuan would rather invest more of his energy into his establishments in the Marsh world than in the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan saw the startling Lines continent as Sky City's back garden, which secured Sky City's source of resources. But he saw the Marsh world as a new world that he needed to venture into and explore. Lin Yuan needed to spend a large amount of time in the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation had started developing the Marsh world. As Lin Yuan developed the Marsh world, there was a chance that he would bump into people from the Freedom Federation. As Lin Yuan looked into Jin Qianxuan's yearning and excited gaze, he declared, "You probably remember my promise to allow you to stand by my side. With my support, you can do whatever you want." Jin Qianxuan's heart skipped a beat. The meaning behind Lin Yuan's words was clear. He was saying that he would be Jin Qianxuan's stable support, and that Jin Qianxuan could do whatever he felt was necessary to gain the acknowledgement of the secret aristocratic families. He was also saying that he would claim the throne of the Great Lush Federation for Jin Qianxuan. Jin Qianxuan understood Lin Yuan's intentions. However, he could not muster up his courage in front of the other leaders of the secret aristocratic families who heaped pressure on him on a daily basis. Although the members of the secret aristocratic families did not know who Lin Yuan was, they could guess his status just from the fact that Wang Keiji had bowed to him. However, Lin Yuan's words to Jin Qianxuan made Ho Meng and the rest extremely uncomforted. Ho Meng was the first to raise his protest. Jin Qianxuan had already heard many doubtful voices that were aimed at him, and they all added to the pressure weighing down on his chest. Just like Su Yiren, Lu Jie saw Jin Qianxuan as extremely mediocre. Lin Yuan had presented Jin Qianxuan with such a golden opportunity, yet he did not have the courage to reach out to grab it. Was he expecting Lin Yuan to spoon-feed him? Lu Jie could not help but scoff caustically. Jin Qianxuan had seen Lu Jie in Oak City and knew that he was Lin Yuan's personal bodyguard. Lu Jie's scoff could represent Lin Yuan's opinion. Jin Qianxuan was the most afraid of Lin Yuan being displeased with him. Jin Qianxuan remembered Lin Yuan saying that he could do whatever he wanted. Jin Qianxuan mustered his courage and looked Ho Meng and the rest in the eye as he started to speak, enunciating each word. There are almost 300 leaders of secret aristocratic families present. All 300 of you should take the chance to swear your loyalty to me. With this assurance, I will be able to trust and rely on you once I become king of the Great Lush Federation. This will allow you to head toward bright futures. Jin Qianxuan's words set off all the secret aristocratic family leaders. What? Jin Qianxuan, who do you think you are? You're going to provide us with futures? You aren't fit to become king of the Great Lush Federation. Not only do you have the audacity to have such ambition, but you dare to ask us to swear our loyalties to you on our willpower runes. If we do that, our lives will be in your hands. Lin Yuan scrutinized Jin Qianxuan as he spoke. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of Jin Qianxuan's character, he had not expected to hear such words from him. By saying such a thing at such a time, it showed that Jin Qianxuan, at the very least, did have ambition. Su Iran was also momentarily impressed with Jin Qianxuan. If Jin Qianxuan was able to gain the sworn loyalties of the leaders of the secret aristocratic families with Lin Yuan's help, he would be able to control the core of the entire Great Lush Federation through them. This would be a smart move with lasting effects. Ho Meng had been suppressing his emotions. From the way that he was able to distinguish himself from the other leaders of secret aristocratic families and already gained slight acknowledgement from them, it proved that Ho Meng was not an ordinary person. However, the combination of his disappointment and bitterness toward Jin Qianxuan caused Ho Meng to lose control and try to put Jin Qianxuan on the spot. Jin Qianxuan, what gives you the right to ask all of us to swear our loyalty to you? Ho Meng was not the only person who had been eyeing the throne of the Great Lush Federation. The Wei and Gu families had comparable power to the Ho family. Wei Haodong and Gu Wanting already had high positions in their families before Fifth Page Truth died. They had been in charge of managing their family's main affairs. However, it was inevitable that they would face pushback from other members of their families. Now that they had managed to become their family's leaders, they wanted to advance their family's power. After Ho Meng spoke up, Wei Haodong and Gu Wanting also chimed in. Both of them came in with more force in their demeanors than Ho Meng did. The few families who had allied with the Ho, Wei, and Gu families also voiced their agreement. However, they were all quickly silenced by Jin Qianxuan's dominance. Jin Qianxuan could not help but glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan caught Jin Qianxuan's eyes and said, "I already made myself clear. You can do whatever you want." Jin Qianxuan bit his lip and said something that shocked even himself. "Kill everyone who doubts me. Then, I'll need to trouble Elder Wang's beloved disciple to help me to pick out a spokesperson from the families whose heads are killed." The moment Jin Qianxuan finished speaking, a black shadow shot out from the shadow under Lin Yuan's feet. A trail of bloody fallen bodies was left wherever the shadow streaked past. The sudden deaths caused the leaders of the secret aristocratic families who had been watching from the sidelines to slap their hands over their mouths. The timid leaders of secret aristocratic families felt their legs go weak and their bodies start to tremble. These people had all basked in the comfort of their statuses within their families and had never been in a position like this where they were dispensable and could be killed at any moment. Ho Meng, Wei Haodong, and Gu Wanting had been larger than life but had died as though they had amounted to nothing. Now, it made sense that even a Class 5 creation master had bowed to this young man and that his presence gave even Jin Qianxuan the courage to try and fight for that coveted seat. The blood spilled from their bodies had not yet turned cold. It did not take long for the first leader of a secret aristocratic family to step out to swear his loyalty to Jin Qianxuan. After the first one, the second one soon followed. Under the formidable pressures of confusion and the risk of death, the people present had no backbone to speak of. Wang Baochuan was slightly displeased with Jin Qianxuan ordering him around. But at the same time, he knew that Jin Qianxuan was wielding the might provided by this young man. Furthermore, his master had also pledged his loyalty to this young man, meaning that he also needed to do the same. His master had told him to go out and train, and there was a high chance that he meant for Wang Baochuan to accompany this young man. Hence, leaving a good impression on this young man was imperative. For this reason, Wang Baochuan became very serious when he left to carry out his task of picking out a spokesperson from each of the families whose leaders had just been killed. The people who Wang Baochuan picked were all excited but nervous at the same time. They tried to guess why Wang Keiji needed to see them and thought, "Did I do something to catch the Class 5 Creation Master's eye? Why else would a Class 5 Creation Master suddenly ask to meet someone as insignificant as me?" The moment they entered the tent, the metallic stench of blood filled their nostrils. The instant that they glanced at the bodies littering the ground, every single one of them started to quiver. But before they could make any guesses as to what led to this horrific scene, Jin Qianxuan said sternly, "Your original family heads refused to become loyal to me and have paid the price for that decision. If you swear your loyalty to me now, you can become the next head of your family. Otherwise, you will meet the same end as they did. I wonder who in your family will be the lucky next candidate to be selected after your death." Jin Qianxuan's words were not just meant to frighten them but also laid out the potential gains and losses. Those who were loyal to him would have the chance to become the leaders of their families and enjoy untold riches and glory. The only other option was death. None of the people who had just arrived dared to question the truth of what Jin Qianxuan said because the bodies on the ground were proof enough. It did not take long for all of the leaders of the secret aristocratic families who were present to swear their loyalties to Jin Qianxuan. Although Jin Qianxuan had not become the king of the Great Lush Federation, it could be said that he already had a legitimate claim to the throne. Even Fifth Page Truth had not had such an iron-fisted control over the Great Lush Federation as Jin Qianxuan did now. While the leaders of the secret aristocratic families were taking turns swearing their loyalties to him, Jin Qianxuan's mood was going through a series of changes. Jin Qianxuan enjoyed the feeling of power he now wielded but also felt gratitude and fear for Lin Yuan. He knew that everything he had came from Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan was unwilling to give him these things, anyone from the Great Lush Federation, no matter how low their background was, would be able to take the throne of the Great Lush Federation. The fear and gratitude pounded into Jin Qianxuan that the most important thing he needed to do after taking the throne was to do his best to please Lin Yuan. After the last leader of a secret aristocratic family had sworn his loyalty to Jin Qianxuan, he said, "Go back to your families and lead them back to clean Brahma City. I trust that you know what to do and say. Once you're back in clean Brahma City, I don't want to hear a peep of discontent at my coronation ceremony. Otherwise, you can expect to meet the same end as these people on the ground." While Jin Qianxuan was speaking, his gaze swept across the leaders of the secret aristocratic families who were watching. Anyone who happened to catch his gaze would immediately look away before lowering their heads. At this instant, Jin Qianxuan was struck with the feeling of being a king. After the leaders of the secret aristocratic families left, Jin Qianxuan knelt in front of Lin Yuan and kowtowed to him. When he lowered his head to the ground, he placed a hand below his head to cushion it and the other hand on his neck. Lin Yuan knew that this was the sign of the highest reverence in the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan did not stop Jin Qianxuan. After Jin Qianxuan was done and rose to his feet, Lin Yuan said, "When you start managing the Great Lush Federation, I will arrange for an assistant for you who will support you but not make any decisions on your behalf. You can send that assistant on any task, no matter how difficult it is." At first, Jin Qianxuan thought that Lin Yuan was sending someone to watch him. But Lin Yuan said that the person he assigned would not interfere in Jin Qianxuan's decisions and that he could have the final say in everything regarding the Great Lush Federation. This filled Jin Qianxuan with some doubt. He could not understand what Lin Yuan's intentions were. Meanwhile, as when Keiji watched the dim and confused Jin Qianxuan, he could not help but say, "The Lord must have set up this arrangement to train his subordinate." When Jin Qianxuan heard what Wen Keiji said, realization dawned on him, and he hurriedly said, "Lord, rest assured, I will definitely train whoever you send me to the best of my ability." Lin Yuan nodded at Jin Qianxuan. Jin Qianxuan took the hint and left the tent to Lin Yuan and Wen Keiji. Wen Keiji was also willing to become loyal to Lin Yuan. The difference was that Wen Keiji was much more valuable than Jin Qianxuan. Although Jin Qianxuan could not see what Lin Yuan's intentions were for now, he was well aware of his position. Lin Yuan had already found out through Jin Qianxuan that the Class 5 Creation Master, who had been under Fifth Page Truth, wanted to join his camp. Lin Yuan had been in disbelief when he first heard this news. But Wen Keiji had called Lin Yuan Lord, meaning that he saw himself beneath Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say something to Wen Keiji, the latter said with utmost formality, "Lord, my name is Wen Keiji. This is my disciple Wang Baochuan. Baochuan, come and greet the Lord." Wen Keiji hastily greeted Lin Yuan in a timid voice. Wang Baochuan could tell that Lin Yuan was younger than him. In fact, all three people in front of him were young. After Wen Keiji greeted Lin Yuan and his group, Wen Keiji went on to say, "All I want is peace and stability. I joined Fifth Page Truth because he could give me just that. After joining him, I did not ask for much. All I ask from you is a safe life free from troubles, as well as a chance for Baochuan to train properly. If you can meet these needs, I'm willing to work for you from now on." When Wen Keiji contacted Lin Yuan through Jin Qianxuan, Lu Jie and Su Iren had assumed that Wen Keiji had a long list of requests. After all, it was extremely rare to have a Class 5 creation master offer up his services. It was only right that any and all requests and resources he wanted to be met. However, it turned out that this Class 5 creation master wanted so little. It was likely that even Class 1 and 2 creation masters in the Radiance Federation would ask for more than he had. Lin Yuan looked deeply into Wang Keiji's eyes. With his experience of having lived 2 lives, Lin Yuan could guess how Wang Keiji was currently feeling. Wang Keiji appeared to have already reached nirvana but was actually full of woe and had experienced his fair share of life's sufferings. Lin Yuan had no reason not to agree when he only needed to fulfill such simple requests to earn the services of a Class 5 creation master. From now on, I will provide you with a steady stream of resources. Your disciple should be a creation master too. Why don't you leave him with me from now on? I will arrange for a suitable chance to train him, during which his safety will be assured. This is our first time meeting, and there's no reason for us to trust each other. So, you need to give me a reason to trust you. Even before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, Wang Keiji understood what he was getting at. Fifth Page Truth had not asked Wang Keiji to swear his loyalty, but this might not be the same case with Lin Yuan. As a Class 5 creation master, Wang Keiji would definitely be placed in an important position in Lin Yuan's faction. In such an important position, any change in Wang Keiji's heart could bring untold losses to Lin Yuan. Rather than a loss of resources, having information leaked would be calamitous. Lin Yuan had Red Thorn, so it would not make much of a difference to Lin Yuan if Wang Keiji was dead or alive. If Lin Yuan could not rest easy with a living Wang Keiji, he would prefer a dead one. Lin Yuan's words took Wang Keiji by surprise. Wang Keiji had never imagined that he would one day be asked to swear his loyalty to someone. After pondering for a moment, Wang Keiji smiled dryly. He had just told Wang Baochuan not to be too caught up in the title of being a Class 5 creation master. However, he did feel a slight tug of reluctance. But the fact was that there was not much difference in position between himself and Jin Qianxuan in this young man's eyes. Both of them were dispensable. Wang Keiji was not the type to hesitate. Although he felt disconcerted, he still quickly swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sensed that his soul had taken control of Wang Keiji's soul, and he could not help but smile. Nice! Sky City finally has its 3rd Class 5 creation master. After swearing his loyalty, Wang Keiji was now well and truly tamed. When Wang Keiji saw the hostility in Wang Baochuan's eyes after he was made to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan, Wang Keiji hurriedly coughed and said, "Baochuan, do you remember what I told you to give the Lord? Hurry up and hand it to him." Wang Baochuan was stunned and hastily suppressed his hostility toward Lin Yuan. If he was hostile to someone to whom his master had become loyal, it would put him on the opposite side as his master. Wang Baochuan plastered on a new expression of curiosity and respect as he handed Lin Yuan a piece of spatial equipment. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised that Wang Keiji had prepared a gift before they met. Although Wang Keiji had sworn his loyalty, it was the contract of a protector and not a servant. Lin Yuan would not touch Wang Keiji's finances in spite of the contract between them. Lin Yuan received the box from Wang Baochuan and looked inside it using his spiritual energy. Before he could start to carefully look through the box's contents, he was shocked by the box itself. Wang Keiji had clearly made this seemingly average box. The box was similar to Lin Yuan's ring in that it was also considered a piece of spatial equipment. But it was bigger than the spatial ring and could store even more items. The interior of the box was more spacious than Lin Yuan's ring. Could be considered a rare treasure. When Wang Keiji noticed Lin Yuan's interest in the piece of spatial equipment, he hurriedly said, "I killed an expert once in my youth who possessed a 5-star spatial type sacred source life form. This box is only made up of a small part of that 5-star sacred source life form's body. As long as there are enough spatial metal type spiritual ingredients, another 500 pieces of spatial equipment can be made from that 5-star sacred source life form's body." While Wang Keiji was speaking, Lin Yuan's attention was stolen by the shelves of spirit fluids within the box. It was difficult to estimate how many spirit fluids a Class 5 creation master of advanced age could concoct in his lifetime. Lin Yuan did not know how large of a proportion of his store of spirit fluids Wang Keiji had given him. But in terms of numbers, It already rivaled the total number of spirit fluids that the army of 100 Questions beasts had concocted. There was no question that these spirit fluids were of much better quality than the ones concocted by the army of 100 Questions beasts. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue to himself. The army of 100 Questions beasts was mostly stuck at the level of Class 3 Creation Master and could not concoct Grade 4 spirit fluids. All of the Grade 4 spirit fluids that Lin Yuan had came from genius. The Grade 4 spirit fluids Wang Keiji gave him had significantly increased his store of Grade 4 spirit fluids. The Grade 4 spirit fluids would be perfect for increasing the white-clothed followers' powers. Lin Yuan was indeed satisfied with the piece of spatial equipment that Wang Keiji had created. If 500 of these could be made, Lin Yuan would have storage space for as many resources as he wanted. However, a Class 5 Creation Master's value was far beyond the ability to create spatial equipment. One of the Diamond Phase storage boxes that came from the Radiance Federation could not match up to this box, but more than 10 of them would equate to the same amount of storage space. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone alone to churn out enough high-class resources that not even Class 6 Creation Masters could produce to meet the white-clothed followers' needs. On a phase journey of evolution, pure elemental energy and spirit chi were necessities, but not all that was needed. Wang Keiji had given Lin Yuan spirit fluids and a significant number of rare phase. The phase in the Great Lush Federation were not as clearly categorized by species as those in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. There were all types of geographical environments in the Great Lush Federation. The sea surrounded a large portion of the Great Lush Federation's territory. Thus, the Great Lush Federation had an abundance of aquatic phase. Lin Yuan even saw island whale embryos amongst those phase. This was enough to see how sincere Wang Keiji was. After looking at those phase, Lin Yuan's attention was not captured by the island whale embryos, but by a silver-gray flower. Lin Yuan had never seen such a flower before. It was only around half a meter tall, but its stem, roots, and petals all had burgeoning sturdiness. The large flowers resembled carved rocks. Such phase were not pleasant to look at and would not catch any eyes when they grew by the side of the road. But it had caught Lin Yuan's eye because he had used Morbius to check its abilities and exclusive skills. Previously, Lin Yuan had been thinking about how he should go about creating a combat system on Universe. Universe's only method of combat would be to slam into opponents with its body. Such a method would also cause significant damage to itself and was not truly effective. Lin Yuan had traded for the peaceful calm air moss with the Su family in the Divine Wood Federation. After the peaceful calm air moss was mutated under the effects of the pure spirit chi, it would increase Universe's defense system. However, Lin Yuan did not have many ideas for combat. But now that he had the exploding spirit rock flower, Universe would face no issues when it came to combat. There were 9 of the exploding spirit rock flowers inside the box. All of their normal abilities were explosive spirit. Explosive spirit would cause the exploding spirit rock flower to spew out all the spirit chi it had absorbed at once as an explosive attack on the enemy. The exploding spirit rock flower naturally absorbed spirit chi from the air, but the quality and amount of the spirit chi in the air were lacking. Thus, it was not very useful. But if Lin Yuan fed the spirit chi crystals to the exploding spirit rock flower, it could eventually spew out all the spirit chi that had been in the spirit chi crystals as an explosive attack. This was no different from a bomb. The exploding spirit rock flowers had different exclusive skills, including strong bud, extremely long roots, and more. Having them was better than nothing, but none of them particularly interested Lin Yuan. Only 4 of the exploding spirit rock flowers were elite grade. Their elite abilities were Spirit Rock Flower Body. Spirit Rock Flower Body was a triggered ability. It was similar to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull's ability Sacrifice. When the exploding Spirit Rock Flower absorbed Spirit Chi, it could combine its rock attributes with the Spirit Chi. The more Spirit Chi that was absorbed, the stronger the effects of explosive spirit would be. The spirit chi absorbed by the exploding spirit rock flower would improve the quality of the exploding spirit rock flower's body. Thus, it did not have to be concerned about its body being unable to handle an overabsorption of spirit chi. Normally, only phase normal abilities were set. However, there were some special phase with set elite abilities, albeit they were very rare. Lin Yuan could not be certain of anything before he started evolving the exploding spirit rock flowers. After some thinking, Lin Yuan felt assured that the exploding spirit rock flowers' elite abilities were set. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too uncanny. Lu Pinru only contracted the glowing silkworm weavers. She had spent a lot of money and effort ensuring that all the glowing silkworm weavers had the same elite abilities. Even if not all of the exploding spirit rock flowers' elite abilities were spirit rock flower body, Lin Yuan could nurture the elite exploding spirit rock flowers to try and cultivate spirit rock flower body in all of them. Given Lin Yuan's current abilities, he only needed a few breaths worth of time to evolve a normal Fey to elite. Moreover, Lin Yuan had the 100 questions beasts and did not need to skimp on Creation Master resources. Even if the exploding spirit rock flower was a product of mutation, a few of them were enough. The exploding spirit rock flower would allow Lin Yuan to produce an endless stream of bombs as long as he was willing to use up spirit chi crystals. The attack strength depended wholly on the number of spirit chi crystals that were used up. The number of spirit chi crystals in Lin Yuan's possession was limited. If he had too many of the exploding spirit rock flowers, Lin Yuan would not have enough supplies for all of them. Since when Keiji had sworn his loyalty to him and was now a trusted aide, Lin Yuan took out one of the exploding spirit rock flowers from the box and handed it to him. Elder Wang, I have never seen this plant-type Fey before. Is it a specialty of the Great Lush Federation? Wang Keiji was surprised that Lin Yuan asked him about something useless. But since the question had been asked, Wang Keiji answered honestly, the exploding spirit rock flower is not native to the Great Lush Federation. The appearance of the exploding spirit rock flower was an accident. When I was researching a new grade 5 spirit fluid, an experiment failed. I couldn't bear to throw the product away, so I used it to water these flowers. Eventually, all the precious flowers in the garden died. Only these spotted rock orchids survived and mutated. I was very curious about this occurrence, so I created more of the failed potions to cultivate a large number of the rock orchids, which I started to experiment intensely on. As I started to evolve the exploding spirit rock flowers, I noticed that all of their abilities are the same up till diamond grade. You should be aware of the exploding spirit rock flower's normal and elite abilities. Its silver to diamond abilities are meant to increase explosive spirit's might. However, the exploding spirit rock flower absorbs spirit chi much too slowly for it to be of any practical use. Wang Keiji felt that Lin Yuan had to be a creation master because he was able to pick out the exploding spirit rock flower amongst the many Feys within the box and notice its special aspects. Since Lin Yuan was a creation master, he had to know how precious pure spirit chi was. When creation masters were concocting spirit fluids, those that contained pure spirit chi were always 2 to 3 times more expensive than those with special effects that were of the same grade. Wang Keiji had never thought about canning spirit chi into the exploding spirit rock flowers. Hence, no matter how fanciful Wang Keiji's imaginations were, he could not guess what Lin Yuan was thinking. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Wang Keiji said. Wang Keiji had mentioned how the exploding spirit rock flower came about. It turned out that it had mutated after being guided by a failed grade 5 spirit fluid. Wang Keiji's second experiment had been successful, meaning that there could be an endless supply of the exploding spirit rock flowers. In terms of price, the rock orchids were cheaper than even the 100 questions beasts and songstress birds. Lin Yuan had guessed that the exploding spirit rock flowers might all have the same diamond abilities. The exploding spirit rock flowers' lack of variety was not a disadvantage to Lin Yuan but a great advantage. This was because the exploding spirit rock flowers' silver to diamond abilities were all meant to improve the might of explosive spirit. Lin Yuan not only wanted to build up universe but also wanted to turn the bug-consuming Therak Emperor lizards into moving land fortresses. If the exploding spirit rock flowers were properly used, they would be extremely beneficial for combat. However, there were clearly not enough exploding spirit rock flowers at the moment. Lin Yuan immediately gave Wang Keiji his first order. Elder Wang, I am very interested in the exploding spirit rock flowers. I would like you to nurture a batch for me. How long will it take? Wang Keiji already felt that Lin Yuan's noticing of the exploding spirit rock flower was ridiculous enough. But now, Lin Yuan even wanted a batch of the useless exploding spirit rock flowers to be nurtured. He had clearly said he had produced the exploding spirit rock flowers by chance using failed grade 5 spirit fluids. The ingredients used to concoct the grade 5 spirit fluid did not come cheap. They even included 2 spiritual ingredients that came from creation breed phase. If he was younger, 1kg might ask follow-up questions. But now he wanted for nothing and was at peace. Since all he wanted was stability, he would not mind anything that Lin Yuan asked him to do. Furthermore, he could tell that Lin Yuan respected him from the way he was addressed. This put 1kg even more at ease. Although he had been forced to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan and had lost control of his life, 1kg would never have permitted Lin Yuan to disrespect him. Lord, it will take almost 12 hours to concoct the failed grade 5 spirit fluid. It will take close to 36 hours to mutate the rock orchids. I will give you a batch of 300 exploding spirit rock flowers in 2 days. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Thank you for your effort. We will be spending a lot of time with each other from now on. You don't need to call me Lord. You can call me by my name, Lin Yuan. Frankly, 1kg did not like calling Lin Yuan as Lord. He was much more comfortable addressing Lin Yuan by name. Lin Yuan, if there's nothing else, I'll leave Baochuan with you while I stay in my tent to concoct spirit fluids. Let me know when you find a time to send Jin Qianshuan and his people back to the Great Lush Federation. I can also concoct spirit fluids while on the shaking ground snow salamander. It won't cause a delay in my submission of the exploding spirit rock flowers to you. While 1kg was speaking, Wang Baochuan dutifully went over to stand by Lin Yuan, waiting to begin his training. Although Wang Baochuan was barely over 20 years old, he had been learning creation master skills for a long time. After being carefully brought up by 1kg, his talent and phase could match that of top geniuses. But in actuality, Wang Baochuan's experience of society could not even match up to Lin Yuan's time in the Xia region. Lin Yuan smiled and waved his hand when he heard what 1kg said. Elder Wang, you don't need to be in a rush to concoct spirit fluids. You have already been meeting my requirements. I have already gained a lot from you and even discovered something as great as the exploding spirit rock flower. I think I should give something back to you. Is there anything that you're wishing for? Lu Jie and Su Yiren had not had any special reactions to what Lin Yuan said. After all the time that they had spent with Lin Yuan, they had long started seeing him as a deity. Even Class 5 creation masters could not easily obtain all of the resources he produced. Moreover, Lin Yuan already had 2 Class 5 creation masters in his arsenal. Di Wanmi, who was being controlled by Red Thorn, and Yi Huailu were both extremely modest while they were by Lin Yuan's side. Lu Jie and Su Yiren were already used to seeing Di Wanmi and Yi Huailu's humble demeanors. They felt that all Class 5 creation masters should have that same attitude in front of Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan often provided resources to Yi Huailu and Di Wanmi. Although Su Yiren and Lu Jie did not think much of this, the same did not apply to 1kg and Wang Baochuan. 1kg wanted to ask, do you know who I am? I am a Class 5 creation master. Class 5 creation masters are the most revered beings in the world. What resources could exist that could not be created by Class 5 creation masters? Yet, Lin Yuan had made it seem like he wanted to make one of 1kg's wishes come true. Normally, it was 1kg who fulfilled the wishes of others. Even immortal experts only managed to exchange for a pitifully small amount of resources after kneeling and begging him. 1kg found it hard to believe that Lin Yuan would be able to give him anything. 1kg spent all his time in the Startling Lines continent and had no idea that Class 6 creation masters had already emerged in the world and that even they could not hope to compare to Lin Yuan. But since Lin Yuan had asked, 1kg did not try to hide his sincere answer and said, Lin Yuan, I may seem like nothing matters to me anymore, but I actually crave power as much as I always have. But with lacking manpower, there's no way I can cross that obstacle. My only wish is to increase my power. If I can increase my power, I will have a reason to exist even longer. While he spoke, 1kg sighed more than once. Lin Yuan was silent for a while after listening to 1kg's lament. He could sense frustration and indignation in 1kg's casual tone. 1kg must have tried umpteen times to cross that obstacle. It was likely that his current attitude was a result of being beaten down by life and failing repeatedly. There could only be one reason for an expert to lose hope after failing multiple times while trying to increase their power, which was that something in their body was preventing them from making any further attempts. Elder Wang, forgive me for asking, but am I right to say that you are injured in some way? Wang Keiji's expression abruptly changed as panic surfaced on his face, but it quickly morphed into frustration. Wang Keiji looked seriously into Lin Yuan's eyes and tugged his collar open. Lin Yuan saw a long scar that resembled a centipede crawling on Wang Keiji's chest. The rest of the long robe covered the part where the scar ended and could not be seen. I am indeed injured, but I consider myself lucky. I managed to find a mineral vein which I tapped into to save myself. It also gave me the chance to take in Baochuan. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was hearing Wang Keiji's story. It was also the first time for Wang Baochuan, who had been with Wang Keiji since he was young. When Wang Baochuan saw the scar on Wang Keiji's chest, he strode over to Wang Keiji and shouted anxiously, "Master, why haven't I seen you healing yourself even though you're clearly injured?" In Wang Baochuan's eyes, Wang Keiji was still a Class 5 creation master, and there was nothing he could not do. Wang Keiji gently shook his head and replied, "Baochuan, do you remember me saying that everyone has their limitations, including Class 5 creation masters? If I could save myself, do you think that I would be in the state that I'm in now?" Lin Yuan thought, so I was right. Given the serious injuries that Wang Keiji had sustained, it was likely that his phase were in a critical state as well. If only Wang Keiji was lacking in power, he could continue to stubbornly try to increase his power. But now that both he and his main phase roots were injured, Wang Keiji had lost the opportunity to continue growing stronger. Injuries that could not be healed by even Class 5 creation masters likely needed pure spirit chi. Otherwise, Wang Keiji could have just produced any resources he needed on his own. But from Wang Keiji's words and manner, Lin Yuan knew that Wang Keiji did not trust his capabilities. Wang Keiji had chosen to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan because he was under the threat of martial force, but also because all he wanted was peace and had no more hopes of increasing his power. Since Wang Keiji did not believe him, Lin Yuan was not going to try to say anything to him. Lin Yuan took out one of the spirit-mouthed peonies that he had recently harvested from the spirit-lock spatial zone and placed it on the table before leaving Wang Keiji's tent. Su Irin and Lu Jie took one look at the bright red spirit-mouthed peony on the table before following Lin Yuan out of the tent, leaving the worried and concerned Wang Baochuan and Wang Keiji. Wang Keiji had not wanted to tell Wang Baochuan about his situation. He had only mentioned it today because Lin Yuan had asked him about his circumstances. All this time, Wang Keiji had been avoiding the matter, but now that he had revealed it, he found himself slightly more relaxed. Wang Keiji patted Wang Baochuan's shoulder and said warmly, "Baochuan, how can you still be crying at your age? Hurry up and wipe your tears away. Crying is inauspicious. I still have many years ahead of me. When you leave for training with Lin Yuan, try your best to stick close to him. You'll benefit much more than being by my side. I'll need you to look after me when I'm really old and disabled." Wang Baochuan forcefully rubbed his eyes. He had always been obedient to Wang Keiji. Wang Baochuan knew what Wang Keiji was getting at. Before Lin Yuan arrived, Wang Baochuan had never imagined that the head of the faction that toppled the Truth Association could be a young boy. For such a young man to head up a powerful faction, Lin Yuan was unstoppable when it came to power, regardless of his background. If he could stay by Lin Yuan's side, he would definitely gain endless benefits while Lin Yuan continued to develop his endeavors. However, rather than increasing his power and training, Wang Baochuan hoped for the day that he would be able to achieve what Wang Keiji could not. Wang Baochuan made a wish to himself. "I have to cure Master, no matter what." When Wang Keiji saw that Wang Baochuan had stopped crying, he said softly, "Baochuan, go and take your two uncles to see Jin Qianxuan. He is seriously lacking manpower, so go and see if he needs help." Wang Baochuan nodded earnestly. Wang Baochuan knew that the main reason for his master saying that was that he wanted some peace. Wang Baochuan left the space to Wang Keiji. As Wang Keiji watched Wang Baochuan walking away, he was dazed for a moment before he sighed softly and said, "After this sigh, I will resign myself. This kind of life isn't bad." If Wang Keiji was not frowning deeply, his tone would have been taken as sincere. After some time, Wang Keiji's gaze finally landed on the spirit-mouthed peony that Lin Yuan had left behind. The Moon Empress had specially nurtured the spirit-mouthed peony. Although the Creation Master was a Class 5 Creation Master, there was no way he could have ever seen it before. Nonetheless, he had the discerning eye of a Class 5 Creation Master. It did not take long for Wang Keiji to figure out what the spirit-mouthed peony was. At that moment, Wang Keiji understood Lin Yuan's good intentions. But at the same time, he felt that Lin Yuan was naive. At first, Wang Keiji had refused to accept his reality. But Wang Keiji noticed that the concentration of pure spirit qi he concocted with his Class 5 Creation Master powers was far from being able to meet his needs. It was at that moment that he decided to give up. But when Wang Keiji casually pulled open the spirit-mouthed peony, his jaw dropped in silent surprised delight. The ever-steady Wang Keiji hurriedly summoned his main fei as his body started to tremble. For almost a century, Wang Keiji had never been so full of burning passion and hope. The fei that Wang Keiji had summoned changed into human form. It had blue hair and white eyes and looked as though it had cataracts. Its sturdy body was full of solid power. However, its hands were in different stages of decay. A malady like this that only appeared on the weak and sickly made this stocky man seem like a paper tiger. This man initially had the same expression as Wang Keiji, akin to a bottle suddenly being smashed. After sensing such pure spirit qi, the man now had the same expression as Wang Keiji. But in spite of his shock, the man hurriedly circulated his spiritual power and was afraid of wasting even the smallest trace of the pure spirit qi. Wang Keiji was spiritually linked to his main phase. When Wang Keiji sensed his main fei starting to recover after absorbing the pure spirit qi within the spirit-mouthed peony, he forcefully waved his hand and screamed fervently, "Old friend, the heavens are so generous to us. We now have a chance to try again." While Wang Keiji's main fei was absorbing pure spirit qi, snow started to fall around it. The man started to let out a buzzing noise. This was the man's way of responding to Wang Keiji while it was absorbing pure spirit qi. With renewed hope, the Zen expression that used to hang off Wang Keiji's face vanished completely. A few minutes ago, all Wang Keiji had wanted was peace. But now, his previously withered heart started to beat again. Although it was just an instant, Wang Keiji rediscovered his youthful courage to overcome problems and scale obstacles. After 2 full hours, the man who had been sitting cross-legged next to Wang Keiji stood up. Wang Keiji had not shown any affection to his feis after contracting them. But now, this man with blue hair and white eyes suddenly embraced Wang Keiji. Wang Keiji let out a shocked gasp when he was hugged. But when he sensed his fei's flaming heart, Wang Keiji said, "Old friend, we were never able to cross that wall because we lacked spirit qi that was pure enough to help your bloodline to evolve. You won't be stuck at Eternal V if your bloodline evolves." Wang Keiji had not only found his motivation but was also able to see the light in his future again. Wang Keiji had not led an easy life and had not received many blessings along the way. This was the first time that Wang Keiji felt that he owed someone not just a favor but an enormous one. After the blue-haired and white-eyed man was done with his exhibition of joy, he set Wang Keiji back down on the ground. The blue-haired and white-eyed man was silent for a moment before he said self-reproachfully, "If my bloodline wasn't so special, we wouldn't have wasted decades. It's all my fault." While he spoke, he let his head and hand drop as an apologetic expression spread across his face. Wang Keiji placed a hand on the blue-haired and white-eyed man's shoulder. "Freezing elephant, what are you saying? When I was young, I was a roaming orphan who was raised by a farmer couple. I always saw it as my biggest opportunity to have been able to form a contract with you. Without you, I would never have been able to become a spirit qi professional, much less have access to creation mastery. Do you remember how many times you've saved me during our journey together? I'll feel hurt if you apologize to me." A look of reminiscence appeared on Wang Keiji's face. When he saw that the blue-haired and white-eyed man lifted his head, Wang Keiji looked into his eyes and smiled as he said, "Your bloodline might be special but isn't weak at all. If your bloodline evolves from the freezing cursed sacred elephant to the dark freezing titan elephant, your future will be boundless. So, There's no need for you to be down on yourself. Wang Keiji had never been a man of many words. He had been quiet since he was young. He had not even said much to Freezing Elephant over the years. Both of them quietly stayed by each other's side. But after spilling so many words that came from the heart, Wang Keiji suddenly felt that he had been too quiet all these years and neglected to show care for his phase. Wang Keiji waved his hand and summoned the rest of his phase. Warmth and hope started to fill the tent. Wang Keiji only returned his phase to his spiritual spatial zone after the moon had been hanging in the sky for many hours. Wang Keiji was in no rush to ask Lin Yuan for more pure spirit qi. He assumed that such pure spirit qi was hard to come by. Wang Keiji decided to focus on the tasks that Lin Yuan gave him before he asked Lin Yuan for more rewards. After all, he had not made any significant contributions yet. His skin was not thick enough to ask for unfounded rewards. Thus, Wang Keiji started to concoct spirit fluids that Lin Yuan could use to nurture the exploding spirit rock flowers. After Lin Yuan left Wang Keiji's tent, he went to see Jin Qianxuan. When Lin Yuan was speaking with Jin Qianxuan, Wang Baochuan walked in with Wang Keiji's 2 retainers. As the retainers of a Class 5 creation master, it was very likely that their main phase had reached pinnacle immortal. With Wang Baochuan and Wang Keiji's 2 retainers helping Jin Qianxuan, Lin Yuan would not have to put in so much effort. Ever since Jin Qianxuan obtained the loyalty of the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, he no longer had any nerves holding him back. After communicating with all the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, Jin Qianxuan came up with a secret hit list. The names on the list were all troublemakers who were thorns in the sides of the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, as well as the naysayers against Jin Qianxuan and the Jin family. Jin Qianxuan handed the compiled list to Wang Baochuan. He hoped that Wang Baochuan and Wang Keiji's 2 retainers would be able to kill the people on the list in secret. Although Jin Qianxuan had gained a shade of the authoritative nature of a king, he still did not have the courage to order Wang Keiji's 2 retainers around. Wang Baochuan did not find anything wrong with Jin Qianxuan's request. Bloodshed and assassinations were common when the Truth Association was in charge of the Great Lush Federation. Wang Baochuan had personally witnessed such events countless times. Since it was assassinations, they could not be done out in the open. On the way to the capital of the Great Lush Federation, Clean Brahma City, Wang Keiji had managed to send over 90 of the exploding spirit rock flowers to Lin Yuan. He also asked Lin Yuan if the exploding spirit rock flowers needed to be evolved to Diamond X/Legend. Lin Yuan immediately stored the exploding spirit rock flowers in the spirit lock spatial zone and did not tell Wang Keiji to further evolve their power and quality. It would be much more efficient to task the army of 100 Questions beasts to evolve the exploding spirit rock flowers rather than using up the time of a Class 5 creation master. When Lin Yuan did not tell Wang Keiji to continue evolving the exploding spirit rock flowers, Wang Keiji was about to ask Lin Yuan if there were any other tasks for him when he received a diamond item-storing walnut from Lin Yuan. Elder Wang, you have given me so many spirit fluids. The grade 4 and 5 spirit fluids will be very useful to me. They will be perfect for nurturing some of my subordinates. The contents of the item-storing walnut are my gift to you. I hope that you will be happy in the coming days as a member of Sky City's family. If you have the time and energy, I would appreciate it if you could concoct different grade 5 spirit fluids. If you need any ingredients, don't hesitate to ask Su Iran. Lin Yuan's gesture moved Wang Keiji. Lin Yuan had already given him one of the spirit-mouthed peonies. This meant that Lin Yuan had guessed that Wang Keiji needed pure spirit qi. Could there be more of the spirit-mouthed peonies inside the item-storing walnut? Wang Keiji could not bring himself to ask for them and preferred Lin Yuan to voluntarily hand them over. After all, Wang Keiji usually only delivered resources and had never asked anyone for resources. Wang Keiji received the item-storing walnut courteously and did not immediately look inside. But once he returned to his tent, he tipped out all of the items within the item-storing walnut. 3 beautifully crafted brocade boxes were revealed. Wang Keiji immediately recognized the threads as having come from the glowing silkworm weaver. When he opened the first brocade box, Wang Keiji saw almost 20 of the spirit-mouthed peonies lying within it. The first spirit-mouthed peony that Lin Yuan had given Wang Keiji had already been immensely encouraging to him. He would never have dared to dream that he could receive 20 of the spirit-mouthed peonies. The 20 spirit-mouthed peonies were the best present that 1 kg could have ever hoped for. Although there were not enough of the spirit-mouthed peonies to fully transform Freezing Elephant's bloodline, there were enough to heal its roots. With Lin Yuan's generosity, 1 kg's gratitude toward him multiplied. Previously, 1 kg was still slightly sore about having to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan. But now he could not be gladder. The contents of this one brocade box were already more than what 1 kg could have hoped for. But he was still very curious to find out what was in the other 2 boxes. 1 kg opened the second brocade box and was almost blinded by the light that flooded out of it. It was not difficult for Class 5 creation masters to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Almost half of the Great Lush Federation was surrounded by the sea, so there was no lack of elemental shellfish in the Great Lush Federation. But despite being a Class 5 creation master, 1 kg had only managed to produce a few of the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. It was almost just as difficult for Class 5 creation masters to nurture the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls as it was for Class 4 creation masters to nurture the Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls. Yet, in this brocade box which contained hundreds of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the lowest quality of the lot was over-the-rail coral. There were even a few of the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls. 1 kg had never had the chance to lay eyes on heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of such high quality, much less own them. The contents of the first brocade box had allowed Lin Yuan to win 1 kg's sincerity. But this second box allowed 1 kg to see the benefit of submitting to Lin Yuan as well as the warmth of being part of Sky City. 1 kg remembered Lin Yuan saying that he was going to use the grade 4 and 5 spirit fluids to nurture his subordinates. The way that Lin Yuan was willing to use grade 4 and 5 spirit fluids on his subordinates showed how generous he was to those under him. 1 kg reached out and took hold of the third brocade box. It was clearly larger than the second brocade box. When 1 kg opened the third brocade box, he was greeted by a small crystal bottle that was about half the size of a palm. The crystal bottle was full of an amber fluid that resembled honey. 1 kg opened the cap of the crystal bottle and examined it closely. Soon his jaw dropped again. It could be said that he had been shocked more times after meeting Lin Yuan than he had been in his entire career as a Class 5 creation master. 1 kg was not aware of the silver stamen gold luster cassia, of which there were only 2 in the world. However, he could sense the effectiveness of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Very few items in the world could cleanse a body of all its impurities. The Moon Empress was the only one in the Radiance Federation with such an item. Although Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch were also Class 5 creation masters, they still had to seek the Moon Empress out when they wanted to cleanse the impurities from their disciples' bodies. Since this was the case for the Class 5 creation masters in one of the 3 major federations, the Nomad 1 kg did not even need to be mentioned. The crystal bottle was filled to the brim with the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. There was enough to thoroughly cleanse the bodies of 2 people. It was clear that Lin Yuan had taken Wang Baochuan into consideration. Parents were always more grateful to those who were kind to their children than if they were to be on the receiving end themselves. This was exactly how 1 kg was feeling. After a person's body was cleansed of impurities, they would be able to contract most source-type items. There were many source-type items that had strict conditions for the quality of their contractors' bodies. Wang Baochuan would have his pick of source-type items and could perfectly make up for his lacking combat abilities. 1 kg was speechless at the contents of the 3 brocade boxes. It seemed that all he could do to repay Lin Yuan was work to the best of his abilities. They were currently on the way to Clean Brahma City, so healing Freezing Elephant's roots now would attract a lot of attention. It would be better to wait until they settled into Clean Brahma City. When they arrived at Clean Brahma City, Jin Chenshuan immediately asserted his status as king and took over the imperial court, which the Truth Association had previously occupied. The Jin family had over 300 direct descendants and more than 10,000 collateral descendants. More than 300,000 guards and servants attended to the Jin family. With so many collateral descendants, guards, and servants, the Great Lush Federation's imperial court quickly became spick and span. All of the secret aristocratic families had been forbidden from entering the Truth Association's territory. Not even Jin Qianding had ever entered. Jin Qianxuan was very curious about this place. When he pushed open the bronze gates and stepped into the area that had been exclusive to the Truth Association, Jin Qianxuan was greeted by a peculiar bronze tower. There were 37 people lying by the tower's feet. From the way that the 37 corpses were positioned, one could tell that the leader had been standing while the other 36 had been kneeling. There was blood seeping out of all of their orifices. This was clearly the case of dead masters and servants. Jin Qianxuan did not know that Fifth Page Truth had been the leader of the Truth Association, nor was he aware of the existence of Tower Cannon. However, Jin Qianxuan knew that all of these dead people had sworn their loyalty to the head of the tower, just like his first brother had. Jin Qianxuan did not know if he should get this place cleaned up. He might end up damaging or losing something that Lin Yuan needed. Jin Qianxuan immediately sent a message to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. When Lin Yuan received the message, he immediately took Lu Jie and Su Yiren with him to the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress and Purple Love mention that Tower Cannon had gotten its name from the bronze towers that each of the 8 pages presided over. Lin Yuan believed that Fifth Page Truth's light bronze tower had to contain at least one of Tower Cannon's secrets. He had already looked inside Fifth Page Truth's spatial equipment. There were at least 3 times the number of resources within it than there were in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. It was likely that there was also a fair amount of resources within Fifth Page Truth's subordinate spatial equipment. Lin Yuan was very enthusiastic when it came to gathering resources. If he was not as active as he would not be able to support Sky City. It was difficult to raise a family. All the required resources had to be gathered. Everything that Jin Qianxuan had came from Lin Yuan. He respected and felt more affection for Lin Yuan than he did for his dead parents. Despite being the ruler of the Great Lush Federation, Jin Qianxuan personally greeted Lin Yuan at the entrance of the imperial court. Although many of the Jin family's collateral descendants and servants stared at him confusedly, Jin Qianxuan did not care. Since he had led the Jin family into the Great Lush Federation's imperial court, Jin Qianxuan was now the most venerated individual in the Jin family's history. But Jin Qianxuan cared more about how Lin Yuan saw him than maintaining his reputation in front of others. Jin Qianxuan had brought with him all of the resources that he had prepared and immediately handed them over to Lin Yuan when they met. When Lin Yuan looked through them, he saw that Jin Qianxuan had gathered more resources than the Yang family had when they were in charge of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. This was unsurprising. A likely explanation was that Fifth Page Truth's envoys had taken most of the Yang family's resources back to the Truth Association. Jin Qianxuan had been increasingly feeling like he was of no use to Lin Yuan. As a result, he felt increasingly less confident standing by Lin Yuan's side. Jin Qianxuan had come up with an idea while he was on the way to clean Brahma City. He felt that it was time for him to tell Lin Yuan about that idea. This was the best chance for him to demonstrate his loyalty. Jin Qianxuan gnashed his teeth and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, I intend to gather the resources from all of the Great Lush Federation's family's treasure vaults and give them to you. You spoke with me about the Great Lush Federation's development issue. All of the Great Lush Federation's families are now under my control and have no authority of their own. They might end up undisciplined again like they were under the Truth Association's rule." As Jin Qianxuan spoke, he carefully observed Lin Yuan's expression. Alas, he was unable to pick out any out-of-the-ordinary expressions on Lin Yuan's face. Jin Qianxuan mustered his courage and said, "I intend to rule with an iron fist and keep all of the secret aristocratic families in order using force. This way, they won't be able to become undisciplined." Su Yiren and Lu Jie frowned when they heard what Jin Qianxuan said. If a family or faction could not even keep a hold of its resources, it would lose all of its vigor. Not even Fifth Page Truth had done such a thing when he ruled over the Great Lush Federation. But now, Jin Qianxuan would use this method to control all of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families. Although this method would undoubtedly rake in large profits for Lin Yuan, it would be disastrous for the Great Lush Federation in the long run. Jin Qianxuan could rule with an iron fist without taking all of the secret aristocratic family's resources. Given Lu Jie and Su Yiren's backgrounds and statuses, They scorned the method that Jin Chenchuan chose to try and curry favor with Lin Yuan. They also knew Lin Yuan intended to properly develop the startling lines continent. Jin Chenchuan's actions went against Lin Yuan's intention. Lin Yuan looked deeply into Jin Chenchuan's eyes. He felt that it was necessary for him to make some things clear to Jin Chenchuan. He knew that Jin Chenchuan was doing this to try and gain favor with him. Jin Chenchuan had to be lacking a sense of security. Lin Yuan intended to give Jin Chenchuan this sense of security with what he was about to say. If Jin Chenchuan still decided not to prioritize the Great Lush Federation's welfare, he would not be fit to continue occupying its throne. When Lin Yuan did not respond immediately to what Jin Chenchuan said, the latter immediately became nervous. At that moment, Lin Yuan said sternly and solemnly, "Before Huailong took the throne of the Divine Wood Federation, I told him what I expected of him. I want him to rebuild the Divine Wood 100 sequence and make it so that 5 Divine Wood envoys are able to attend the major Federation meeting a few decades later and fight for glory on the Divine Wood Federation's behalf. I have the same hopes for the Great Lush Federation. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Lin Yuan looked straight into Jin Chenchuan's eyes when he spoke. Instinctively, Jin Chenchuan wanted to avert his gaze. But Lin Yuan's words ended up lighting a spark within Jin Chenchuan that he had been trying to suppress for a long time. After being lost for so long, Jin Chenchuan finally knew what he had to do. As long as he could bring glory to and strengthen the Great Lush Federation, he would be able to meet Lin Yuan's expectations. At that time, he would no longer lack a sense of security. Jin Chenchuan would rather be worshipped in the Great Lush Federation than just in the Jin family. He wanted to be cemented into the Great Lush Federation's history books and be remembered for generations to come. Jin Chenchuan balled his fists and said loudly, "I understand. I know what to do. I heard that you want to rebuild the harbor. I should be able to help." Many of the secret aristocratic families have spirit chi professionals who are skilled at working underwater. I can gather them together. Since the Great Lush Federation is so close to the sea, there are many canals. These spirit chi professionals who are skilled at working underwater are definitely capable. In the future, I intend to center the Great Lush Federation around academics. We will go to the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation to teach and set up schools. When Jin Chenchuan was done speaking, he looked to Lin Yuan to see if he approved his plan. Su Iran started looking at Jin Chenchuan in a slightly different way after listening to him. While the Great Lush Federation's aristocratic families were on the way to clean Brahma City, Lin Yuan had told Jin Chenchuan about how he wanted to take control of all the trading activities within the Startling Lines continent. It could be said that Lin Yuan's decision changed the Great Lush Federation's previously indolent nature. But now, apart from trading, Jin Chenchuan found a more suitable way to develop the Great Lush Federation. Jin Chenchuan had pinpointed the Great Lush Federation's strength. There were many scholars, spiritual ingredient analysts, and Fey observers in the Great Lush Federation. They had several times the number that the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation had. The education level in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation was much lower than that of the Great Lush Federation. In the Great Lush Federation, every child underwent 15 years of education as long as they could afford the school fees. Many of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families had previously formed chambers of commerce to make their living. As a result, they had accumulated a mountain of experience. Now they could export their scholars, spiritual ingredient analysts, and Fey observers to the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. There was a lot of revenue to be earned from investing in chambers of commerce, but the cost of operations was also not low. But to set up the schools, all they needed was to send over their scholars, Fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts. This would not cost much at all. If an academic was willing to settle down in one of the Divine Wood Federation's smaller cities or tribes, the locals would be more than willing to provide a tent or tree castle. Lin Yuan smiled assuredly at Jin Chenchuan. "That isn't a bad idea. I will let Yi Huailong and Luolan know. They will ensure the safety of the scholars while they're in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. I do need some spirit chi professionals who are skilled at working underwater for the new harbor project. While I want to take control of the Great Lush Federation's trading, I also want to compensate the Great Lush Federation. You thought of the Great Lush Federation's new development direction all on your own. After the harbor's construction, I will arrange for at least 20 mature island whales. At that time, you can send some of your trusted men to ride the island whales to trade with the other federations. Given the Great Lush Federation's advantageous geographical position, long-distance trading is the best option. Lin Yuan's words instantly broadened Jin Qianxuan's horizons. He had been solely focused on the startling lines continent and had never considered crossing the ocean. But Lin Yuan had casually said that he would place 20 island whales in the harbor. Being a native of the Great Lush Federation, Jin Qianxuan had seen less than 20 island whales in his life so far. Since there were no Class 5 creation masters in the Great Lush Federation, it did not even have one island whale. However, with his background as a member of one of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families, Jin Qianxuan had seen the island whales from other federations that had come to trade with the Great Lush Federation. The Great Lush Federation was finally about to have island whales of its own, and 20 at them. Jin Qianxuan had discovered long ago that Yi Huailong was under Lin Yuan's control, and that the entire Divine Wood Federation was Lin Yuan's back garden. But he did not know that Lin Yuan also had control over the Iron Hammer Federation. This meant that with Jin Qianxuan as the king of the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan's name would be branded on the entire Startling Lines continent. It was likely that Luolan and Yi Huailong cared as much about the tasks that Lin Yuan gave them as he did. When the scholars, Fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts went to the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation to set up schools, it was unlikely that they would face obstruction from the ministerial officials. Lin Yuan's words had already given Jin Qianxuan a sense of security. But now, he had laid all of his worries well and truly at rest. Lin Yuan had to trust him deeply to let him take charge of such an important project as the harbor that would have 20 island whales servicing it. Lin Yuan had no idea that he had left such a mental impact on Jin Qianxuan by leaving the harbor in his hands. Lin Yuan also had his own considerations. Lin Yuan would struggle to leave one of his close companions on the island whales to manage the trading. After all, Sky City did not have many members. The lowest-ranked members were the white-clothed followers. Even after the expansion, there were still only less than 400 white-clothed followers. An adult island whale grew by more than 10,000 meters per year. It was much larger than any floating sea fortress that humans could build. A human-built ship needed hundreds of people to keep it functioning, while the island whale needed more than 2,000 people. Lin Yuan did not have 40,000 people to spare in Sky City that he could leave on the 20 island whales. Since the harbor was in the Startling Lines continent, Jin Qianxuan was the best person to manage it. Since he had taken control of the trades that the Great Lush Federation had spent hundreds of years establishing, it was only right for him to compensate them. There were enough members of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families to service the 20 island whales. Although not even Class 6 creation masters could produce the resources that Lin Yuan could, and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone produced elemental pearls in an endless stream, he had only been a Spirit Chi professional for a year. There was no way that a year would be enough for him to produce enough resources to meet the needs of 20 island whales. Lin Yuan had promised to give Jin Qianxuan 20 island whales because of the resources that Fifth Page Truth had accumulated. The 20 island whales had been stored in a precious instrument that Fifth Page Truth had made from the body of a water-type sacred source lifeform. When he looked inside the precious instrument and saw the 20 island whales, Lin Yuan understood why so many experts preferred to kill and steal resources rather than earn them through hard work. It turned out that one could get rich so easily by killing and stealing. This was why Lin Yuan had immediately rushed over when he received Jin Qianxuan's message. Fifth Page Truth had to take the Truth Association's most precious resources everywhere with him. But the less important resources had to be stored in the Truth Association. While they headed into the depths of the Imperial Court, Jin Qianxuan conversed with Lin Yuan. The more they talked, the more ambition bloomed within Jin Qianxuan. It could be said that Jin Qianxuan had found his main direction for the Imperial Court. When they reached a giant door, Jin Qianxuan did not follow Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Su Iran in. Rather, he stayed outside and gazed at the large door as he absorbed the contents of his conversation with Lin Yuan. The center of the Great Lush Federation's imperial court had already undergone special remodeling as it had served as the Truth Association's main camp. A somewhat unique space had been constructed out of a large amount of spatial spiritual ingredients. Su Iran looked at the bronze tower with intense hatred. Young Master 7th Page War also brought along a similar tower when she invaded the Dark Continent. My grandmother never managed to leave the tower after her fight with 7th Page War. Lin Yuan patted Su Iran's shoulder to comfort her. At that moment, Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Partner, this tower is made from the Crimson Spirit Bronze. I can try to refine the Crimson Spirit Bronze using my root power. This tower might be your biggest prize for killing 5th Page War. Shock immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face. The profits he had gained since killing 5th Page Truth were unquantifiable. Apart from the 20 island whales, Lin Yuan had also gained the body of a 10-star sacred source lifeform. The sacred sword-wielding queen could increase the rate at which it raised its stars through the law staff. But Morbius believed that none of these could match up to this tower. Was it because of the Crimson Spirit Bronze? Lin Yuan had never heard of the Crimson Spirit Bronze. When Morbius sensed Lin Yuan's shock, it said, Partner, the Crimson Spirit Bronze is a metal spiritual ingredient that has surpassed sovereign. Lin Yuan's mind immediately started to wonder if the Crimson Spirit Bronze could be fed to the Perfect Touch Wisteria. However, this would mean that the sovereign metal spiritual ingredient that the Perfect Touch Wisteria had just absorbed would go to waste before the Perfect Touch Wisteria had the chance to use it. Lin Yuan would find it a big waste to replace the coiling dragon blood gold without even using it once, much less a sovereign metal spiritual ingredient. Morbius sensed how Lin Yuan felt and hurriedly said, Partner, it would be a true waste to allow the Perfect Touch Wisteria to use the Crimson Spirit Bronze. The Crimson Spirit Bronze's effects are to protect souls and hide auras. Infuse your soul power into the Crimson Spirit Bronze to brand your soul on it. When your soul is attacked, the Crimson Spirit Bronze will help sustain some damage. When the Crimson Spirit Bronze is on your person, no external entities will be able to sense your aura. If a top assassin carries the Crimson Spirit Bronze, their combat power will be multiplied. Tower Cannon did not choose the Crimson Spirit Bronze to create their towers just to show off their status. They're likely hiding something. Otherwise, there's no need to mix in so much of the sovereign ever-changing temper gold into the Crimson Spirit Bronze to mold its shape. Morbius' explanation caused Lin Yuan to narrow his eyes. The Crimson Spirit Bronze was truly a treasure. While Morbius was talking about the Crimson Spirit Bronze's effects, Lin Yuan was wondering how many hanging pieces could be made out of this tower. Now, Lin Yuan knew that this tower was made of a mixture of the Crimson Spirit Bronze and ever-changing temper gold. Given how precious the Crimson Spirit Bronze was, its proportion should not be large. When Lin Yuan saw how excited Morbius was getting, he knew that there had to be more than what met the eye to whatever was hidden within this tower. It was possible that whatever was hidden within the tower could be more outstanding than the Crimson Spirit Bronze. Lin Yuan told Lu Jie and Su Iran, Big Brother Lu and Su Iran, help me collect all of the resources from 5th Page Truth Servants. I'm going to take a look inside the tower. Lu Jie instinctively wanted to speak up. He was Lin Yuan's retainer, so Lin Yuan's safety was always his top priority. 5th Page Truth's tower was unknown territory. Who knew what was hidden within? But eventually, Lu Jie stopped himself from saying anything. Lin Yuan had even managed to kill 5th Page Truth. Was there anything that he could not handle? Even if there was anything dangerous inside this tower that belonged to a dead person, it was likely that Lin Yuan would be able to handle it with ease. Thus, Lu Jie led Su Iran to gather all the resources outside the tower. Lin Yuan entered the tower. Begin Lady was right on Lin Yuan's face. He was aware that the tower was not safe but was still unafraid. There were many levels in the tower. The first level was a large hall. A long table made of bone was at the back of the hall. It was likely that 5th Page Truth's throne of bones used to sit next to the long table. After checking on it with true data, Lin Yuan realized that this large table made of bones was made fully of the bones of creation breed and above phase. Lin Yuan was not interested in furniture made from the bones of phase. Thus, he decided to take this table apart and divide the bones among 1 kg, Ihuailu, and D1 to be used in concocting grade 5 spirit fluids. Many grade 5 spirit fluids required the bones of creation breed phase. When Lin Yuan reached the second level, he looked at the scene before him with shock. It fully resembled a theme park. Fifth page truth had had the appearance of a young boy. Could this have been his playground? Lin Yuan found it difficult to believe that fifth page truth, at his age, had such a secret interest. After looking through the second level, Lin Yuan noticed that the materials used to make the toys were all valuable. Lin Yuan did not even have a girlfriend, so being a father was impossible. Chu Ci was already 16 years old and had no need for such toys. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to take apart these toys as well. On his way to the third level, Lin Yuan could not help but wonder to himself if the entire tower was filled with such bizarre artifacts. It would take Lin Yuan a week or two to take apart the toys from the second floor and turn them into usable spiritual ingredients. But when he reached the third level, he saw that it was almost 10 times the size of the first and second levels. Yet, the tower had a uniform shape when viewed from the outside. This phenomenon was most likely because fifth page truth had used a method to shrink and stabilize the space. There were 10 shelves on the third floor, each filled with bottle-shaped spatial equipment. Lin Yuan picked up one of the bottles and looked inside. He saw that it was filled with many resources. The resources were categorized neatly and padded up Sky Creation's store of resources well. Many of the resources in the bottle could be classified as resources meant for war. Lin Yuan was curious about why fifth page truth had stored away so many resources meant for war. As Lin Yuan traveled from the fourth to the fifth to the sixth, seventh, and finally the 12th floor, there was not once that he was disappointed by what he found. Lin Yuan had truly emptied out fifth page truth's pockets and used them to feed Sky City. From just the resources that fifth page truth had accumulated, Lin Yuan could easily nurture all of the white-clothed followers to B rank. There was no need for him to worry about earning resources. Lin Yuan was secretly pumped up. Of the over 400 white-clothed followers, none of their main phase had reached Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan had left all of them at Diamond X/Fantasy V. The white-clothed followers must go through at least 3 world cleansings before their phase evolved to Creation Breed. If Lin Yuan absorbed a small part of every world grace that descended, he could gain countless spirit chi crystals. Resources were much more useful when they were turned into power rather than being left in storage. Lin Yuan intended to spend most of fifth page truth's resources quickly to arm the white-clothed followers and strengthen the perfect touch wisteria. Lin Yuan had not let down his guard for a second while he was looking through the resources in the Tower of Truth. Lin Yuan remembered Morbius mentioning that there could be something trapped inside the tower. When he first arrived on the 13th floor, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his soul being strongly pulled. The sensation was dizzying. Lin Yuan could hear a faint and beautifully melancholic wail. He activated the sacred sword-wielding queen and used it to suppress the dizziness. Lin Yuan looked up ahead, and the sight caused his back to break out in cold sweat. He saw a partially see-through girl wearing a red pleated dress and staring at him unblinkingly. She was holding a book, and the sorrowful wail was coming from within the book. Begin Lady materialized next to Lin Yuan and used a pink and gold stream of water to shield him. Nonetheless, it could not fend off the tugging on Lin Yuan's soul. But the stream of water did block the effects of the sobbing. He no longer had the feeling of wanting to draw his sword and end his life. After Begin Lady appeared, it carefully inspected the situation. After a few seconds of silence, it said, "Lin Yuan, this girl isn't alive. That book is interesting. Even my soul is slightly affected. Wait here while I go and get that book for you." Lin Yuan's brain kicked into high gear when he heard that it was a book. Tower Cannon, Tower Cannon. There was a tome hidden in each of the 8 pages towers. Were the books the crux of Tower Cannon? The book was dead. Even without being activated, it could affect Begin Lady, who had already set its spirit fire alight. Just what was this book? Begin Lady did not use its body to touch the purple and gray-bound tome. Instead, it used a stream of water to deliver the book to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on the book. The instant that he found out that the book was called Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, Sinking Song, the book sensed the fresh vitality of a living creature and entered Lin Yuan's body. At that moment, just like when he had awakened Morbius back in Xia region, the darkness captured Lin Yuan and he lost consciousness. The monsoon season in the Great Lush Federation lasted from April to May. Hurricanes swept through clean Brahma City every 1 or 2 weeks. No matter how efficient the water drainage system was in clean Brahma City, the streets were rarely dry during this period. But today, when the citizens of clean Brahma City woke up, they realized with shock that the sun was hanging proudly in the cloudless sky. Many residents in clean Brahma City started to take pictures of this unusual but welcome weather. The Great Lush Federation had undergone a big change in the past 2 weeks. Usually, even the smallest of changes affected ordinary people the most. But this change did not affect ordinary people at all. Rather, Jin Qianxuan had invested many funds into repairing the city. This greatly lifted the standards of living for the citizens of clean Brahma City. It was not just the capital city that was undergoing repairs but the smaller towns as well. Jin Qianxuan used this method to obtain a large wave of support from the citizens. In 2 weeks, Jin Qianxuan's organization of affairs had smoothened into a well-oiled machine, and he could sit soundly on the throne of the Great Lush Federation. However, Jin Qianxuan did not feel relaxed in the slightest. In fact, he had been steeped in worry for the past 2 weeks. Lin Yuan had gone to collect the Truth Association's resources after receiving notice from Jin Qianxuan. Yet, he had ended up losing consciousness and had yet to open his eyes. Jin Qianxuan was worried about the condition of Lin Yuan's body but also about whether he could continue to occupy the throne without Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's comatose state left Jin Qianxuan no different from a blade of grass floating in the wind. Jin Qianxuan's main concern was for himself, but this was not the case for Su Yiren, Lu Jie, and Begin Lady. At that moment, in one of the rooms in the Great Lush Federation's imperial court, a man and 2 women were staring at a young man sleeping on the bed with distress written all over their faces. The young man's shadow was moving erratically. When Su Yiren noticed the movement of the shadow, she said, "Shadow, if you're worried about Lin Yuan, come out and watch him with us." She turned to Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, it won't do you any good to sit here forever. We don't know when Lin Yuan is going to wake up. You haven't rested in 15 days and are only making do with your spiritual power now. This might impact your brain. Lin Yuan won't want to see you like this when he wakes up." When Lu Jie heard what Su Yiren said, he shook his head austerely. Begin Lady had told him about what had happened to Lin Yuan inside the tower. Lu Jie pinned all the blame onto himself. If only he had gone with Lin Yuan, he might have been able to shield him and prevent that strange book from entering Lin Yuan's body. However, the one feeling the most self-reproachful was not Lu Jie. Begin Lady was feeling more blame than Lu Jie did. It was the one who had brought the strange book to Lin Yuan. When Lu Jie did not respond, Begin Lady grabbed his hand and pointed at Lin Yuan, saying, "This bed is 3 meters wide. Go and lie down there to get some rest. That way you won't have to leave Lin Yuan's side. He isn't in critical condition, and his signs of life haven't diminished in the slightest. This is why I told Jin Qianxuan to put a lockdown on the news. Not even Wang Keiji knows that Lin Yuan is in a coma. If Lin Yuan doesn't wake up soon, we will have to take him out of the Great Lush Federation." Su Yiren looked at Begin Lady. Lu Jie had seen Begin Lady, but Su Yiren had not. But once Begin Lady dashed out of 5th-page Truth's Tower with Lin Yuan, she immediately placed it as an expert that was protecting Lin Yuan. Su Yiren nodded when it heard what Begin Lady said. If Lin Yuan did not wake up soon, the news should no longer be sealed. Begin Lady had carefully examined Lin Yuan 15 days ago but could not find out the reason behind Lin Yuan's coma. Begin Lady had heard Lin Yuan say before that the Moon Empress was a Class 6 creation master. If Lin Yuan did not wake up soon, Begin Lady would seek Lin Yuan's master out and let her study Lin Yuan's condition. Just as Begin Lady was about to speak, it sensed Lin Yuan's breathing had changed. Delight immediately bloomed on its face, and its gaze locked on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's eyelashes started to flutter. Begin Lady knew that Lin Yuan was finally about to wake up. Su Iren and Lu Jie were not strong enough to sense the change in Lin Yuan's breathing. But both of their minds were fully focused on Lin Yuan and had noticed the movement in his eyelashes. Lu Jie and Su Iren immediately jumped to their feet with joy. When Lin Yuan groggily opened his eyes, he was instantly starving. It was as though he desperately needed to replenish his blood sugar. Lin Yuan could sense how badly his body was craving nutrients. The cause of all this was the strange book that had taken root in the divine kingdom. It was the book that was pushing his desire for replenishment. All of the nutrients in Lin Yuan's body had been sucked dry by the book known as Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, Sinking Song. Lu Jie, Su Iren, and Begin Lady were waiting for Lin Yuan to fully open his eyes so they could check on his condition. When Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes, he said feebly, "Get me something to eat." Lu Jie immediately brought out food from his diamond fey storage box and piled them on the table next to the bed so Lin Yuan could pick what he wanted himself. Lu Jie's diamond fey storage box had been custom ordered by Night Leaning Moon from Ostrich Logistics. Lu Jie's diamond fey storage box had a much larger storage space than regular diamond fey storage boxes and much better preservation effects. When Lu Jie had time, he liked to fill the diamond fey storage box with cooked dishes, so he and Lin Yuan could enjoy delicacies even if they were not in an ideal place for cooking. A mouth-watering fragrance permeated the air when Lu Jie laid out the food he had carefully cooked on the table. In spite of their worry and elation, Su Iren and Begin Lady began to salivate. Naturally, the same went for Lin Yuan. Due to the strange book, Lin Yuan was now absolutely starving. When he caught a whiff of the food, Lin Yuan could not help but want to stuff them into his mouth. However, Lin Yuan was in much too weak of a state to move himself to the table to eat. He struggled to lift his hand and pointed at the table as he said weakly, "Big brother Lu, I can't get up now. Please move the food closer to me." While Lu Jie was laying out the food, he froze. As he picked out some of the food that Lin Yuan liked best and moved them to Lin Yuan's face, Su Iren picked up a plate of roasted meat and peeled a jackfruit to reveal the soft flesh underneath. She wrapped the meat in the fruit and placed it in Lin Yuan's mouth. A spirit chi professional's body was much stronger than a regular person's. Lin Yuan was a B-rank spirit chi professional and had already cleansed his body of impurities. Although he had been comatose for 15 days, there was no need to stick to a light diet. If a regular person consumed such rich food after 15 days of not eating, their stomach would immediately be in turmoil. Su Iren had already been with Lin Yuan for a considerable amount of time. To her memory, he did not eat much and rarely went for seconds. But now his appetite was astonishing. It was as though his body had turned into a bottomless well. No matter how much food Su Iren fed him, Lin Yuan would eat it. His craving for food had reached an almost insane point. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be hungrier than the members of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes had been when they were stuck in the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan's state increasingly perturbed Su Iren. After Lin Yuan had consumed a plate of roasted meat, roasted fish, and 4 jackfruits, he finally regained some of his strength. The dishes Lu Jie had taken out were all Lin Yuan's favorites. There was enough food on the table to feed 30 full-grown men. However, all of the food ended up in Lin Yuan's stomach. After eating all of the food that Lu Jie had taken out, Lin Yuan wiped his mouth absent-mindedly with a tissue. At that moment, Lin Yuan was wondering how many nutrients the book would drain from his body each day. If he wanted to live normally, he would have to eat a similar meal to this every day. "Oh no! I'm about to become a bottomless well for food." Lu Jie and Su Iren shared a look. Su Iren was only shocked while Lu Jie wondered whether Zhao Xiaochun possessed Lin Yuan. The sight of Zhao Xiaochun eating buffet restaurants to ruin was similar to Lin Yuan's current state. Lu Jie was afraid that Lin Yuan might eat himself sick. Zhao Xiaochun ingested food like a maniac and often felt starved because she had contracted a very special and strong sacred source lifeform. The change in Lin Yuan's demeanor was likely linked to that book from the Bronze Tower. When Begin Lady carried Lin Yuan out of the Bronze Tower, it had mentioned that Lin Yuan falling into a coma might be due to an opportunity he was taking in. Now that Lin Yuan was awake, it indicated that what Begin Lady had said was true. If he had not received an opportunity, there was no way that Lin Yuan could have woken up. After all, the book had even been able to affect Begin Lady. When Lin Yuan looked dissatisfied, Lu Jie took out a few more dishes and 2 more that he had learned from Zhongzhe. While Lin Yuan was eating, he started to calculate how many nutrients the book required. After eating for some time, Lin Yuan still had a strong urge to eat even after consuming his required amount of resources. Lin Yuan had suppressed the urge but was instinctively tempted by the new food that Lu Jie took out. In frustration, he waved his hands at Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, keep the food away. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist." While he spoke, Lin Yuan noticed the eye bags around Lu Jie and Su Iren's eyes. "Big brother Lu and Iren, both of you must have had a hard time watching over me all this time with Begin Lady. Go back and rest. You don't have to worry about me. I haven't fully investigated the function of the book. Let me study it, and I'll let you know if there are any problems." Su Iren and Lu Jie had not left Lin Yuan's side for the past 15 days. Su Iren rested for a few hours while communicating with Jin Qianxuan, but Lu Jie had been holding on all this time through sheer willpower. Now that they were certain that Lin Yuan was fine, it was high time for Lu Jie and Su Iren to catch up on rest. This sleep was not going to be a short one for either of them. After sending off Lu Jie and Su Iren, Lin Yuan heard Begin Lady say, "Lin Yuan, I'm sorry. Begin Lady knew that the book was an opportunity for Lin Yuan, but it had been careless and let him fall into danger. When Lin Yuan heard Begin Lady's apology, he immediately guessed what Begin Lady was thinking. He looked at Begin Lady and said seriously, "Begin Lady, you don't have to apologize to me. I would not have received this opportunity if you hadn't brought the book to me. With my capabilities, I wouldn't have been able to walk up to the book. You helped me." Begin Lady gently shook its head. It was the type to stubbornly stick to its principles. Begin Lady did not agree with what Lin Yuan said but did not respond. Instead, it buried its feelings of apology deep in its heart. It remembered how the book had been able to affect it even without being activated and said solemnly, "Lin Yuan, this book's background is definitely extraordinary. You shouldn't use this book unless you're certain that you won't get hurt." Lin Yuan knew that Begin Lady said this out of his best interests. Thus, he nodded seriously at Begin Lady. But he sensed that the book called Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, sinking song that had fused with the fountain of faith in the shrine now belonged to him. After the time that 5th page Truth Spirit attribute had entered Lin Yuan's divine kingdom and created a Holy Spirit, this was the second time that something external had entered Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. The foundation of the divine kingdom was faith power. The book could perfectly fuse with faith power and had been imprinted by faith power. Thus, it likely came from the dimensional world. Secret of the Dead. Could it come from the same dimensional world from which the pilgrimage corpse bird came? If there was truly such a secret in that dimensional world, could there be a similar secret in the marsh world? Currently, The Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, sinking song was still absorbing his faith power. Once it had its fill, it would truly belong to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could guess what the book's ability was. Begin Lady smiled radiantly when Lin Yuan nodded. If Little Peach could see Begin Lady at that moment, she would notice that Begin Lady's smile was completely and only meant for Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, do you remember that you gave me 3 sacred source life-form bodies to practice creating precious instruments? I'm done. Take a look to see if they'll be useful." Begin Lady took out a strangely shaped ring and handed it to Lin Yuan. There was a beautiful but also sinister female face on the ring. There were insects crawling all over the face, forming a thick net. The ring mount looked like a half-open clamshell. It was as though it was about to close shut over the woman's face at any time. It was always the case that the smaller the precious instrument made from sacred source life-form bodies, the more valuable it would be. It was also rare for the small precious instruments to be presented as accessories. A spirit chi professional could use multiple precious instruments during combat. But if the precious instrument was too large or its usage clashed with that of other precious instruments, the spirit chi professional would not be able to use many of them at once. When Lin Yuan had fought against Han Qi, the latter had used the demon lizard tooth blade. Given that it was a dagger-type precious instrument, Han Chi could only hold one in each of his hands. Even if he had a third one that he wanted to use, he would not be able to bring it out. But an accessory-type precious instrument such as a ring could be worn on a finger at all times, making it very convenient to use. The precious instrument that Begin Lady had made from the Gorgon threads, Gorgon teeth, and Gorgon clam was not only a rare accessory-type precious instrument but was also beginner 4 stars. Kai Hu's Gorgon threads had only been 3 stars. The fact that Begin Lady could create a 4 stars precious instrument out of 2 4 stars sacred source lifeforms and 1 3 stars sacred source lifeform proved how strong its forging abilities were. Lin Yuan did not have to worry and could leave the body of the Pinnacle 10 stars law staff to Begin Lady. Lin Yuan studied the ring's shape while checking on it using true data. This was when he found out that the ring was called the Ring of Gorgon Loop. It could link up with a target and become connected to its life. Every time the target sustained an attack that used up vitality, a decaying goo imprint would be placed on the culprit. Once there were a certain number of decaying goo imprints, the culprit's heart would explode. The Ring of Gorgon Loop was basically a weaker combination of the Gorgon threads, Gorgon teeth, and Gorgon clam's abilities. Nonetheless, it was enough to serve as a 4 stars precious instrument. The Ring of Gorgon Loop's ability was similar to that of Sacrifice. Both could save one's teammates while protecting oneself. Every time one sustained damage, a decaying goo imprint would be placed on the one that caused damage. This would turn the user into a thorny rose that ensured that the enemy took damage along with them. The Ring of Gorgon Loop could produce stronger effects when someone with strong defensive abilities used it. Chu Xiai immediately came to Lin Yuan's mind. She had been training with Cold Moon of late, so he had not had the chance to carry out his 4.0 plan to turn his sister into an iron bucket. If he gave the Ring of Gorgon Loop to Chu Xiai, she would immediately turn into a thorny bucket. Lin Yuan already had an 8 stars precious instrument and would soon have a 10 stars precious instrument. Thus, no matter how strong the abilities of the Ring of Gorgon Loop were, it would not be of much help to Lin Yuan. It was undoubtedly more suitable for Chu Xiai. The new season of the S tournament had started in the Radiance Federation. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran were working hard as reserve members. In the past, not many disciples of top factions participated in the S tournament. But this year, perhaps due to the influence of the fight between the Radiance 100 Sequence and the Freedom Federation Envoy Group, many of them had formed teams with members of the Radiance 100 Sequence to throw their hats into the ring of the S tournament. There were so many strong competitors that Zhang Xiaobai's team dared not voice their confidence in victory. Soon, Chu Xiai would return from her training with Cold Moon to join the team to participate in the S tournament. Chu Xi's phase had all been evolved by Cold Moon. Cold Moon was a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master. It was easy for her to evolve Chu Xi's phase and establish the best nurturing path for Chu Xiai. Today, Chu Xiai was far from who she used to be. With the 4 stars Ring of Gorgon Loop, the Dome Guild Club would stand a better chance. The more Lin Yuan looked at the Ring of Gorgon Loop, the more satisfied he became, and he gave the Begin Lady a thumbs up. Delight instantly appeared on Begin Lady's face. It reached out to Lin Yuan and said, "You can give me any bodies of sacred source lifeforms that you have. I'll temper them all." When the Goddess of Mercy mass-killed the Truth Association's experts, they had summoned all of their sacred source lifeforms out in a desperate attempt to fend her off. Alas, the gap between their power and that of the Goddess of Mercy was colossal. Under attack from such special power, the members of the Truth Association and their sacred source lifeforms had all been slaughtered. Purple Love had organized all of the sacred source lifeform bodies. Lin Yuan gave all the 6 stars and below sacred source lifeforms and 5th page truths fully preserved Pinnacle 10 stars Divine Order evil fetus bodies all to Begin Lady. Begin Lady, go and temper these sacred source lifeforms. I left 5th page truth spatial equipment in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. You can take whatever resources you need from there. Don't rush to temper the Divine Order evil fetus first. Wait for Purple Love and Blue Lotus to bring back the spiritual ingredients meant to complement sacred source lifeform bodies before you start to temper it. It should make the product stronger. The Heavenly Family Cottage was a faction that had existed for thousands of years. There was no way that human federations could hope to match up to the resources that they had accumulated. Lin Yuan understood the intentions of Purple Love and the other heavenly family phase. Blue Lotus would give him any and all spiritual ingredients that could complement the bodies of the Divine Order Evil Fetus and Law Staff. Lin Yuan was looking forward to seeing what the precious instruments made from the Divine Order Evil Fetus and Law Staff eventually looked like. I'm very interested in forging precious instruments. When I feel how the sacred source bodies are combining and changing in my body, it makes me feel like I'm breathing new life. Begin Lady paused before saying seriously, Lin Yuan, you asked for my help to give some of my bloodline to nurture a batch of phase. You said that it'd allow the Divine Wood Federation to quickly increase its power. I can work a bit harder and lend my bloodline to more phase. The phase don't just have to come from the Divine Wood Federation. I can give some to the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation too. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was in the Divine Wood Federation, but it's not unique to the Divine Wood Federation. If not for you, I wouldn't be able to give my bloodline to phase from the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had made this request to Begin Lady some time ago. At that time, he had not yet taken control of the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation. Begin Lady had agreed, but now he had the entire Startling Lines continent in the palm of his hand. Rather than just increasing the Divine Wood Federation's power, it would also help to increase the power of the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation. Before the finances of the three federations were combined and flowing smoothly, one faction suddenly being more powerful than the other two would cause some problems to emerge, even if Yi Huailong, Luo Lan, and Jin Chenchuan were all under Lin Yuan's control. Begin Lady knew the benefits and disadvantages of infecting other phase with its bloodline. The phase that it infected with its bloodline would undergo a mutation. They would become stronger and be able to increase their power faster. Otherwise, the phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline would have been fought over so fervently by the Divine Wood Federation's elite and placed on such a high pedestal. But there were two sides to every coin. Although the benefits were great, there were inevitable downsides as well. The Holy Lady was able to reach Immortal because Begin Lady had injected a large amount of its bloodline into the Holy Lady. The phase that had only been slightly infected by the Sacred Wood bloodline did not have high of a concentration in their blood as the Holy Lady did. However, to people from the Startling Lines continent, they were content to just have their phase be able to reach creation breed. In a continent that did not even have Class 5 creation masters, Thearch class experts were considered the ceiling. It could be said that delivering phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline to all three federations was the only way to rapidly increase the power of the experts from the Startling Lines continent. While it spoke, Begin Lady's eyes did not leave Lin Yuan's face. Begin Lady remembered Lin Yuan mentioning that he wanted the white-clothed followers to form contracts with the phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Begin Lady had told him about the disadvantages of phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline then. Lin Yuan immediately gave up on the idea. Instead, Lin Yuan decided to invest more of his resources so that the geniuses who chose to believe in him would one day have the chance to fight against the heavens. This way, they would not be limited by a predetermined ceiling. A leader like Lin Yuan glittered majestically in Begin Lady's eyes. It had absorbed Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls but had never truly encountered the things that Su Jian and Bai Dong had experienced before. But still, it was not curious about them. Both had been the leaders of their respective families. However, neither of them had such foresight and generosity. All they wanted was for their subordinates to increase their power as quickly as possible, even if it cost them their lives. There were many experts who were guards in the Su and Bai families that had their growth rushed in such a way. Lin Yuan did not immediately agree with what Begin Lady said. He had heard that phase infected with Begin Lady's bloodline had limitations. In the past, Begin Lady had done so because it wanted to exchange for high-class creation master resources. Moreover, Begin Lady needed 3 to 5 times the amount of bloodline to infect animal-type phase than it did plant-type phase. Clearly, phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline were invaluable in the Divine Wood Federation. The Su family had only been willing to give some of the peaceful calm air moss to Lin Yuan because they wanted to take over the imperial court. Lin Yuan had been seducing the veteran elite families in the Sacred Forest City for so long with his Class 5 creation master resources, but he had yet to receive a second plant-type Fae with the sacred wood bloodline. Lin Yuan was afraid that Begin Lady would suffer if he agreed to its suggestion of delivering Faes infected with its bloodline to the entire Startling Lines continent. Before Lin Yuan could open his mouth to ask, he saw Begin Lady's expression and immediately knew what Lin Yuan was thinking. Begin Lady had made its stance clear. It was a fairy born from nature. So, even after absorbing the souls of two humans, it did not feel shy. I exist because of you. I'm willing to do anything for you. Moreover, with the element well, I can give away much more of my bloodline than I used to. I will be able to infect around 100 plant-type Faes or 20 to 35 animal-type Faes daily. As long as this range isn't exceeded, I won't be affected to a great extent. Lin Yuan was happy to hear what Begin Lady said. It was great news that Begin Lady would not be affected. With so many Faes with the sacred wood bloodline entering the Startling Lines continent's 3 federations daily, the Startling Lines continent would be transformed in less than a year. Although Begin Lady could produce so many Faes with the sacred wood bloodline every day, the Faes with the sacred wood bloodline were still rare. There were many experts in the Startling Lines continent. Perhaps only 1% of them would be able to obtain a Fae with the sacred wood bloodline. Rather than using more of its bloodline to infect animal-type Faes, it would be much more valuable to use the bloodline on plant-type Faes. There were Spirit Chi professionals who were affiliated with plant-type Faes in the Iron Hammer, Great Lush, and Divine Wood federations. Specifically, the ratio of the total number of Spirit Chi professionals from all 3 federations affiliated with plant-type Faes to the number of Faes with the sacred wood bloodline would be about 30 to 1. After all, the proportion of Spirit Chi professionals affiliated with plant-type Faes was very large. In order to preserve the quality-to-price ratio, this gift could only be given to the Spirit Chi professionals who were extremely especially affiliated with plant-type Faes. If Begin Lady infected 100 plant-type Faes with its bloodline daily, it could deliver 36,000 plant-type Faes with the sacred wood bloodline to the 3 federations. This meant that each federation could receive 12,000 plant-type Faes with the sacred wood bloodline. After more than 10 years, every Spirit Chi professional who possessed a plant-type Fae with the sacred wood bloodline could become an Emperor-class expert. Frankly, this was just a safe estimate. If these plant-type Faes with the sacred wood bloodline landed in the factions with Class 4 Creation Masters, these factions would definitely be willing to invest their Class 4 Creation Master resources into these plant-type Faes with the sacred wood bloodline. After high-class Creation Master resources were invested, the improvement that would have taken more than 10 years would take place within 5 years. It could be said that the Startling Lines continent was about to reach its prime. Begin Lady's suggestion fueled Lin Yuan's ambition and put some schemes in his mind. These Spirit Chi professionals who contracted the plant-type Phase did not belong to Sky City. Thus, they had to be controlled. It was difficult to predict the human heart. Lin Yuan did not want to end up developing a new batch of enemies that emerged in 10 years' time. There were many ways to control them, so Lin Yuan was not overly worried. The job could be accomplished well, whether it was in the hands of Su Iran or Wen Yu. At that time, they would have to take note of the Spirit Chi professionals whose phase were about to break through to myth breed, so they could be gathered together to undergo the evolution simultaneously. This would make it easier for Lin Yuan to collect the Spirit Chi crystals. As long as this plan could come to fruition, Lin Yuan could use Spirit Chi crystals freely in the future. Once he gained many Spirit Chi crystals, he could use them in more ways than just nurturing the perfect touch wisteria. Lin Yuan still had many things to do. With this thought, Lin Yuan said, "Begin, lady. Use your bloodline to only infect plant-type phase. You'll have to use your bloodline to infect phase, forge precious instruments, and protect me at the same time. It's going to be tough on you." Begin Lady gently waved its hands and said nonchalantly, "I can easily accomplish these. It won't be difficult at all. Additionally, doing these things will be very new experiences for me. I welcome them. I am a fairy transformed from an underground river. It's natural for me to love to breed new life. There is an endless list of things to do in the Great Lush Federation. I'm sure you'll want to go and see Jin Qianxuan. He has been running over here often to ask about your condition. Each time, he only leaves after a few hours. Regardless of whether his worry is genuine, he's very smart." At first, Lu Jie and Su Iran weren't fond of him. But now, they've both accepted him. Lin Yuan nodded. He was well aware of the reason behind Jin Qinshuan needing to see him. Rather than being worried about himself, he was more so worried about his position. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was fine with Jin Qinshuan's attitude. Lin Yuan had never been the type to be expressive or change his mind easily. Since he had decided that Jin Qinshuan would be the one to sit on that throne, he would not drag Jin Qinshuan down from that seat until he committed a grievous error. It was likely that Jin Qinshuan dared not make the decisions on the many things that had to be done in the Great Lush Federation on his own accord. It was time for Lin Yuan to give him a set of instructions. After settling matters in the Great Lush Federation, it would be time for Lin Yuan to use the law staff to increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's stars. Some time had passed since Fifth Page Truth died. The law staff that Begin Lady had captured was still alive, but its life force had already begun to weaken due to Fifth Page Truth's death. If Lin Yuan did not use the law staff to increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's stars soon, it would go to waste. When Begin Lady changed into a pink and gold crystal and landed on the corner of Lin Yuan's eye, he took out a thoughts letter paper and recounted the past few days' events. Luo Lan had sent him many messages while he had been in a coma. During this time, she had led the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes to the capital of the Iron Hammer Federation, Freezing Hammer Tribe. The Freezing Hammer Tribe was on the mountain where the Snow Celestial resided. The terrain of the snow-capped mountain was perilous. At the same time, nothing in the Iron Hammer Federation Imperial Court could provide substantial support. The servants close to Luo Kai had abandoned him after the order he gave. Without any support, Luo Kai was now a shadow of a man. Most of the members of Freezing Hammer Tribe were the Luo family's direct and collateral descendants. Many of the collateral descendants were relatives with prominent statuses. All of them had been suspicious when Luo Kai took the throne. All of them preferred Luo Lan. However, none of them had dared to speak up because of the power that Luo Kai wielded, and they had been forced to become Luo Kai's lapdogs. Now that Luo Kai had lost all of his power, many of these distant relatives had noticed that his footing was becoming increasingly unstable. When they found out that Luo Lan was bringing the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes to the foot of the snow-capped mountain, they immediately went into the Imperial Court and killed all the servants who were still loyal to Luo Kai. This was their way of expressing their loyalty to Luo Lan. All of these distant relatives had schemes of their own. Many of them had participated in helping Luo Kai to hunt Luo Lan. Now they were all afraid that she would nurse the grudge and seek revenge on them. Their action now was their way of compensating for what they did. They believed that their support was necessary if Luo Lan wanted to secure the Iron Hammer Federation's throne. If the Freezing Hammer Tribe's power was cut down, Luo Lan's power as a direct descendant would also be diminished. At that time, why would the Black Gold and Platinum tribes bother to listen to this young upstart who barely knew anything about the world? It could be said that all the distant relatives from the Freezing Hammer Tribe shared the same thought. Thus, none of them felt panicked at all. Luo Lan reported everything that happened on the journey back to the Iron Hammer Federation to Lin Yuan. The last message from Luo Lan had come half an hour ago. The message left an amused expression on Lin Yuan's face. Luo Lan, young master, what do you think I should do about these distant relatives? Luo Lan's message told Lin Yuan that she was ready to eliminate these distant relatives from the Freezing Hammer Tribe. Luo Lan was the leader of the Imperial Court and the head of the Freezing Hammer Tribe. How she decided to deal with her relatives was a personal family matter. Lin Yuan did not want to interfere. No matter what her decision was, it would not affect Lin Yuan's plan. Thus, Lin Yuan replied, Lin Yuan, congratulations on saving so many hidden tribe members. The amount of soldier ration radishes that Su Iran delivered to you should be enough. Things over there in the Iron Hammer Federation are going more smoothly than I expected. That is proof of your capabilities. By the time you've eaten through all of the soldier ration radishes, winter should be over too. At that time, the trading route between the Divine Wood and Iron Hammer Federations will be finished, and the Iron Hammer Federation will have the same access to food as the Divine Wood Federation. As for the matter regarding your distant relatives, you don't have to ask me. You can deal with it in your own way. Lin Yuan was in a good mood after reading the reports from Luo Lan. It was a good thing that she had managed to save so many tribe members. The startling Lines continent was about the usher in an era of peace and prosperity. Lin Yuan hoped that with what he wanted to build and establish, more lifeforms would be blessed and be able to lead better lives. Luo Lan had reported almost everything that happened on her journey to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. Yet, she had not received any replies from him. This filled Luo Lan with disappointment. Unlike Jin Xianxuan, who needed to rely fully on Lin Yuan in order to secure his seat on the Great Lush Federation's throne, Luo Lan had already gained the loyalty of most of the tribes. She was like a savior in the eyes of the tribes. She hoped that Lin Yuan could witness her wins and successes. This was because, to her, he was her savior. It could be said that Luo Lan had never felt more conflicted. She clearly felt the urge but could not steel her heart enough to do so. After she sent her long message to Lin Yuan, Luo Lan sighed gently and prepared to return the Thoughts letter paper to the spatial equipment that Lin Yuan had given her. It was at that moment that she saw Lin Yuan's reply. All this time, she had been like a warrior goddess and assumed that her heart had already turned as tough as stone. But when she saw the message from Lin Yuan, Luo Lan felt warmth and a sense of security. Her eyes pricked with tears. Lin Yuan's congratulations was the biggest affirmation for Luo Lan. She knew that he was very busy. He had not replied to her messages for so long and had not held the scheduled astronomical parliamentary meetings either. Thus, she assumed that the Great Lush Federation had fully captured his focus. But in spite of how busy he was, Lin Yuan still remembered his promise to her and had used action to fulfill it. At first, all Luo Lan hoped for was for none of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members to go hungry during winter. But now, Lin Yuan was going to provide the Iron Hammer Federation with as much food as there was in the Divine Wood Federation. This was not only something that Luo Lan had not dared to hope for, but also something that the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members dared to dream of. Lin Yuan said that she had proved her capabilities, but Luo Lan knew that he was the one who had given her these capabilities and the respect of the tribes. If not for the soldier ration radishes that Lin Yuan had given her and set her up as a goddess back in the Sea of Flowers, there was no way she could wield the might and power she possessed today. Lin Yuan told her to make the decision regarding her family matter herself. This led Luo Lan to cement her resolve. The distant relatives were only trying to safeguard their profits. Even her father had received pushback from these relatives against some of his policies. When she took the throne, she would meet with the same obstacles from these relatives. It was possible that these relatives would end up affecting her initial promise to Lin Yuan. If she wanted the Iron Hammer Federation's development to improve, the Federation would have to change. These distant relatives were no different from tumors. There was no reason not to cut away these tumors during the Iron Hammer Federation's transformation. Luo Lan stored the Thoughts letter paper away. As she stood in front of the sea of troops, she raised her sword in front of the snow-capped mountain and roared into the icy wind. Kill! The troops that traveled with Luo Lan from the border to the freezing Hammer tribe rescued the fleeing tribe members while eliminating bandits they met along the way. Aside from winter, bandits were always the biggest threat to the Iron Hammer Federation. This journey could be considered the Iron Hammer Federation's biggest retaliation against the robbers in history. The bandits usually only ran wild in winter. Even Black Gold tribes did not have the energy to take on these bandits during winter due to food scarcity. But on this expedition, all of the Iron Hammer Federation's Black Gold, Platinum, Yellow Gold, White Silver, Light Bronze, and Black Iron tribes worked together to eliminate the bandits. The wave of troops outnumbered the bandits by 10 to 1. Thus, they stood no chance of fighting back. The journey filled Luo Lan with fervent passion. She led the troops to the base of the snow-capped mountain. The heads of the Black Gold tribes and Class 4 creation masters were standing next to Luo Lan as they awaited her command. None of them expected her to come to such a decision. This decision not only did not cause the leaders of the Black Gold tribes and Class 4 creation masters to see her as cold-blooded, but rather they were shocked and happy with her growth. The fact that she was able to make such a decision proved that she was fit to be the head of the Iron Hammer Federation. Luo Lan's choice also steeled her resolve for change. This caused everyone in the tribes to have even more faith that she would be able to make good on her promise. After Luo Lan's shout, a noise erupted from behind her akin to that of a tsunami. At that moment, the tribe members all assumed that an avalanche had been triggered. The distant relatives from the Freezing Hammer tribe were still sitting soundly in their homes. Although people were dying from hunger and cold on the streets of the Iron Hammer Federation, even the servants of distant relatives could drink steaming bowls of lamb soup and fresh fruits every day. The collateral descendants who took advantage of their status as being part of the Luo family and the distant relatives who held a certain amount of power never had to worry about going hungry. After every meal, the leftovers would not be given to the starving and poor people, nor would they be gifted to the servants. Rather, the leftovers were all tossed out. The wastage of precious resources has always been a way of demonstrating one's status. Luo Kai had been able to take the throne because of the power of the Truth Association. This had resulted in the distant relatives suffering greatly. After all, there had been a powerful martial force supporting Luo Kai that these distant relatives could never hope to match up to. After suffering at the hands of Luo Kai, the distant relatives did not want to go through the same experience a second time. The distant relatives believed that capturing Luo Kai and delivering him to Luo Lan when she took over the throne would be the best way of gaining her favor. But at the same time, these distant relatives also wanted to control Luo Lan. All of them had watched Luo Lan grow up. In their eyes, she was nothing more than an insecure kitten, who they would be able to puppeteer at will once she was on the throne. They would be able to use her to suck the Iron Hammer Federation dry. Even if they had started out with pure hearts, spending a prolonged period under the smog of riches and debauchery had caused their principles to decay generations ago. When Luo Lan's father had been the Iron Hammer Federation's king, his pressure forced the distant relatives to suppress such ideas. But now that the young Luo Lan was there, these distant relatives saw their chance. Right before the sound of a roaring tsunami arose, the distant relatives had been huddled together, enjoying a feast as they discussed their plans for Luo Lan. During the talks, the distant relatives all ended up on the same page. They even assigned all the roles they were going to play and how the profits would be distributed. Those who would not be of much help would receive fewer profits, while those who contributed more would gain more. The friendly banquet soon turned ugly as many of them were willing to contribute more and were unwilling to do less and thereby receive less. Luo Lan's shout traveled up and down the mountain, frightening the distant relatives. However, Luo Lan's intention and resolve to kill did not involve giving these distant relatives the chance to fight back. At first, Luo Lan was like any other regular person and had been blinded by hate. She had insisted on taking Luo Kai's head as revenge for her father. But now, it did not matter to her if she was the one who ended up killing Luo Kai. She knew that Luo Kai had either been captured by the distant relatives or was hiding somewhere in the Freezing Hammer tribe. Regardless of which case it was, he would eventually end up as a corpse. Luo Lan remembered how her strict father had nurtured her. She had been doing her best to continue going down this path. Now that she had joined the Astronomical Parliament and received help from Lin Yuan, the Iron Hammer Federation was about to walk down a path more glorious than even her father could have ever dreamed of. The best way she could keep the memory of her father alive was to do her best as the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation and help the Federation to climb to even greater heights. This would also be the best way for her to repay Lin Yuan's help. The sound of horseshoes rattled throughout the Freezing Hammer tribe. This was an impending disaster for both the distant relatives and Luo Kai. However, to the members of Freezing Hammer tribe, this sound was music to their ears during winter. A large amount of soldier ration radishes was distributed. Within the short span of a day, none of the citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation continued to go hungry. Such a feat had never been accomplished in the history of the Iron Hammer Federation. The first instruction that Luo Lan gave as the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court was to the servants as she ordered them to reconstruct the statue of the god that all the tribes worshipped. At first, Luo Lan worshipped that celestial on the snow-capped mountain as well. But now, she had redirected the object of her faith. When she had been in danger, she had thought about praying to the celestial for protection. But she had received no reply. The person who had truly ended up protecting her was Lin Yuan. Luolan had picked her servants from amongst the black gold and platinum tribes. All of these servants had seen Lin Yuan in the Sea of Flowers. Thus, when they received the order from Luolan to construct a statue of Lin Yuan, none of them had voiced any objection. Rather, they felt touched and were in agreement. She knew that this first order she gave seemed ridiculous and unorthodox. However, she would not hear of any objection. Since Lin Yuan needed faith power, Luolan would do her best to create the best conditions for him to receive what he needed. The celestial on the mountain was preceded by the legends surrounding it. Luolan had never actually laid eyes on it before. If there truly was a celestial being on the mountain protecting the Iron Hammer Federation, it would be angered by all of the citizens' redirection of their faith. However, Luolan did not care in the slightest. It did not matter whether there truly was a celestial being. If one did exist, Luolan hoped that it would be angry. At least then, she would be able to ask directly why it acted like a coward during a true crisis and allowed so many to die after receiving centuries of worship from the citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation. Luolan had always been a materialist. Demons and celestial beings were all powerful life forms. Lin Yuan had mentioned that he was very interested in the celestial being. This had to be because of the legend. If she could lure the celestial being out, it would also be a form of helping Lin Yuan. Luolan did not know that Lin Yuan was not just interested in the celestial being on the mountain. Before falling into a coma, Lin Yuan had a habit of flipping through the Annal of Monster Information. The contents of the Annal of Monster Information were mystical. It was difficult for Lin Yuan to understand them immediately. Some were too ineffable. Thus, Lin Yuan did not have the chance to test them out. He had already read 1/3 of the Annal of Monster Information. One of the parts that Lin Yuan had been able to understand was the one about the Snow Celestial Mountain. There had to be a secret hidden in the Snow Celestial Mountain for it to be mentioned in the Annal of Monster Information. This was why Lin Yuan had promised Luolan that he would head to the Iron Hammer Federation one more time before leaving for the Marsh World. While Luolan was dealing with her distant relatives, Lin Yuan went to see Jin Shenxuan. As Jin Shenxuan looked at the smiling Lin Yuan, he felt as though all his burdens were lifted. He had been in a coma for 2 weeks and only came to see Jin Shenxuan after waking up. Now, he realized that Jin Shenxuan's aura had changed significantly from 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he seemed more like the head of a family. But now, he had the faint aura of a king around him. Lin Yuan did not waste time on pleasantries and immediately said, "I heard from Iran that you have started preparations for the construction of the harbor." Jin Shenxuan hurriedly replied, "I held my first imperial meeting 13 days ago. During the meeting, I told all the secret aristocratic families to offer up their spirit chi professionals who are skilled at working underwater. With these 150,000 spirit chi professionals cleaning and building the harbor, it should be fully cleaned in about a month." Jin Shenxuan's reason for investing so much effort into the harbor was not just to get in Lin Yuan's good books. The harbor would involve 20 island whales that Lin Yuan would provide. It was a gargantuan project that would affect the Great Lush Federation's foundation. Once the project was underway, Lin Yuan would only gain a harbor where 20 of the island whales could congregate, but to the Great Lush Federation, the doors to long-distance trading would be opened. When Lin Yuan heard what Jin Shenxuan said, he looked at Jin Shenxuan with approval. Although Jin Shenxuan's aura of a king was not as robust as it should be, he was still capable at managing and carrying out tasks. Previously, Jin Shenxuan had not fully understood the harbor project. Lin Yuan did not obtain any useful information from Jin Shenxuan on the way to clean Brahma City. But while Jin Shenxuan had been confused, the same did not apply to Wang Keiji. Fifth Page Truth had seen the power of the entire Startling Lines continent as an offering to him. Thus, it was only natural that he had not put any effort into the harbor. However, Wang Keiji had noticed the special features of the harbor and acknowledged its value. When he had been a Class 5 creation master under Fifth Page Truth, he had enjoyed great freedom and tried to explore the harbor numerous times. Thus, the information regarding the harbor that he had prepared for Lin Yuan was extremely comprehensive. It would not be difficult to develop the harbor. The island whales would not be docked in the harbor the same way that boats were. As long as the water in the harbor was deep enough and there was sufficient oxygen, the island whales would be able to move around freely. However, a giant floating island like the island whale had a terrifyingly large amount of needs. It did not have to be said that the same went for the island whales. Moreover, they were different from the goldfish in that the goldfish breathed in the oxygen within the water, while the island whales were unable to breathe underwater. They could only take in air through their blowholes. It could take up to half an hour for the island whale to take a breath. Each breath would drain the surroundings of at least a square kilometer of oxygen. If a harbor did not come with special setups, there was no guarantee that the island whales could breathe. But luckily, it was not difficult to increase the oxygen concentration in the harbor and enable the island whales to breathe. There was a large amount of the brown willow coral at the bottom of the harbor. Unlike other corals, the brown willow coral did not protect weak fish. Instead, it consumed these weak fish and was slightly poisonous. The brown willow coral was one of the corals that used up the most oxygen. The spirit chi professionals skilled at working underwater only needed to clean all of the brown willow corals at the bottom of the harbor before placing a layer of energy ores on top of them. Next, aquatic plants like the oxygen sea anemone could be planted at the bottom of the harbor, where they would produce oxygen continuously. Even if multiple of the island whales breathed simultaneously, there would be no worry of lacking oxygen. The oxygen sea anemone lived at the bottom of the sea and was not picky with food. It could prey on small fish or even absorb the feces of larger aquatic life forms. The island whale's existence would attract many sea life forms to live in and around them. Each time the island whale relieved itself, the ocean was blessed. The oxygen sea anemone did not need to be high grade. It would be enough for them to just be silver grade. A year later, the oxygen sea anemone would be able to reach diamond grade at the very least just by living off the feces of the island whale and not hunting for any food itself. There was a possibility that it would even be able to evolve to myth breed. There were numerous phases like the oxygen sea anemone on the shores of the Great Lush Federation. Besides the oxygen sea anemone, some fish species phase could release oxygen. The small fish was known as the demon pattern light oxygen fish and could only be found in the Great Lush Federation. The oxygen released by a school of the demon pattern light oxygen fish would provide more oxygen than the oxygen sea anemone. You did well. Bai Qinghuan has been sent over. I'm sure you've met her. Let Bai Qinghuan and Wang Baichuan stay by your side and train for some time. I will fetch them later. I'm sure you'll also be able to learn from Bai Qinghuan. Sky City had not halted its operations while Lin Yuan had been unconscious. While Lu Jie and Su Yiren had been worried about him, they still ensured that everything continued smoothly. At first, Lin Yuan planned to keep Wang Baochuan by his side and personally nurture him. But on the road to the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan realized that Wang Baochuan was a genius at strategy just like Bai Qinghuan. Rather than sending him away, it would be better to allow him to interact with Bai Qinghuan so they could help each other grow. Before he met Bai Qinghuan, Jin Qianxuan would have silently underestimated whatever young girl Lin Yuan sent to tail him. But when he finally met Bai Qinghuan and interacted with her, he realized that she was hiding an astonishing eye for strategy. After speaking casually to her for a few hours, Jin Qianxuan felt that he had learned a fair amount. Jin Qianxuan had never dreamed that he would be able to reach such heights. He knew that he had always lacked a mind for strategy. Although Jin Qianxuan knew that with Bai Qinghuan around, he would never be able to make decisions on his own and would always seek out her counsel. Jin Qianxuan still hoped that Lin Yuan would call her away later rather than sooner. The longer that Bai Qinghuan remained in the Great Lush Federation, the more he would be able to learn from her. Previously, Bai Qinghuan had felt increasingly lost by Lin Yuan's side. She knew what her strengths and weaknesses were and that compared to Su Yiren and when used talent for management, her eye for management could not be of much help to Lin Yuan. She had been afraid of being abandoned by him. When he sent her to the Great Lush Federation to help Jin Qianxuan, she finally felt she was useful to him. No matter how skilled at strategy she was, her background was just so. The Great Lush Federation was on the same level as the Divine Wood Federation. She could even influence his policies when she was by Jin Qianxuan's side. Despite being the adopted daughter of the Bai family, a veteran elite family from the Divine Wood Federation, This made her feel as though her worth had been inflated. With Bai Qinghuan training by Jin Qianxuan's side, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about any trouble cropping up in the Great Lush Federation. In the Divine Wood Federation, the Bai, Su, and Yang families had been erased from existence. Of the 4 veteran elite families, the Yi family was the only one left. Thus, the Divine Wood Federation was lacking in combat power. But now, it seemed that the Great Lush Federation's combat power did not exceed that of the Divine Wood Federation by much. After all, many of the Great Lush Federation's experts had died due to their contracts. Otherwise, a beginner Thearch-class expert like Jin Qianxuan would never have had the chance to make a bid for the throne. Although Jin Qianxuan never asked for his help when it came to power, Lin Yuan could sense how frantic Jin Qianxuan was. Jin Qianxuan knew that the Great Lush Federation could not bring the trading empire involving 20 island whales to life with their current power. Without experts who were strong enough to hold down the fort, they would be losing their resources wherever they went when they were meant to be trading them. Lin Yuan was certain that given Jin Qianxuan's character, he would not utter a word even if his situation was hopeless by his own means. Since Jin Qianxuan could not make the first move, Lin Yuan would do so. Jin Qianxuan, our previous correspondences have only surrounded the development of the Great Lush Federation. You have no more questions about the direction of the Great Lush Federation's development, but have you thought about how you're going to keep the Great Lush Federation safe from external influences? Trading using the island whales is a double-edged sword endeavor. If not done properly, it will lead to problems instead. Lin Yuan's words had hit the nail on the head of Jin Qianxuan's heart and touched on the Great Lush Federation's most pressing issue. Jin Qianxuan was not a creation master and did not possess a large amount of creation master resources. Jin Qianxuan dared not say that the entire Great Lush Federation needed to rely on Lin Yuan. But that was the truth. But once he uttered those words, he would come off as worthless. Wang Keiji was currently stationed in the Great Lush Federation, but the person he was loyal to was Lin Yuan and not Jin Qianxuan. It was likely that he would be leaving the Great Lush Federation soon. Given Jin Qianxuan's status, he had no right to order Wang Keiji to stay. As he looked at the stumped Jin Qianxuan, Lin Yuan picked up the teacup from the table and took a small sip. Next, he asked with an unchanged expression, "I'm sure you've heard of the Divine Wood Federation's phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline." Jin Qianxuan was stunned when he heard this, and he could not understand why Lin Yuan was suddenly bringing up the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. When the Truth Association had been in charge, the Great Lush Federation and Divine Wood Federation had been collaborators and rivals at the same time. Jin Qianxuan was one of the main members of a top-secret aristocratic family, and so was not unfamiliar with the phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. It could be said that the Divine Wood Federation's strength was largely related to the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Suddenly, Jin Qianxuan's eyes lit up. For Lin Yuan to mention the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline that were unique to the Divine Wood Federation at such a time, could he mean that he wanted to give some of the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline to the Great Lush Federation? Lin Yuan was also controlling the Divine Wood Federation. As such, there was a high chance that his guess was right. Jin Qianxuan's heart was beating wildly as he said, "Lord, the phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline are famous. If not for them, the Divine Wood Federation would never have been able to stand toe-to-toe against the Iron Hammer Federation for so many years." Lin Yuan nodded. He had only seen 8 of the Iron Hammer Federation's black gold tribes. Although all of them were weaker than the Divine Wood Federation's 4 veteran elite families, the difference was not large. The Iron Hammer Federation's top combat power was indeed greater than that of the Divine Wood Federation. If Jin Qianxuan did not know what plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline were, Lin Yuan would have had to use up some time explaining them to him. But since he knew, everything was now simpler. For the next 4 months, I will provide 12,000 plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline to the Great Lush Federation. Go and pick out some talents from the secret aristocratic families who are affiliated with plant-type phase. The condition is that each of them has to have comprehended at least 1 willpower rune. The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, Jin Qianxuan could not help but gasp. In front of Lin Yuan, Jin Qianxuan appeared solemn and composed. He was afraid of being discourteous to Lin Yuan and angering him. Jin Qianxuan had lost control and gasped because Lin Yuan's words were too mind-bending. He had promised 12,000 plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. It was likely that the Divine Wood Federation had stored up less than 500 phase with the sacred wood bloodline in the past few centuries. Lin Yuan was never one to boast. Otherwise, Jin Qianxuan would not have made it to the throne of the Great Lush Federation. It seemed that Lin Yuan had taken full control of the sacred wood mystic realm in the Divine Wood Federation. This was the only way he could obtain so many plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. With all those plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline, he would not have to worry about the Great Lush Federation's foundation being shaky. At that moment, Jin Qianxuan was just as excited and surprised as he was thankful and respectful towards Lin Yuan. Jin Qianxuan fell to his knees to prepare to express his gratitude to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pulled Jin Qianxuan up and said, "If you want to thank me, do your best to make the Great Lush Federation as strong as possible. I will also need the faith of the citizens of the Great Lush Federation. I will leave this matter to you. I have a keen sense for faith. I will become aware the moment you take a step down the wrong path." Lin Yuan did not explain to Jin Qianxuan what faith power was, nor did he tell Jin Qianxuan what he should do to obtain the faith of the Great Lush Federation citizens. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan believed that Jin Qianxuan would be able to do well. If he could not even accomplish such a simple task, he would not deserve to sit on the throne of the Great Lush Federation. When he heard what Lin Yuan said, Jin Qianxuan immediately gave his word to Lin Yuan. Jin Qianxuan did not think that it would be difficult to obtain the Great Lush Federation citizens' faith for Lin Yuan. This was because their lives were about to become much better. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was going to send 12,000 plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline to the Great Lush Federation very soon. All the secret aristocratic families of the Great Lush Federation would be able to benefit from Lin Yuan's blessing. With such a blessing, the secret aristocratic families would know what to do. Jin Qianxuan was confident that in the next 6 months, he would be able to obtain the faith of at least half of the citizens for Lin Yuan. As for whether they became devotees, that would depend on what Jin Qianxuan did for the next 6 months. This was the first request that Lin Yuan had made of him. Jin Qianxuan was going to do it well no matter what. After giving his instructions to Jin Qianxuan, Lin Yuan continued heading to the Tower of Truth. Previously, due to the Secret of the Dead, Volume 5 Sinking Song, Lin Yuan had no time to instruct Morbius to refine the Crimson Spirit Bronze that was in the Tower of Truth. But now, it was time for Lin Yuan to instruct Morbius to analyze the Tower of Truth and store the treasure that was the Crimson Spirit Truth away. Sky City's main members were not using any techniques to shield their souls. Lin Yuan decided to turn the Crimson Spirit Bronze into pendants and distribute them. In a way, this would give each of Sky City's main members a shield. Lin Yuan's promise to Jin Qianxuan meant that he would first provide resources to the Great Lush Federation. This could be seen as him being biased, but he had no choice but to do so. The Great Lush Federation needed to rise up quickly in order to handle the harbor and 20 island whales. After all, Yi Huailong and Luolan would be able to obtain just as many plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline 4 months later. Thus, there would be nothing for them to complain about. In order to maximize the amount of Crimson Spirit Bronze obtained, a significant amount of the ever-changing temper gold will be wasted. However, the ever-changing temper gold is still a sovereign metal spiritual ingredient. So, a small amount will still be saved. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the tower while excitement coursed through his veins. No matter how many treasures Lin Yuan obtained, sovereign metal spiritual ingredients were still extremely rare. Unlike the previous sovereign metal spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan encountered in the past, the ever-changing temper gold was not meant for combat. The ever-changing temper gold had strong malleability and plasticity. It could be combined with any metal spiritual ingredient, while ensuring that the metal spiritual ingredient retained its original attributes. As a result of this, many tough metal spiritual ingredients could change their shape and structure. If he could obtain enough of the ever-changing temper gold, they could be used in the construction of Sky City. When Lin Yuan placed his hand on the surface of the Tower of Truth, he felt the Morbius bracelet on his wrist grow hot. The monstrous Tower of Truth turned into putty and slowly entered Lin Yuan's palm. If anyone saw this, They would think that Lin Yuan's palm was swallowing the Tower of Truth. After the Tower of Truth had completely disappeared, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' tired voice say, "Partner, there was more of the Crimson Spirit Bronze and ever-changing temper gold in 5th page Truth's tower than I expected. All of the Crimson Spirit Bronze and ever-changing temper gold that I refined is in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. I will go and rest now. I will wake up about a day later." Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, "Morbius, haven't you accumulated a fair amount of root power? Why are you going to sleep again?" Morbius had used its root power to save Lin Yuan multiple times. Many of Lin Yuan's opportunities came from Morbius using up some of its root power. Lin Yuan did not want Morbius to use too much of its root power to refine the Crimson Spirit Bronze and ever-changing temper gold. Although the Crimson Spirit Bronze and ever-changing temper gold were very valuable, they were still only 2 types of spiritual metal ingredients. They would never be able to save Lin Yuan's life in a crisis. If any issues cropped up, Morbius would fall into a deep and long slumber again after overly exerting its root power. Lin Yuan did not want Morbius to fall asleep again. He much preferred for Morbius to remain awake so they could talk often. Lin Yuan discussed many development plans and ideas with Morbius. Morbius' tired voice became slightly lighter when it heard what Lin Yuan said. "Partner, I didn't touch the root power that I accumulated. Otherwise, I wouldn't be as tired as I am now. While you've evolved me from normal grade to where I am now, I became stronger too." Once it was done speaking, Morbius fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned to where he had been resting in the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. When Jin Shenchuan received Lin Yuan's promise, he received 100 plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline on that day itself. By now, his loyalty and faith toward Lin Yuan far exceeded that of a regular devotee. Lin Yuan could sense that the amount of faith in the faith fountain in the divine kingdom that came from Jin Shenchuan could be ranked as one of the 100 strongest sources. The more subordinates Lin Yuan gained, the more faith he could garner. Lin Yuan and Jin Shenchuan had not been acquainted for long. Given that Jin Shenchuan was able to provide Lin Yuan with so much faith power, he would never do anything to betray Lin Yuan, even without being bound by a contract. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yuan and Su Yiren did a final organization of the Great Lush Federation's resources. Jin Shenchuan was surprised that Lin Yuan did not end up deciding to take the resources with him, but left them to Jin Shenchuan instead so he could use them on the harbor and Great Lush Federation. No matter how capable one was, one would not be able to accomplish anything meaningful without the right conditions. The Great Lush Federation needed resources to develop. Resources were no different from money. Without resources, Jin Shenchuan would never be able to realize his dreams. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had organized the resources and met up with Bai Qinghuan. Both of them chatted for an afternoon. After their talk, Lin Yuan was even more satisfied with her. Bai Qinghuan not only had an eye for strategy but was also a very intelligent person. There were many things that Bai Qinghuan was able to do even without Lin Yuan giving her explicit instructions. Bai Qinghuan could understand what Lin Yuan was thinking. She was also well aware of why Lin Yuan placed her by Jin Shenchuan's side. When Bai Qinghuan found out that Jin Shenchuan had sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan, she knew that her task at the Great Lush Federation was not to take a look at Jin Shenchuan. Lin Yuan wanted her to expand her horizons and raise her ambitions. Bai Qinghuan's background was not outstanding, and she could only get ahead of others when it came to strategic thinking. Bai Qinghuan treasured this opportunity greatly and longed to gain more experience. If she could expand her horizons, Lin Yuan would not have to give her too many instructions. An intelligent person like Bai Qinghuan did not need to be boosted by Lin Yuan in order to grow. Lin Yuan was almost done with all of his business in the Great Lush Federation. Wang Keiji had given Lin Yuan the exploding spirit rock flowers long ago. There were already more than 30 of the exploding spirit rock flowers that the 100 Questions beasts had evolved to diamond grade. Lin Yuan felt that it was time for him to improve himself. He was currently a B-rank spirit chi professional. When compared to people of his age, he was already extremely outstanding. Zhong Zhe, Gu Lang, and Lu Jie were a few years older than Lin Yuan but were only A-rank spirit chi professionals. Once one became an A-rank spirit chi professional, One would be considered a king-class spirit chi professional as long as he had a fantasy breed fae. There was a large division of rank amongst A-rank spirit chi professionals. Due to his body condition, Lin Yuan needed to evolve phase until they could absorb the spirit chi from him. No matter how busy he was, Lin Yuan did not relax when he came to increasing his power. He was well aware that everything came down to power. By now, he was not far away from becoming an A-rank spirit chi professional. He sensed that his body's spiritual power was starting to coalesce. In order for B-rank spirit chi professionals to evolve to A-rank, all of the spiritual power in their bodies had to be solidified to form a core. Lin Yuan estimated that as long as he continued to increase his power at the current rate, he would be able to reach A-rank in about 5 months. At that time, he would only be 19 years old. At that age, there were no A-rank spirit chi professionals in the Radiance Federation or even the world. For the past few months, Lin Yuan's mind had been fully focused on taking on the Freedom Federation envoy group and conquering the Startling Lines continent. Thus, he spent less than 10 hours evolving phase each day. But now, Lin Yuan was much freer. From now on, Lin Yuan intended to spend more than 12 hours each day evolving phase. This way, he would be able to become an A-rank spirit chi professional in just another 3 months. At that time, all of Lin Yuan's Diamond/Fantasy V phase would be able to break through to Suzerain/Fantasy. There was an enormous gap between normal and Fantasy breed phase. The same went for the gap between Fantasy breed and Myth breed phase. With another exclusive skill, a phase power could be increased by an unimaginable degree. Before being promoted to A-rank spirit chi professional and evolving all his phase, he wanted to first evolve the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen and Perfect Touch Wisteria. Lu Jie had summoned the white-clothed followers while Lin Yuan was on the way to the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. In the 15 days Lin Yuan had been unconscious, the white-clothed followers reached Clean Brahma City. While the white-clothed followers were out training, they wore Sky City's uniform. Jin Qianxuan was well aware that the white-clothed followers were subordinates who Lin Yuan put a lot of effort into nurturing. Hence, Jin Qianxuan ensured that all of the white-clothed followers were fed and serviced well in Clean Brahma City. It was time for many of the white-clothed followers' phase to be evolved. Due to Lin Yuan, all of the phase strength was halted at Diamond X/Fantasy V. Now, it was time to promote the white-clothed followers from King class to Emperor class. The white-clothed followers who were recruited first all had at least 3 phase. Amongst the 3 phase, at least 2 of them had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Could be said that Lin Yuan could receive at least 100 portions of the world graces. He could evolve the Perfect Touch Wisteria to Fantasy breed with such a large amount of spirit chi crystals. At that time, Lin Yuan would possess Thearch-class combat power without any external help despite only being a B-rank spirit chi professional. If anyone else found out about this, they would not believe it. Furthermore, with the Dark Gold Snake, other creation breed phase would be no match for the Perfect Touch Wisteria. Lu Jie had been on edge for 15 days. After resting for 2 days, he finally regained his spirits. Lu Jie was currently experimenting with the spiritual resistance of insect species carcinoma phase with Su Iran. Lin Yuan sought Lu Jie out and instructed him to gather the white-clothed followers together. Lu Jie was the member of Sky City who was in charge of the white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City and did not directly insert himself into the management of the white-clothed followers. Lu Jie had just built up an authoritative force within the white-clothed followers. If Lin Yuan went over Lu Jie's head and gave orders to the white-clothed followers, he would cut away at Lu Jie's authoritative aura. Once a superior's authoritative aura was lost, the consequences could be disastrous. This especially applied to the white-clothed followers who were abruptly promoted from King class to Emperor class in a short span of time and believed that they could overpower Lu Jie. Lu Jie was the one who gave the order for the white-clothed followers to gather in Clean Brahma City. Lu Jie knew that Lin Yuan was preparing to increase the power of the white-clothed followers. When the power of the white-clothed followers increased, so did Sky City's overall power. Lu Jie had also put a lot of effort into nurturing the white-clothed followers. After Lin Yuan collected all the resources he needed, Jin Qianxuan cleaned out the area within the Great Lush Federation's imperial court that used to belong to Fifth Page Truth. He was planning to build a martial arts hall there. With the large amount of plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline that came from Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan's permission to distribute these plant-type phase, Jin Qianxuan intended to give them to some of his more loyal imperial guards first. Naturally, these people would be chosen from amongst the Jin family's direct descendants and collateral descendants. It could be said that Jin Qianxuan had his own selfish desires. But Lin Yuan did not oppose them. Rather, he admired Jin Qianxuan's actions. Lin Yuan knew that Jin Qianxuan had been aiming to cling to him and do whatever he asked. But in spite of this aim, Jin Qianxuan was still the head of a federation and needed to have the necessary aura that came with it. The best way to increase his foundational power was to nurture a batch of subordinates who were loyal to him to increase the amount of power at his disposal. Lu Jie went to see Jin Qianxuan first to borrow the use of the martial arts hall. Since Lu Jie had asked, there was no way that Jin Qianxuan would dare to turn him down and immediately cleared the space for him. Next, Lu Jie contacted some of the stronger white-clothed followers and led them to the martial arts hall in the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. Lin Yuan, the city lord of Sky City, was a mystery to the white-clothed followers. Although those present were the first few joiners of the white-clothed followers, only Zhou Luo and a few more of them had spoken to Lin Yuan before. Besides the first few joiners, the rest of the white-clothed followers had all been recruited by Lu Jie. Nonetheless, they all knew that any changes in their fate depended on Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. The first few joiners were all citizens of the Radiance Federation. At first, they did not know who Lu Jie and Lin Yuan were. But when Lin Yuan and Lu Jie revealed their identities during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, every citizen of the Radiance Federation found out that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple while Lu Jie was Night Leaning Moon's disciple. All of the white-clothed followers felt honored to be able to be part of a faction that both of them had established. Now, they were in unfamiliar territory, but it was a territory that Sky City had conquered. The white-clothed followers could never have dreamed of anything like this happening. Now, they saw Lin Yuan and Lu Jie as no different from gods. Half a year ago, all of them had only contracted mediocre phase and were part of the pits of society. But now, their arsenal of phase had exceeded even that of other king-class experts. More importantly, their phase had evolved to fantasy breed when they were bronze or silver grade. This allowed them to have much greater potential than their peers. While the white-clothed followers were looking at Lin Yuan and Lu Jie with high esteem, Lin Yuan was also gazing back at them. As Lin Yuan looked at these people's confident and energized expressions, he felt a sense of accomplishment. After treading on a path laden with thorns in the past 6 months, he finally saw some results. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie. Lu Jie shouted to the 47 white-clothed followers who were in the martial arts hall. All of you are A-rank spirit chi professionals. Some of you have even reached S-rank. Previously, you were made to keep your phase power stuck at Diamond X/Fantasy V. Now is the time to evolve your phase and transform yourselves into Emperor-class experts. You should have heard of how dangerous the world cleansing is. But with us around, we can guarantee that you will be safe during the world cleansing. In the past, the white-clothed followers would have caused an uproar if they had heard what Lu Jie said. But after training for so long, all of the white-clothed followers could remain composed even in the face of delight. Lin Yuan instructed Shadow to leave his shadow and said, "Later, Shadow will help you to overcome your world cleansing. Your safety is assured by gathering all of you together and having your phase evolve at once. Additionally, I hope that you can help me with something. Morbius could use the pure land of bliss to absorb the world graces without the phase feeling anything. The pure land of bliss would only take about around 2% of each of the world graces. Normally, it was very difficult for a spirit chi professional to help their fae overcome the world cleansing. When faes were injured, it would be impossible for them to absorb 98% of their world grace. This was why so many spirit chi professionals were willing to respond to Lin Yuan's trade message on Star Web, even if it would cost them a portion of the world grace. Thus, there was actually no need for Lin Yuan to tell the white-clothed followers about this condition. But as the city lord of Sky City, Lin Yuan did not want to lie to his subordinates for the sake of his own profits. As such, there were some things that still had to be said. The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, almost all of the white-clothed followers bowed with their fists cupped and said, "City Lord, If you need us to do anything, all you need to do is say the word. We would never dare to claim that we were helping you. The white-clothed followers' voices were bright and deafening. Anyone who heard them could tell that they were sincere. It could be said that it was human to be selfish. When Jin Chenchuan swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan, he had selfishly wanted to nurture a group of experts who were only loyal to him. Although the white-clothed followers had joined Sky City and had dedicated their loyalty, they still needed to look out for themselves. This was because many of them had parents, wives, and children back home who they needed to support. They needed to think about their families even if they did not look out for themselves. But in front of Lin Yuan, all of the white-clothed followers tossed all selfish thoughts out of their minds. One had to plunge into the murky abyss before understanding how dark this world was. When the value of the resources was more significant than the talent, a lack of creation master resources led to factions preferring to nurture those who were sincere rather than talented. Thus, even a spirit chi professional who had comprehended multiple willpower runes did not have much chance to prove their abilities. In this world, it was difficult for there to be instances of the main character catching the eye of a big shot with his outstanding talent, like in the books that Lin Yuan had read in his previous life. When the Moon Empress was picking her disciples, she had looked out for creation master talent rather than spirit chi professional talent. Since the white-clothed followers had such experiences in the past, all of them were even more grateful and respectful of Lin Yuan after joining Sky City and having their fates changed. After receiving top resources, a spirit chi professional standard of living would not only be improved, but they would even be able to obtain a higher status in society. In this world ruled by martial force, power was a more formidable strength than riches. When Lu Jie heard what the white-clothed followers said, he nodded in satisfaction while thinking about how intelligent the white-clothed followers were. Lin Yuan did not put on any airs in front of his Sky City subordinates. But this did not mean that he was a tolerant person. He placed a high premium on the loyalty of the faction members. The benefits received by the spirit craftsmen who were willing to leave society and relocate to the marsh world were the best examples. If the white-clothed followers were willing to do the same, there was no question that they would definitely receive more resources from Lin Yuan. At first, Lin Yuan wanted to provide an explanation. But after hearing what the white-clothed followers said, he kept his words to himself. He pointed at Zhou Luo, who was standing at the right side of the front of the crowd, and said, "Zhou Luo, let's start with you." It could be said that Zhou Luo was the member of the white-clothed followers closest to Lin Yuan. Not only had Lin Yuan personally recruited Zhou Luo as the first member of the white-clothed followers, but Zhou Luo had even survived the water world dimensional rift alongside Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. If Zhou Luo had not used the lava dragon lizard to block the blade worms, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie would have died under the assault of Tower Cannon's Ash's team. If Lin Yuan had used the secret weapon the Moon Empress had given him against the blade worms, he would have stood no chance against the Ash's team and the dimensional hub in the evolving dimensional rift. Zhou Luo's sacrifice had created a chain reaction that led all the way to the result. Lu Jie's insect queen had mutated after absorbing the blade queen bee's venom, while Lin Yuan had obtained the sacred sword-wielding queen. Zhou Luo had started out as a regular white-clothed follower. But after the brush with death he shared with Lu Jie and Lin Yuan, both of them decided to make him the deputy leader of the white-clothed followers. There were no issues with Zhou Luo's capabilities, and he had been helping Lu Jie to manage the white-clothed followers all along. Among the white-clothed followers, Zhou Luo's talent was average. But there were times that a spirit chi professional who started out as average ended up surpassing all the rest. Since Zhou Luo was the deputy leader of the white-clothed followers, he had to have the power to back it up. With Lin Yuan's favor, Zhou Luo's third Fae ended up being the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon that came from Coiling Dragon's Valley. The Sea King Cretaceous Dragon had been the main Fae of Coiling Dragon's Valley's young leader, Long Tao. This was enough to show that its terrifying dragon species bloodline was strong. There was a legend that the Sea King Cretaceous Dragon had the bloodline of the top terrifying dragon species, the overflowing sea extreme cold dragon. Long Tao's Sea King Cretaceous Dragon was only silver/fantasy, while Zhou Luo's one had already evolved to fantasy breed when it was bronze grade. In terms of talent, Zhou Luo's Sea King Cretaceous Dragon was more powerful than Long Tao's. With just the Sea King Cretaceous dragon, the rest of the white-clothed followers dared not disrespect Zhou Luo regardless of whether they were more talented than him. This was because the Sea King Cretaceous dragon raised Zhou Luo's overall power, and because it was proof of how important Zhou Luo was to Lin Yuan. Ever since Zhou Luo became the deputy leader of the white-clothed followers, he rarely went out on missions. Instead, he spent more time planning and strategizing alongside Lu Jie. Lu Jie wanted to stay with Lin Yuan as much as possible. Thus, Zhou Luo's job was not easy in the slightest. Zhou Luo had not seen Lin Yuan in more than 2 months. Now he took a few steps forward toward the smiling Lin Yuan, who was pointing at him, and summoned his 3 fays. Every single one of the white-clothed followers' fays was personally evolved by Lin Yuan. Zhou Luo's dark snake dragon lizard and Sea King Cretaceous dragon were both very fond of Lin Yuan. But the fae that had the closest bond to Lin Yuan was the lava dragon lizard that had transformed from the iron bone-tearing lizard. The lava dragon lizard had been this way ever since Lin Yuan changed Zhou Luo's life. Lin Yuan had helped to evolve the lava dragon lizard's bloodline when it was Diamond 2. By that time, the lava dragon lizard already had very high intelligence. Hence, it had more memories of Lin Yuan than the dark snake dragon lizard and Sea King Cretaceous dragon did. Zhou Luo was the only white-clothed follower who was aware of Shadow's existence. Besides him, there were 46 other white-clothed followers whose fays needed to undergo world cleansings. If the fays underwent the world cleansings one by one, they would still be here many hours later. As such, Zhou Luo asked, "City Lord, should my fays undergo the world cleansings one after the other, or all at once?" Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Have all 3 start their world cleansings together." Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the rest of the white-clothed followers and said, "Most of you have 3 main fays. A few have 4. When it's your turn, summon all of them out and have them start their world cleansings simultaneously." The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, 3 large holes appeared in the sky above the martial arts hall. One of the holes was full of lava, while the other 2 crackled with lightning. The might and aura from the world cleansings drained the blood from the faces of the white-clothed followers. Normally, it would be very unlikely that the white-clothed followers would be able to take on even one of the world cleansings with their 3 fays. This was the reason so many Emperor-class experts were plagued by their inability to evolve their fays. If the wall that was the world cleansing was not this difficult to scale, most Emperor-class experts would not have joined factions but remained free agents like Duan he had been. Not every faction was as kind to its members like Sky City was. Even top factions needed their members to provide contributions and produce results in exchange for resources. Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts joined factions so that they would have an easier time taking on the world cleansings and trials of world creation. Regular people and weak spirit chi professionals did not get to hear what was said in Emperor-class and Thearch-class expert circles. Even King-class experts were not privy to much knowledge. After all, there was a threshold of power to cross. Before one reached that level, they found out almost nothing about it. It was often heard in Emperor-class and Thearch-class expert circles about how some had failed in their world cleansings and trials of world creation. Although they were shocked by the aura of the world cleansings, the white-clothed followers were not afraid because they knew that Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were there with them. Since Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had told them to undergo the world cleansings in such a way, they would definitely keep all of them safe. This was not the first time that Shadow was helping spirit chi professionals overcome their world cleansings and trials of world creation. It was well aware of how strong they were. Presently, Shadow had reached Immortal. With its power, it could take on the trials of world creation without breaking too much of a sweat, much less the world cleansings that fantasy breed phase needed to face to evolve to myth breed. Lava and lightning relentlessly flew down toward the lava dragon lizard, Sea King Cretaceous dragon, and dark snake dragon lizard. All 3 fays were gripped with anxiety, and Zhou Luo was frozen as well. But rather than being immobilized by fear, he was excited for his fays to increase their power. Zhou Luo knew that Lin Yuan had been paying more attention to nurturing the white-clothed followers of late. He had been promoted to S-rank spirit chi professional not long ago. S-rank spirit chi professionals could use their spiritual power to produce spirit chi vortexes and absorb the spiritual energy of their surroundings to protect themselves and increase their stamina during combat. Due to this, S-rank spirit chi professionals had no restrictions in the grade of phase they could contract. Zhou Luo knew how much Lu Jie and Lin Yuan favored him. Although he was only a king-class expert, he believed that Lin Yuan would provide him with many resources once he reached Emperor class. Soon, his main phase would evolve from Myth I to Myth II, then to Myth III until they finally reached Creation Breed. Zhou Luo badly wanted to increase his power. This went for the other white-clothed followers as well. The white-clothed followers hoped to increase their power and that their phase would transform into human form. There was something that Lu Jie had not told Lin Yuan yet. For some reason, Sky City's white-clothed followers now all shared the same proclivity as Duan He. There were some that started treating their fays as their wives once they ascertained that they were female. There was no difference between them hoping for their fays to transform into human form and them waiting for their wives to arrive. At that moment, the white-clothed followers froze. A black shadow cleaved 2 bolts of lightning and a stream of lava into half. The shadow that was attacking the world cleansings reminded the white-clothed followers of the shadow that had cut down the Miao family's veteran Thearch-class experts on the ultimate fighting ground. The earliest members of the white-clothed followers had been there during Sky City's blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park. The Miao family had been a top faction with a creation master role. They had maintained their place amongst the top factions for decades. None of the white-clothed followers were worried about Sky City's future. It was the Black Shadow that had killed Lu Yenshan and Han Tianhe that made the white-clothed followers aware of how powerful the faction they had sworn their loyalty to was. It also filled them with firm confidence. The white-clothed followers had all been looking up to the Black Shadow. Now they were getting to see it in the flesh, and it was helping them to overcome their world cleansings. With Shadow's help, the 3 world cleansings were quickly defeated. While Zhou Luo's 3 main fays were absorbing the world graces, the Pure Land of Bliss was also absorbing its part of the world graces. A pile of spirit chi crystals appeared on the Pure Land of Bliss. The wind speed rapid antelope was rushing to use the wind elements to gather the spirit chi crystals. There were so many spirit chi crystals that it was difficult for the wind speed rapid antelope to quickly clear the Pure Land of Bliss. When Gray saw what was happening, it went to help and transformed into a puff of cloud covering the Pure Land of Bliss. Next, it sensed where the spirit chi crystals were and relayed the information to the wind speed rapid antelope so it could quickly dig them out. The 2 of them worked together swimmingly. As the spirit chi professionals took turns sending their fays to undergo their world cleansings, 2 large wooden chests in the spirit lock spatial zone were soon filled with spirit chi crystals. Gray ended up having to stack the spirit chi crystals next to the 2 wooden chests. Lin Yuan had always been short on spirit chi crystals. But now, there were clearly more of the spirit chi crystals than there were heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. By the time the last white-clothed followers' 3 main fays were done with their world cleansings, more than 4 hours had passed. After these 4 hours, Sky City gained another 47 Emperor-class experts who could stand proudly as the linchpins of any faction they were in. It was unlikely that even a faction like Tower Cannon would be willing to invest so many resources into nurturing their subordinates. The white-clothed followers were always busy. Before Sky City started making any big waves, all of them had been focusing on training and did their best every day. Thus, Lin Yuan did not interfere much with them. After the 47 white-clothed followers left, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie prepared to leave to have dinner. Lu Jie had already conquered the stomachs of countless people with his culinary skills. The first few stomachs to submit to him belonged to Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and the mother of Bloodbath. Later came Su Iran and Ta Lei. Now, even Begin Lady, who was not picky with food, asked to eat the food he cooked daily. That night, Lu Jie picked a few fish species fays native to the Great Lush Federation and cooked up a feast. After filling his belly, Lin Yuan retired to his room and went into the spirit lock spatial zone with Begin Lady. Once he entered, Lin Yuan saw the pile of spirit chi crystals that was akin to a miniature mountain. The wind speed rapid antelope and Gray were currently counting the spirit chi crystals. When they spotted Lin Yuan, Chimey, Gray, and the wind-speed rapid antelope rushed to greet him. Lin Yuan soothed and played with them for a short while. The wind-speed rapid antelope was about to return to counting the spirit chi crystals when it was stopped by Lin Yuan. This was because the number of spirit chi crystals was unimportant to Lin Yuan. He would soon use all of them to evolve the perfect touch wisteria. Lin Yuan looked forward to the perfect touch wisteria increasing its power. Since the perfect touch wisteria was spirit-locked by Morbius, it would not gain any new abilities when it evolved. However, as it continued to increase its quality and grade, it could gain more exclusive skills. Exclusive skills were always stronger than abilities. Lin Yuan had wanted to evolve the perfect touch wisteria for a long time. It was a fey that he had spirit-locked, meaning that it was part of his power. Lin Yuan was always enthusiastic when it came to increasing his power. The spirit-lock spatial zone was 480 square meters and was far from the cramped space it used to be. There were numerous large appetites for spirit chi in the spirit-lock spatial zone. The spirit pool produced spirit chi at around the same rate that the phase within it used up spirit chi. The spirit-lock spatial zone had always produced a large stream of resources. There was enough space for Lin Yuan to decorate and fill up the area as he liked. He had set aside 20 square meters of space for the perfect touch wisteria to ensure that it had enough space to move. When the perfect touch wisteria used swallow same source to absorb the dark gold snake scale, the wind-speed rapid antelope and Chimey both became terrified of the dark gold flames and dared not go near the perfect touch wisteria. Although Gray would not show obvious fear of the perfect touch wisteria's dark gold flames, it was still unwilling to spend too much time around the perfect touch wisteria. The perfect touch wisteria was a plant-type fey. Thus, its intelligence was very low. It only became active and lively when Lin Yuan was around, almost like a child that wanted to be loved by their parent and was doing everything to get in their parents' good books. Lin Yuan went over to the perfect touch wisteria. The few of the perfect touch wisteria's vines that had not consumed anything yet immediately wrapped around Lin Yuan and started to gently massage his chest and hand. At first, Chimey was perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder. But after Lin Yuan walked nearer to the perfect touch wisteria until he was only 10 meters away, Chimey flew off from his shoulder and back to its nest on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. It was clear that Lin Yuan's existence was not enough to overpower Chimey's trepidation of the perfect touch wisteria's dark gold flames. Once it was back in its nest, Chimey started to observe the close interaction between Lin Yuan and the perfect touch wisteria. Chimey thought, if Red Thorn was here, it would be green with envy over the perfect touch wisteria. Red Thorn was the most openly possessive out of all of Lin Yuan's fays. Genius, Chimey, Blackie, Purple Afterglow, and the rest of Lin Yuan's fays had sensed this long ago. Even Begin Lady, who had set its spirit fire alight, felt uncomfortable around that aura. This situation allowed Lin Yuan to confirm that he had indeed stumbled on a treasure. The dark gold snake scale was definitely extraordinary. Lin Yuan instructed the wind-speed rapid antelope to bring 1,000 spirit chi crystals to him. Currently, Morbius was at gold grade. Each spirit chi crystal contained a startlingly large amount of spirit chi. Lin Yuan fed all 1,000 of the spirit chi crystals to the perfect touch wisteria. He would be able to tell from the increase in the perfect touch wisteria's power how much vitality and spirit chi was needed for the perfect touch wisteria to use its elite ability peak sturdiness to raise its sturdiness and durability. Next, Lin Yuan took out a large number of the soldier ration radishes from the diamond face storage box. The perfect touch wisteria needed not only pure spirit chi but also vitality to increase its power. There was no better source of vitality than the soldier ration radish. In the past, Lin Yuan always crushed the spirit chi crystals in his hand. But this time, there were too many spirit chi crystals, so he used the source sand to create a large hand that was 3 square meters wide and slammed it down on the 1,000 spirit chi crystals. When the 1,000 spirit chi crystals were crushed, a strong gust of wind was kicked up. Before Lin Yuan crushed the spirit chi crystals with the large hand made of sand, he had already instructed the perfect touch wisteria to begin absorbing the spirit chi from the spirit chi crystals. As the perfect touch wisteria's 3 wildly dancing vines that had already consumed entities rapidly absorbed the spirit chi, the other vines started to suck up the soldier ration radish's sap. Lin Yuan instructed the wind-speed rapid antelope to gather up the soldier ration radishes that had been sucked dry, while continuing to take more of the fresh soldier ration radishes out from Diamond Fay storage box. When the dry soldier ration radishes were moved to the marsh world, they would serve as excellent fertilizers. The perfect touch Wisteria's aura skyrocketed as it absorbed the spirit chi and vitality. It did not take long for the perfect touch Wisteria to reach platinum grade. Previously, one of the perfect touch Wisteria's vines was only around 6 to 7 meters long and not even as thick as Lin Yuan's forearm. But now, one of its vines was 20 meters long and much thicker than his waist. The increase in the perfect touch Wisteria's size not only caused the wind-speed rapid antelope and Chimey to panic, but even Gray was perturbed. When Lin Yuan noticed this, he hurriedly soothed the three of them. Following this, he immediately left the spirit lock spatial zone. For pairs of enormous black wings appeared on his back. He flapped the wings and sped off in the direction of the martial arts hall. After the white-clothed followers left the martial arts hall, Jin Qianxuan instructed numerous spirit craftsmen to survey the area. Jin Qianxuan wanted the spirit craftsmen to draw up some designs so he could pick the best ones out of them and combine them as the final blueprint for the martial arts hall. Ever since his conversation with Lin Yuan, Jin Qianxuan felt extremely excited. He was currently on the ground at the martial arts hall and conversing with the spirit craftsmen. This was the first time that Jin Qianxuan was seeing Lin Yuan with 4 pairs of black wings on his back. When he saw Lin Yuan speeding over, Jin Qianxuan had the sharp sense to send the spirit craftsman away. Lin Yuan said, "You can leave too. I need absolute silence. No one is to disturb me. Otherwise, they'll have to bear the consequences themselves." Jin Qianxuan was stunned momentarily before he hastily left. After Jin Qianxuan left and closed the door of the martial arts hall behind him, Lin Yuan immediately let the perfect touch Wisteria out. It would not be appropriate to evolve large phase in the spirit lock spatial zone. The wind-speed rapid antelope and Chimey had their ways of communicating with him. After the perfect touch Wisteria reached platinum grade, just its aura terrified the wind-speed rapid antelope and Chimey. It was only natural that the wood-building winged sandflies and dark crystal armored insects being raised in captivity were scared out of their wits too. If the perfect touch Wisteria evolved to suzerain in the spirit lock spatial zone, the wood-building winged sandflies and dark crystal armored insects might end up dying of fright.